Welcome back to my Manhwa recap channel. If you enjoy my content, please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Don't forget to leave a comment with your feedback. Subscribe now and enjoy the recap.
A message appears on the blue screen. The question is whether real life is boring or whether you would like to feel truly alive. Someone presses the red cross to close the text box. It was spam again. A young man sits at a computer desk, looking at the monitor screen. He holds a lollipop in his mouth. There are some clothes on the back of his computer chair, a glass and crumpled pieces of paper on the table. The young man's name is Lin Zhu, an unemployed nerd from the 21st century. He says displeasedly that now even in short stories they don't use such cliches. He just hasn't found a job yet. His room is a mess. The bed has been quickly made. There are some things and books lying on it. There are a lot of clothes and shoes on the floor. Lin Zhu presses the mouse button. While calling himself an idiot, Lin Zhu sits in shock with his eyes widened. The candy fell out of his mouth. He exclaims in surprise. A dark hole appears on the monitor screen, from which blue rays and pixels emanate. They go beyond the screen. Lin Zhu sits in front of the computer, leaning back a little in his chair and placing his hands on the table. The black hole that appeared under the young man's chair seemed to be pulling him into itself. There are many colorful pixels around it. Lin Zhu, waving his arms, falls into this hole. He is scared. His mouth is open in a scream. This is actually happening. Lin Zhu falls backwards. He is wearing pants and a shirt and has no shoes on his feet. During the fall, windows with inscriptions appear. The system congratulates the owner on the right choice. On the further journey, the God-level system will provide Lin Zhu with its full service. Lin Zhu, with his hands, tries to push apart the blue light, probably the window. Tears flow from his eyes. He shouts that he didn't choose anything and asks not to decide for him. Sand-colored building. There are many towers with spears of different heights. Green tree crowns are visible. People are climbing the stairs, heading into this building. Earth 2696 AD, Starlight Academy. In 2666, planet Earth was subjected to an alien invasion. As a result, the so-called Federation was formed, which, using nuclear weapons, cleared the planet of extraterrestrial life forms. However, their invasion did not pass without disastrous consequences. The X-virus that they left behind swept the entire globe. The planet underwent total changes. Zombies and mutated animals began to rule it, and for those who survived the evolutionary process, the path to military improvement was opened. And from then on, warriors on Earth gained boundless honor. A man with red hair, wearing blue pants and a gray-blue jacket with a high neck, kicked open the door. His lips are compressed, his face is stern. The left eye burns with a bright red fire. Frowning and clearly expressing dissatisfaction, he loudly pronounces Lin Zhu's name. This is Ma Qiang, Lin Zhu's roommate. He is from the 29th group of Starlight Academy and is an aspiring warrior. Entering the room, he sees the following picture. Lin Zhu, wearing a white t-shirt, sleeps on the bed. One hand hangs down, touches the floor. Ma Qiang is unhappy. He walked up to Lin Zhu and grabbed him by the collar with both hands, lifting him off the bed. Lin Zhu is sleeping and has bags under his eyes. His mouth is slightly open, saliva dripping from the corner. Ma Qiang is angry. He screams, spitting saliva. Why Lin Zhu is taking so long, asks where the food he sent him for. Has he really decided to starve him to death? Lin Zhu is a student of the 29th group of Starlight Academy and has no cultivation talents. Ma Qiang throws Lin Zhu into the wall. It leaves a significant dent. Ma Qiang calls Lin Zhu a useless trash. He stands next to two guys dressed in Starlight Academy uniforms. Lin Zhu is lying on the floor. His face is twisted in a grimace of pain. The mouth is open. One of the guys tells Ma Qiang that Lin Zhu seems to have passed out in case he dies. Ma Qiang is not afraid. No one cares about Lin Zhu. Garbage is just that, garbage. Ma Qiang almost became a real warrior. He asks the interested guy if he really thinks that the academy will punish him for such a piece of trash. Lin Zhu lies on the floor, turning his head slightly so as not to bury his nose on the floor. Ma Qiang walked towards him with long strides and raised his leg above his body. He believes that for such a non-entity as Lin Zhu, carrying food and washing trousers is already a great honor. More dirty laundry has already accumulated in the baskets. It's already falling out of there. Flies are flying around. With an evil smile, Ma Qiang more decisively brings her foot towards Lin Zhu's body. This time he did not bring him food, which disgraced him in the presence of Zhu Jun, so if he dies, then it serves him right. With these words, Ma Qiang placed his foot on the palm of Lin Zhu lying on the floor. He woke up from a sharp pain. He opened his eyes. There are abrasions on his face. His arm hurts very much. Ma Kang's foot is still pinning Lin Zhu's palm to the floor. Lin Zhu wonders what is going on here. He was at home, and then that spam page disappeared. Lin Zhu watches Ma Kang through slightly open eyes. He points his finger at him and smiles disgustingly. He clearly feels superior when he tells his friends that Lin Zhu is still alive. Ma Kang removes his foot from the young man's palm. He turns around and heads towards the doors. Lin Zhu coughs. He tries to get up, stands on his knees, resting one hand on the floor. He holds the second one near his chest. There is a grimace of pain and agony on his face. He's thinking about something. The impact crater is clearly visible on the wall. Ma Kang smiles broadly, disgustingly, and clasps his fist with his palm as if he is about to hit someone. It is impossible to read the emotions in his eyes. They are black as night. He tells Lin Zhu that he is quite durable for garbage. Ma Kang turns around and punches Lin Zhu in the chest. He screams in pain and flies back. His eyes are white, without pupils or irises. The mouth is open in a heart-rending scream. Streams of blood flow from the corners of the mouth. It looks like he has traveled back in time. The impact causes smoke to rise and a characteristic sound to be heard. Lin Zhu lies on his back, on the floor near the dent. He's exhausted. His whole face is covered in bruises. The eyes are half closed. Streams of blood flow from the corners of the mouth. Beads of sweat run down his face. He thinks about what kind of creature arranged such a disgusting movement for him. A lot of guys dressed in Starlight Academy uniforms are beating up someone. He is kneeling on the paving stones, covering his head with his hands. Some of the beating people egg on the others. How arrogant do you have to be to take away resources without the talent for improvement? An older man sits in a chair and points his finger at someone. His face shows displeasure. He shouts that now zombies and mutants are rampaging outside. Such a non-entity like the main character cannot live even 3 days outside the academy. He should be glad that he was allowed to continue his studies at the academy. In the dark, a young man sits on the paving stones. He pressed his back against the wall, hugged his knees with his arms and bowed his head towards them. There is a grimace of suffering on his face. In front of him are people whose shadows are reflected on the wall. These shadows have blue eyes that glow. They humiliate the guy. They call him trash, ask why he hasn't died yet, wish him dead. Someone is indignant at how he has the audacity to eke out his miserable existence in this world, because he is not able to become a warrior. They scream and wish him death. The young man gives up. He says he doesn't want to live anymore. Lin Zhu, putting his hand to his face, is angry and indignant. He's covered in scratches. He thinks indignantly that all these people have gone completely crazy. Lin Zhu stands with his back and hand leaning against the wall, pressing his other hand to his chest. He can barely stand on his feet. This world is terrible. It is not surprising that the guy in whose body Lin Zhu ended up did not want to live in it anymore. Cleaning up the mess that has fallen on Lin Zhu will not be easy. He looks angrily at the group of young people, including Ma Kang. They are talking about something and laughing. In any case, the word tolerate does not exist in Lin Zhu's vocabulary. A group of young people pay attention to Lin Zhu. Ma Kang says with a chuckle, turning slightly towards the guy. Calls on his friends to look at Lin Zhu so that they can see what a rebellious look he has. This irritates Ma Kang the most. He was clearly angry, his pupil constricted. Turning sharply to Lin Zhu, he hits him in the chest again. He screams, sweat or tears streaming down his face. Ma Kang aggressively asks him why he is showing off and whether he will be a good boy. Lin Zhu is in pain. Sweat and tears stream down a face covered in scratches. There is blood near the mouth, but he firmly refuses. Ma Kang hits Lin Zhu again, and he doubles over in pain. Ma Kang's eyes glow red. Her mouth is twisted into a grin. He tells Lin Zhu that he will beat him until it comes to him, and he repeats his question after the blow again, whether Lin Zhu will be a good girl. Ma Kang continued to beat Lin Zhu with passion, blow after blow. His eyes are burning red. His mouth is open in a scream. He asks Lin Zhu for an answer whether he agrees to be a good girl or not. Lin Zhu screams in Ma Kang's face. Blood and sweat are running down my face. Confidence in your words and determination in your eyes. Ma Kang is in shock. He is very surprised by Lin Zhu's behavior. He says that he will never agree. Even if he dies, he will never submit to such a bad person like Ma Kang, who uses force to oppress the weak. Ma Kang wipes Lin Zhu's blood from his cheek in shock. He says his name with an exclamation. Lin Zhu holds his shoulder with his hand. His whole face and hands are covered in bruises. He stands with his head slightly lowered and his eyes closed. Blood flows from the corner of his mouth. After all, he was transported in space and time, so where is his so-called golden finger? That is, the cheating twist that is provided to the victims. Blue signs with inscriptions appear again. Successful completion of anger accumulation detected. Statistics are written on one of the signs. Carrier Lin Xiu, level 1. 0 experience points. 100 points required to move to the next level. Strength 35 points. The speed is 32 points. For the average person, this figure is more than 38. Among the available abilities is the Eye of Analysis. The total combat effectiveness is 250 points. The line of accumulation of anger is highlighted in bright red colors. The value is 100%. The next sign asks whether it is necessary to use the power accumulation strike. Lin Xiu stands in front of these signs. Curiously, he shakes his head from side to side, looking around the room in which he finds himself. There is nothing here except signs and blue walls. The last sign clarifies once again whether to use power accumulation or not. Lin Xiu exclaims to himself that this is the same system. Ma Qiang is furious. He raises his fist over Lin Xiu, about to hit him again. He is so enraged that fire appears around his fist. Lin Xiu chooses to use. He clenches his hand into a fist. It glows slightly golden. A cumulative force strike occurs. Lin Xiu meets Ma Qiang's blow with his fist. Due to the force of the impact, golden rays appear around. Smoke is coming from under both guys' feet. The bone in Ma Qiang's hand breaks in several places. She is literally shattered into fragments. One of the guys who was with Ma Qiang looks in surprise at the smoke that appeared due to the fall of the body. One of the guys, a guy with red hair, turns around at the sound of the fall and, in shock, stutters and calls out to Ma Qiang, calling him brother. Ma Qiang is lying on the floor near the wall with a dent. Blood flows from the corners of his lips. A small yellow light with a halo and a smile rises above your head. His companions are sitting next to the guy. They touch Ma Qiang, trying to understand what happened to him. One asks if he is okay, asks not to leave them. Ma Qiang is lying on his back, his face covered in blood and sweat. Abrasions are visible. You can see the pain he is in. With one hand he grabbed the shoulder of his friend sitting next to him. In a trembling voice, he asks to be taken to the hospital. Lin Xiu stands near the wall with his hands at his sides and his feet shoulder-width apart. He looks towards Ma Qiang with his friends. One of the guys looks at Lin Xiu. He is covered in bruises. There is pain and confidence in his eyes. He loudly asks why they are still here. The guys run away in panic. One of them lifted Ma Qiang onto his shoulder. Lin Xiu stands with his hand on the wall. He bends his back and looks at the floor. Blood runs down his hand. It's good that they left. He wouldn't be able to pretend to be cool anymore. The blood running down his hand begins to drip onto the floor. This shock of cumulative force has too strong a side effect. Lin Xiu sits in a chair, leaning back exhaustedly. He's covered in blood. The blue system window is lit in front of him. The first use of a cumulative force strike has been discovered. The reward for defeating an opponent is 1 spin. He asks himself the question, what kind of rotation is this? He reaches his finger towards the window to press the use button. A wheel opens in front of him with options for what he can win during the spin. Lin Xiu is pleasantly surprised. With enthusiasm, he exclaims in agreement, presses your finger on the red button, which is located in the center of the wheel. He hopes that he will get the money. Lin Xiu is still sitting in a chair and looking at the blue window with a wheel. Grabbing your shoulder with one hand, holding your hand. Bruises are visible on his face. He watches the rotation of the wheel in fascination. He looks with a smile, hurrying and asking for what he wants to fall out. Otherwise, with his current savings, he will not have enough sales for treatment. The wheel stops spinning. Alliance currency drops in the amount of 10,000. Lin Xiu exhales a sigh of relief, leaning back completely in his chair. He sits with his hands down and his head raised to the ceiling. He is glad that he got what he wanted. He headed to the infirmary. Lin Xiu came to heal his wounds. The doctor meets him. Blonde girl with glasses in a white robe. She greets him joyfully, calling him Little Lin. Lin Xiu stands in the doorway of the infirmary, thoughtfully putting a finger to his chin and rounding his mouth. He is surprised by the fact that the doctor knows him. The woman leans towards Lin Xiu's face. She looks at him with warmth and a slight smile. Lin Xiu is embarrassed by such close communication. The young woman has beautiful breasts, which are emphasized by her clothes. The young guy is embarrassed by this. She says that everyone knows Little Lin, the last one on Starlight's list. Lin Xiu blushed. He still holds his finger near his chin. He lowered his eyes in embarrassment. He asks if she can stop calling him Little Lin, since it sounds unpleasant. Lin Xiu asks to contact him. They are standing opposite each other. The doctor and Lin Zhu look down at the guy's pants. The woman is surprised and asks a rhetorical question about how he doesn't want to be called baby. Thoughtfully and suggestively she clarifies something, without finishing the sentence. But from her gaze directed down at her pants, everything is clear. She places her hand on Lin Zhu's chest, easily pushing in the direction she wants, and he says with a chuckle that in any case, the baby will soon find out whether he is or not. She stands in front of him, bending over and sticking out her chest forward. Her skirt is too short. She asks him to come, undress and lie down. Lin Zhu is confused and shocked. He stands with his hands clutching the waistband of his pants. He extends his hand forward, as if trying to defend himself or fence himself off. Shocked, he makes the assumption that he will have to undress completely. The doctor smiles playfully, putting his hand to his face. He says he's just teasing Lin Zhu and he can leave the underwear, although she wouldn't mind if he took off his clothes completely. Lin Zhu undresses. His whole body is covered in bruises. He looks embarrassed and awkward. In his entire image one can read a silent question. The doctor stands opposite him and observes. She says Lin Zhu looks good. She stands with her arms crossed over her chest, smiles and confirms that Lin Zhu is not a baby, with a certain hint. He is indignant and asks where she is looking. Lin Zhu is confused. He lowered his head into his shoulders a little. Apparently he was uncomfortable being naked in front of a woman. He thinks that she is completely unbearable, and that if he restrains himself, he can leave the title of a little virgin in this office. Lin Zhu gets into some kind of capsule. The doctor stands opposite him, one hand resting on his side. He asks him, calling the big man Lin, the restoring solution for what price he needs it. He hums thoughtfully and says that he needs a solution for 9,800. Lin Zhu lies in the cell. It is closed with a glass lid. He examines his hand, raising it to his face. It seems that the previous owner of this body had it even worse than Lin Zhu could have imagined. He was clearly constantly beaten and traumatized. Lin Zhu confidently clenches his hand into a fist. He looks firmly straight ahead, still lying in the cell. From now on, he will not allow any creature to oppress him. The chamber gradually begins to fill with some green liquid. It is evenly distributed inside. Preparations are complete. The analysis of the body is completed. The approximate recovery time will be 5 hours. The chamber is completely filled with this liquid. Lin Zhu lies in it, his eyes closed. The recovery process is initializing. Lin Zhu is still lying in the cell. Small bubbles are visible in the liquid covering his body. In 5 hours, a completely new Lin Zhu will appear in this world. Entrance door with sign on top. The sign says 29th group. The quota of people who this time go to Sector A20 to practice in a real combat situation is 20 people. There are tables arranged in neat rows in the auditorium. Students sit behind them, wearing the same academy uniform. A teacher stands in front of them. Behind him is a large board that occupies almost the entire wall. The teacher stands with both hands on the table and tells the students that all beginner warriors in this group can take part. The teacher wears glasses. He addresses the audience and asks where Ma Qiang is. His friends, who were with him in the room when he beat Lin Zhu, sit dejectedly, looking down. The guy with purple hair put his hand to his forehead, as if he was embarrassed. He answers the teacher that Ma Qiang is now undergoing a medical operation in Sector C. The teacher is no longer a young man. He has wrinkles on his face. He frowned a little in surprise and concern and asked what happened. The second of Ma Qiang's friends answers the teacher from his seat, raising his hand slightly and gesturing to her. He says that Lin Zhu beat Ma Qiang and broke almost all of his ribs. The guys excitedly start turning to each other. They are all discussing the information they just heard. Someone doubts that this is possible. How could this worm beat Ma Qiang and also cripple him? Another student agrees with him and says that this is just some kind of nonsense. The guy with purple hair turns to the guys indignantly. He put his hand on the back of the chair. He exclaims very loudly and expressively that he is telling the truth. He was there and saw everything with his own eyes. The teacher is still standing near the blackboard. He rubs the bridge of his nose with his hand, mulling over the information he has received. He says that this time Ma Qiang will not have to go to practical training in Sector A20. Suddenly Lin Zhu appears at the door. He's dressed differently. He is wearing black pants with a brown belt on his hips, a black jacket with straps that match the color of the belts, and under the unbuttoned jacket you can see a white t-shirt with some kind of pattern. He asks the teacher if he can go for practical training. The teacher stands in his place, pressing his hand to his chest. Lin Zhu stands in front of the students' tables with his hands in his pockets. The students look at him and talk to each other. It feels like Lin Zhu has become something else. One of the guys agrees with this and adds that it's as if he's been replaced and asks if he's hallucinating. The teacher looks at Lin Zhu, gestures with his hand, answering the guy. He asks him not to get into trouble, because in Sector A20 it is too dangerous. Before going there, Lin Zhu should first reach the starting level of a warrior. The teacher asks Lin Zhu to think carefully about this decision. One of the students, a guy with dark blue hair, sits on a chair, casually lounging and putting his hand to his chin. He smiles unpleasantly and calls Lin Zhu worthless. Sector A20 is the territory of zombies and mutants. He asks Lin Zhu if he really can't wait to lose his head. Lin Zhu chuckles. He laughs back at the guy. Lin Zhu stands in front of the teacher and looks at the student who was speaking. The student is surprised, points a finger at him. Lin Zhu asks him if he can go if he does it. A young man with dark blue hair grins smugly, looking back with confidence and challenge. He doubts that Lin Zhu will be able to defeat him with contempt. Lin Zhu smiles confidently and looks directly at the student. He answers that he can and asks if the student will risk checking. A guy from the audience hits the table with his palm. With an exclamation, he says that he agrees. He stood up from the table, one hand lay on the table, the other was clenched into a fist and he was shaking it in the air. He angrily shouts that Lin Zhu is a loser and that he should not think that having won, Ma Qiang can show off in front of him. Lin Zhu activates the Eye of Analysis. A student's statistics board appears in front of his face. His name is Zhu Jun. Lin Zhu studies her with interest. Zhu Jun is at the beginning stage level. His strength is 52, endurance is 41, speed is 37, and his overall combat ability is 443. Lin Zhu is pleasantly surprised. This guy is even a little weaker than Ma Qiang. Lin Zhu would just have to carefully dodge his attacks, and when the anger meter was completely filled, he would be able to use a cumulative power strike and knock Zhu Jun straight out. Lin Zhu looks at the guy with a smile. Zhu Jun also looks back, a vein bulging on his temple. There is a battle of glances between them. Lin Zhu agrees and says that after class they will see each other in the training arena. A large number of people gathered in the training arena around one of the grounds. The stands are empty and so are the rest of the grounds. People waiting for the fight are talking. Someone asks in surprise whether that loser from the 29th group suddenly decided to score a shootout with a warrior of the initial stage from his group. Someone from the crowd confirms and continues that the daredevil's name seems to be Lin Zhu. He's clearly lost his mind. This time they will have a fun show. Lin Zhu heads towards the fighting area. He put his hands in his pockets. His whole appearance expresses confidence in his abilities. A plump guy walks next to him. He looks surprised. He asks Lin Zhu if he will really fight Zhu Jun since he has already reached the entry level. Lin Zhu salutes the guy with 2 fingers, leaving him behind. He continues to walk towards the arena where his opponent is already standing. Lin Zhu advises the guy standing behind him to relax. He had been wanting to beat the crap out of him for a long time. Lin Zhu walked up to the arena, one of his hands in his pocket, the other clenched into a fist. He smiles and is confident. His opponent looks at him and exclaims with a chuckle that Lin Zhu has indeed stepped into the arena. Zhu Jun attacks Lin Zhu. He quickly moves towards him, raising one hand forward and clenching it into a fist. He says that Lin Zhu thinks too much of himself, despite being trash. He offers to show him his place. Zhu Jun hits Lin Zhu, but he blocks his blow. He leaned back slightly. Lin Zhu thinks about his opponent. He has some kind of strength. Despite the fact that not all of his wounds have healed yet, he has already restored his physical condition. It is clear from Lin Zhu's eyes that he is confident in himself and his victory. He looks at his opponent. Still, this blow resounded with pain throughout the body. The system window shows that some green scale is already 20% full. A fight takes place between Lin Zhu and Zhu Jun. Zhu Jun constantly attacks, while Lin Zhu deftly dodges his blows. They move throughout the arena. Zhu Jun shouts for Lin Zhu to come to him, calling him trash. Lin Zhu dodges another blow. Zhu Jun's fist flies over his head. Lin Zhu calmly looks at his opponent. Everything is going according to plan. You need to continue dodging and placing blocks. The system shows that the scale is gradually filling. First 30%, then 40%, then 70%. As soon as the anger scale is completely filled, something will happen. The crowd watches the battle. There is a teacher among them. One of the students shouts that Lin Zhu is truly trash and can only evade. One of the guys laughs and urges Lin Zhu to stop dodging. The teacher looks thoughtfully at the arena. There's a slight smirk on his face. He thinks that even if Lin Zhu is only evading, he is not giving up his position at all. The teacher had never seen such determination in his eyes. Zhu Jun is furious. He throws another punch, which Lin Zhu dodges. Zhu Jun shouts at Lin Zhu to stop dodging if he has no guts, calling him trash. The system shows that the rage scale is 100% full. She changed color to bright red. Lin Zhu smiles contentedly. He happily thinks that the scale has finally filled up. A system window appears in front of him. Written on it is a proposal to use a cumulative force strike. Lin Zhu agrees. Zhu Jun's eyes glow red. He raises his fist in a big way to hit harder. His sinister smile lights up his face. He wishes Lin Zhu to die. Lin Zhu opens his mouth in a scream. He raises his hand to retaliate, blue reflections of power gathering around his clenched fist. He uses a blow of accumulated power. Two opponents clash fists in the center of the arena. The flow of force generated by the blow is separated from them in the shape of a circle. There are a huge number of people standing around the arena. Lin Zhu's blow was so strong that Zhu Jun flew back. He screams loudly in flight. Lin Zhu stands in the arena with his legs wide apart and one arm raised up. Smoke is coming from her. When Zhu Jun hits the floor, smoke and dust appear. All spectators are in shock. Their mouths are open in surprise. Someone screams. Even the teacher was surprised. Someone from the audience speaks that this is impossible. A pool of blood is visible on the floor where Zhu Jun landed. Zhu Jun tries to get up. He is on his knees, resting one hand on the floor. There is blood on his clothes. The eyebrows are furrowed, and streams of blood flow from the corners of the lips. He screams, calls Lin Zhu trash, and says that this cannot happen. Lin Zhu towers over him. He stands confidently with his hands in his pockets. Smiling, he says that if Zhu Jun beat the trash, then who is he now? Lin Zhu stands in the arena with his back to the teacher. The teacher points his finger and sternly orders some student with blue hair. He says to immediately take Zhu Jun to the infirmary. He must not miss the practical training in Sector A20. The student hesitantly agrees. People are entering the arena. Two guys support Zhu Jun and help him walk. One of them asks if he can stand, to which Zhu Jun asks him to shut up. Lin Zhu stands with his back to the audience, including his teacher. He slightly squints his eyes in his direction as he claps his hands and says something to him. The teacher says that Lin Zhu really made others look at him in a new way, calling him a boy. Lin Zhu turns to the teacher with a smile. His bangs cover one of his eyes. He turns to the teacher, asking if he can now go to Sector A20. Some buildings are surrounded by a high gray wall. Beyond its borders there are dilapidated buildings, some in more or less normal condition. Green vines wrap around the walls of buildings. The roots of trees stretch along the ground and many plants can be seen. This is Sector A20, an extremely dangerous place located in the northern part of the city. Sector A20 is a zone of radioactive contamination, in which a mutated virus is rampant, and zombies and mutant animals roam everywhere. The soldiers are dressed in protective clothing. They wear gas masks and special goggles, weapons in hands. Crisis and prospects exist hand in hand. Many mutant beast body parts are raw materials and materials that are in great demand. A man engulfed in blue fire takes out some kind of blue crystal from the monster's head. The monster has huge claws, an open beak, and sharp fangs in its mouth. The anomalous crystal contained in the brains of mutant beasts is an invaluable crystalline rock that can provide assistance in improving the special abilities of warriors. The teacher stands on a small dais, holding a folder in his hands. There are many students around him. The teacher gives a speech. Everyone listening has long-term training experience behind them. By combining it with the weapons and equipment provided by the academy, it will not be difficult for them to cope with ordinary zombies and mutated animals. The teacher holds his hand on the frame of his glasses. He smiles, tilting his head slightly, and he continues to say that this practice is different from all others and that this time they will have to meet their enemies face to face. The victory they will need to win, first of all, is victory over their own fear. During the combat exercises held last year, several students were unable to cope with this fear, and, as a result, died from the teeth of first-rank monsters. In front of the makeshift stage on which the teacher stands, there is a small detachment of cadets. They are dressed in black uniforms. The teacher continues to speak solemnly, opening his arms wide. Only real combat practice can reveal the real abilities of students, and only it can strengthen their character. Lin Zhu stands among the other students. Next to him is the same overweight guy who talked with Lin Zhu before the fight. He has glasses on his head. He turns to Lin Zhu with a little concern and asks him about it. Isn't he afraid? He also admits his fear and says that he is shaking quite a bit. Lin Zhu answers the question with a question and asks what he should be afraid of. With a chuckle, he thinks to himself that for him these zombies are invaluable experience for raising his level. The teacher continues talking. He looks at the students with a grin. He says that 4 groups will be formed from this 20. They form groups on their own. He strongly recommends remembering that under no circumstances should they go deep into Sector 20. The strength of the enemies that are there is now too much for the students to handle. The survival of group members depends only on themselves. The teacher orders us to leave. The students answer him in unison. Someone even raised their hand up. The order has been accepted and will be executed. A black bird is holding some white thing in its beak. The beak is covered in blood, the eye glows red. The feathers on the breastbone are also red. Lin Zhu and his red-haired partner are heading out on a mission. They are located at the boundary of Sector 20. They walk past abandoned buildings entwined with vines. Birds fly in the sky above their heads. The other two members of their small group are a young man with brown hair and a guy with purple hair that is tied into a ponytail. The brown-haired man asks Lin Zhu to keep his eyes open and not detain them, calling him trash. A red-haired plump young man with glasses on his head looks at them. He advises his teammates to take better care of themselves, making sure they don't cry for help when they encounter zombies. Lin Zhu stands in front of the red-haired man, covering him with his shoulder. He stands facing the other two boats of the team, raising one hand up with an open palm, asking everyone to shut up. He noticed some movement ahead. The other two team members are tense and scared, beads of sweat running down their faces. In front of them, near some abandoned building, smoke and raised dust can be seen as if from an impact. Lin Zhu silently and tensely looks at this picture. He's waiting to see what happens next. The guys from the team are ready. Lin Zhu reaches for his sword. The red-haired man stands in a fighting stance. The young man with the ponytail is already holding a weapon in his hands. Lin Zhu says something is coming. Something is moving towards them. It is shrouded in white fog. A human-like figure can be seen through it. It moves forward with a loud sound. Finally it shows up. This is a creature with an ugly face, sunken eyes with black whites and white pupils. Instead of teeth, he has huge fangs and a long tongue. The system displays a plate with data about this creature. This is a rank 1 zombie. Its characteristics include low mobility, pointed teeth, and it is a carrier of the virus. The total combat effectiveness is 380 points. Zombie in tattered clothes. His body seems to be made entirely of muscles. Sticking out his tongue, he quickly approaches the squad. Lin Zhu looks at him using the eye of analysis, with a system sign hanging in front of his face. Lin Zhu is outraged. He stands clenching his teeth and thinks that even a first-rank zombie has a higher combat capability than him. Now its figure is only 291. The squad is a little scared. Sweat runs down the redhead's face as he holds his sword at the ready. This won't work. Lin Zhu needs experience. He stands in a fighting stance with a sword in his hand. Looks confidently forward at the monster. He needs more experience. He starts running towards the zombies. Confidence in his actions and determination can be seen on his face. With force, he hits the monster with a downward cutting blow. Cuts him in half. The system window appears. It contains congratulations on the successful destruction of rank 1 zombies. Gain 200 experience points. Then another inscription with congratulations appears. Lin Zhu's level has been increased to level 2 and 2 stat points have been gained. Lin Zhu stands and looks at his hand. The second with the sword is lowered down. Behind him is dust from a fallen monster. Lin Zhu is pleased that everything worked out for him. He wants to put all the characteristics he has received into his strength. The system window notifies that the strength has been increased. Now it is 38. Lin Zhu stands with a chopped monster lying behind him. Someone else appears in this nook. The red-haired man looks somewhere with excitement on his face. He calls out to Lin Zhu and asks him to be careful. Lin Zhu turns to the guy with a question. 3 zombies decided to attack from behind. They rush towards Lin Zhu wanting to tear him apart. Lin Zhu suddenly turns to them. The brown-haired man from the team enters the fight. He jumps on the monster, slashing it with his sword. Lin Zhu opened his mouth in surprise. Monsters are attacking. They swing their arms with long claws. The brown-haired man cut down another zombie. Having dealt with everyone, he stands with a straight back, legs spread shoulder-width apart, sword lowered down. Behind him, pieces of the monster fall to the ground. The young man with a ponytail praises the brown-haired man, calling him Zhang. He smiles and is pleased with how his friend handled it. Zhang wipes the green monster blood from his sword with a smug smile. Behind them lie the remains of 3 zombies. A little further away stands Lin Zhu and a red-haired guy. Zhang still turns to Lin Zhu and the red-haired man with the same smug smile. He exclaims with superiority, who is now almost shitting himself from fear. Lin Zhu looks at the zombie remains, with a severed head lying right in front of him. He regrets that he lost experience points. Lin Zhu turns around and calls his teammates to move on. They look at him silently. They continue their journey through the sector. There are piles of bones under some of the trees. The entire city was taken over by vegetation. The team walks through the sector and looks around. Lin Zhu walks in front, followed by a red-haired guy, then a guy with a ponytail, and at the end a brown-haired guy trails along. Lin Zhu is thoughtful and alert. Suddenly there is a stomp from the monster's feet, huge claws on the fingers. The team sees a cloud of dust ahead of them. Lin Zhu calls everyone to stop. The guy with the ponytail is surprised. The monster's fangs are simply huge. His mouth cannot close because of them. They are covered with green veins. The guy with purple hair grabs the sword and looks confidently at the monster. He says that this is the same zombie again. This time it will be his. The monster is simply huge. His clothes are torn, there is practically none left, only some scraps. His entire body is covered with small green specks. The eyes are completely white. There are huge claws on the hands. The system shows its characteristics. This is the leader of the zombies of the first rank. Its features include high speed, sharp teeth, and the ability to summon rank 1 zombies. The level of his overall combat capability is 580. Lin Zhu talks to the red-haired man. Raising his hand up, he forces him to stand still. The red-haired man calls to go kill zombies. Lin Zhu replies that he should not be approached. The monster is approaching. The guy with the ponytail is excited about the upcoming battle. He is already in a fighting stance and holds a sword in front of him. Exclaims that the monster is approaching. The zombie leader runs towards the students. His eyes glow white. He runs at great speed. He has a long braid on his bald head. The guy with the ponytail is scared. He widens his eyes in shock and screams. A bead of sweat rolls down his face. He curses and exclaims, not understanding the speed of this zombie. A zombie knocks down a guy with a ponytail. They fly forward together. A student with purple hair screams. The zombie towers over the guy. It opened its mouth, intending to attack the student. He tries to defend himself with a sword, holding his hand with it in front of him and putting a block. The brown-haired man kicks the zombie, throwing it away from his friend. Zhang Yi yells at the zombie to back off. The leader falls to the ground. He rolls over it. Zhang Yi raises his sword over him, intending to cut him in half. Screams, wishes death to the monster. Lin Zhu runs towards Zhang Yi. The red-haired man continues to stand still in bewilderment and fear. Lin Zhu tells Zhang Yi that this is the leader of the zombies. He must be killed with one blow. Otherwise he will call for reinforcements and then the team will have a lot of problems. Zhang Yi is completely confident in himself. He smiles looking at the zombie. He exclaims with disdain that Lin Zhu decided to teach him, although he himself is a failure. Zhang Yi throws a punch, but only succeeds in cutting off the zombie's arm because it quickly dodges. Zhang Yi is at a loss. Sweat runs down his face. Drops of the monster's green blood fly in the air. The guy is surprised that this zombie is so resourceful. The zombie growls loudly. His mouth is wide open. He spits green saliva. The monster stands with its legs wide apart. A circle appears around him, carved into the ground. A clawed hand emerges from the ground. The leader summoned many zombies. There are a huge number of them. They are all heading in the same direction. Among them are zombies that they have not yet seen today. For example, a monster with lilac skin. The cut of his mouth is almost up to his ears. Huge fangs inside. The ears are elongated, with a pointed tip. Lin Zhu, the red-haired guy and Zhang Yi stand on their feet in front of a crowd of zombies. A guy with a ponytail sits on the ground. They look at the approaching zombies. Zhang Yi is very scared. He is covered in sweat. Lin Zhu and the red-haired man are standing behind him, looking at the crowd with alarm. Zhang Yi fearfully notes that there are a lot of zombies. He looks away from the zombie, ready to run. He says he doesn't want to die here. Zhang Yi runs away from the battlefield. He is very frightened. Unimaginable fear is visible on his face. A guy with a ponytail stands behind him and asks him to wait. The red-haired guy is standing next to Lin Zhu. He's scared too, raising his hand up, as if trying to attract attention. He turns to Lin Zhu and says that there are too many zombies. They also need to leave immediately. Lin Zhu clenches his hand into a fist. Isn't that exactly what he wanted? He takes out a sword from behind his back. He stands confidently. It is clear that he is ready for battle. If he slaughters this crowd, this can greatly increase your level. Lin Zhu quickly heads towards the crowd of monsters. The red-haired guy extends his hand after him, as if trying to stop him. He shouts after him, asking what he's up to, if he's gone crazy. Lin Zhu thinks to himself that he can turn a cheap bike into a motorcycle in one fell swoop. He needs to go on the attack. Lin Zhu is confident. His eyes glow red. He can win. Lin Zhu rushes into the battle. He cuts down the monsters one by one. Severed pieces of zombies scatter around. The red-haired guy watches this picture with great surprise. He asks himself whether this is the Lin Zhu he knows. Lin Zhu continues to fight the monsters. Such determination to fight to the death. One of the monsters flies towards the red-haired guy. The zombie bared its mouth and opened its arms, intending to grab its prey. The student turns around in surprise at the noise behind him. The red-haired man cuts off the monster's head from the body with one blow. Green blood sprays out in all directions from the point of impact. The guy joins this madness. Lin Zhu and the red-haired man fight the monsters together, standing next to each other and swinging their swords left and right. There are still many zombies around them. Lin Zhu hears a sound behind him. The zombie leader wants to attack him and moves towards him. With one arm severed, he roars in anger and rushes towards Lin Zhu and knocks him to the ground. The guy flies away from this blow. The red-haired man turns back and shouts Lin Zhu's name in alarm. The zombie opened its mouth, about to attack. Lin Zhu is lying on the ground, with a zombie towering over him, who is a little distracted. Lin Zhu stares at the monster. Sweat runs down his face. He is angry and worried. He furiously calls the monster names and exclaims that he wanted to attack him from behind. System signs appear in front of Lin Zhu's face with congratulations. Lin Zhu successfully upgraded to level 3. He received 3 stat points. The next sign states that he has reached level 4 and has gained 4 stat points. On the last one, congratulations are written on raising the level to the 5th and receiving 5 stat points. Lin Zhu's face is scratched. He was glad to see the system notify him. Just great. 3 levels in a row and 12 stat points at once. Ask systems to put all points into strength. A sign appears with an increase in characteristics. Now the strength is 50. Lin Zhu's hands fill with power as if muscles are suddenly pumping up. He clasps the leader's head with his bare hands and looks straight at him, smiling confidently. He sharply twists the monster's head with a scream, in which he puts a wish for death for this zombie. The monster looms over Lin Zhu. They are still in the same place among abandoned houses. The head of the zombie leader turns unnaturally. Lin Zhu twisted his neck. Lin Zhu raises his foot to strike. He kicks the zombies far ahead of him. Lin Zhu reaches out with his hand for his sword. He gets to his feet and approaches the monster. With one sharp movement he cuts off the leader's head. She flies off to the side. The system signs appear again. Lin Zhu's level has been raised to level 6 and the genetic lock system has been unlocked. Gains 6 stat points. A complete table with his characteristics appears in front of Lin Zhu. He studies it thoughtfully. His entire face is covered with small abrasions. The sign says that Lin Zhu is now level 6. He has 0 experience points out of 2,500, strength is 50 points, endurance 33, speed 32. The total combat effectiveness is 380 points. The anger scale is 100% full. There is only one open ability and that is the Eye of Analysis. Lin Zhu and the red-haired man are standing among the zombie corpses. In front of Lin Zhu, there is a blue system window hanging in the air, which he studies. The red-haired man looks at the corpses with his sword down. Lin Zhu is puzzled. He thinks about what kind of tricks this system is creating. He asks you to invest 3 of the stat points you receive into speed and 3 into endurance. Thinking about what genetic locks are, he had seen them mentioned in cultivation literature before. Among the human genome, there is a fairly large portion of genes that humans cannot use. In the system window there is a diagram, which consists of squares covered by chains. They are connected to each other by lines. It is precisely because a person cannot use most of his genes that humanity is not able to realize its full potential. According to legends, if a person can unlock the genetic locks, then he will be able to reach the peak of his potential. Lin Zhu imagines such a person. He is incredibly strong, can lift huge boulders over his head, tame wild animals, and is excellent with weapons. He looks at the system window in fascination. Such a person will be able to become a being akin to God. Lin Zhu looks with delight at the open window of the system, which depicts the silhouette of a pumped-up man. He smiles. He is interested in how much stronger he can become after opening the first castle. He presses his finger on the window of the system, directly on the pictured man. Asks the system to open the first genetic lock. A red sign opens in front of him, which says that the current level is below 15. Lin Zhu is surprised. His posture expresses a silent question. The system opens the following window. Opening is impossible. Lin Zhu is shocked. He is unpleasantly surprised, indignantly asks what it is. He stands thoughtfully. He clenches his hand into a fist and holds it in front of his face. He thinks about whether it really is impossible to do without the 15th level. If he continues to kill monsters, he will soon be able to fulfill the unlock requirement. A red-haired man appears behind Lin Zhu. He is confused and looks at the young man in surprise. Lin Zhu listens to the red-haired man's question. He asks if he is really the same Lin Zhu he knows. It seemed to him that he suddenly became much stronger. The red-haired man approaches Lin Zhu holding a sword on his shoulder. Lin Zhu stands in front of the killed monsters with his hands down. The red-haired man exclaims that Lin Zhu dealt with the leader almost single-handedly. Lin Zhu turns towards the guy. There is a sweet smile on his face. He is trying to hide that something has changed. He says it was just the leader of the zombies. There's nothing special about it. The redhead is a little indignant at this answer. He looks at Lin Zhu with suspicion and faintly laments how he can now call him Big Brother, because if he addresses him like that, he will begin to feel like an adult. Lin Zhu heads forward down the street. He holds his hand on the hilt of the sword, which is sheathed on his back. The red-haired one follows him a little behind. Lin Zhu calls him to continue exploring the area. The guy agrees. A wooden sign nailed to a wooden post. She stands in the middle of the bushes, with tree roots visible behind her. The sign has red letters on it. Warriors of the initial stage are prohibited from going deeper. Lin Zhu and the red-haired man are standing right in front of the pillar with the inscription. The redhead put his hands on his hips. Lin Zhu says that this seems to be the very forbidden area that teacher Luo spoke about. The red-haired man says in response that it's not worth going there after all. Lin Zhu stands thoughtfully with his hand to his chin, supporting his elbow with his other hand. The red-haired man stands behind him and looks to the side as if he noticed something. They are both covered in abrasions. Lin Zhu thinks. On their way there they did not meet a single zombie. He had absolutely no opportunity to gain experience. He is wondering whether to go into the forbidden area. The redhead extends his hand towards Lin Zhu. He turns around, a question written on his face. The redhead calls out to Lin Zhu several times. He asks what's the matter. The red-haired man points his finger somewhere and says that there is a snake there. Lin Zhu is scared. A bead of sweat begins to run down his face. He curses. The head of a large snake can be seen in front of them. It looks towards the guys, sticking out its tongue. A system window appears with information about this monster. This is a rank 3 allochroic python. Its characteristics and overall combat capability are unknown. Allochroic means that it can change color. The redhead points his hand directly at her. He exclaims that there is a huge snake right on the tree. Lin Zhu turns his head towards him and shouts that this is an evolved beast. There is fear on the guy's face. He thinks why the eye of analysis does not work on the snake. The huge snake is heading straight towards the guys. The guys are frightened and try to step back a little. They are overcome by fear. The snake opens its mouth wide. It shows 4 huge fangs and streams of poison. A long elongated tongue stretches forward. She strikes forward, throwing the guys to the sides and raising lumps of dirt upward. Lin Zhu runs away from the scene. A snake wriggles behind him, raising a heap of dust from the ground. Lin Zhu urges the red-haired man to run quickly. The snake quickly rushes after them. The guys run away from her along the road. There are tree roots lying around. The red-haired man runs slightly away from Lin Zhu and a little behind, but the snake strives to catch up with Lin Zhu. He runs forward. It is clear from him that he is very scared. The snake crawls after him, choosing him as a target. Lin Zhu is very outraged by this. He encourages her to crawl after her fat partner. The red-haired man breathes heavily with his hand on his knee. He stands bent over and tries to catch his breath after running. He thinks that they broke away from the snake. He looks at the thickets and ruins of buildings. He exclaims and asks not to tell him that Lin Zhu ran towards these ruins. There you can see the ruins of some building. There are a lot of huge stones and tree roots. Some of the stones are covered with moss. There are a huge number of trees growing around. Lin Zhu is hiding behind the destroyed wall of some brick building. He squats and looks out from the shelter. He is surprised that he doesn't see anyone. It looks like no one is chasing him anymore. Lin Zhu sits down on the ground near this wall. He's focused. He should not lose his attention. This python is capable of adjusting its color to its surroundings. It is possible that right now he is hiding somewhere nearby and is already preparing to launch a surprise attack. Lin Zhu is shocked and someone threatens him with a sharp arrowhead, holds it right in front of the guy's face and orders him not to move. There are people standing opposite Lin Zhu. Bald man with a scar and a sword. A young man with brown hair and green stripes on his cheeks. It is he who threatens Lin Zhu with a crossbow with an arrow. A little further away you can see someone's black silhouette with eyes glowing red. The guy with the stripes asks Lin Zhu why he is hiding here. Lin Zhu sits on his knees with his hands up. He's scared. The young man with stripes continues to threaten him with a crossbow. He judges by the clothes and makes the assumption that Lin Zhu is a small devil from Starlight Academy. Lin Zhu tries to smile conciliatorily. Large drops of sweat run down his face. He still holds his hands palms up, showing that he is unarmed and does not pose a threat. He greets them and calls the company lads. He says he was just passing by. In fact, he is very scared. Opposite him is a company of people with weapons. On the shoulder of one of them is some kind of loot. Their eyes glow red. This is a group of adventurers who specialize in hunting zombies and beasts in order to obtain valuable materials. Each of them already officially bears the rank of warrior. There is no way Lin Zhu can handle them. One of the people with a nasty expression on his face and a nasty grin takes Lin Zhu's sword. He says with a chuckle that he has long wanted a weapon from Starlight Academy. Lin Zhu should leave it to him and can leave. Lin Zhu looks at this man indignantly and fearfully. He asks if the nasty guy leaves him in such a place without a weapon. It turns out he will send him to his death. The man who took the weapon swings his sword at Lin Zhu. He looks in fear at the sword, which is moving towards him. A warrior from the detachment makes him die right now and is going to fulfill his wish himself. Lin Zhu anxiously points a finger behind the guy's back. He turns back. His teeth look like a rat's. Lin Zhu shouts at him to wait and says that there is something behind the guy. He doesn't believe it and says that Lin Zhu is just fooling him. Behind the man's back, the mouth of a huge snake is open. Another of the squad turns back and looks at the python. The snake attacks and closes its mouth on the nasty guy. The sword flies to the side. The snake almost completely captures the person in its mouth, leaving only its legs outside. She lifts her head up. The guy in the mouth lets out a scream. Lin Zhu continues to sit below the wall. The snake wriggles, raising clouds of dust. The squad is on alert. Some say it is an alacroic python, an evolved level 3 beast, and urges everyone to be prepared. The dark-haired man from the squad looks confident. He waves one hand and asks not to panic. This is a 3rd rank beast. They can cut down more than 1 million for its anomalous crystal and skin. His team members happily support this idea. The guy with stripes on his face smiles joyfully, raising his hand with the weapon up. He agrees and calls to finish off the snake. Another man from the team chuckles and shouts a slogan calling for them to fight for the money. Lin Zhu watches this whole picture with doubt. He stands behind some tree and thinks. They decided with their group, consisting of 1st rank warriors, to attack the 3rd rank beast. Greed is destructive. The snake goes berserk, writhing furiously with its whole body, raising huge clouds of dust. Members of a team of prey hunters try to attack him. One of them is already flying back from the python's strike. Lin Zhu watches the battle closely. He thinks that as soon as he appears, he needs to grab a weapon and run away. Someone manages to wound the snake. He hisses furiously. The python knocks back one of the squad members with a strong blow of its tail. He screams. Someone raises a sword. The man with the scar raises his sword over the snake. The python hisses furiously and releases a stream of venom. It hits the man with the scar and cuts off his arm. A man screams in extreme pain. Another member of the squad, the same one who made the proposal to kill the snake, screams loudly. Everyone should focus their attack on the python's head. The squad members rush to attack the snake. The snake opened its mouth threateningly. Cries of encouragement and calls to kill the snake are heard among the squad. One of the men drives a sword into the snake's head. The bodies of the killed squad members lie nearby. The snake continues to squirm. A man stands on the head of a defeated python. He lowered the hand with the sword down and raised the other one up in a solemn gesture, meaning victory. He says relieved that the snake is finally dead. Lin Zhu sits near the bushes and watches this picture. The triumphant man stands with his back to him. The man notices something and turns his head to the side. His face is covered in bruises. He looks down directly at Lin Zhu, who is trying to take back his sword. The man turns to the guy with expression, asking him if he brought this creature here. Threatening with a sword, the man still stands on the defeated snake. He shouts at Lin Zhu to cut off the skin from the python and remove the anomalous crystal, and not even think about joking. One wrong move and the man would kill Lin Zhu with one blow. Lin Zhu stands hunched over, holding a sword in one hand and clenching the other into a threatening fist. He tells the man that there is something wrong with his head. He is wounded and left alone, and he is also pretending to be God knows what and issuing decrees. Lin Zhu assures that the man should not worry. He will cut off her skin and extract the anomalous crystal. But these will be his trophies. Lin Zhu grins smugly, looking forward confidently. The man furrowed his eyebrows. He turns to Lin Zhu, calling him a freak. How dare he encroach on someone else's prey? He attacks Lin Zhu. He stands calmly and looks directly at the enemy. Lin Zhu deftly dodges the sword. He doesn't care about the man's attacks. He calmly points out that the man's strength is already running out and adds that he is not going to take him into account. Lin Zhu cuts the man's hand in one precise motion. He screams in pain, blood gushing from the wound in all directions. The man falls to the ground. He clutches the handless stump to himself and puts out his other hand as if trying to defend himself. He is angry and scared, although he tries to hide it by making verbal threats. He asks Lin Zai if he knows what he will get for this. This man is a person of the Jiang family. Lin Zhu stands over the man lying on the ground. He is calm, and from his facial expression one can even assume that he is bored. He moved his hand with the sword slightly to the side. He tells the man that he has not heard of the Jiang family. All he knows is that they were going to take his weapon and condemn him to death. He tightens his grip on the hilt of his sword, swinging. And he says that a man should not expect mercy. Blood splashes on the ground. Ling Zhu stands over the dead enemy. He cut it down. The system sign appears again. He is congratulated for destroying a first-rank warrior. Lin Zhu received 2,500 experience points. He reached level 7 and received 7 stat points. Lin Zhu stared at the system window with interest, placing a finger to his lips in interest. The inscription on the window says that he was given 1 spin for the first destruction of a warrior. He finally got another promotion, and 1 rotation to boot. Lin Zhu stands in front of the snake, with its characteristics hanging next to him. He asks you to distribute 7 stat points between speed and endurance. With this distribution, he will be able to maintain balance with the force. He will use the rotation when he finds a place to rest. But now he should look at the trophies. The characteristics indicate that 15,000 points are required to move to the next level. Lin Zhu's combat capability is currently equal to 444 points. Lin Zhu cuts up the snake with a joyful expression. He has clearly become stronger. The muscles on his body are very prominent. He holds a rather large pink stone in his hand. In his other hand he holds a sword. Streams of blood flow from the stone onto the palm. This is the first anomalous crystal he sees. The lens inside the evolved beast is its source of power. Warriors can absorb the energy contained in it to become stronger, or use it as a power source for any devices. Lin Zhu squats next to the luggage of the destroyed squad. He goes through their things. Behind him lies the carcass of a snake. There were 2 more anomalous crystals of the 2nd rank lying around in the squad's belongings. Lin Zhu thinks that it is not worth taking extra weapons. It will only serve as a burden. Lin Zhu heads away from this battle site. Behind his back is a heavy green backpack. There are several swords attached to it. Lin Zhu holds onto the straps of his backpack with both hands. Yang Tian and the rest of his group can now be found. Lin Zhu stands in front of another sign. It says in red letters that this is a dangerous area. Lin Zhu is annoyed and a little angry. He went the wrong way. Lin Zhu goes ahead despite the warning. He is alert, looking around in search of danger. You can't linger here for a second. He needs to leave urgently. Suddenly some noise is heard. Lin Zhu covers his ears with his hands and closes his eyes. The birds fly into the sky in alarm. He still covers his ears with his hands. He suddenly opens his eyes. Fear is written on his face. This looks like something bad. A large black cat with blue spots sits on the trunk of a huge tree. Blue lightning bolts of energy emanate from her. The Eye of Analysis suggests that this is a rank 4 Thunder Panther. Its features and overall combat capability are unknown. Lin Zhu is hiding in the bushes. He watches the cat as it moves along a tree branch. He is unhappy with his bad luck. I met a beast of the 4th rank, which, moreover, is not affected by the Eye of Analysis. He needs to escape urgently. Lin Zhu turns around in alarm and looks somewhere to the side. Apparently he heard some noise there. He is surprised that there could be someone there. A beautiful blonde girl is walking along the road. She is wearing a tight-fitting orange suit with beige accents. She had a long sword in a sheath behind her back, and she put her hand on the hilt, ready to pull it out at any second. The system suggests that this is Luo Yu, a 4th rank warrior. Her characteristics and overall combat capability are unknown. Lin Zhu is still sitting in the bushes. He looks out of them, looking at the girl in surprise. In front of him is a rank 4 warrior whose characteristics cannot be analyzed. The girl swings her sword and strikes. The cat pays attention to her and grins. A blue aura appears around her, which she uses to take the hit. The panther jumps on the girl. She moves towards her. She is clearly not afraid to lose. The girl dodges the cat's attack. She lands next to her, swinging. The warrior hits the panther on the head, causing the cat to roar. Dust rises from the impact and flashes of force are visible. Lin Zhu watches the fight from the bushes, slightly pressing his head into his shoulders, as if trying to become more inconspicuous. He reflects on what he saw. So this is what the strength of a high-ranking warrior looks like. Lin Zhu is impressed. One day he will become just like this girl. He will become even stronger. A bloody cat lies on the ground. She has strange purple blood. Blue, not only the spots on the skin, but also the claws, eyes, and fangs. The girl confidently walks towards the panther, holding a weapon in one hand. Linzu watches from the bushes, wondering if the fight is over. Suddenly the cat bares its teeth and growls. A violet sphere appears above the panther, with lightning emanating from it in different directions. The girl is surprised. She defends herself with a sword, holding the blade directly in front of her face. The purple sphere becomes larger and then an explosion of enormous power is heard. The blast wave pushes the girl away and she flies back screaming. She flew away a very long distance, somewhere towards a cliff. Linzu peeks out from the bushes and looks in the direction where the girl fell. He asks himself if she died. Linzu now turned his gaze to the cat. It lies in the center of the crater that arose from the explosion and does not seem to show signs of life. Linzu reflects on what happened. This panther was able to play dead and then deal the fatal blow to this girl. Suddenly it dawns on him. Understanding the situation, he looks at the cat. It wasn't like that at all, it was a deadly counterattack. Linzu happily slams his fist into his palm. He smiles, still standing in the bushes, but now at full height, not worrying about being noticed. An idea comes to his mind. If this panther has not yet completely given up the ghost, then Linzu can deal the final blow to it. He wonders if this will count as taking down a serious boss. Moreover, a rank 4 anomalous beast crystal itself should be worth a lot of money. Linzu crawls out of the bushes and tiptoes towards the panther. He giggles happily. The cat is lying on the ground and appears dead. Linzu raises his sword over the cat's head, about to hit it. He smiles joyfully and widely. He's pretty lucky. Suddenly he is very surprised by something. He is still standing with his sword raised above his head when a sound comes from behind him. He turns his head in that direction. Behind him, on a tree branch, stands another thunder panther. Linzu is annoyed that she appeared. Putting his sword behind his back, he quickly runs away from the battlefield. The second cat has shining blue eyes. Linzu scolds himself. How could he forget that thunder panthers usually hunt in pairs, with the male hunting together with the female? The panther growls, mouth wide open. With sparkling eyes, she rushes after the guy. He runs away in fear, and he shouts to the cat that it was not he who killed her husband. He brakes sharply with his heels, leaning back slightly by inertia. Linzu reached the edge of the cliff, and the girl flew off in the same direction. He stands on the very edge and looks down. The cat is already creeping up behind him. Linzu notices this and glances in her direction. He turns around and takes out his sword. He stands in front of the panther and loudly shouts to it not to come near him, otherwise he will cut it. The panther does not heed his warning and jumps forward, attacking the guy. Linzu, holding the sword tightly with both hands, jumps off the cliff. He shouts to the panther that he would rather be smashed to pieces than become dinner, heated by the panther's lightning. Linzu sank into the water up to his waist. He screams, raising his head up and closing his eyes. There is fear on his face. He was clearly expecting death. From his landing, splashes of water fly out to the sides. He looks up at the cliff he just jumped from. A flock of birds flies in the blue sky. The cliff from which he jumped is quite high. Linzu continues to stand in the water. There was a depression here. It seems that the trees on the cliff softened Linzu's fall, and there was also a body of water there. It was only thanks to this that he remained alive. Linzu stands in the water. His clothes were probably wet, and so were the things in his backpack. He turns back and sees that besides him there is someone else in the pond. He is surprised by this. The girl lies on the flat surface of the water. She is unconscious. Her whole body is covered with scratches and bruises. She is very beautiful. She has large breasts, a thin waist. The costume does not hide how toned her muscles are. It seems that this is the same girl who fought the Thunder Panther. The water is very clear. Through it you can see that there are cracks at the bottom of the reservoir. It seems that the bottom of this lake consists of stone. Linzu quickly walks towards the girl. He hurries to come quickly. It looks like the girl is still alive. He picks her up and carries her out of the pond. Water flows from both of them in streams. Behind them you can see piles of stones. The girl's hand with the sword hangs down weakly. Linzu looks at her with concern. The girl is still breathing, she just lost consciousness. He sits the girl near a huge tree, holding her by the shoulders with his hand. He sits on his knees next to her and looks with concern and interest. He examines her appearance. The girl's eyes are closed. Her face is calm. It is covered with scratches. She has long eyelashes. Blonde hair is pulled back into a high ponytail. Linzu wonders where such a beauty came from in this place. Judging by her appearance, she is no more than 18, and she has already become a 4th rank warrior. Lin Zhu looks at her worriedly. Sweat is running down his face and his brows are slightly furrowed. He makes the assumption that this girl is from some large family. Lin Zhu rises to his feet. He is still standing near the girl, but has turned his head in the other direction from her. The girl is sitting near a tree. Her legs are bent at the knees. Her hands are on the ground. With one of them she is holding a sword even in an unconscious state. The green backpack still hangs over his shoulders. He still hasn't thrown it off. He holds his growling stomach with his hands. He hasn't eaten anything since the morning. He's very hungry. Lin Zhu looks at the pond. There are fish frolicking there. She jumps up out of the water. Lin Zhu smiles happily at this discovery. There are fish in this lake. He caught several of them, put them on sticks and set them to roast by the fire. Lin Zhu took off his wet clothes and was left in only his underwear. He sits on a stone near the fire and eats fish. Even without seasoning, its taste is simply great. Suddenly he is attacked from behind. He did not expect this and calmly ate the fish. He turns back and dodges the sword. Still sitting on the stone, he shouts at the girl with fear and excitement, asking what she is doing. The girl can hardly stand on her feet. She holds her weapon in one hand and presses the other to her chest. She asks why Lin Zhu has almost no clothes and what did he do with her. Lin Zhu looks at her indignantly. He keeps holding the fish in his hands. He loudly replies that he pulled her out of the water onto the shore. If it weren't for him, she would have drowned long ago and gone to feed the fish. The girl looks at Lin Zhu in surprise. It seems she didn't expect this. She exclaims in surprise that he saved her. Lin Zhu stands in front of her wearing only his shorts. There is a lake behind him. In one hand he holds a fish, which he is going to continue eating. He raised the second one up and waves his palm. The girl stands opposite him and holds her weapon tightly. He calms and encourages the girl, telling her to relax. He's not going to force her to marry him. The girl looks away embarrassedly. She seems to have blushed a little. The girl calls Lin Zhu shameless. He continues to eat fish. In his other hand he holds another stick with food, which he hands to the girl. She stands with her hand pressed to her chest. Lin Zhu teases her again and says that her voice sounded very sweet when she called him shameless. Then he continues, but not so playfully. He says that he won't tease her anymore, offers her to eat fish. It turned out delicious. Checks to see if the girl is hungry. She looks at the fish. It seems that this proposal did not particularly inspire her. Lin Zhu got dirty while eating fish. There were small spots around his mouth. A little steam is still emanating from the body of the fish. It has just cooked. Lin Zhu says that the girl is injured. There are no medicines around and they cannot be found. He advises her to eat something to regain her strength. Lin Zhu sits on a stone, leaning forward slightly and placing his elbow on his leg. A fire is burning in front of him. The girl stands a little further away and looks at him. She still hasn't removed the weapon from her hands. Lin Zhu introduces himself to her, saying his name. The girl sits on a stone near a fire and holds fried fish in her hands. She's already taken one bite of it. She placed the sheath with the sword behind her back. The girl introduces herself in response. Her name is Luo Yu. He asks Lin Zhu to tell him what he wants. She looks forward firmly and confidently, holds the fish almost right next to the mouth. Luo Yu doesn't like to be in debt. She tells Lin Zhu to say what he wants. She will get it for him and they will be even, or she will kill him. Lin Zhu is shocked by this statement. He clearly did not expect this from the girl. He looks at her with fear and asks whether she was serious or not, because he is her savior. The girl calmly continues to eat the fish. Lin Zhu smiles and gives a thumbs up. He tells Luo Yu that he wants to become as cool as her. The girl tells him that his inclinations are too weak. Lin Zhu is very upset. He cries and wipes his tears with his fist. It was a blow to the heart. He upsetly asks the girl why she is doing this to him. Does she really not consider him a person at all? Night fell and the forest plunged into darkness. The girl lies on the ground with one shoulder leaning against a tree. With one hand she holds the sheath with the weapon, and with the other she presses tightly to herself. She seems to be sleeping. Her eyes are closed. Next to her lies Lin Zhu's backpack, and he himself sits a little away from the girl, with his back turned to her. He hugs his knees to his chest, folding his hands, palms on his knees. He smiles joyfully and looks out the system window. Laughs. A wheel opens in the system window. In it you can win weapons, alliance currency, a smile and a super prize. There are also several sections where nothing is written. It was time to use the rotation that Lin Zhu received for killing that warrior with the surname Zhang. Lin Zhu looks at the wheel with his hands on his hips. He raises his finger up. Lin Zhu smiles happily and presses the button. The wheel begins to spin. Lin Zhu folded his hands in front of him in a prayer gesture, pressing his palms together. His eyes are closed. He hopes that he will get a weapon. The wheel slows down and stops. Lin Zhu became angry. He points his finger at the window. He is annoyed. He lost money again. However, the arrow of the wheel rolls further and stops at the super prize. It's as if a firecracker with colorful pieces of paper is exploding all around. Lin Zhu stands in surprise and looks at the wheel. The system congratulates the owner on receiving a super prize, which is the greatness of the phoenix. He rejoices, waving his arms. There is real glee written all over his face. He considers himself simply the embodiment of luck. He thinks that he hit the jackpot. The system window appears. It says that only warriors of the 6th rank and above can create a combat skill card. This card provides experience in mastering the specified skill and knowledge about the process of improving it. There is a green card hanging in front of Lin Zhu. Various birds fly around. A huge green phoenix rises. Based on strength, combat skill cards are divided into several categories. There are bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Lin Zhu looks at the green card sadly. He's disappointed with what he's dealt. Asking the system if it is laughing at him, it looks like a scam. This is a bronze card, and also for the spear technique, which is the most difficult to improve. The green card says that it represents the Phoenix Greatness skill and has the number 1 at the bottom. Lin Zhu holds the card in his hands. He looks straight at her. He is enlightened by the understanding of what has befallen him. This is a skill card with a development property. Such cards are even more valuable than those of the diamond category, since they are capable of changing as their owner's powers grow. Lin Zhu blows a kiss to the system. The system window responds with an embarrassed laugh. The guy holds the green card with both hands. He is clearly pleased with his discovery. Lin Zhu laughs and says, "The system is good, it didn't offend him." Once you have your combat skill card, the next logical step is to get a suitable spear. It's not for nothing that they say that a month on a stick, a year on a blade, a lifetime on a spear. The spear is the prince of 100 types of weapons. It is the most difficult to learn. At that time in the real world, Luo Yu stands behind Lin Zhu and watches his actions. A guy sits on a rock and giggles stupidly at something he doesn't know. Luo Yu comes a little closer to him and tries to see what he is doing there. The guy is holding a green card in his hands. He does not expect the girl to appear and does not know what to answer her. He clearly doesn't want her to see the card in his hands. It's clear from his appearance that he's trying to figure out how to answer her question about what he does. Lin Zhu turns to the girl with a tight smile. He tries to hide the green card from her view. A bead of sweat runs down his face. He tries to seem natural. Coughing a little, he replies that he's not laughing at anything. The girl turns her head to the side. She seems a little worried. Her profile is illuminated by the light from the fire. She asks Lin Zhu if he heard anything just now. Lin Zhu thought about it. He put his hand to his chin and listened. Apparently, people are approaching them. A girl sits in the roots of a tree. She looks towards the sounds. In his left hand he holds a sheath with his weapon. Lin Zhu became alarmed, his tense back making it clear how excited he was. Luo Yu suggests that these sounds could be made by a group of adventurers. Lin Zhu recalls his encounter with the previous group. He clearly sees before his eyes a man with a scar who is holding some kind of prey on his shoulder, and a guy with green stripes on his cheeks who threatened him with a crossbow. Lin Zhu stands with his hands clenched into fists. He's a little scared. The girl looks at him. Lin Zhu orders to leave quickly, because it is unknown whether this group of adventurers are friends or enemies. The girl barely gets to her feet. She holds onto a tree with one hand, bends over slightly, and rests her other hand on her leg. A sheath with weapons is already attached to her back. You can see from her face that she is in a lot of pain and has a hard time standing. Lin Zhu looks at her and asks about her injuries. She still can't walk normally. Lin Zhu puts the backpack on his chest rather than on his back. He approaches the girl and bends his knees, leaning forward slightly so that it is more convenient for her to climb onto his back. The girl is still holding onto the tree with one hand, but she has already removed the other from her leg and is standing straight. Lin Zhu encourages her to climb on his back. Luo Yu asks him if she allowed him to carry her. Lin Zhu turns his head slightly in her direction. He is angry and strict. Lin Zhu looks away from him in embarrassment, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Lin Zhu says that this is his initiative. If she cannot overcome herself, then he can just leave her here. And he frightens her a little by saying that no one knows what is on the minds of these adventurers. It is unknown what they will do to Luo Yu when they see her, because she is very beautiful. The girl climbs onto his back. Lin Zhu holds her legs. They quickly move away from the clearing they were in. Luo Yu yells at Lin Zhu to shut up. There are a large number of men standing in the clearing. They wear burgundy and black uniforms with blue accents. One of the men stands with his arms crossed over his chest. Behind his back, in a sheath, hangs a very long sword. The second man is kneeling on the ground. He raised one hand to his face and rubbed something in his fingers. Directly in front of him is an extinguished fire, smoke still emanating from it. This man says that someone was just here and clearly did not have time to go far. The man is in the shadows, with some kind of scarf tied around his neck. The eyes burn with a bright, red fire. He smiles ominously and says that it seems that there are other warriors here. When his teammates find them, they can kill them on the spot. Lin Xiu runs forward. Dust erupts from under his feet. He tells the girl on his back that she is heavy. The guy was out of breath and clearly tired. Sweat runs down his face. There is a girl sitting on his back, whom he is holding by the legs. Luo Yu looks at Lin Xiu angrily. He asks the girl if she would like to lose a couple of centimeters from her waist. She indignantly answers him that if he needs it, then let him throw it away. And the heavy one is not actually her, but the sword behind her back. Lin Xiu continues on his way, stepping heavily on the ground. Suddenly he stopped. Right in front of them, clouds of dust rise from the ground. Luo Yu asks what's the matter. Lin Xiu looks forward. He is surprised by something. His eyes glow neon blue. He asks what it is. In the sky, among the stars, a white crescent shines. Among the trees, in front of the guys, rises a huge snake with a red crest. The eye of analysis tells Lin Xiu that this is a second-rank winged red snake. Its characteristics indicate that it is a poisonous species of snake, prone to nocturnal activity. The total combat effectiveness of this monster is 670 points. Lin Xiu with Luo Yu behind him stands at a short distance from the monster, but he had clearly already noticed them. Lin Xiu says that there is an evolved beast ahead. He thinks in confusion that she has the second rank, although her combat effectiveness is not that high. Snake, look at your potential prey. He opened his mouth, bared his fangs and stuck out his tongue. His eyes glow a bright red, bloodthirsty light. Luo Yu is still behind the guy. She takes her sword out of its sheath and hands it to Lin Xiu. He turned his head towards her a little surprised. Luo Yu invites him to take her sword, probably to fight a monster. Lin Xiu opens his eyes wide as he looks at the sword. He's pleasantly surprised, notes that this is not a bad thing. Lin Xiu picked up Luo Yu's weapon. He looks at him in shock. Lin Xiu lowers his hand with the sword down, as if trying it on and getting used to its weight. The backpack is still on his chest. He looks down at the blade of the sword and thinks in surprise that it is very heavy. Lin Xiu stands holding the girl on his back, his hand with the sword extended down. Luo Yu looks down at the guy. He asks what materials the sword is made of. She thinks about how Luo Yu swung such a heavy sword so calmly. Here it is, the difference in strength in all its glory. Luo Yu looks sternly at the back of Lin Xiu's head. She confidently tells him that he needs to stop chatting, asks him to quickly let her go and fight the snake. Lin Xiu kneels down so that the girl jumps off his back. She is standing right behind him. The snake, at this time, is watching them. Lin Xiu takes the sword in both hands and takes a fighting stance. Luo Yu stands behind him. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked at the guy's back. She says that the winged red snakes are highly mobile and are most dangerous at night. Luo Yu stands holding a backpack in one hand. Lin Xiu, with his sword at the ready, moved towards the snake. The snake bared its teeth at him. He lowered his head to the ground and hissed. Lin Xiu clenched his teeth in tension. The snake moves towards him. She's so fast that he can't even keep up with her. Lin Xiu refutes his thoughts. The reason is the influence of the night on his attention. The guy gives the snake a slash from the left. She hisses at him furiously, pinning herself to the ground. Now Lin Xiu must quickly throw a roundhouse thrust. Lin Xiu closely watches the opponent's movements. He raises his sword up. His movements are very fast. The guy stabs the snake. He pierces its head. Lin Xiu stands over the defeated beast, holding the sword that is in the monster's head. He laughs happily and asks Luo Yu if she saw it. Luo Yu approached the guy with a calm face that did not express delight. Lin Xiu stands sad and a little confused. Luo Yu says that he is not able to handle even one red-winged snake of the second rank. He really has a terrible lack of ability. Lin Xiu tells her that if she continues like this, he might die. Lin Xiu stands next to the snake and shows it the middle finger. Anger and superiority are written on his face. He tells the already dead monster to try to bite him and threatens that he will not only kill her, but also take the anomalous crystal and get a lot of money for it. Something strange begins to happen to the snake's body. It begins to separate. The detached head of a monster flies towards Lin Xiu and is about to attack him. He looks at her in shock and fear and, cursing loudly, is surprised that she can do that. The snake bit the guy's hand. He swings it around, trying to throw off the severed head. He is scared and in a panic. He shouts, asking what kind of witchcraft this is. He managed to throw his head off his hand. He threw her forcefully to the ground. Anger at this unexpected incident is written all over his face. He yells at the snake's head, asking it if it seriously thought it could bite him. Lin Zhu steps on the head with his foot. The snake's eyes bulge. Splashes of blood fly to the sides. Lin Zhu stands and presses one hand to his chest, in the area of his heart. He is a little puzzled and disappointed. A system window opened in front of his face. The guy is congratulated for destroying the red-winged snake of the second rank. He received 2,500 points. Lin Zhu thinks that he made an oversight. I completely forgot about the system reminder. In the future, you will need to check system notifications first to make sure the enemy is dead. A guy squats in front of the body of a dead snake. Liu Yu approached him from behind. She crossed her arms over her chest. With a sweet and satisfied smile, she turned her head to the side. Lin Zhu glances displeasedly in her direction and asks why she didn't tell him, although she clearly knew that red snakes are capable of separating the head from the body. Liu Yu replies that he didn't ask her. Lin Zhu looks at her hand. The snake bit through the protective suit. A red spot spreads all over the arm from the site of the bite. Lin Zhu says that he is in a lot of pain. Lin Zhu is covered in red spots all over. He's clearly not feeling well. The Eye of Analysis said that this snake was poisonous. How could Lin Zhu have missed this? The guy holds his cheeks with his hands. He's scared. He screams, asking what's going on. And he's all fried and dried out. All skin itches. Liu Yu looks at the guy worriedly. She seems really worried. She pressed one hand to her chest. She thinks to herself that things are bad. Liu Yu has completely forgotten about the dirty properties of the red-winged snake's venom. It is capable of arousing the sexual desire of the poisoned person. She thinks hard about what to do. Liu Yu turned his head towards the girl. It seems the poison has begun to take full effect. There are literally pink hearts shining in his eyes. He laughs suspiciously. With a wide smile, still with the same hearts in his eyes, he makes a quick movement towards the girl. He spread his arms and curled his fingers in a frightening gesture. All this action is accompanied by a characteristic sound that is usually used to scare children. Liu Yu falls to the ground. She sits with her eyes closed and her arms wrapped around herself, trying to protect herself. She mutters that the guy should not come near her. Lin Zhu steps on the seated girl, still spreading her arms in a frightening gesture. He asks what is happening to him and what he was poisoned with. The guy frowns and closes his eyes. He can't control himself. Lin Zhu is completely immersed in these strange sensations. He's on fire. His eyes have turned into red hearts and steam is coming out of his nose. His head is blown off. Lin Zhu dropped the girl to the ground and looms over her. He pinned her hands to the ground and held them there. She exclaims, asking the girl to tell her how to remove this poison faster. She tells him to let her go. If he touches her, she will kill him. Lin Zhu kissed Liu Yu. She is shocked by this and looks at him with wide eyes. Lin Zhu let go of her hands and simply placed them on her forearms. Liu Yu bit his lower lip until it drew blood. Lin Zhu pulled away from her. He presses both hands to his lips. He is in pain. The girl looks up at him. She wipes her lips with one hand. She angrily says that if he doesn't stop, she will definitely kill him. Lin Zhu stands, still pressing his hands to his lips. He moved away from the girl a little. Lin Zhu stammers and apologizes to her and says that he didn't do it on purpose. Liu Yu is angry. She points her finger to the side. He says that there is a pond in that direction and Lin Zhu can sober up in it. Lin Zhu literally runs in that direction. He still covers his mouth with his hand. He hastily agrees with the girl and apologizes again, calling her a young lady, repeating that he didn't do it on purpose. Lin Zhu jumps into the water with a running start. It throws up a large amount of spray into the air. He is up to his neck in a pond. There is a joyful and satisfied expression on his face. The water is cool, he feels better. Lin Zhu, with hearts in his eyes and pressing his hands to his cheeks, remembers how he kissed the girl. He giggles and says that he really forcibly kissed this icy beauty. He admires its softness and aroma. Liu Yu is sitting near a tree with a backpack next to her. She bent her knees and wrapped her arms around them. Her weapon stands next to her. She thinks why Lin Zhu has not returned yet. Someone is watching Liu Yu sitting there. This is clearly a man, blonde. He looks at her from a distance and as if looking down on her. He laughs joyfully and says that they have finally found her. Calls her beautiful. Liu Yu stands bent over and holds his hand to his body. She can barely stand on her feet. He holds a sword in one hand, defending himself. Opposite her is a blonde man. Liu Yu tells him to get out or she will kill him. Together with the blonde, his entire team comes out of the bushes. Four tall, trained guys walk towards a girl. Everyone has weapons on their backs. It seems that this is the same team of adventurers that Luo Yu and Lin Zhu were running away from. The blonde turns to the girl. He laughs and asks if she is strong enough. He looks forward confidently and complacently. He has quite long hair that covers his neck. Smirking, he says that they saw how the dying blow of the Thunder Panther threw her off the cliff. The man licks his lips and looks at the girl with desire. Judging by the fact that at her age she was able to deal with the Thunder Panther so easily, she is clearly one of those rich daughters from large families. He had long dreamed of having fun with some top-level beauty. The girl looks back with contempt and condemnation, calls him a punk. Luo Yu lunges forward, attacking the man. She screams a death wish at him. Someone trips her and the girl trips over her. Luo Yu falls to the ground face first. Her sword lies nearby. She holds the hilt in her hand. The blonde smiles disgustingly. It was he who tripped him. He asks the girl to do without pointless resistance. She assures Luo Yu that she shouldn't be afraid. They will be gentle. He orders his companions, making a characteristic beckoning movement with 2 fingers, and tells his guys to hold the girl. She is being held back. Luo Yu tries to break free from their grip. She's angry and seems a little scared. She shouts to the blonde half-questioningly, knowing that she is from an influential family. He will still dare to touch her. He leaned close to the girl's face. He took her chin in his hand and pulled her head towards him. Members of his squad are holding the girl. She clenched her teeth angrily. The blonde says that in order to snuggle a daughter from a rich family, he wouldn't mind dying. Besides, they are now deep in the ruins of the forbidden area. No one will come there. The man sticks out his tongue and tries to lick the girl. She turned away from him in disgust and closed her eyes. The blonde says that when they're done with her, they'll break all of her limbs and throw her to the enraged female Thunder Panther, in which case no one will know about their involvement. Luo Yu yells at him to leave. Another person appears in the clearing. He calls the squad and draws attention to his appearance. This is Lin Zhu. He heads towards the adventurers, his figure hidden in shadow, his facial expression not visible. He looks confident. He asks the squad members if they are tired of living. The blonde looked away from Luo Yu and turned his head towards Lin Zhu. He looks at him over his shoulder. Luo Yu is also watching the guy. She is surprised. The blonde asks who came. Lin Zhu smiles smugly. He extends his hand and points his index finger at someone. Lin Zhu says the information that the Eye of Analysis told him. The blonde is Zhang Liang, a second-rank warrior specialized in blade skills with a total combat capability of 1,540 points. By blade we mean a non-double-edged weapon, such as a saber, broadsword, katana, and others. The guy turns his attention to the next member of the squad. His name is Lai Hong, a first-rank warrior who specializes in swordsmanship. Luo Yu is lying on the ground. Squad members are sitting around her. 2 of them are holding the girl by the hands. They look at Lin Zhu in surprise. Everyone except Zhang Liang is surprised and a little scared. All members of the squad are warriors of the first rank, except the blonde one. Lin Zhu continues to list the names. The blonde is also shocked, beads of sweat running down his face in large drops. He is scared and thinks how this is possible, because Lin Zhu does not have an apparatus with him to measure combat capability, but he was able to accurately determine the information about them. Lin Zhu looks at them confidently and directly. He says that they have 5 seconds to disappear from his sight, otherwise none of them will leave there. The squad members run away in panic. Only their sparkling heels are visible. Luo Yu sits on the ground with his knees bent. The blonde, running away, turns around and apologizes to Lin Zhu, calling him senior. The guy walked up to Luo Yu and helped her to her feet. He holds her with one hand, hugging her. She presses one hand to her chest. The other hangs loosely down. Lin Zhu asks if she is okay. The girl tells him that he knows how to show off and asks how he found out information about them. Lin Zhu again put the girl on his back and held her legs. She put her hands on his back and looks at the back of his head in surprise. The guy grins smugly and says with a chuckle that it's a secret. They need to hurry before the squad members come to their senses. It will be bad if they overtake them again. The blonde is angry. He stands with his back to the rest of his squad. They report the situation. They looked around. There was no one around. The guy was sure that Lin Zhu and Luo Yu immediately fled after the adventurers left. The second one says that it seems they were tricked. If Lin Zhu really was a high-level master, he would not have left in such a hurry. A man punches a tree. The blonde man stands and hits a tree. The impact is so strong that it creates a force wave that diverges in different directions. He calls Lin Zhu and exclaims with rage how dare he fool him. Zhang Liang is angry, his face twisting into a furious grimace. He clenched his teeth in anger. She says that Luo Yu is injured and the guys will have to cross the border of the forbidden area in any case. They will catch them, they just need to establish surveillance of the border. There is a large crack in the tree. Fireflies are flying around. Lin Zhu and Luo Yu climbed inside this hollow. The guy stands near the crack and looks out. A backpack hangs on his chest. Luo Yu stands next to him and looks straight at the guy. She asks why he continues to move deeper into the forbidden area. The power of the animals that live there is much higher. The guy answers her that no matter how strange it may be, the more dangerous the place, the calmer it is. Lin Zhu turns his head towards the girl. He smiles and is in a calm state. The guy believes that when those guys came to their senses and returned, the first thing they thought about was the girl, and the fact that he had to carry her because of her injuries. And if this is so, then the most logical step on the part of the guys would be to leave the forbidden area as quickly as possible. Therefore, most likely, the members of the detachment will decide to set up a blockade on the border of the forbidden area, so it would be better to wait a few days in the area until Luo Yu regained his strength. He is confused and looks forward in surprise. The girl did not think that with such mediocre strength, Lin Zhu would have a rather lively mind. They are inside a huge tree. Green fireflies fly around. The guy replies that Luo Yu cuts him without a knife. Morning has come. Flocks of birds fly in the sky near the tree in which the guys are located. Lin Zhu and Luo Yu sleep together. The girl laid her head on the guy's shoulder. Lin Zhu woke up first. He is very surprised by the position in which they woke up. The backpack is still hanging on his chest. The girl is pressed against the guy. Lin Zhu thinks in shock when he managed to hug Luo Yu, wondering what kind of situation this is. He asks himself whether the girl will kill him if she finds out about this. Luo Yu also woke up. Lin Zhu looks at the girl embarrassed and nervous. With one hand he gives a thumbs up. Stammeringly, she states the fact that Luo Yu has already woken up. The weather today is simply excellent. The girl doesn't even look at him and says that there is an evolved snake nearby. The guys look through the crack. From the outside, only an empty clearing is visible, surrounded by bushes. Lin Zhu doubts and asks where the beast is. The girl says that there can be no mistake. She smelled his scent. Lin Zhu glanced at her in confusion. Beads of sweat are running down his face. The girl looks straight at the street. Lin Zhu asks Luo Yu if she was born in the year of the dog. She orders to come out of the tree. They crawled out of the hollow. Luo Yu placed her hand on the hilt of the sword. She is collected and confident in what she is doing. Lin Zhu stands a little further and looks after the girl. She orders to prepare for battle. The guy asks semi-affirmatively if she has recovered. The girl throws her sword to the guy with a slight movement of her hand. He panics a little and puts his hands forward to catch the weapon. Luo Yu replies that she has not yet recovered. She will need about 2 more days for this, so she gives him her sword. Lin Zhu hesitantly asks about the fact that the weakest beast in this zone is at least rank 2. Luo Yu looks at the guy seriously. She asks him how he plans to improve without facing strong opponents, especially considering his low strength. And she adds, so that he doesn't worry, she can't allow him to die just yet. The guy looks back at her with a meaningful look. It seems he's even a little upset by her words. He doesn't say anything. An evolved beast appears in their field of vision. The Eye of Analysis tells the guy that this is a fanged boar of the 2nd rank, an animal of the mammal class with high defensive capability, which uses ramming attacks in battle. His total combat effectiveness is 800 points. Luo Yu stands with his back straight, still holding his hand to himself. The guy stands next to her in a fighting stance. He holds a sword in front of him. He's a little scared. He says that he was right in his reasoning. Immediately a 2nd level beast. The girl tells him that the fanged boar is strongest in direct attacks. They are not difficult to read. Its weak point is its belly. The boar opens its mouth and roars. It's heading straight for the guy. He runs at a fairly high speed, dust rising from under his hooves. Lin Zhu stands on the side of the boar and prepares to attack. He shouts to the beast to attack. Something is happening near the big tree. Large clouds of dust rise right next to him. The next day arrived. Lin Zhu, swinging his sword, cuts a large cat that flew over his head. She falls behind him. There is a satisfied smile on the guy's face. He raised one hand to his face and held his chin with 2 fingers. The system congratulates him on destroying the 2nd rank Black Panther. He received 2,100 points. Lin Zhu reached level 9 and gained 9 stat points. His gaze is filled with confidence. He looks straight, with a slight grin. He says that this is already the 30th animal. Lin Zhu looks at his hand in confusion. His mouth is slightly open. Luo Yu scares him. At such a young age, she knows the habits, methods of attacks and vulnerabilities of all kinds of animals like the back of her hand. Under her leadership, he had even managed to deal with 2 rank 3 beasts, and his level had already risen to level 9. The system shows Lin Zhu's characteristics. His strength is 67 points, his endurance is 40, and his speed is also 40 points. The accumulation of anger is now at around 10 out of 100, and the guy's overall combat efficiency has increased to 588. Lin Zhu stands opposite the girl. In one hand he holds a sword, and in the other he clutches a red anomalous crystal, and extends it towards the girl. She stands with her arms crossed over her chest. Lin Zhu asks her if she is sure that she does not need the anomalous crystals. She took her sword from his hands and turned her back to the guy. Her face took on a serious and stern expression. The young man is a little surprised by this turn of affairs. Luo Yu says that they are definitely not needed. He earned them himself. She has already fully recovered, so it's time to say goodbye. The girl headed forward along the path. The guy looks after her. He says that she can't just leave like that. She has a responsibility. Those freaks are probably waiting for Lin Zhu in ambush at the exit from the forbidden area. The girl grunts with displeasure and says that this is his concern. He looks displeasedly at the girl's back. His eyebrows are furrowed and drawn down to the bridge of his nose. He asks her what it means to be his concern. These people want to get even with him because of her. Besides, she has just recovered. What is she going to do when she leaves the forbidden area? She doesn't turn her head. He stubbornly looks only straight ahead. She answers the guy that she will go in search of the Thunder Panther. Lin Zhu follows the girl. She did not have time to move far from him. He spread his arms wide. He seems surprised and reproaches the girl that she was going to kill this creature. She replies that she will not fail this time. Finally, she turned her head slightly towards the guy and glanced at him over her shoulder. She said threateningly that if the next time they met, Lin Zhu was not stronger than her, then he would not live. He is outraged by this statement. His whole appearance makes it clear. He holds a red anomalous crystal in his hand. He shouts after her, asking what this means. This is how she repays him for his kindness. The girl suddenly leaves the ground and flies forward. Lin Zhu looks up at her. He finally asks her what area she is from. The girl replies that she is from a sacred area. Again, you can see a sign on which it is written in red letters that this is a restricted area. Lin Zhu stands next to her, holding his sword in his right hand and a backpack hanging over his shoulders. He looks ahead at the sign and says that 2 days have already passed. He makes the assumption with hope that bunch of types should have already left here. Someone strikes with a sword. Lin Zhu squats to avoid being hit from behind. He turns back and swings his sword in response. He exclaims, asking who is there. A guy with green hair lands on the ground. He is dressed in a red and black uniform, which means he is a member of that squad. He laughs with a grin and says that they finally got him. It's good that they didn't remove the surveillance today. Lin Zhu stands near the ruins and holds a sword in front of him. He spread his legs wide and slightly tilted his body forward, taking a fighting pose. The green-haired man stands opposite him and asks in bewilderment where the girl is. He takes the sword with both hands and brings it forward, clearly preparing to attack. A nasty grin appears on his face again. He says that overall he doesn't care about the girl. First he will let him know what happens to those who take them for fools. Lin Zhu still stands in a fighting stance. He holds the sword straight in front of him. He frowns, looks at his opponent with dissatisfaction and concentration. He thinks about the fact that he is alone, without his teammates, who are also of first rank. We need to deal with him quickly before his buddies show up. The green-haired man sharply leans his whole body forward, towards Lin Zhu. The enemy used the bronze skill White Snake Sting. He released forward, a snake made of strength. It bared its mouth and headed straight towards Lin Zhu. He takes the blow with the sword. From the force of the blow he begins to go backwards. A bright pink flash illuminates the clearing. Lin Zhu is squatting, leaning his back against a stone, large clouds of dust flying near him. Lin Zhu clenched his teeth furiously and looked at the green-haired man. He pressed one hand to his chin. His opponent stands opposite and holds a sword in his hand. Lin Zhu's anger accumulation had already reached 90%. With annoyance, the guy thinks that if he had a spear now, he could counter something. The green-haired man smiles smugly and looks at Lin Zhu, placing his sword on his shoulder. He says that Lin Zhu is a beginner-stage non-entity who has not mastered even one combat skill. How dare he even fool them? The green-haired man rushes forward, about to attack Lin Zhu. He was still sitting near the stone. The adventurer encourages Lin Zhu to watch the attack pierce his heart. The guy takes the blow with the sword, his teeth clenched. The rage accumulation scale was completely filled. Lin Zhu tenses up greatly. It is clear how difficult it is for him to withstand a blow of such force. The system window notifies that the scale is full and offers to use a blow of accumulated force. The guy agrees. A blue glow appears around his leg. Lin Zhu lifts his foot forward. His eyes are completely white and emit blue light. The guy uses a kick called the castrating leg. The green-haired man with a smug smile tries to take the blow with his hand. He says these are children's tricks. However, the force of Lin Zhu's blow is so great that the bones of the green-haired man's arm are broken into pieces. The guy gets hit right between his legs. The pain brings tears to his eyes. He curses. Blood is running from his nose. Sweat is running down his face in large drops. He falls to the ground, on his knees. He sits with his head down and his hand pressed to the painful place. His sword is lying on the ground. Lin Zhu stands over the guy. He swings his sword, his face showing no emotion. He cut the green-haired man's throat. The system sends a notification that a warrior of the first rank has been destroyed. 2,300 points were received for killing him. Also, the system congratulates Lin Zhu for leveling up. He reached 10th and gained 10 stat points. Lin Zhu smiles contentedly and exhales. There are small abrasions on his face, and a large drop of sweat runs down from his temple. The system window notifies him that a new ability, Explosion of Anger, is now available to him. This is an activated ability that allows you to significantly increase your strength, stamina, and speed for 10 minutes. After the ability ends, the owner will remain in a state of extreme exhaustion for 5 minutes. Lin Zhu is very happy. A wide smile from ear to ear shines on his face. Joyful stars shine in the eyes. He increases his speed to 50, exclaims out loud happily that he has discovered a new ability. The green-haired man lies lifeless on the ground. Lin Zhu stands in the middle of the massacre. Suddenly someone screams behind him and he flinches hearing the sound. Someone calls the deceased by name. Around Lin Zhu are other members of the adventurer party whose fellow he just killed. Lin Zhu holds a sword in his hand. The blonde looks at the dead man, clenching his hand into a fist. He speaks out loud in an angry and threatening manner, stating the fact that Lin Zhu dared to kill one of their squad. Lin Zhu looks at the blonde with a smile. He looks back angrily, slightly tilting his body forward and spreading his legs shoulder-width apart. Lin Zhu asks if he really had to stand still and wait for this bad man to kill him himself. He thinks to himself that there are 4 warriors of the first rank and 1 of the second around him. He does not have a single chance to defeat them. The blonde looks at the guy angrily. With one hand he takes the sword out of its sheath, viciously orders his subordinates to attack together and kill Lin Zhu. The squad members rush to strike the guy. The blonde uses the silver air blade skill. Lin Zhu screams at them in panic, asking why they don't care about military prowess at all. A crowd of lions attacks the hunted rabbit en masse. A fire ignites in Lin Zhu's eyes. He makes a certain gesture with his hand and uses an explosion of anger. Before this, he thinks that in this situation, the only thing left for him to do is to use his newly acquired skill. Clouds of dust rise into the air from its impact. The guy stands and smiles. He looks at his hand, which he just used to attack his opponents. His speed, strength, and endurance increased all at once. It was just an amazing feeling. The blonde is shocked by what is happening. He widens his eyes and looks at the guy in surprise. Puzzled, he asks why Lin Zhu's aura suddenly changed so much. Fire rushes towards the squad. They stand in fighting stances. The blonde shakes his head around in panic and fear. He shouts, asking where such speed comes from, and makes the assumption that Lin Zhu was born in the year of the monkey. He can't follow him. The blonde put his hand with the sword aside. His subordinates fled in different directions. Their leader gave them an order. They must split up and find Lin Zhu. He must not leave them alive. Lin Zhu, frowning, watches everything while on a tree, hidden by the crown. He looks forward intently and thinks. The burst of anger will last for another 5 minutes. After this, he will fall into a state of complete exhaustion. When this happens, he will be in their complete power. He needs to fight with lightning speed. The red-haired guy from the squad stands with his hand on the weapon that is behind his back. He is alert, monitoring the situation. Lin Zhu looks at him and rejoices, because this guy's weapon is a spear. He jumps on him from the tree. His eyes glow red. The guy with the spear looks forward and frowns. Lin Zhu knocked him to the ground. The red-haired one lies nose down. Lin Zhu lands softly on the ground, touching it with his fingers. With one hand he holds a spear, and with the other he puts the sword behind his back, inserting it into the sheath. He smiles and holds the spear tightly in his hand. Look ahead with confidence. He doesn't need more. Lin Zhu stands with the spear. He leans on it like a staff and rests his other hand on his side. A team member with short, crew-cut black hair notices him and looks in his direction. The guy puts 2 fingers to his ear and frantically tells his boss that he found Lin Zhu. He is next to him. The blonde runs forward at great speed. His straightened arms are behind his back. Another member of the squad runs next to him like a shadow. The blonde gives the order to detain Lin Zhu. The squad member who discovered the guy is about to stab him. He uses the bronze skill Stormy Stream. Lin Zhu furiously spins the spear in his hand, creating a circle of fire. He stands with his legs wide apart, his other hand clenched into a fist. Lin Zhu directs the fire and spear forward towards the attacking guy. Lin Zhu uses the bronze skill Phoenix Majesty. A guy with short crew-cut hair looks forward in fear, a drop of sweat running down his face. He holds the sword in front of him with both hands. He fearfully asks what kind of combat skill this is. The blow of the spear pierces him through. The squad member flails his arms and loses his balance. Lin Zhu receives 2,200 points for killing a first-rank warrior. Flames of fire fly out from Lin Zhu's spear. A squad member killed by the blow falls to the ground. The blonde man and another man look at this picture. Zhang Liang is shocked. There is a grimace of fear on his face. He asks how it is possible, how Lin Zhu was able to kill him with one blow. Zhang Liang jumps on the guy and raises his sword in a blow. The other members of the squad also attack. The blonde smiles madly and uses the silver skill Blades of Madness. A huge number of green blades appear around him. The other 2 Slen of the party also use their skills. Bronze skill Crosscut and bronze skill Whirlwind Axe. The adventurers smile, feeling superior. Lin Zhu is focused on the fight. He fights off attacks with his weapons. He stands with his legs wide apart, one arm raised forward, at chest level. He thinks to himself that he did not think that using the greatness of the Phoenix would be so energetically costly for him. Apparently, even with the boost from the Fury Burst buff, he would only be able to use this skill twice. The blonde rushes to attack Lin Zhu. He holds the spear with both hands and prepares to fight back. The anger scale is 60% full. Zhang Liang's face was full of rage, his teeth clenched tightly. He strikes Lin Zhu. The guy takes it on his spear. Thanks to this onslaught of the squad, its anger scale fills up quite quickly. If you're catching bandits, you should start with their leader. Lin Zhu needed to focus on this rank 2 warrior and destroy him as soon as possible. The blonde was already out of breath. Drops of sweat roll down his face. He stands in a fighting stance with his back bent. Next to him stands a young brown-haired man with bangs. His strength is also running out. He asks his boss if he is sure that Lin Zhu is at the initial stage of a warrior. There are 3 of them, and he manages to hold back their attacks for so long. The blonde answers his subordinate that most likely Lin Zhu used some kind of secret skill that gives a boost. The blonde looks forward tiredly but firmly. He says that most often these skills have a limited duration and also have quite strong side effects. If they don't let him escape, he'll soon be theirs. The system notifies that the anger scale is completely filled and suggests using a cumulative force strike. Lin Zhu stands with his body bent forward and his arms spread out in a fighting stance. His eyebrows are furrowed, and his whole appearance shows how concentrated he is. He responds to the system with consent. Lightning bolts of blue energy flash across his hands. The guy holds his spear tightly with his hands, opening his mouth loudly. He screams, calling for a blow of cumulative force, smugly thinking about watching how the blonde will cope with the attack of accumulated power under the buff of an explosion of anger. He smiles, not expecting anything special from Lin Zhu's attack. He puts his weapon forward and prepares to take the blow. He says it's nothing. The spear strike breaks Zhang Liang's weapon. The blonde clenches his teeth with effort. It's clearly not easy for him. At the point of impact, the weapon crumbles into many small pieces. Zhang Liang is panicking. Sweat runs down his face. There is fear in the eyes. He is surprised that Lin Zhu's attack was so powerful. The guy spins the spear with one hand, creating a fiery spear. His other hand is clenched into a fist. He smiles, looking at the surprised blonde and tells him that since he survived, then let him now accept the spear. Lin Zhu rushes forward, attacking and aiming a fire spear at the blonde's chest. He doesn't even try to defend himself. He stumbles back a little and looks at the guy in shock. Lin Zhu used the bronze skill Phoenix Majesty. The blonde's face shows real horror. He looks at the attack and exclaims in shock about the energy near the spear. Makes the assumption that this is a gold skill. The fire spear pierces Zhang Liang's chest. He staggers back due to the force of the blow. He looks down at his chest at the sight of the impact. He screams from this process. The spear shaft is cracking. Lin Zhu looks at the weapon in his hands in surprise. He didn't expect this. This spear was unable to withstand the power of the bronze Phoenix Majesty skill and broke at such a key moment. Lin Zhu looks at the fragments of the spear in his hands in confusion. Behind him can be seen clouds of dust that arose from their battle. It's all over. The effect of the explosion of anger is over. Now he doesn't even have the strength to hold a weapon in his hands. The sharp tip of the spear did not fully penetrate the blonde's chest. It broke off and remained there. He looks at the exhausted Lin Zhu in surprise, placing one hand on the site of the blow. The blonde smiles ominously, his face illuminated with a purple glow. He is laughing. Lin Zhu sits on his haunches with one hand resting on the ground. In his other hand he holds a piece of a broken spear. The blonde stands in front of him and laughs. A blade is clutched in his right hand. He says it looks like heaven is in no hurry to take him away. His eyes glow with red fire. He attacks Lin Zhu, who is exhausted due to the cooldown from the buff. The blonde points the blade directly at the guy and shouts that now he will die. Suddenly a red flash appears. She flies between two opponents. A blonde woman in a white robe comes out from the forest. Lin Zhu sits on his knees. The blonde man stands holding a blade in his hand. The woman asks since when did even the insignificant second-rank warriors from the hunting squads have the courage to attack the students of Starlight Academy? Where did they get such courage from? The blonde looks at her with suspicion and bewilderment, his face covered in bruises and sweat. He asks who she is. She stops next to the squad, wearing black high-heeled shoes. The blonde and the other surviving squad member look at her in shock. The woman says that they are not old enough to ask her name. This is the same doctor from the academy. She stands confidently, covering Lin Zhu. He looks at her with great surprise, pressing one hand to his chest. The woman is holding some kind of blaster in her hand. She tells the squad that she is counting to 3 and orders them to disappear. Right now her priority is helping the wounded, but she won't mind killing a bunch of bad guys. The blonde stands and looks after the fleeing hunters. They turn towards her in fear, probably to see if she will stab her in the back. Lin Zhu looks at her in surprise and uses the Eye of Analysis. The system shows that in front of him is Xiao Ruishui, a 4th-rank warrior. Her characteristics and overall combat capability are unknown. The guy is shocked. He is very amazed that this sexy doctor is a 4th-rank warrior. He still presses his hand to his chest and looks thoughtfully at the woman's back. When they first met, he thought she was an ordinary person and did not use the Eye of Analysis to check her level. Xiao Ruishui turns to Lin Zhu. She smiles sweetly at him, a blush shining on her cheeks. She addresses the guy, calling him Big Lin. The woman says that she still underestimated him. Xiao Ruishui never thought that Lin Zhu could handle 3 first-rank warriors and almost defeat a second-rank warrior. She calls him wild and says that she likes it that way. Lin Zhu smiles in confusion. He gets embarrassed and raises his finger to his face, asking a question. He asks how she ended up here. The woman waves one arm and folds the other under her chest. She looks down at Lin Zhu. She says that she is the doctor of the academy. She needs to be in practice to treat the injured students. He tells him to look at himself. There is not a single living place on his body. She orders him to undress quickly so that she can start treating his wounds. Lin Zhu is not happy with this proposal. He hesitates, bringing his knees together and staggering back a little. He shouts and tells her that there is no need to treat him. They are just scratches. There is nothing serious about them. And he asks why every time they meet he has to undress. The woman brings her face close to the guy's face. She looks at him carefully. Lin Zhu blushes, his cheeks turning red. Small beads of sweat flow down from your temple. Xiao Ruishui asks if Lin Zhu is really okay and if he needs her care. He replies that he is fine. He is on his feet. Xiao Rui holds Lin Zhu's hand to make it easier for him to walk. She looks at him with a smile. Lin Zhu is still confused and embarrassed. Xiao Ruishui asks permission to escort Lin Zhu to the exit. The gathering of students has already begun. The guy thought about something of his own. He agreed with her and called something soft. Lin Zhu came to his senses and understood the meaning of the sentence. He looks at the woman nervously and waves his hand in the air, refusing her offer. There are more people standing at the gathering place and many are still approaching the general crowd. Everyone gathers near the teacher. He announces the results of the practice. Zhu Jun collected 3 rank 1 crystals. Lai Yan collected 1 second rank crystal and 4 first rank crystals. The teacher looks at the tablet where the group's results are located. There are a lot of people around him. The teacher says the results are not bad. After several days of practice in a real combat situation, each student's strength has increased, and he also feels increased confidence in them. Only a real fight can truly toughen a person. The teacher of confusion turns his head around, as if looking for someone. He turns to Yan Tian, who is standing next to him. He looks at the teacher in surprise, who asks him if he has seen Lin Zhu. He's the only one missing. Yan Tian nervously looks away. He raises a finger to his face and mutters that they were attacked by a rank 3 python. Due to the hopelessness of the situation, Lin Zhu was forced to flee to the forbidden area. The teacher is surprised. He loudly asks if Lin Zhu really ran there alone. The brown-haired man stands with his arms crossed over his chest and smiles widely, looking at Yan Tian. He looks displeased at the brown-haired man, who speaks out towards Lin Zhu, calling him trash. If he went into the Forbidden Zone, then most likely he was not killed by zombies, but by evolved animals. Yan Tian furiously turns to the guy and angrily begins to reprimand him, defending Lin Zhu. He, swearing, asks him again what he just said and orders him to repeat it. The brown-haired man asks what's the matter, is Yan Tian really pushing himself? The teacher points his finger at the troublemakers. One of them had already clenched the other's clothes into a fist. The teacher orders them to be quiet. They will all be waiting. Considering the situation Lin Zhu found himself in, he could not return from there quickly. The brown-haired man looks unhappy. Zhu Jun smiles disgustingly. He asks Teacher Law if he plans to keep them there until nightfall, since it will soon be dark. There is no point in waiting anymore. In his opinion, Lin Zhu, most likely already dead. Suddenly a question is heard from Lin Zhu about who is spelling his death in this square. Everyone turns in surprise towards the voice. It's written on their faces that this is a surprise for them. Lin Zhu stands and smiles, with one hand behind his back and the other scratching his ear. He asks Zhu Jun if he has forgotten the pain from the previous beatings and offers to refresh his memory. Yan Tian smiles happily as he looks at Lin Zhu, shouts his name. Zhu Jun frowns with displeasure. He mutters through his teeth that Lin Zhu survived after all. Lin Zhu walks towards the teacher and the guys. He placed both hands behind his head, elbows out to the sides. There's a wide smile on his face. From all sides one can hear Lin Zhu discussing that he has returned, survived and is also not injured. He walked up to the teacher and stood in front of him, standing proudly and placing his hands on his hips. There is a smile on his face, just like on the faces of Teacher Luo and Yan Tian. Teacher Luo asked Lin Zhu if he was okay. He replied that everything was fine with him. He was completely fine. The guy with a ponytail and brown hair, who were supposed to be on the team along with Lin Zhu, stood behind him. They both grinned maliciously. The guy with the ponytail put his hand on the brown-haired man's shoulder. Lin glances sideways at him. The student with purple hair speaks, turning to Lin Zhu. He asks him to tell him if he really hid in the bushes all this time and didn't even kill one beast. Following these words, he laughs loudly. Lin Zhu smiles meaningfully and looks at the guys confidently. He asks semi-affirmatively that they probably killed a lot. Zhang Yi and the guy with the ponytail are smiling. The brown-haired man raised one finger up with superiority and closed his eyes. The guy with the ponytail hugged him by the shoulders and told Lin Zhu that Zhang Yi had killed 8 first rankers. Zhang Yi stands and smiles widely. He crossed his arms over his chest. Enthusiastic students gathered around him. They make noise and admire the brown-haired man. He killed as many as 8 first rankers, which was expected of him because he is the leader of the group. Someone from the crowd was able to kill only 1, and then he barely survived. In this practice, the first place will definitely go to the head of the group. Lin Zhu smirks. With one hand he grabbed the strap of the backpack that hung behind his back, and he asked the people if 8 crystals of a first-rank beast were considered a large number. The crowd asks a silent question. Lin Zhu turned his backpack upside down and crystals spilled out of it. Teacher Luo sorted the crystals into piles, knelt down in front of them and counted them out loud. Lin Zhu collected 16 first-rank crystals, 5 second-rank crystals, and 3 third-rank crystals. The teacher exclaimed the latter in shock. He is clearly surprised that Lin Zhu was able to obtain a rank 3 crystal. The teacher looks at the tablet. There is a crystal shown on a blue background. Teacher Luo exclaims in surprise and loudly, turning to Lin Zhu. He was able to obtain an anomalous crystal of the 3rd rank, and 3 pieces at that. Zhang Yi, the guy with the ponytail and the rest of the students are shocked. They look at the crystals with great surprise, their mouths slightly open. Lin Zhu managed to kill 3 rank 3 evolved beasts. This is too unrealistic. How is this even possible? The brown-haired man looks down nervously. He is shocked and annoyed. This is impossible. Zhang Yi looks at the teacher and points his finger at the calmly standing Lin Zhu, who looks at the brown-haired man in surprise. Zhang Yi shouts that Lin Zhu was clearly cheating. The teacher sits with his hand on his knee. He looks like he's about to get up. He returns his words to the brown-haired man, but with a question. Teacher Luo stands in front of the brown-haired man and looks directly at him. He is very serious. He asks Zhang Yi to help him determine what the alleged scam is. A unit of 3rd rank crystal costs at least 400 to 500,000. He asks Zhang Yi to tell him where an ordinary student can find more than 1 million to buy 3 rank 3 crystals to commit a scam. The brown-haired man is embarrassed by this rebuke. He clearly wasn't thinking about what the teacher had just told him. Zhang Yi got nervous and doesn't know what to answer. He only makes some sounds. Lin Zhu and Yan Tian collect the crystals in their backpack. The teacher stands next to them, and the rest of the students are around. Teacher Luo waves his hand, dismissing and calming the students. He says that in any case, their results exceeded his expectations. Now they will go to the tavern and rest. Since none of the students are formally warriors yet, they currently have no opportunity to sell the anomalous crystal through the Military Alliance network. However, the tavern owner is in the business of buying crystals, so they can sell them to him. Lin Zhu and Yan Tian were happy about this news. Stars lit up in their eyes. They were clearly already looking forward to receiving the money. The tavern was made of wood. There was a sun painted on the sign. There is a mustachioed man behind the counter wearing a white shirt and beige overalls. On the counter in front of him are crystals and a glass of something red. On the other side, a large line of students stretches to the counter. For 1 anomalous crystal of the first rank, the tavern owner gives 1,000 alliance coins. The student who is now standing in front of the counter says that he has 2 of these. He laughs joyfully. He will receive as many as 2,000 alliance coins, enough for him for a whole month. Another student has already left the counter and exchanged crystals. He joyfully shakes his hands in the air and says that he has the money. Lin Zhu stands behind Yan Tian. He looks outraged. Yan Tian turned his head over his shoulder. Lin Zhu asked why he was at the end of the line. Yan Tian told him that he had too much abnormal crystal. If Lin Zhu were to be first, he would only infuriate the rest of the students, so let him stand at the end and wait his turn. There is a huge amount of anomalous crystals on the counter. They shine brightly. The tavern owner is leaning over him, a monocle hanging over one of his eyes. The man joyfully reaches out to the yellow crystals. He asks Lin Zhu whether it turns out that he got hold of a 3rd rank crystal, and besides, there are 3 of them. Lin Zhu stands in front of the counter and hugs his backpack. He looks at the owner of the shop. Yan Tian stands next to him. The owner extends his hand forward with an open palm. Lin Zhu asks what the price is for 1 piece. The owner replies that for 1 crystal of the 3rd rank he gives 500,000. Yan Tian and the other students are surprised by this. Yan Tian clenched his hand into a fist with joy. One of the other students counts on his finger. He says that for 3 it's already 1.5 million. And if you add 5 2nd rank and 16 1st rank, in any case it turns out to be more than 2 million. This time, Lin Zhu was able to get up. The owner stands with his back to the students, with his hands stretched into some closet. He turned his head towards the counter. He asks student Lin Zhu to tell him his alliance card number. He will immediately transfer all the money to him. Someone's hand pushes Lin Zhu aside. He jerks to the side, closing one eye. The owner of the hand tells Lin Zhu to stay out of the way. Lin Zhu looks at this man silently. The guy is dissatisfied with such impudence. 2 people stand in front of him. They are wearing Starlight Academy uniforms. One of them is brown-haired with an unpleasant smile. The second one, the one who pushed away, is blonde. He has a piercing in his lip, a gold ring. Lin Zhu uses the eye of analysis on them. The brown-haired man's name is Lai Yuan. He is an initial stage warrior. His characteristics and overall combat potential are not specified. The blonde's name is Sun Chen. He is a candidate warrior. His characteristics and combat potential are also not specified. Sun Chen asks his friend if the students standing in front of him are from the 29th group. Lai Yuan tuts and replies that this group is a backward herd. They just completed combat practice, and their faces are still just as cowardly. Students dressed in academy uniforms stand smiling in front of the counter. The brown-haired man has his hands in his pockets, and the blonde is holding some kind of bag on his shoulder. Students from the 29th group are standing a few steps away from them. Lin Zhu is at the place where Sun Chen pushed him. Yan Tian clenched his hand into a fist and spread his legs shoulder-width apart. He angrily shouts at the blonde's back and asks what he just said. Lin Zhu looks ahead gloomily. His eyebrows are furrowed and his whole face seems to be covered in shadow. He thinks to himself, these 2 guys seem to be the nuggets from the first group. It is said that all the students in this group have already reached the elementary stage, and about a dozen of them have already become candidate warriors. The blonde smiles smugly. His whole appearance expresses superiority. Lin Zhu looks at him and thinks that this is the same Sun Chen who seems to be currently ranked 108th in the academic power rankings. Sun Chen placed his bag on the counter in front of the owner. His other hand is in his pocket. He turns to the owner and says that he has 10 pieces of first-rank anomalous crystals and 2 second-rank ones. Surprisingly politely, he asks to exchange them for alliance coins. Sun Chen, continuing to smile disgustingly and smugly, turns his head slightly to the side. He asks the students if they have realized that only those who are capable of killing rank 2 evolved beasts can be considered strong, and he makes the assumption that such a bunch of losers cannot know about it. The blonde turned to the students. He has one arm extended to the side and is looking straight at them. His friend has his back to the group, but has turned his head slightly. Sun Chen asks the students if their group includes a trash named Lin Zhu, laughs and calls them a group of trash. Lin Zhu stands next to the counter, placing one hand on it. The blonde turned his whole body towards him and looks at the guy in bewilderment. Lin Zhu says that he is the same loser that Sun Chen was talking about. He asks what the blonde's complaints are against him. Lin Zhu doesn't care that they jumped the queue, but it's clearly not worth throwing mud at him. Lin Zhu grins and looks at the blonde with confidence and challenge. He says that he must now apologize to him, or otherwise, the loser will teach him a lesson. The blonde is shocked by such pressure. He was clearly not insolent so directly, especially from a man whom he considers a loser and trash. Sun Chen raises his fist and is about to hit Lin Zhu. The guy stands calmly and still smiles. The blonde tells Lin Zhu to know his place. He is indignant that Lin dares to show off in front of him, and pathetically exclaims that he shouldn't call him Sun Chen if he can't put Lin Zhu in his place. He also raises his fist, preparing to take the blow. A calm, confident smile shines on his face. The blonde screams angrily, his eyebrows furrowed and his mouth wide open. He exclaims that Lin Zhu is brave and then shouts a death wish. Lin Zhu and Sun Chen face each other. From the force of their impact, a force wave diverges in different directions. Someone is standing near a barrel. A fallen stool lies nearby. The blonde holds his hand clenched into a fist in front of him. With his other hand he supports it. Anger and surprise are written on his face. It is clear that he is in pain. He wonders in bewilderment and anger where Lin Zhu has so much physical strength. The blonde swings his leg and is about to hit Lin Zhu. Sun Chen still holds his hand close to himself. Lin Zhu smiles and dodges the blow. The blonde shouts that he will cripple the guy. Lin Zhu kicks Sun Chen back. The healthy anger that arises during a fight is written on his face. He feels strong and confident. He tells the blonde that all these tricks of his are well known to him. The blow lands on the blonde's face. It seems his nose is broken. Blood is flying in different directions. Yan Tian and Lin Zhu's other classmates watch the battle. They smile widely and support Lin Zhu with loud shouts, calling him handsome and saying that he is good. The blonde stands with both hands pressed to his face. Opposite him is Lin Zhu. He does not relax and remains alert. Clouds of dust are flying around, which arose due to their battle. The blonde says that Lin Zhu is not bad. He can still do something. Sun Chen summons strength. His body is shrouded in blue energy. His eyes become white and glow. He clenched his teeth tightly and said that Lin Zhu was now completely pissed off. Sun Chen clenched his hand into a fist. He spread his legs wide apart, slightly bending them at the knees. There is a grimace of anger and rage on his face. He uses the bronze skill Swift Fist. Huge fists made of bright blue power rush towards Lin Zhu. Lin Zhu deftly and calmly dodges all the blonde's attacks. He is very fast and has a smile on his face. While dodging, the anger scale gradually fills up. It has already reached 90%. Students watch this battle. One of them, a blonde man, is very surprised. He thinks that in just 3 days of martial practice, Lin Zhu was able to become so much stronger. Be that as it may, you can't easily take students from the best group. The blonde smiles, his eyes still glowing white. He raises his fist, preparing to strike again, and activates the bronze skill once again. He contemptuously asks Lin Zhu if he can really only defend himself. Sun Chen is about to deliver some special blow and asks Lin Zhu how he likes it. The fist flies straight into the face. Sun Chen activated a bronze skill called Flurry of Swift Fists. Lin Zhu takes the punch. He has stopped smiling and looks focused. Sun Chen smiles widely with all his teeth. Lin Zhu holds back the blow with both hands. A blue light is heard from the point where their fists touch. The 29th group is worried about their fellow student. Yan Tian and many others showed real fear on their faces. They urge Lin Zhu to be careful. The brown-haired man who came with the blonde stands with his arms folded on his chest and smiles with his eyes closed. He says that Lin Zhu clearly overestimated his strength. The blonde looks in front of him in surprise and bewilderment. A large hematoma spreads across his face. He furrowed his eyebrows and made a surprised sound out loud. Lin Zhu stands with his legs wide apart. He grabbed the blonde's hand with both of his own. One is held directly by the fist, and the other is held by the wrist. The blonde looks at him in surprise. His other hand is moved to the side and also clenched into a fist, but he does not try to hit. The system sends a notification that the accumulation of anger is completed and offers to use a cumulative power strike. Lin Zhu smiles confidently and looks straight with a calm gaze. In this situation, he feels superior. He refuses to use a cumulative force strike and thinks that he can knock down his opponent anyway. Lin Zhu looks ahead. He furrowed his brows. He thinks that he wants to punish Sun Chen as an edification to everyone else and to make everyone understand that it is more expensive for them to get involved with him. Lin Zhu smiles maliciously. He twisted the blonde's hand with a sharp movement. She arched unnaturally. Sun Chen screamed loudly, a grimace of pain on his face. His arm was broken in several places. The blonde flinches back from Lin Zhu. Sun Chen holds his broken arm with his healthy one and continues to scream in pain. His classmates scream in fear and call the blonde by name. They were all clearly alarmed and did not expect what had happened. The brown-haired man stands next to the blonde and holds his shoulder. Sun Chen still holds onto his bad arm. The other members of the first group stood in front of them. Anger is written on their faces. They are unhappy with what happened. They all call Lin Zhu names, indignantly and threateningly say that the 29th group seems to have forgotten their place. Yan Tian stands in front of Lin Zhu, with a girl with silver hair still standing next to him. Behind Lin Zhu stands the rest of the group, some of them baring their teeth in angry grimaces. Yan Tian asks the guy from the first group who spoke if he is confusing something, because they were the ones who started it first. Yan Tian encourages the guy to come to him if he is not happy with something. The brown-haired man looks at Sun Chen, holding his shoulder with his hand. Annoyance, shock, and anger are written on the faces of both guys. Sweat runs down the blonde's face, his teeth clenched tightly. Brown-haired man asks him if he overdid it too much, because it was just a competition of strength, nothing more. Lin Zhu stands with his arms crossed over his chest. He smiles contentedly looking at his defeated opponent. His classmates stand next to him. Lin Zhu returns the brown-haired man's question about the fact that he overdid it. He says that Sun Chen just used a bronze skill against him, and if it had been anyone else in his place, he would most likely have received quite serious damage. Lin Zhu merely repaid Sun Chen with the same coin. The brown-haired man looks at the guy angrily. A bead of sweat runs down his face. He frowns and looks very angry. He says that Lin Zhu has gone beyond the limits. The tavern owner, who is standing behind the counter, raised his hand up, attracting attention to himself. Everyone turned in his direction. He says that it completely slipped his mind and turns to Lin Zhu, calling him a student. The owner smiles contentedly and raises one hand to chest level and shows his thumb. Lin Zhu answers him with a hand gesture, which means agreement and that he has accepted the information. The owner says that the money for the 3 rank 3 anomalous crystals has already been transferred to Lin Zhu's account. Let him check the transfer. Lin Zhu thanks the owner. The brown-haired man is shocked. His mouth is open in surprise. It was as if he had been hit on the head with something. He thinks to himself if he heard it wrong, and the owner actually said about 3 anomalous crystals of the 3rd rank. This means that Lin Zhu was able to kill 3 rank 3 evolved beasts. Lin Zhu smiles contentedly. His look is full of confidence in himself, his strengths and actions. The brown-haired man continues to think about how this worthless loser could turn out to be so strong. Lin looks at his defeated opponent with a smile. Sun Chen stands with his back hunched and holds his bad hand with his good hand. It is literally twisted. The brown-haired man stands next to him, placing his hand on the blonde's back. Behind them stands the rest of the first group. Lin Zhu turns to the brown-haired boy, asking him if he wants to get even for his classmate. It seemed to Lin Zhu that the brown-haired man was going to do just that. At the same time, he mentally laughs and thinks that he still has a blow of accumulated power in reserve, so that he can take out even the brown-haired man, and then he will probably end up in 108th place in the battle rating. The brown-haired man looks back nervously, sullenly. His brows are furrowed and a bead of sweat is running down his cheek. He doesn't answer Lin Zhu. Suddenly a loud question is heard. What are they doing here? Are they really planning to start a fight? Lin Zhu turns his head in surprise towards the sound. The brown-haired man also turns around. Standing in the doorway is Teacher Law and another man with red hair. He is also wearing an academy uniform. His jacket is unbuttoned and reveals a black t-shirt that clearly outlines his muscles. This man is almost 2 heads taller than Teacher Luo. He has bright red hair and a long mustache that curls at the ends. He stands with his arms crossed over his chest. The green-haired guy from the first group jumps forward and stands in front of the teacher, pointing his finger in the direction of the opponents. He complains to the teacher, calling him Teacher Giant, and says that a student from the 29th group broke Sun Chen's arm. Yantian and Lin Sat are standing next to each other. The red-haired man crossed his arms over his chest, looking gloomily and displeasedly at the teachers. Lin Zhu put one hand on his belt, and the other was lowered down and clenched into a fist. Discontent is also written on his face. Yantian says that everything is obvious. Sun Chen was the first to throw mud at the 29th group and started a fight. The front door of the tavern is still open. Teacher Luo looks at the red-haired man. Yantian walked towards him and placed both hands on his hips. The teacher asks Yantian to bring him up to date, without leaving out any details. The red-haired man agrees and begins to talk. There is a glass with a red drink on it. Behind the counter you can see more bottles and a telephone. The teacher looks at Lin Zhu, raising one hand up as if giving him a thumbs up, but tries to hide it. Lin Zhu looks at his teacher. A little surprise is visible on his face. Teacher L speaks out loud to Lin Zhu. He asks him how he could beat his fellow student. Let him quickly apologize. But to himself, the teacher thinks that Lin Zhu did a great job. Finally, at least someone has wiped the nose of these arrogant students from the leading group, who do not even take into account the teachers of simple groups. Lin Zhu was truly able to surprise Teacher Luo. He defeated Sun Chen with 2 blows. Lin Zhu abruptly folds his hands in front of him, crossing his fingers and clenching his palms. He looks forward at the blonde with a sweet and apologetic smile. His whole appearance looks obviously faked. He apologizes, saying he didn't mean to hit him so hard. Sun Chen assures that he doesn't have to worry. The blonde can then send Lin Zhu his bills for medical expenses. Everything is in order with his money now. The brown-haired man and the blonde man look at him. It is clear from their faces that Lin Zhu has just greatly humiliated them. They feel uncomfortable. Sweat runs down their faces in large drops. The teacher put his hand to his eyes, as if he was ashamed of his students' words. But he smiles. Yantian happily looks at the guy and grins contentedly, folding his arms over his chest. The rest of the 29th group students also grin. Yantian asks himself a question, and this is Lin Zhu's way of apologizing. He didn't hurt Sun Chen so much, but he humiliated her from head to toe. The red-haired man with a mustache, who is the curator of the first group, raised his hand up and tilted his head forward and closed his eyes. He clearly also did not remain calm because of Lin Zhu's words. He says that both sides are to blame for this conflict. Since Lin Zhu apologized, he will consider that the conflict has exhausted itself. He orders his team to quickly escort Sun Chen to the infirmary. The blonde man walks away, holding his sore arm. The red-haired teacher puts his hands in his pockets and looks at the floor. Lin Zhu put one hand on his belt and looks at the blonde's back. Sun Chen says to Lin Zhu, this time he miscalculated. There will be a fighting competition at the end of this month. The blonde asks Lin Zhu if he dares to go there. Lin Zhu smiles and looks at the blonde with confidence. He answers that he doesn't see any problems. The blonde grins angrily and glances sideways at Lin Zhu. He mutters through his teeth that they will see each other there. The entire first group leaves the walls of the tavern. 29 looks after them. Many students suddenly attack Lin Zhu, asking him questions and happily saying something. There are wide smiles on their faces. The hands are victoriously clenched into a fist. The guy with purple hair says that Lin Zhu is handsome. Now they will see how these nuggets from the best group dare to look down on them. Yantian exclaims that Lin Zhu did a great job. The guy is thanked for venting his anger on their behalf. Teacher Law stands near the door and looks at his students. He raises one hand in the air to attract attention and hint to them to get out of the tavern. In his other hand he holds a tablet. Teacher Luo orders the students to stop talking. This establishment has a device to measure combat effectiveness. The teacher orders the group to follow him. Now he will test them. The group follows the teacher, going somewhere up the stairs. In front of them is a large blue device. It consists of a base and a large screen. Cables stretch from this device in different directions and are connected to some columns. The teacher says he wants to see if his students were able to increase their strength by going through actual combat practice. The teacher turns around, standing near the device, and looks at his group. He asks who will be first. The tavern owner has installed the latest equipment here with very accurate calculations. The guy with the ponytail volunteers to be the first. Lin Zhu and Yantian look at him in surprise. The guy stands in front of the blue screen. The system says that this is EQ, a student at Starlight Academy, a student of the 29th group, and he is an initial stage warrior. His total combat capability is 450. The next guy stands in front of the screen. He is a brunette with short, crew-cut hair. This Ningmu is an initial stage warrior. His combat ability is 389. Yan Tian went next to check. He is also an initial stage warrior. His total combat capability is 469 points. Zhang Yi stands in front of the screen. The system says that he is a warrior candidate. His total combat capability is 675. Everyone is very surprised by this, even the teacher. Zhang Yi smiles smugly. Teacher Luo is surprised that Zhang Yi has become a warrior candidate. Lin Zhu stands in the crowd and looks at Zhang Yi's back. He pressed one hand to his chin, thinking. Zhang Yi became a warrior candidate. The combat capability of initial stage warriors ranges from 300 to 600, and that of warrior candidates ranges from 600 to 800. Those who have reached the figure from 800 to 1,500 are warriors of the first rank. The teacher looks at Zhang Yi with a smile. Zhang Yi joyfully turned to face him and smiles widely. Teacher Luo says that since Zhang Yi has reached the warrior candidate level, he can start practicing the cultivation technique tomorrow. The teacher waves his hand to the side. He looks at his tablet. Zhang Yi walks away from the machine, bowing to the teacher, who tells him to move. Zhang Yi thanks his teacher. Lin Zhu stands with his feet shoulder-width apart, one hand holding his chin and the other pressed to his chest. Behind him is the figure of a man sitting in the lotus position. Lin Zhu muses that the reason official warriors are so powerful is because of their cultivation techniques. There are many types of energy in the world from which humans can benefit. All these types are also known as springs. Using the self-improvement technique, the warrior absorbs the energy of several sources in the air, thereby increasing his vitality, muscle strength, and even skeletal strength, as a result of which he achieves a comprehensive strengthening of his body. The teacher holds a pencil and tablet in his hand. He looks forward at Lin Zhu, who has his arms crossed over his chest. Teacher Luo says it's his turn now. Lin Zhu walks forward, clenching his hands into fists and exhaling noisily. His appearance speaks of confidence. The group looks at him. The ponytail guy and Zhang Yi laugh loudly, the rest of the group too. Only Yan Tian does not laugh. He crosses his arms over his chest and looks at the jokers. The guy with the ponytail says that in his opinion Lin Zhu was not worth taking the test at all. Even though he had become a little stronger, he was still a loser. Yan Tian turns to this smart guy furiously. Indignation is written on his face. The guy with the ponytail gritted his teeth angrily. Yan Tian shouts that he has already got him. If he is so tough, then let him try to go and break the arm of Sun Chen from the first group. The guy with the ponytail mutters through his teeth that Lin Zhu was just lucky. Lin Zhu stands in front of the device screen. He has a serious expression on his face. He is ready to measure his indicators. He thinks to himself that it's time to start. It's time for everyone to learn the power of the former main loser of the academy. Night has fallen. The academy building is plunged into darkness. Lights are on in some windows. In the office, Teacher Lo is sitting at the table. He folds his hands in front of him. Behind him are shelves with books. In front of him are Lin Zhu and Zhang Yi. Teacher Luo says that the reason he asked them to stay is because he would like to discuss with them the course of their further education. Lin Zhu stands, confidently looking forward and folding his arms on his chest. He is again dressed in an unusual academy uniform. Zhang Yi stands nearby and looks at Lin Zhu. The teacher says that they have both reached the stage of candidate warriors and therefore need to think about choosing the most suitable weapon for them. Zhang Lai looks at Lin Zhu nervously and surprised. Sweat runs down his cheek. Lin Zhu stands in front of the screen of the device. His hands are tightly clenched into fists. He confidently looks forward. The system says that Lin Zhu has reached the candidate warrior stage. His total combat ability is 676 points. Zhang and the ponytail guy are shocked, their mouths wide open and their eyes widened in surprise. Yan Tian happily raised his hands up and said that Lin Zhu is even slightly ahead of Zhang Yi. The red-haired man laughs joyfully and says that Lin Zhu rules. The teacher smiles and looks at the screen of his tablet. He rejoices and says that finally 2 warrior candidates have appeared in their group. Lin Zhu picks his nose. Zhang Yi looks at him in bewilderment. He thinks that this cannot be. This non-entity Lin Zhu cannot be stronger than him. The teacher sits at the table. The guys stand in front of him. Zhang Yi turned his head slightly and looked to the side. Teacher Luo says that they certainly know that the skin of evolved beasts above the 3rd rank has already achieved complete metamorphism. Neither bullets nor laser weapons can penetrate it. However, thanks to the efforts of mankind, they managed to collect metals from other celestial bodies. Only weapons made from these special metals are capable of inflicting damage on these evolved beasts. The teacher looks at the children, putting one hand to his face. He grins a little and says that this is why only by choosing the most suitable weapon, as well as the skills that go with it, is a warrior able to show his true strength. Lin Zhu raised his hand as if he wanted to ask a question. He says that he has actually had time to think about this question for a long time and he chooses a spear. The teacher is surprised. He looks at the guy in shock. He says that the spear is the prince of 100 types of weapons. Having learned its mastery, its power can reach colossal proportions. The teacher leans back in his chair. He crosses his arms over his chest and smiles contentedly. He says that it's not for nothing that they say, 1 year for a blade, 10 years for a sword and 100 years for a spear. The spear is one of the most difficult weapons to master. He asks Lin Zhu if he is sure of his choice. Lin Zhu looks at the teacher. There is a confident smile on his face. He agrees. The teacher places a blue card on the table and moves it forward. He tells Lin Zhu to take this card. It already contains information about him. Let him take it and go to the library on the 2nd floor. There he can get the basic spear technique and self-improvement technique. The teacher looks at Lin Zhu with his hand holding the card outstretched. A little surprised, he asks Lin Zhu to tell him why he chose the weapon. Lin Zhu grins smugly and closes his eyes. He put one hand inside his jacket. He answers the teacher with a question whether he knows who is in the top 10 strongest warriors in the world. The teacher looks at him and replies that of course he knows. The first place is taken by Dongfang Hua. He uses a sword and his famous fighting skill, the underwater sword technique. The second place is taken by Torsten from the country of Mai. He uses a two-handed sword as a weapon. Lin Zhu, with a smile on his face, puts his hand on the teacher's table and moves the other one to the side. He exclaims, asking the teacher to think for himself. Doesn't it seem to him that the top 10 warriors are missing a person using a spear? The teacher thinks about the guy's words, puts his hand to his chin, thinking that it's true. In fact, there are no warriors with a spear in the top 10. He notices some movement out of the corner of his eye. The teacher raises his hand above the table. Zhang Yi looks towards the door with displeasure. Lin Zhu runs out of the teacher's office, opening the door wide. He laughs and says that they will see the teacher soon. The teacher hesitatingly does not finish the sentence that Lin Zhu cannot do something like that. Teacher Luo looks after Lin Zhu in surprise, his mouth slightly open. He thinks that this boy has quite serious ambitions. Lin Zhu walks forward. A blue shadow rises in front of him with a spear in his hand. The teacher makes the assumption that perhaps Lin Zhu will achieve something in the future. Morning has come. Flocks of birds are flying over the academy, and the weather outside is simply magnificent. People are walking up the stairs to the academy. Lin Zhu stands near the building and holds a blue card in front of his eyes. He says out loud that he took the basic spear technique and the martial skill card for the cultivation technique. The only thing he now lacks is a spear, the use of which he could now get the hang of. But without the official status of a first-rank warrior, he will not be able to purchase it through the Alliance Warriors website. Lin Zhu holds a map in his hands and looks towards a building. The only option that is possible now is to try your luck in the Academy's Hall of Military Valor. A gray-haired man with sideburns stands inside. He crosses his arms over his chest and smiles. A weapon is visible behind his back. The man laughs and invites Lin Zhu to come inside, asking if he has come for a weapon. Lin Zhu stands in front of the man and smiles. He raised one hand with his finger extended upward. The guy tells the gray-haired man that he came to buy a spear. The man asks again and says that there are not so many students who use the spear. He clenches his hand into a fist and points his thumb behind him. He says that he made a new batch of long spears not long ago. Lin Zhu can take a look at them. The man hands the guy one of the copies, holding it in his hand. Lin Zhu looks at him and stretches out his hand to take the weapon. A slight surprise can be seen on his face. The man says that this version weighs 20 kilograms. Extraterrestrial meteorite iron was used to make it. He vouches for its sharpness. The initial price for it is 200,000, but now it is at a discount, so he will pay for all 50. Lin Zhu holds a spear in his hands and throws it up a little. He looks straight at the weapon. He says it's too light and doesn't suit him. The man stands with his hands on his hips and smiles. Lin Zhu spins another spear in his hand. The man says that this spear weighs 35 kilograms. Made from meteorite iron combined with lava stones and everything else, it has enormous attributes. At home it can protect against thieves, and when traveling it can help remove fire. Its starting price is 500,000. But now there is a promotion on it and the first 10 clients can get a cashback of 250,000 on it. Lin Zhu looks at the spear and says that it is too light. Lin Zhu stands with another spear in his hands. He leaned forward and holds it like a cue. The seller asks what about this spear. He weighs 45 kilograms. It is manufactured according to technological canons, through 25 stages of the production process, from ore collected on the moon. Cuts rank 3 beasts like butter, its starting price is 1 million. However, the seller is ready to sell it for 700,000 for the sake of positive advertising. Lin Zhu says that it is still too light and asks if there is anything heavier. The man furrows his brows, sweat running down his temple. He calls Lin Zhu a kid. The gray-haired man's eyes light up with fire. He grits his teeth and clenches his hand into a fist. He seems to be starting to lose patience. He indignantly asks why Lin Zhu came, to choose a spear or to laugh at him. The man points his finger at the guy. There are wrinkles on his forehead. He is angry. Lin Zhu stands in front of him and looks attentively. The man says that he has a heavy spear, but he is afraid that Lin Zhu will not even be able to lift it. The wooden box is covered in cobwebs. It was placed so abruptly that it raised clouds of dust. A man holds a box with a spear by the handle. Lin Zhu looks at him with curiosity and surprise. Due to the excessive weight of this weapon, no one decided to buy it, so it has been collecting dust for a long time in the man's possession. The finest space ore was used for production. His weight is 65 kilograms. Lin Zhu looks at the spear with pleasant surprise. The man opened the lid of the box and there was a weapon lying on some kind of backing. It is not only heavy but also strong and sharp. To create such a model, one could not rely only on space ore. This spear is called the Silver Spirit. Lin Zhu takes the spear in his hands. Everything is fine, his weight is just right. Lin Zhu smiles happily as he swings his spear, taking in its weight. He took it in one hand and placed it on the floor, his gaze directed at the tip of the spear. He smiles and says that this is what he needs. He wants it. The man laughs with his eyes closed. He says that the starting price for this model is 1.5 million, but since there were no buyers for it for a very long time, he is ready to make a 20% discount. He offers to take him for 200 million and not thank him. The man thinks that he didn't expect that Lin Zhu would even be able to move this spear. Is he really just a warrior candidate? Lin Zhu turns to stone in horror. He is shocked at the price of this spear. He asks the man for an installment plan. He smiles joyfully. There is a satisfied expression on his face. He says that there are no more concessions. Lin Zhu cries, holding his hands in front of him. The gray-haired man laughs, raising his head to the ceiling. Lin Zhu thinks that half of the amount he earned from selling the anomalous crystal will go only to buy weapons. Improvement is too expensive. There is a blue screen hanging on the wall, similar to a regular TV. After becoming a warrior candidate, Lin Zhu can finally use the cultivation technique. Lin Zhu sits in the lotus position. He is at a slight height above the floor. The guy folded his hands over his legs and closed his eyes. His figure is enveloped in a blue glow. Everywhere on the surface of the earth there are various accumulations of energy, which warriors call sources. However, an ordinary person is not able to feel them. Only warriors are able to absorb their energy, thereby strengthening their body. Lin Zhu opened his eyes in surprise and exhaled. He wonders what changes his first practice had on his body. He asks why he doesn't feel anything. Decides to look in the system. Lin Zhu stands in front of the blue system window on which his characteristics are written. He is surprised that his strength and endurance have increased by 2 points. Is this really the result of absorbing the energy flow using self-improvement techniques? Previously, to improve his performance, he used the points that the system provided. A new notification comes from the system, which states that with the advent of a new month, the opportunity to participate in the lottery has been updated. She asks if Lin Zhu wants to do a prank. Lin Zhu is scared. The notification came too abruptly. He speaks rudely towards the system, saying that it scared him. Wheels with rewards appear in front of Lin Zhu. The guy reaches forward to press the button and start the rotation. In addition to certain awards, the system gives you the opportunity to participate in the drawing once a month. It is now night and the 1st of August has arrived. The wheel begins to spin. Lin Zhu prays with his hands folded in front of him. He asks the system not to give him weapons, because he recently spent more than 1 million on buying them. If the weapon falls out, the guy will be strangled by the toad. The wheel arrow stops at the gift for rapid growth. The system congratulates the owner on receiving the gift. A white box tied with a red ribbon and a bow on top appears in front of Lin Zhu. It tells the system to open it. The young man looks with surprise and misunderstanding inside the box, which contains a large number of some things. He asks what it is. Lin Zhu sits on the floor with a box in his hands. It contains some kind of uniform. He looks at these things with bewilderment. A system window hangs next to him asking if Lin Zhu wants to activate his gift right now. Lin Zhu holds the item from the box in his hands and looks at it in confusion. Lin Zhu agrees to activate the gift. The system asks Lin Zhu to put on the fast-growth protective gear. Lin Zhu put on a vest and armlets. He keeps his hands near the straps of his vest. He asks the system what it is up to. Lin Zhu stands in the middle of the room, wearing full protective gear. The guy put his hands on his hips and looks forward. He says that the equipment fits well and asks what he should do next. A blue system window appears. It says that preparation is complete. A rapid growth system is being launched. Current progress is 0 units out of 10,000. Lin Zhu jerks forward, surprised and a little scared by what is happening. A bead of sweat runs down his face. He screams and asks what it is. Lin Zhu fell to the floor, beads of sweat running down his face. You can tell by his appearance that he is not feeling well. He clings to the floor with his hands. He swears and asks what's going on, saying that it's hard for him. Lin Zhu gritted his teeth in tension. Drops of sweat roll down his face. A notification appears from the system with the characteristics of the protective equipment of rapid growth. The left and right wrist guards weigh 20 kilograms each, and the left and right shin guards weigh 25 kilograms each. The vest weighs 40 kilograms, and the total weight of all equipment is 130 kilograms. Lin Zhu's hand lies on the floor, palm up. The protective shield pulls her to the floor. Lin Zhu says he refuses to participate in this. He lies on his back, reaching with his right hand to the shield on his left. His mouth is open in a scream. His whole face is sweating. He is indignant that the weight of the equipment is 130 kilograms and asks the system if it really wants to kill him with this protective equipment. He loudly exclaims that he has had enough. Lin Zhu holds his right shoulder with his hand. He gritted his teeth and opened his eyes wide from the tension he was experiencing. His hair stands on end and yellow lightning bolts of energy flash around him. A blue system window with a notification appeared. It contains a warning that the rapid growth procedure is not yet completed. Removing the kit is now prohibited. Lin Zhu curses through his teeth. Lin Zhu leans on his hands and tries to get up. His legs are bent at the knees. His face expresses anger and suffering. Small clouds of steam are emanating from the guy. A system window hangs next to it. It says that Lin Zhu is strongly advised to focus on adapting to the kit today. Otherwise he will have to crawl to the academy tomorrow. Lin angrily shouts out to the system, asks her if she decided to bury him, and says that they will still pay for everything. Lin Zhu continues to stand in the same position. Only he raised his head up and his gaze is fixed on the system window. Apparently he is interested in something. The system notifies that it forgot to inform. Upon successful completion of the rapid growth program, you have the opportunity to receive 25 stat points. Lin Zhu is pleasantly surprised that he can get so many points. He agrees and says he will try. Lin Zhu tries to crawl. He is in a strange position on the floor and moves forward. The guy says that until he learns to walk normally in the equipment, he will have to crawl. The system silently observes this. The weather is beautiful outside. The sun is shining. White clouds are visible in the blue sky. The sand-colored building is illuminated by the rays of the sun. Almost all the windows have balconies. A wide staircase leads to the building, at the bottom of which there is a red carpet. Lin Zhu walks along it, still wearing his equipment. His back is hunched, his arms and legs tremble from tension. Suffering and torment are written on the face. There are black bags under his eyes, beads of sweat running down his cheeks. Next to him hangs a window of the system, on which it is written that the current progress of rapid growth is 1,000 out of 10. Lin Zhu says he crawled all night and eventually found it difficult to walk. He asks himself how many laps he has already walked along this path. It seems to him that this is already the 19th. Lin Zhu wonders why after all this effort he is still so far short of completion. This time the system seriously cheated him. Someone wearing light gray clothes with gold accents taps Lin Zhu on the shoulder, and he does it from the back. This man calls out to Lin Zhu, calling him brother. Lin Zhu falls to the ground, sending up clouds of dust. His legs are lifted up. He flies face down. Lin Zhu's face is covered in bruises. The eyes are circled red from fatigue or anger. The mouth is open in a scream, and the eyebrows are frowned and drawn to the bridge of the nose. He gets angry and aggressive towards someone. The guy asks who bothered him and why the hell he hit him on the back so suddenly. A cute girl stands in front of him, dressed in a light gray uniform with a skirt. She wears long white socks and black shoes. She has pink hair that is tied into a high ponytail. The girl holds her head with her hand. She smiles welcomingly and narrows her eyes. This is Yi Shuang-er. She laughs and asks if Lin Zhu is okay. The girl looks at the guy with her mouth wide open and her eyes wide. She raised a finger to her face. Yi Shuang-er asks Lin Zhu if he is sick. Lin Zhu sits on the red carpet. He bent his knees and spread them apart. He holds his head with his right hand and smiles broadly, a little shyly and nervously. A large lump appeared on his head. He laughs awkwardly and says that it was Yi Shuang-er who scared him. He replies that he is healthy, he was just lost in thought and didn't notice her. The girl is much shorter than the guy. Lin Zhu stands next to her, placing his hand on the top of her head. He smiles, narrowing his eyes slightly. The girl slightly raised one hand to waist level, apparently wanting to do something. She looks at the guy with one eye closed, as if winking at him. He asks her how long they haven't seen each other since he graduated from school. Probably about 2 years. Lin Zhu says that Yi Shuang-er has already become an adult girl. He asks what she is doing here. The girl raised her hand and flicked the guy's wrist so that he would remove his hand. She looks at him with a sweet and serious expression. He answers that exams for admission to high school are just around the corner, so teachers began to arrange for them to tour educational institutions so that they could see where they like best. Lin looks down at the girl. A wide smile shines on his face, clearly happy to see Yi Shuang-er. He asks the girl if she finally decided to apply to Starlight Academy and whether the reason for this lies in the fact that her older brother, who is Lin Zhu, is studying at this institution. The girl closes her eyes with displeasure and lowers her chin down. Her shoulders are slightly raised towards her head. Yi Shuang-er replies that he shouldn't flatter himself. She wouldn't apply to Starlight just because of him. Someone greets her and asks if this is the same Lin Zhu who once lived next door to her. Lin Zhu stands with his hands on his hips. He looks a little perplexed at the speaker. Yi Shuang-er stands in front of him, turning back slightly. Her facial expression is one of surprise. In front of them stands a blonde with slightly reddish hair in the same shape as the girl. He raised one hand in the air as if he was throwing something. The other is in his pocket. The guy smiles widely and looks straight at Lin Zhu and Yi Shuang-er. There are 2 more people standing behind him, but they cannot be seen. The blonde's name is Tang Ping. He says that he heard that the worst student at Starlight Academy is also named Lin Zhu, and he asks a question, because this clearly cannot be the same person. Yi Shuang-er looks at Tang Ping with anger and dissatisfaction. She yells at him furiously, her brows furrowed. He asks if he has anything to say. Tang Ping grins, his face full of freckles. He doesn't have a very pleasant expression on his face. He looks smug. He answers the girl that he has nothing to say. It's just that when he saw Lin Zhu, his new classmate, who is 2 years older than him, he really couldn't bear to exchange experiences. The girl stands in front of Lin Zhu and looks at the blonde seriously. The girl rolls up her sleeve on one arm. She looks confident. Tang Ping shakes his head, still smiling. He put both hands in his pockets. Yi Shuang-er stands in front of him, with his back to Lin Zhu. Tang Ping says that he has no desire to fight the girl. He asks Lin Zhu what about the fight, is he really chickening out? Lin Zhu smirks smugly. He agreed to face off against Tang Ping. Lin Zhu steps forward smiling confidently. He extended one arm to the side. Yi Shuang-er stands behind him and looks at Lin Zhu in surprise. The girl pressed one hand to herself at chest level. Lin Zhu tells Tang Ping that if he wants to get into a fight, then he will grant his wish. Lin Zhu confidently walks forward. He's still wearing his gear, but from the outside it looks like it's no longer causing him problems. He thinks that despite the extra load of over 100 kilograms and the pain all over his body, he shouldn't have any problems dealing with one little asshole. The blonde stood up, ready for a fight. There is a smile on his face. He is confident that he will win. Lin Zhu stands facing him, clenching his hands into fists and straightening his back. Behind him, slightly in the distance, stands Yi Shuang-er. Lin Zhu announces the start of the fight. The blonde begins to run towards the guy. He actively waves his arms in front of him. His hair flutters with speed. He smiles, expecting an easy victory. Tells Lin Zhu to take the serve. Tang Ping swings his leg in mid-flight to strike. His mouth is open and he makes a sound of victory. Lin Zhu raised his leg up to block the blonde's blow. They stand with their ankles touching. Tang Ping rides backwards on the ground. A trail emerges from under his feet. Lin Zhu lowers the leg with which he deflected the blow back to the ground. The blonde drove back to his original position from the force of the collision. He sits on the ground with one knee on the ground and his back slightly hunched. Tang Ping looks forward at the guy, a bead of sweat running down his freckled face. He smiles no longer smugly, but nervously. Judging by his appearance, we can say that he is no longer so confident in his victory. He tells Lin Zhu that he is quite good. Tang Ping crosses his palms, raising his fingers upward. Green lights light up around. The blonde tells Lin Zhu to appreciate this move. Tang Ping spread his arms out to the sides, holding them palms up as green fire enveloped them. The guy smiles, gritting his teeth. He had just activated the bronze skill Swift Palm. Tang Ping raises his hand forward. He opened his mouth and screamed, attacking. The blonde quickly attacks Lin Zhu, pushing him in the chest with his palm. Lin Zhu looks at Tang Ping's hand in surprise. He thinks he has impressive speed. Lin Zhu takes the blow hard. Sweat runs down his face. His teeth clench tightly from tension. He frowns and looks ahead seriously. The guy thinks that in a normal situation he could easily dodge the blow, but with the current load he had no chance. Tang Ping hits Lin Zhu with a satisfied and gloating smile, thereby pushing him. He flies forward with his back. A bright green light emanates from the impact site. Yi Shuanger looks at the fight with his hands folded on his chest. She worries and watches the fight intently. Behind her are the two guys who came with Tang Ping. They grin as they watch the battle. One of them says that Tang Ping, after all, is a genius who has almost reached the rank of candidate warrior. That trash, that is, Lin Zhu, is doomed to defeat. Yi Shuanger says that he will not lose. The blonde clenched his teeth with tension, sweat rolling down his face. He thinks that he is attacking Lin Zhu all the time, but all he does is fight back and back away. Tang Ping cannot knock him out. This won't work. He must knock Lin Zhu to the ground in the presence of Yi Shuanger. The girl still stands with her arms crossed over her chest. A small crowd has gathered behind her to watch the fight. The blonde furiously raises his fist, shrouded in green fire, over Lin Zhu. He flies towards him, about to attack. His eyebrows are furrowed, his face is concentrated. He thinks that he should also make Lin Zhu a real trash. The blonde misses his opponent. Lin Zhu receives the blow in his arms, and a large green circle of power appears near the point of contact. Their fight causes dust to rise at the site of the battlefield. Lin Zhu grabs Tang Ping's wrist. The blonde looks in surprise at someone else's hand, which covers him. He is amazed and somewhat shocked. He even opened his mouth in surprise. Lin Zhu confidently looks forward at the guy. His eyebrows are drawn to the bridge of his nose. His gaze is very confident. He asks Tang Ping if he knows that a murderer should always be prepared to suffer the same fate. Tang Ping is very scared. He looks at Lin Zhu with panic. Sweat runs down his face, his eyes wide with fear. He asks Lin Zhu to wait, but does not have time to finish his sentence. Lin Zhu tightly grips Tang Ping's hand and twists it sharply. Tang Ping's fingers are twisted in pain. He screams loudly and heart-rendingly. Tang Ping falls to his knees. He stands holding his sore hand with his other. He looks at her with pain and horror, sweat running down his face. He is trembling all over from suffering. Tang Ping screams, drawing attention to his injury. Lin Zhu, with a serious and even stern expression on his face, kicks Tang Ping in the face. The blonde flies back from the blow. Holding one hand to himself, drops of blood scattering from him. Tang Ping falls to the ground, flying far back. As it falls, huge columns of dust rise into the air. His friends, who had previously watched the fight from the sidelines, are running away. They scream and call his name, clearly worried. Tang Ping is sitting on a tile near the fence. He is covered in abrasions and scratches. Blood is flowing from the corner of his mouth. The guy is holding his sore hand. You can see from his face how much pain he is in. Next to him, leaning on one knee, his fellow practitioner sits and holds Tang Ping by the shoulders. Another guy in a light gray uniform stands next to them. The blonde is exhausted, but nevertheless you can read anger on his face. Sweat and blood are running down his face, and his teeth are clenched tightly from tension and pain. He tells Lin Zhu that he will kill him. Repeats this phrase twice to indicate the firmness of his intentions. Lin Zhu walks with his back to the blonde and smiles contentedly. There is not a single scratch on him. A blonde man in the Starlight Academy uniform is rushing towards him at all pores. He is completely engulfed in green fire. The guy is going to attack from behind. Lin Zhu smugly suggests that Tang Ping try to kill him. Lin Zhu pays attention to what is happening behind him. He looks back over his shoulder in a little surprise. The blonde punches Lin Zhu. The blow is so strong and unexpected that the guy flies far forward without having time to repel the attack. The blonde man turns around and looks at the dust that rises from the man hitting the ground. His facial expression is not visible. Lin Zhu sits on the ground with one knee resting on it. An expression of confusion and anger is written on his face. The guy grits his teeth tightly and looks at his enemy, raising his hands forward, as if trying to put them in a defensive position. Standing in front of Lin Zhu is a matured copy of Tang Ping, a blonde man with a huge number of freckles on his face, strange bangs and a furious expression on his face. He rolls up the sleeves of his Starlight Academy uniform, veins showing on his arms. Lin Zhu uses the eye of analysis to find out who is in front of him. This is Tang Tian, A candidate warrior, his specialty is sword, and his combat ability is 752 points. Tang Ping, with tears in his eyes and pointing his finger at Lin Zhu, shouts at this guy, calling him Big Brother, to break all the limbs of his offender. Lin Zhu's face is covered in abrasions and scratches. He looks at the blonde, clenching his teeth tightly and furrowing his brows, while holding one hand in front of him. Lin Zhu thinks that this Tang Tian is a third-year high school student, the vice chairman of the academy's hand-to-hand combat club, and he is also ranked 100th in strength in the academic rankings. Tang Tian is furious. He clearly doesn't like that someone beat his little brother. He has a killer look on his face. He raises his fist, about to hit Lin Zhu again. Tang Tian says that he will break all of Lin Zhu's bones for his brother's hand. Lin Zhu looks ahead with fear and tension. Sweat is running down his face and there is a large abrasion near his lip. He thinks that due to the current load there is no way he can dodge this blow. The blonde punched Lin Zhu with great force. He fell to the ground, flying several steps back. Drops of sweat splashed from his face in different directions. When the guy fell, he made some kind of incomprehensible sound, probably indicating a reaction to pain. There is a cry for the blonde to stop. Yi Shuanger stands in front of Lin Zhu, spreading his arms to the sides and covering the guy lying on the ground. She looks confident and angry while protecting Lin Zhu. He reclines behind her and looks at the girl in surprise. She tells Tang Tian not to dare touch Lin Zhu. The blonde smiles smugly and raises his fist for another blow. There's a disgusting expression of smugness written all over his face. He tells Yi Shuanger not to overestimate herself and orders her to get out. The blonde is about to hit the girl. His fist is already rushing towards her face with all its force. She stands with her eyes closed, but does not shy away, preparing to take the attack instead of the guy. Lin Zhu rises to his feet and pushes Yi Shuanger out of the path of the strike. Concern for the girl is written on his face. Lin Zhu pushed her aside, but stood under attack himself. The blonde's fist, engulfed in red flames, slammed into his chest and knocked him down again. Lin Zhu flies down, mouth open in a scream. It is clear that it is not easy for him to experience this pain. Blood flies off his face. It seems he was hit hard this time. Lin Zhu falls to the ground with a distinctive sound. The blonde tuts displeasantly and says that Lin Zhu himself will soon go to the other world and is still posing as a hero. The blonde man stands over Lin Zhu, who is lying on the ground. He's clearly not going to stop there. Lin Zhu looks up at him. One of his eyes is closed, blood dripping from the corners of his lips. The blonde says that he will cripple Lin Zhu. The blonde steps on the guy's hand with force, and most likely more than once. Lin Zhu's face shows real agony. Blood splashes in all directions. He screams loudly from the pain he is experiencing. Yi Shuanger wails in the background and says that there is no need to do this. The blonde still has the same disgusting expression on his face, an unauthorized smile and eyebrows drawn to the bridge of his nose. He raises his foot to strike Lin Zhu again. He says that now it's the second hand's turn. He will make Lin Zhu not only trash, but also disabled. An order is given to stop the fight. Teacher Lo runs as fast as he can to the battlefield. Tang Tian does not turn in his direction, only crosses her eyes. The teacher orders Tang Tian to stop. However, he does not listen and is still going to step on Lin Zhu's hand. Tang Tian's eyes glow red and she has a sinister smile on her face. Teacher Lo speeds up and activates some skill. With the help of a blue beam of energy, he drives the blonde away from Lin Zhu. Tang Tian stands next to the guy lying on the ground and looks at the teacher, his hand clenched into a fist. The teacher shouts indignantly and angrily. Turning to Tang Tian, he asks why he didn't hear him and calls him a little worm. At the same time, the teacher thinks that all the people from the Tang family are worms, and this one also dares to do such a thing in his presence. Tang Tian is dissatisfied with the teacher's interference in the showdown. He clenches his teeth angrily, as if baring his teeth. Half of his face is covered in shadow, his eyebrows furrowed. He tuts in displeasure. Teacher Luo stands between Lin Zhu, who has risen to his feet, and Tang Tian. He looks at the blonde with fury and displeasure. A beaten Lin Zhu stands behind him and presses the hand that Tang Tian stepped on. Judging by his face, he is in great pain and angry. The teacher indignantly asks Tang Tian what he is doing here. How can he offend a second-year student? Tang Tian immediately changes. An innocent smile appears on his face. With one hand he scratches the back of his head, as if he had just done absolutely nothing. He answers the teacher, says the teacher's name, as if he didn't notice that it was he who told him to stop. And he goes on to say that Lin Zhu was the first to dislocate his younger brother's wrist. Next he asks Teacher Lo whether he thinks a second-year high school student can offend a third-year high school student. Lin Zhu bares his teeth angrily as he looks at Tang Tian, who is making himself look like an innocent lamb. Yishuanger stands next to him. Sincere indignation at what is happening is written on her face. She stands up for Lin Zhu and says that Tang Ping himself proposed to exchange experiences, and besides, during the battle, he, not caring about the rules, decided to encroach on Lin Zhu's life. The teacher turns his head towards the couple standing behind him. Yishuanger holds Lin Zhu by the elbow. Tang Tian stands a few steps away, crossing his arms and looking at the girl with displeasure. Teacher Luo says that who is right and who is wrong will be sorted out at the academy. The blonde looks at Lin Zhu and points his finger at him. His face expresses anger and the promise of imminent punishment. The guy tells Lin Zhu that even though he managed to escape retribution now, he cannot hide forever. Advises him to look around when he goes outside. Lin Zhu glares at Tang Tian. He drew his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose. His whole face was covered with bleeding abrasions. He answers the blonde, assuring him that he need not worry because in 3 days they will meet in the battle arena. Teacher Law turns sharply towards his student. He looks at him sternly and with some indignation. Teacher Luo tells Lin Zhu not to do anything stupid. He is not Tang Tian's rival. Battles in the battle arena can lead to death. Lin Zhu can be killed there. Yishuanger looks at Lin Zhu with worry. Her eyes are wide open, eyebrows raised. The guy glances sideways at her and smiles. He looks confident in his abilities. The girl asks Lin Zhu not to fight Tang Tian. The guy assures her that she has nothing to worry about. Nothing will happen to him. Lin Zhu stands holding his bad hand with his good one. He looks confidently at Tang Tian and smiles. Yishuanger is standing next to him. She is also holding his sore hand. The teacher stands slightly ahead of the pair with his back to them. He looks at the blonde with displeasure. Lin Zhu asks Tang Tian if he has the courage. The blonde grins angrily and somehow a little nervously. Sweat flows down his freckled face. The eyebrows are furrowed and because of this, wrinkles have appeared near the nose. He says with disdain that Lin Zhu is asking in vain. He will easily enter the ring against him. Tang Tian says that when the time comes, he will cripple Lin Zhu in the presence of all the teachers and students of the academy. Starlight Academy is illuminated by the rays of the sun. Students are walking up the stairs in both directions. They discuss the upcoming battle. Someone reports important news. The loser Lin Zhu is going to meet Tang Tian, the 100th ranked player, in the battle arena. Someone asks who this is about, whether it's Lin Zhu from the 29th group, and then asks not to lie, because Lin Zhu will simply be killed. Another student laughs, calling Lin Zhu trash and says that he will die laughing. He must see this fight. There are even rows of desks in the classroom. Students sit behind them, some at tables, some on them. The red-haired Yan Tian sits right there and listens to the conversations of his fellow practitioners. Someone asks how it got to the point where Lin Zhu will now fight Tang Tian. Another student says there are rumors that a girl is involved. They answer him that this cannot be and asks if Lin Zhu is one of those who can fly into a rage because of a beauty. The gray futuristic entrance door. Above it hangs a sign that says that this is a first aid post. Voices are heard from behind the door. The doctor asks her to undress because she needs to conduct a full examination. She is told that his arm was simply broken and there is no need for a full medical examination. Lin Zhu is standing in the medical office. He is still wearing his equipment. He looks in shock at his broken arm, on which there is a huge red bruise. He is surprised by the instant effect of the medicine, and asks what medicine they gave him. The doctor does not betray herself and is still dressed in a shirt with a large neckline and a medical gown, with round glasses on her face. She treats Lin Zhu's hand with cotton wool. The woman answers Lin Zhu that this is an extremely valuable healing potion of the Xiao family, capable of providing comprehensive regeneration of bones and muscle tissue in the shortest possible time, which cannot be found on sale. She turns to Lin Zhu, calling him a kid, telling him not to think that by defeating a second-rank warrior, he became tough, and now knows everything about battles to the death. The Tang family has enormous influence. Lin Zhu is now in no position to offend them and get away with it. Lin Zhu is clearly unhappy with what he heard. He clenched his hand into a fist and looked stern. The guy is covered in dust and abrasions. He frowns and looks at his hand. Indignantly he asks, so what, should he really just endure it? The doctor smiles conciliatorily and closes his eyes. She hands the guy some kind of green card. He says that he knows how cool Lin Zhu is and asks him to take the card intended for him. Lin Zhu holds a green card in his hand. He looks at her in surprise, exclaims that this is a bronze fighting skill card, Tearing Fist. He asks the doctor if this is true for him, because this card is probably worth a lot. Lin Zhu stands opposite the doctor and holds a card in his hand, pressing it to his chest. He looks at the woman in shock. She sits on the table with her back straight. She says she doesn't need money, she got the card from the library. In close combat, the rending fist is the most ferocious fist technique, capable of creating a concussion in the air upon contact with an opponent. However, if the practitioner's body is not strong enough, the detonations in the hands created when cultivating the tearing fist can cause damage to bones and muscles. That's why no one practices this technique. The woman is holding some kind of bottle with liquid in her hand. She hands it to Lin Zhu. He says that with the Xiao family's healing potion, damage to bones and muscles ceases to be a problem. She can help a guy learn a ripping fist in no time. The guy is holding a bottle of medicine and a green card in his hands, pressing their chests. There are tears of gratitude on his face. He smiles joyfully and happily at the woman, a little embarrassed, but very sincerely thanks her. The woman approached Lin Zhu. She put one hand on her side, and the other touched the guy's face. He looks at the doctor confusedly, spreading his arms to the sides. The woman tells him not to thank her and calls the guy Big Lin. The woman continues, sooner or later Lin Zhu will become hers, so she cannot let him die so easily. Night has fallen. The stars are shining in the sky and a huge full moon is hanging. Some strange sounds are heard in the darkness. Lin Zhu is standing on some kind of training ground, with a building and a brick wall visible behind him. The guy stands in a stance, bending his knees and spreading them wide to the sides. With one hand he strikes with his fist, and with the other behind his back. His face is concentrated. He is concentrating on doing the exercise. At the same time, the guy thinks, as they say, the damage from a true ripping fist comes from the inside out, tearing the insides of the enemy. But with his current level, he can only deal external damage for now, and is not able to deal internal damage. It's good that he has the potion that Xiao Ryushui gave him. Otherwise, he would not have had a chance to master the tearing fist in these 3 days. The guy stops and stands still, raising one arm to chest level and bending it at the elbow. He looks very serious. System notifications appear before it. One of them is congratulations, Lin Zhu has promoted his level to 11. The second window displays Lin Zhu's full stats. His strength is now 78. His stamina is 50. His speed is 52, and his overall combat capability is 699 points. The accumulation of anger is 0 points out of 100. His currently open abilities are Eye Analysis and Explosion of Rage. He can now distribute another 11 points. Lin Zhu thinks that this time, hard training allowed him to improve his level. An additional 11 stat points will allow him to increase his strength a little more. Lin Zhu stands on the platform. Bushes and trees, as well as a brick wall, are visible behind him. The guy raised his hands, palms up, and examines them with a serious and slightly gloomy expression on his face. Next to it is a system window on which it is written that the current progress of rapid growth is equal to 9,504 points out of 10,000. Lin Zhu thinks that the problem now is that the systemic rapid growth program has not yet been completed. He had already adapted to the weight of this kit. However, fighting in this state, he would only be able to use about 80% of his strength. Lin Zhu scratches the back of his head thoughtfully. His lips are pursed like a duck. He thinks it's time to quit training. He already needs to enter the arena this evening. He will now return to his room, take a shower, and get ready for what's to come. There are a lot of people standing around the battle arena. There are 2 people standing at the battle site itself, Lin Zhu and Tang Tian. They are located at a fairly large distance from each other. The presenter announces, addressing the students and teachers, that the first battle in the battle arena this year will begin any minute. The opponents are second-year high school student Lin Zhu and third-year high school student Tang Tian. An exciting battle is about to begin. Lin Zhu stands with a spear in his hand. He rested it on the floor and looks at his opponent, putting his other hand in his pocket. Tang Tian stands opposite him, resting his sword on his shoulder, its hilt bright red. The blonde also put one of his hands in his pocket. People crowded around the arena and shouted Tang Tian's name. They told him to smash this worm in the person of Lin Zhu. Someone shouts that he loves the blonde. 2 teachers sit on the red bleacher seats. This is Teacher Luo and some man in a long cloak with long red hair. Teacher Luo has his legs spread wide and his hands on his knees, looking nervous and focused. The second man folds his arms across his chest and is not at all worried about what is happening. He smiles. The red-haired man addresses Master Luo, calling him Luo Lin, telling him to relax as he instructed Tang Tian to hold back and not cause fatal damage to Lin Zhu. Teacher Lo grunts with displeasure and replies that we still need to see who will defeat whom. The second man, who is apparently the curator of the Tang Tian group, tells Teacher Luo that he has not changed at all. He would rather die than admit defeat. Lin Zhu is just a loser. What chance can he have against one of the best students in his group? The presenter announces to the participants that the competition has begun. The blonde stands with his sword still resting on his shoulder, with that disgusting expression on his face again. He smiles disgustingly and smugly, clearly feeling his advantage. Asks Lin Zhu whether he will choose to kneel and admit defeat or die by his hand. However, Lin Zhu is also confident. He stands holding a spear in his hand and smiles, looking at the enemy. He is also wearing equipment that adds weight. Lin Zhu replies that he will see. He himself is not going to hold back, even if Tang Tian admits defeat. The blonde rushes towards Lin Zhu, pointing his sword point forward. Red fire glows around the blade. There is a murderous expression on the blonde's face. He clearly has no intention of sparing the enemy. Lin Zhu stands ready to take the attack. Tang Tian activated the bronze skill instant cut. He shouts a death wish for Lin Zhu. Lin Zhu rushes forward, raising his spear to deflect the blow. Tang Tian rushes towards him with a sword that is completely shrouded in fire. The blonde's mouth is open in a battle cry. The host says that who could have foreseen that Tang Tian would start the fight immediately with a fatal move. The essence of instant cutting lies precisely in speed. That is, in defeating the enemy before he has time to react. Lin Zhu, clenching his teeth, takes the blow of the sword on the tip of the spear. Tang Tian's sword and hand are pulled aside due to the counterattack. The guy clenches his teeth and grins, looking anxiously at his neck. There is a deep scratch on it from which blood is oozing. The host is very surprised and exclaims that Lin Zhu was able to withstand the blow. But it seems that it didn't go so easily for him. Lin Zhu stands with his legs wide apart. He presses one hand to the wound on his neck and stretches the other with a spear forward. The guy looks at the blonde in surprise and dissatisfaction. Tang Tian smiles widely as he looks at Lin Zhu. He asks if it was the sword energy. The blonde replies with a chuckle that Lin Zhu noticed this. There is no way he can control his sword. The blonde is about to strike again. He spread his legs wide and extended his hand with a sword forward. The second one makes some strange gesture, apparently helping to attack. He still has that disgusting expression on his face. The red fire of energy burns around the sword again. Tang Tian yells at Lin Zhu to be smart and die. Lin Zhu swings the attacks heavily as he swings his spear in all directions, deflecting the blows. His facial expression suggests that this battle is not easy for him. One of the sword strikes hits the target and wounds Lin Zhu in the shoulder. The blade cut the sleeve of the uniform. Blood from the wound flies in all directions. Lin Zhu's face is covered in blood, bruises, and abrasions. You can see from his eyes that he is tired. Zhang Yi and Yan Tian watch the battle. The red-haired man is worried about his friend. He is nervous and because of this, sweat is running down his face. The brown-haired man is serious and calm. He is intently watching the battle. Yan Tian says that Lin Zhu was completely crushed by a hail of attacks, asks what he should do now. Zhang Yi replies that there is no need to worry so much. Despite Tang Tian's ferocious onslaught, his attacks were powerless to cause any serious damage to Lin Zhu. The blonde begins to get nervous and angry. Sweat runs down his tense face. He continues to attack Lin Zhu and at the same time reflects that he withstood all of his attacks, despite the strength of the sword energy that he released. They did not inflict serious injuries on him at all. Tang Tian jumps forward, moving his sword arm back and swinging, his other arm extended forward. His face has taken on a brutal expression. He is angry, his eyes are completely white. The sword is completely engulfed in brighter orange flames. He uses the bronze skill Raging Flame Strike. Lin Zhu shouts that he will see how he reflects this. Lin Zhu looks exhausted. His clothes are all cut. His face is covered in cuts and bruises. Blood flows from the corner of the mouth. Eyebrows are drawn to the bridge of the nose. He moved his hand with the spear to the side and looked at Tang Tian's attack. The system shows the anger accumulation scale. At the moment it is filled at 90% out of 100. The guy thinks that this attack looks extremely fierce. He won't be able to withstand it like the others. But the blow of cumulative force is not yet ready. Lin Zhu tightly grasps the spear with his palm. Veins bulge on his arm. He thinks that there is only one thing left for him. He had originally planned to save this move and use it after his anger meter was full. Lin Zhu brings his spear forward, his brows furrowed, and his whole appearance speaks of concentration on the attack. The spear is all engulfed in bright orange fire of power. Lin Zhu uses the bronze skill Phoenix Majesty. Teacher Luo sits on the podium, watching the battle anxiously and tensely. He placed his hands on his knees and tilted his body slightly forward. The man looked surprised. He reflects on the fact that Lin Zhu was suddenly able to use such a powerful combat skill. And, among other things, the flame he released contained source energy. The teacher wonders in surprise whether in just a few days Lin Zhu has already managed to comprehend the cultivation technique. Lin Zhu is all on fire, rushing towards Tang Tian's attack. The blonde is still smiling, looking at his opponent. The guys are getting closer, now there will be a clash. At the sight of the impact, a large column of dust appears, and energy scatters in different directions. Lin Zhu lies in a crater caused by his impact with the arena. Echoes of fiery power fly around him. The guy opened his mouth in a scream and closed his eyes tightly. Lin Zhu lies in the crater and raises his head looking at his opponent. Tang Tian stands with her legs wide apart and one hand clenched into a fist. A sword is clutched in his second hand. The guy's shoulders are slightly hunched. He looks at his opponent. Tang Tian smiles, causing his eyebrows to draw down to the bridge of his nose. He raises one arm in the air and looks at her, the sleeve of his uniform torn. The guy is all beaten up. There are small abrasions on his face. He chuckles and tells Lin Zhu that even though he lost, he still deserved honor for being able to hurt like that. Lin Zhu continues to lie in the crater. There are still echoes of the flame around him. His face is not visible. What he is experiencing is difficult to say. But obviously this is not the most pleasant feeling. Behind him, near the edge of the arena, stands teacher Luo, Yantian and Yi Shuang-er. They are all alarmed and worried about the guy. They call him by name, probably hoping for an answer. Lin Zhu sits up abruptly. The guy is covered in dust and dirt, but he smiles and seems full of strength. His eyes literally beam with joy. Teacher Luo, Yantian and Yi Shuang-er are shocked. They opened their mouths in surprise and looked at the guy with all their eyes. The girl smiles joyfully and very widely, clasping her hands near her chest. Lin Zhu says he is fine. The company behind him makes surprised sounds in unison. A blue system window appears with a notification. It says that the rapid growth progress has reached 10,000. The program has been completed. The system congratulates Lin Zhu for receiving 25 stat points. Lin Zhu is sitting in the arena. He is all dirty, in tattered uniform. He holds the back of his head with one hand. His right eye is closed. His whole face is twisted with unpleasant sensations. Dust from the fall is still floating around. Another alert from the system appeared. The accumulation of anger has reached 100 points. It is completed. The system suggests using a cumulative force strike. Lin Zhu took off his jacket and threw it aside. He is already firmly on his feet. The guy reaches his hand towards the shield on his left wrist, intending to unfasten it. His face is calm, serious, and thoughtful. There are system windows flying around him, which reflect the increase in characteristics. The guy asks to distribute the points as follows. Put 21 points into strength, and 4 into endurance. Yantian looks at the arena with confusion and bewilderment. Standing next to him is the equally amazed teacher Luo and Yi Shuang-er. The redhead asks what Lin Zhu is wearing. The teacher says in surprise that these are weights. It turns out that all this time Lin Zhu was fighting with an additional load. Lin Zhu throws off his shield and it falls into the arena. Tang Tian watches this with a smirk, clenching his hands into fists. He tuts and asks what will happen next after he took them off. The next piece of equipment falls to the floor with a loud sound. Dust rises from the fall. Lin Zhu stands in his shirt, with a bandage on his previously broken arm, his spear standing next to him. There are balls of dust swirling around his feet. Teacher Luo and Yantian are watching this scene. Yantian says that judging by the sound, these accessories clearly weigh a lot. Something is clearly wrong with Lin Zhu. Teacher Luo laughs and says that things are getting interesting. The continuation of the battle promises to be exciting. Lin Zhu, all battered and wounded, did not lose his confidence. He looks firmly and directly at his opponent with a menacing grin. The guy says that before this it was just a warm-up. The real battle begins only now. The blonde clenched his teeth nervously and bared his teeth angrily. Sweat runs down his face, his brows furrowed. Wrinkles appeared around his large nose. Tang Tian thinks that this freak in the person of Lin Zhu has been playing with him all the time. The angry blonde rushes forward towards Lin Zhu. He swings his sword, about to attack the guy. Lin Zhu calmly reaches for his spear. Tang Tian shouts that Lin Zhu will pray for his self-will. The blonde man swings a sword with a trail of fire behind it. Lin Zhu stands calmly. The blow seems to pass through his body. The blonde is shocked that his blow did not reach the target. His mouth is slightly open. His eyes are wide and he looks forward. Small lights of power fly near his face. He exclaims in surprise what it is. Lin Zhu ends up at the blonde's side and is about to hit him. He has a confident smile on his face as he looks at his opponent. The blonde notices movement from the side of him out of the corner of his eye and turns his head in that direction in surprise. Lin Zhu strikes hard. The blonde manages to put his sword in front of him to block the attack. He seems a little scared from such an unexpected attack. Lin Zhu's blow is so strong that the blonde skates backwards on his feet, causing clouds of dust to appear. Tang Tian holds his sword in front of his eyes, which began to crack from Lin Zhu's pressure. His teeth are clenched with tension. He frowns and appears nervous and angry. The blonde thinks that Lin Zhu's speed and strength have seriously increased. He asks himself the question, perhaps this is all due to the fact that he took off the equipment that hampered his movements. Lin Zhu jumped high and spun his spear with both hands. He flies straight at the blonde. He stands and looks up at the guy. Lin Zhu says that now it is his turn to have fun. Tang Tian agrees and asks Lin Zhu if he really thinks that he is afraid of him. Yan Tian happily clenched his hand into a fist and pressed it to his chest. The guy looks very happy. Teacher Law stands next to him and smiles widely as he looks out over the arena. Yi Shuanger stands next to him and watches what is happening with a happy smile. Yan Tian praises Lin Zhu, saying that he did a great job, the blow was amazing. Teacher Luo says that after throwing off this equipment, he became like a different person. His true strength was revealed now. From the stands, standing behind the people, Teacher Tang Tian is watching the fight. He seems amazed and surprised by what is happening. The man clearly did not expect that his student could be beaten by the worst student at the academy. Lin Zhu landed on the floor of the arena. He stands with his legs wide apart and his body tilted forward, holding one hand in front of him for balance, and the other spinning a spear behind his back, creating a ring of fire. His opponent stands opposite, legs apart, waiting for the blow. Lin Zhu says that now there will be one more time. He points the spear forward, it is all shrouded in fire. Lin Zhu is focused and tense, about to attack. He uses the bronze skill Phoenix Majesty. Tang Tian swings his sword and flies forward at his opponent. He looks like he's furious and doesn't want to give up the victory. He says that it is simply impossible. How can an insignificant piece of trash like Lin Zhu have such an impressive fighting skill? Next he says a death wish. The fiery force of the sword rushes across the phoenix. They will now collide. Lin Zhu runs at his opponent, holding his spear forward, holding it tightly with both hands. From the weapon, it's as if the fiery wings of a phoenix are opening in different directions. Tang Tian stands in the path of the strike. His left hand with the sword moved to the side, and his right hand waved in the air. He instinctively leaned back slightly, trying to avoid the blow. Tang Tian manages to pick up the sword and put it in front of him, defending himself. Lin Zhu's spear hits the sword. From the force of this blow, a piece breaks off from the blade and seems to crack. Tang Tian begins to fly backwards, screaming as she cannot stay on her feet. The spear broke the sword in half, its pieces flying to the sides. Due to the impact, Tang Tian rises into the air to a fairly decent height and flies back. Lin Zhu stands confidently on his feet. He heads towards the enemy, clouds of dust swirling around his feet. Lin Zhu stands in a dirty white shirt. One of his hands is clenched into a fist, and a spear lies in the other. The guy looks down confidently and smugly, with a slight, victorious grin. Someone in the crowd asks in surprise, as if not believing what happened, was it really possible for someone to defeat Tang Tian? The worst student of the academy defeated a person from the top 100 in the ranking. Someone exclaims, does this mean that now Lin Zhu himself is in the top 100? The speaker can't digest this information. Is this really the same garbage? The blonde rests his hand on the floor. Dust swirls next to him. He says Lin Zhu's name. Tang Tian sits on her knees, hunched over and raising her hand in front of her. His entire uniform is covered in dirt. There are many abrasions on his face. Drops of sweat are dripping down. He tells Lin Zhu not to think that everything will end. He simply cannot lose. He takes out a bottle and drinks from it. His uniform is torn on his shoulder. Tang Tian's pupil narrows very much. The veins on his face swell and something strange begins to happen to him. His arms suddenly increase in size. They literally become a mountain of muscles with bulging veins. The form can't hold up and breaks at the seams. Tang Tian becomes some kind of monster. He has become taller and wider. His entire body is made of muscles. The veins are bulging. There is practically nothing left of the upper part of the uniform, and the pants are also bursting at the seams. He clenched his hand into a fist and raised it to chest level. There's a wide, evil smile on his face. Lin Zhu stands opposite him and looks at this transformation. He thinks, what the hell is happening? What kind of transformation into a Hulk is this? Lin Zhu is scared and outraged by what is happening. He looks at his opponent, his mouth open in a scream, even saliva flying out. Lin Zhu shouts at Tang Tian indignantly, asking him if he took doping. The blonde raised his hand to his face and pointed his finger at the guy. The pupils and irises are not visible in his eyes, only the whites and veins. He smiles widely and evilly. The veins on his face are also swollen. His whole appearance looks very creepy. He says that he will take Lin Zhu's life. Tang Tian swings a huge fist, blue energy swirling around it. The blonde's mouth is open in a scream. His face is distorted in an angry grimace. He uses the bronze skill-splitting fist. The huge monster that Tang Tian has turned into hits the arena floor with his fist, making a dent in it. A cloud of dust appears from the blow. Fragments of the arena fly in different directions, and the place where the fist meets the floor is shrouded in blue energy. Tang Tian raised his other hand, clenched into a fist above his head, preparing to immediately strike again. There is an ominous, creepy smile on his face. Lin Zhu manages to jump away from the trajectory of the blow. Lin Zhu landed on one knee, with his other foot standing on the arena. All dirty, beaten, he still does not lose his strength of spirit and self-confidence. His whole appearance speaks of this. His teeth are clenched, his hands are spread out to the sides, a spear is clutched in one, the other is simply clenched into a fist. He draws out through his teeth, showing his attitude to the situation. Lin Zhu gathers his strength and rushes to attack Tang Tian. He quickly runs towards him, holding his spear in front of him. Tang Tian stands with his hands down, clenched into fists, but he is still ready. Lin Zhu calls the blonde a rat. Tang Tian catches the tip of the spear with his hand and clenches his palm around it into a fist. The veins in his arms bulged. Tang Tian looks like a giant monster compared to the short Lin Zhu. The blonde holds a spear with one hand and slightly moved the other one to the side. The guy, grinning with all his teeth, looks at the tip in front of his face. Lin Zhu stands opposite him and holds the back of the spear with his hands. He looks at the blonde. Tang Tian laughs and says to Lin Zhu that the day of his death has come. Tang Tian took the spear from the guy and holds it in his hand. The blonde swung his leg and struck Lin Zhu directly in the chest. A malicious smile shines on the blonde's face. Lin Zhu practically folds in half due to the impact and rises into the air, flying back. Drops of blood fly out from Lin Zhu's mouth. Sweat and possibly tears flow down your face from the sharp pain. His arms are extended forward, and he moves backward. He makes a strangled sound due to the impact. Tang Tian swung his spear and threw it at the flying Lin Zhu. Around the tip of the spear is a ring of orange energy. Lin Zhu is still in the current state at this moment. He tries to change his position in the air, stretches his arms forward. Lin Zhu looks straight at the sharp tip of the spear that flies towards his chest. The guy makes some sound. However, Lin Zhu does not give up. He raises his fist and is about to take the blow. He clenched his teeth. His whole appearance spoke of complete concentration and concentration. Blue energy appears near his fist. Lin Zhu activated the bronze skill. Lin Zhu's fist, shrouded in blue power, meets the spear. It flies away from his oncoming blow. The bronze skill that Lin Zhu activated is called Ripping Fist. The spear flies high into the air and begins to spin in flight. It falls to the ground with a characteristic sound and raises dust. Lin Zhu and Tang Tian are in the arena, opposite each other. Two large dents from the impacts have already formed on the arena floor. Lin Zhu breaks with his hand and feet on the floor. Since all this time he continued to move in the air due to the enemy's blow. The blonde stands in a stance, ready for a new attack. The spear hit the floor outside the arena. Teacher Luo, probably Yan Tian and Yi Shuang'er are standing near the arena, and looking at the lying bottle that Tang Tian drank from. There is a black and white sign on it that looks like some kind of ball. Teacher Lo is angry and dissatisfied with what he sees. He clenched his teeth tightly and muttered through them that in order to defeat Lin Zhu, this scoundrel Tang Tian decided to use arpies. Yan Tian is shocked by what he heard, and the bead of sweat runs down his cheek. The eyes are wide open. The eyebrows are drawn to the bridge of the nose. The redhead looks up at his teacher. He is indignant and asks the teacher what this arpies is. Teacher Lo imagines a picture of how a frail, weak person turns into a huge and strong one. His muscles become pumped up. His veins swell and swell. Teacher Luo explains that in the past, in order to counter powerful zombies and evolved beasts, the Federation developed a drug that could significantly increase the strength of the human body for a short period of time. But since in order to strengthen the body, this drug carries out a forced absorption of the energy of the sources, it can therefore lead to the destruction of the bones and muscle tissue of the user, which leads, at best, to a decrease in the level of improvement, and at worst can make a person disabled. Teacher Luo, Yan Tian and Yi Shuang'er stand outside the arena, and look at the changed Tang Tian. The teacher looks angry and dissatisfied. Yan Tian is confused and perplexed, and Yi Shuang'er is surprised. Half of the blonde's face is hidden in shadow, but his wide smile and clenched teeth are visible. Sweat runs down his face and body. Yan Tian asks if Tang Tian is completely out of her mind. To defeat Lin Zhu, he is willing to pay even that price. Teacher Law turns away from the arena and looks somewhere to the side. He is serious and dissatisfied. Tells someone that Tang Tian was doping and this fight must stop. There are people sitting in the stands. At the very bottom there are two men. One, already an elderly man, dressed in a black classic suit and a white shirt with a black tie, sits and looks down from his seat. The second one holds a microphone in his hand. Apparently he is the presenter at these fights. He is wearing a brown suit, black trousers, and a white shirt with a black tie. From his appearance, you can tell that he is surprised by Teacher Luo's words. And, in general, I'm not particularly pleased with them. Next to him, also in the stands, is Group Curator Tang Tian. He crosses his arms over his chest and looks seriously at the man in the brown jacket. He asks displeasedly whether the academy has rules that would prohibit fighting using harpies. The man in the brown jacket nervously turns his head behind him, where the man in black is sitting. The gray-haired man nods his head. The presenter raised the microphone to his mouth and began to speak nervously, a drop of sweat sliding down his cheek, and a tight smile shining on his face. He says that Teacher Lu said that the battle can continue. Teacher Lu is the curator of the Tang Tian group. He still stands in the stands and grins smugly. Teacher Luo is unhappy. Now the light falls on him in such a way that it emphasizes all the wrinkles on his face and he seems very mature. Teacher Lu lets out a pleased chuckle. Teacher Luo looks somewhere, his eyes widening in surprise and recognition. An adult red-haired man sits in the stands with his arms crossed. He is wearing a tan long jacket with metal rivets that replace buttons. He smiles contentedly, looking at the arena. Teacher Luo recognizes him and thinks that he is Tang Nubai, the head of the Tang clan. The Tang family is one of the shareholders of Starlight Academy, and since he is here today, the leadership of the academy cannot help but reckon with his importance. But will they just indifferently watch as Lin Zhu is killed? In the meantime, Tang Tian has become agitated and punches Lin Zhu. All this time, a bloodthirsty, satisfied smile shines on his face, as if he is already celebrating victory. The blow caused Lin Zhu's head to turn to the side, and a stream of blood flew out of his mouth. Lin Zhu lies on the floor of the arena, in the fetal position, holding his sore arm. A huge muscle rock in the form of Tang Tian moves towards him threateningly. He is confident that he will win now. The blonde's hands are clenched into fists. He smiles triumphantly. He says that without a weapon, Lin Zhu doesn't stand a chance. In a bare-handed battle, he is absolutely no match for him. Tang Tian's splitting fist is the strongest melee technique among the bronze martial skills. Lin Zhu stands up, sweat running down his face covered in abrasions and dust. With his left hand, the guy wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. No matter what, his gaze remains confident. He asks Tang Tian why he thought that he only knows how to play with a spear. Lin Zhu stands with his legs wide apart, his body slightly tilted forward, both his hands clenched into a fist. He swings one and brings the other forward. Streams of air and force swirl around him. There is a wide, satisfied smile on his face. Windows with notifications from the system appear. One of them notifies that the burst of anger ability has been activated. The second box says that the explosion of anger is an activated ability that allows you to significantly increase strength, speed, and endurance. After the ability ends, the owner will remain in a state of extreme exhaustion for 5 minutes. Even around Lin Zhu's feet, blue energy appears. The guy pushes his toe off the floor, about to start moving. He runs around the arena at great speed. His arms are spread to the sides. His shirt develops from the speed of his running. A satisfied smile shines on his face. His gaze is firmly fixed straight ahead. Tang Tian raises his fist above his head and swings his fist to strike. His second hand is extended forward. His eyes are completely white and he has a wide, confident smile on his face. He tells Lin Zhu not to overestimate himself. Tang Tian's huge fist meets Lin Zhu's much smaller fist. The collision of their hands creates an orange ring of energy. A bright flash of blue energy appears between Lin Zhu and Tang Tian. They begin to work their fists furiously, quickly striking each other. The spectators sitting in the arena are in shock. The girl with short pink hair pressed her hand to herself and opened her mouth in shock. Her neighbor looks the same. He looks at the fight in surprise. The girl exclaims that Lin Zhu went head-to-head against the dope Tang Tian, and is still not inferior to him. The guy asks what hand-to-hand combat technique Lin Zhu uses. After all, she is opposed by the tearing fist technique, which is the coolest among the bronze skills. Tang Tian's face is illuminated by red flashes. You can see from his face that he began to tense up and get nervous, and his anger also flared up more. Drops of sweat are running down your forehead and cheeks, your teeth are clenched, your eyebrows are drawn to the bridge of your nose. He dissatisfied and angrily asks himself why. Even after taking doping, he cannot kill this loser in the person of Lin Zhu. He must destroy him, kill him, send him to his death. Lin Zhu raises his fist to strike again, a red glow emanating from his left hand. The guy smiles smugly and looks at his opponent. At the same time, he thinks that, having freed himself from the weights and received additional stat points, he feels that he is beginning to master the technique of the tearing fist better and better. The blonde swings his arms, intending to strike Lin Zhu. There is no longer a smile on his face, there is only a grin of anger and dissatisfaction. Lin Zhu looks very small compared to this huge monster, but he does not give up and also swings his fist, around which blue energy shines. Tang Tian uses the bronze skill-splitting fist. Lin Zhu also activates the bronze skill. He thinks he can now unleash a true rending fist. Lin Zhu deftly ducks, dodging the blonde's blow. There is a satisfied smile on his face. He clearly knows what he is doing. His other hand is moved to the side to make it easier to maintain balance. Tang Tian stands with her arm extended forward, bright blue skill energy wrapped around her. Lin Zhu quickly attacks his opponent, striking him with his fist, and a very strong one. A red light is heard from the impact site. The bronze skill that Lin Zhu activated is called Rending Fist. Tang Tian smirks smugly at this action. He looks down at Lin Zhu. Although not everything goes according to plan for him, he does not lose his complacency and impudence. He laughs and says that even a spear cannot pierce his skin now. Tang Tian asks Lin Zhu if he really thought that it would be possible to make him a show-off technique. However, Lin Zhu smiles back somewhat maliciously from the corner of his lips. The blood on his face from previous blows has already dried up and looks like an old wound. He asks, so what, since his goal is internal tissue, not skin? Tang Tian looks stunned at her hand, around which blue energy appears. A white glow of unknown origin also emanates from her hand. Lin Zhu's strike reached its target. Tang Tian shouts loudly. The people on the podium are shocked. Their faces express extreme surprise, their mouths are open, their eyes are rounded, their eyebrows are drawn to the bridge of their nose. An almost bald guy, with a small ponytail on top of his head, stammers and says that this is a tearing fist. The second guy, a brown-haired man with long bangs, shouts out in shock that Lin Zhu was able to master the tearing fist, a technique comparable in strength to the silver skills. The guy with the ponytail replies that this is impossible. If it was really a tearing fist, shouldn't Lin Zhu have died long ago, or at least rendered his hands useless? Some call him crazy for daring to perfect the ripping fist. Tang Tian is kneeling, leaning forward off the floor. With one hand he holds onto the other, which was hit by Lin Zhu. Red blood stains spread across the sore arm, and a huge bruise begins to turn blue. The blonde is trembling from the pain he is experiencing at the moment. Lin Zhu stands opposite him, dust swirling under their feet. Tang Tian, stuttering, begins to say that this is simply impossible. Lin Zhu could not successfully master the tearing fist in just 3 days. Lin Zhu towers over his opponent. He is all shabby, in dirty, torn clothes with scratches and abrasions. He put one hand in his pocket, thereby making his posture more relaxed. He apologizes with a grin and says that it is true, victory is for Lin Zhu. The blonde abruptly rises to his feet and, grabbing the remains of his sword in his good hand, rushes to attack. Tang Tian's eyes burn with red fire. Her face is angry and wants to kill her opponent. Lin looks somewhat surprised at the approaching blonde. Tang Tian shouts at Lin Zhu that he cannot lose. Lin Zhu will die. The blonde strikes Lin Zhu with his hand containing the remainder of the broken sword. A huge bruise had already appeared on his second arm. The guy puts all his remaining strength into the blow. However, Lin Zhu easily deflects the blow with his fist. The second he swings to deliver a counter-attack. From his appearance it is impossible to tell that he is straining. He fights easily, as if playfully. He tells Tang Tian that if he can't wait to go to the next world, then let it be as he wishes. Tang Tian begins to say a phrase in bewilderment, but abruptly ends it with a loud scream. Someone intervened in the fight, his hand engulfed in pink energy. The same man shouts out a warning that if Lin Zhu dares to do this, he will clearly have a hard time. The man's hand is completely enveloped in pink fire. With one slight movement, the rel sent Lin Zhu to the other end of the arena. The guy flies, again practically folded in half. He falls near the edge of the arena, dust rising from the landing site. Yan Tian, Teacher Luo and Yishuanger are standing next to where the guy landed. They are worried and scared for his health. Judging by their forward movement, they are ready to rush into the arena to help. The three of them anxiously shout Lin Zhu's name. Yan Tian and Yishuanger stand next to Lin Zhu and hold him down so he can stand on his feet. This is clearly not easy for the guy. He pressed one of his hands to his chest, the other is simply lowered down. The guys look at the guy with alarm. Teacher Luo stands slightly ahead of them, looking forward with dissatisfaction and surprise. Lin Zhu coughs violently. Another fall did not go easily. Yan Tian asks how the guy is feeling. Yi Shuanger simply says the guy's name in alarm. Tang Tian rose to his feet. He stands holding his sore arm and pressing it to his body so that unnecessary movement does not cause pain. He looks no better than Lin Zhu, also all beaten up, covered in abrasions and bruises. Standing in front of him is the head of the Tang Mubai clan. He frowned and stretched one arm out in front of him and put the other behind his back. Tang Mubai asks Lin Zhu, calling him a brat, how he dared to encroach on the life of a man from the Tang clan. Someone watching the battle says that this is the head of the Tana clan and calls him by name. They say that he will soon make a breakthrough and become a 4th rank warrior. Teacher Luo looks at Tang Mubai and Tang Tian seriously and frowns. A shabby Lin Zhu stands next to him, but this does not stop him from smiling evilly and sarcastically. He asks with a chuckle if the people of the Tang clan are not able to rely on themselves even in the arena. Teacher Luo says, addressing the head of the clan, that before the start of the battle, both sides made an agreement that the battle could continue until the death. Tang Mubai looks seriously at Teacher Luo and Lin Zhu. He frowns his eyebrows. His appearance expresses dissatisfaction. He says that he remembered Lin Zhu and again calls him a kid. Lin Zhu looks back at him nervously. It is clearly visible that there is no living space left on his face. Bruises and abrasions cover it. The guy seems a little scared of being remembered. Lin Zhu leaves the arena, supported by Yi Shuanger and Yan Tian, followed by Teacher Luo. On the other side of the arena, someone is taking Tang Tian away, the escort putting his hand on his back. The head of the Tang family is in no hurry to leave. He is still standing in the arena and looking after Lin Zhu. In the arena you can see 3 huge dents that were left from the guys hitting the floor. The presenter announces that the victory in the battle arena is the second-year high school student Lin Zhu from the 29th group. People in the crowd begin to shout that Lin Zhu has won. Some say that Lin Zhu was able to defeat Tang Tian, who is in the top 100 rankings. The crowd starts chanting his name. Someone knocks with their knuckles on the door. He wears a gray uniform with golden sleeves. This man calls Lin Zhu and says that it's already 12 o'clock, asking how long he plans to lie around. Lin Zhu replies from the door that he is already on his way. Lin Zhu opened the door and holds onto it with his hand. He's wearing fun white pajamas with colorful circles. The guy doesn't look his best. He stands hunched over, there are large bruises under his eyes, and a band-aid is stuck on the bridge of his nose. He recognizes the newcomer as Teacher Luo, asks what he is doing here and why such a rush. Yesterday he had a hard time in the battle arena. With this phrase, he seems to hint that he would like to rest. Teacher Luo stands in the doorway and looks sternly at the guy. His eyebrows are furrowed and he looks serious. He says that he came to tell you 2 news, one good and the other bad, and asks which one he should start with. Lin Zhu looks very tired, as if he had resigned himself to the fact that he would not be allowed to lie down any longer and would have to listen to the teacher. Tells him to start with the bad news. Teacher Luo walks inside the guy's room with his hands behind his back. Lin Zhu stands near the door and turns to the teacher. Teacher Luo says that Starlight Academy has decided to punish Lin Zhu. The guy waves his hands up. He is surprised and annoyed. His eyebrows are raised, his eyes are wide open. He nervously asks about the punishment and asks why on earth they need to punish him. Teacher Luo sits heavily on the yellow chair in Lin Zhu's room. The man put his hands on his knees, hunching his back. He looks tired and a little unhappy. He says that the Tang family is one of the shareholders of Starlight Academy, and this time he broke Tang Ping's arm and almost killed Tang Tian. The teacher's face is covered in shadow. He looks from under his brows with a frowning brow. He says that for people in positions of power who put themselves above others, this is a grave insult. Lin Zhu stands near the closed door and looks at the teacher. The guy clenched his hands into fists. He was surprised by what the teacher was telling him. Teacher Luo continues to say that since Tang Tian took doping in front of everyone in the battle arena, there is no way for them to get to the bottom of Lin Zhu for this incident. So they decided to make a big deal about the broken arm. Under the pretext of harassing a junior student, they put pressure on the academy demanding that the guy be punished. Lin Zhu furiously clenches his hand into a fist. His veins bulge from this action. He stretches out towards the Tang family. Teacher Luo is still sitting on a chair in the middle of the room. Lin Zhu is standing not far from him. The guy spread his arms to the sides, as if resigned. The teacher did not change his position. He rests his hands on his knees and slightly bows his head down. Lin Zhu asks what punishment he was given. Teacher Luo closed his eyes and exhales dissatisfiedly. Behind him you can see the ascetic furnishings of the room. There is some kind of surface near the wall, perhaps a sofa with a blue screen hanging above it. The walls of the room are different shades of gray with blue lines. Below, teacher says that, together with the army garrison of the city of Starlight, he will need to take part in the annual cleansing of the Fortress of Light. Warriors stand in a dense group surrounded by a huge number of different monsters. Behind them is the building of a brick fortress. The clouds in the sky are orange. Fortress Light is a large military structure located north of the city of Starlight. A serious nuclear accident in that area resulted in all the soldiers and civilians in the area being mutated. In addition, large groups of evolved animals are still constantly appearing there. Due to the threat this situation poses to the city, military groups are formed annually in its vicinity to conduct a punitive expedition. Lin Zhu put his hand to his face, one of his fingers touching the tip of his nose. His eyes are widened, they reflect anticipation, and the icons for increasing experience are already flashing in front of him. The guy reflects that the number of zombies and evolved animals in this place should be much greater, not to mention their strength. Lin Zhu mentally laughs contentedly. A large wave of experience points flows into his hands. Lin Zhu lowers his hand from his face. He smiles contentedly, anticipating a quick level up and a good fight. He seemed to perk up and began to look less tired. The guy agrees and says he will go fight. The teacher abruptly stands up from his chair. He irritably raises his hand palm up and gestures to it. He seems unhappy when he looks at Lin Zhu. Teacher Law exclaims that this is no joke. The mortality rate for soldiers participating in the annual expeditions to the Fortress of Light is 70%. However, Lin Zhu has nothing to worry about. The teacher promises to make every effort to mitigate his punishment. Lin Zhu lowers his chin and closes his eyes. A satisfied and confident smile shone on his face. He raised one hand up, two fingers retracted, and gestured to her. He thanks Teacher Lo and says that he has already decided everything. He asks the teacher what about the good news. The teacher is shocked by the behavior of her student. She clearly did not expect such a reaction from him to this news. The teacher looks at Lin Zhu with his mouth slightly open. The teacher smiles and reaches his hand inside his jacket. He is about to take something out of his inner pocket. He says that it completely slipped his mind. He takes out and hands the guy a skill card. There are many copies of blue tint painted on it. Lin Zhu extended both hands, palms up, to accept the card. Teacher Luo congratulates Lin Zhu for entering the top 100. This is his reward. Silver Spear skill card, it's called Pear Flurry. Lin Zhu makes a joyful noise. He holds the card in front of him with both hands and smiles happily. He is probably already looking forward to mastering it. The guy's gaze beams with joy from acquiring a new skill. He excitedly exclaims that it is a silver skill card and thanks Teacher Luo. The teacher stands next to the guy and looks at him contentedly. He smiles and slightly stretches his hand to the side, gesticulating. He says that the creator of the martial skill is a famous former great spear master named Boli Rui. It is said that he was capable of inflicting 100 thrusts with a spear in 1 second, hence the name of the technique. After his death, Boli Rui left many cards of the pear-colored flurry skill, but there are only a few people who manage to truly master this technique. Lin Zhu smiles widely, stars shining in his eyes. He thinks about how he stands in a fighting stance and uses this skill. In the hand of the imaginary Lin Zhu there is a spear, next to which several dozen more of the same weapons can be seen. The guy smiles contentedly. Lin Zhu admires the fact that one can strike 100 times per second. He assures Teacher Lo that he will certainly be able to master this technique. Teacher Luo put his hand on Lin Zhu's shoulder. He squeezes it slightly, calls the guy by name. Lin Zhu stands in front of the teacher. He holds his hand with the skill card in front of him, his back perfectly straight. Teacher Luo looks at his student with pride, his hand resting on Lin Zhu's shoulder. The teacher says that the guy is progressing by leaps and bounds. He has promising talent. He tells Lin Zhu to go to the Fortress of Light and be sure to return from there alive. Lin Zhu looks at his teacher confidently. He clenched his hand into a fist and beats himself in the chest with it. A confident smile shines on his face. He tells the teacher to relax, he will definitely come back alive. Night fell, bright stars appeared in the sky. But life did not stop, people still walk the streets. The combination of buildings of different styles is striking. Next to the building that looks like a castle is a newer one with large windows. Lin Zhu walks down the street with a lot of bags in his hands. He is wearing a new white sweater with brown inserts. He holds a glass of drink in one hand and drinks from a straw. The guy thinks that since last time his academic combat uniform has turned into mush, so he had to spend money on a new set. In addition, it is unknown whether the army will provide him with a uniform. Someone attacks Lin Zhu, brings a knife blade to the guy's neck. Lin Zhu sits down sharply and avoids the blow. A blade flies over his head, but it does not touch the guy. Lin Zhu is surprised by this sudden attack. He turns in the direction from which the blow came. The guy holds the bags tightly in his hands, but he has already turned the drink over, but it doesn't seem to have spilled out yet. He asks the attacker who he is. A company of 5 people is approaching the guy. They are all armed. A young man in a long gray tunic and red pants walks ahead. His arms are covered with sleeves that match the color of his jacket. The guy's eyes shine red. The leader admires Lin Zhu's reaction and says that he would never have believed that he was not yet officially a warrior. Lin Zhu looks at them with fatigue and annoyance. His whole appearance speaks of how tired he is of these adventures. He thinks about how each of these guys is a first-rank warrior. He asks himself if they decided to give him extra experience. The guy stands calmly with bags in his hands. A group of guys stopped at a distance from him. Their leader wears a Namona headband. Lin Zhu asks them if it's okay that they are now in the city. The leader brings the blade to his face and licks it with the tip of his tongue. He grins, his red eye flashing. He asks what next. If they carefully finish off Lin Zhu, no one will know about their involvement. The guy with the headband rushes forward. He points his sword at Lin Zhu. Green fire glows around the weapon. The guy smiles, expecting an easy victory. He uses the bronze skill Hurricane Pierce. Lin Zhu quickly dodges with the trajectory of his movement, a smile blooming on his face. The leader of these robbers looks in shock at the guy who just got out of his hands in one quick movement. Lin Zhu says that in this case he is calm for them. The guy raises his fist. His hand is enveloped in the already familiar blue glow. Confidence and readiness for battle are written on his face. Lin Zhu hits the robber in the shoulder. He had just used the bronze ripping fist skill. The guy with the bandage winced in pain, his mouth open in eureka. His hand was covered with red, bloody spots, and the sleeve of his clothing was torn. The bald man screams in unbearable pain. Lin Zhu raises his fist to strike again. Half of his face hidden in shadow, the other half illuminated by the radiance emanating from the energy that envelops his fist. He still has bandages on his face. The guy, opening his mouth, shouts that there is only one ending for the killers and that is death. The bald guy with the bandage is scared. Sweat is rolling down his face. He furrows his brows in fear and looks at Lin Zhu with panic. The robber asks to stop and wants to make some kind of proposal, but does not finish the sentence. Lin Zhu is still holding the bags in his hands. With one movement of his hand, he throws the bald man's body into the air. His head is separated from the body. Blood splashes in all directions. The sword flies to the ground. The leader's body falls to the ground right in front of his accomplices. Lin Zhu stands with his body slightly pointed forward and his hands with the bags out to the sides. Other gang members are surprised by what happened. Lin Zhu, straightened, stands near the fallen body. His impact on the ground left a crater and a sword lay nearby. Opposite Lin Zhu are the rest of the gang, looking at the guy and their dead friend. A system notification appears above Lin Zhu, which says that the first-rank warrior has been destroyed. 2,500 points have been received. The green-haired guy from the group exclaims in shock that Lin Zhu was able to kill a first-rank warrior, while still at the candidate stage, and did it in just a second. The second guy asks what this terrifying fist technique is. The young people became angry with Lin Zhu. Their faces were twisted in the furious rocks. One can read from them an ardent desire for revenge. 2 guys, a blonde and a brown-haired man, jump at Lin Zhu, brandishing their weapons. Lin Zhu bends down to the ground, still not letting go of the bags. One of the guys shouts for them to move together and urges them to kill Lin Zhu. However, in response, the first 2 attackers are punched in the chest. They fly back, illuminated by the blue light of Lin Zhu's skill energy. Skill tablets appear, indicating that 2 first-rank warriors were destroyed. For each of them, Lin Zhu received 2,500 points. The guy is screaming in pain due to Lin Zhu's blow. Green-haired and bald are in clouds of dust. They look at Lin Zhu in bewilderment and fear. The bald one sits on the ground, and the green-haired one stands on his feet. Holding a weapon in his hands, he is a little overweight. The bald man says that the strength of this guy in the person of Lin Zhu is terrifying. The guys quickly turn around and run away from the battlefield. They are all covered in sweat. Real horror is written on their faces. Lin Zhu stands with one hand with bags raised to chest level and looks after the fleeing scoundrels. Lin Zhu put his hands on his waist and looks forward. In front of him lie the bodies of killed robbers. Silhouettes of the running, surviving guys are visible. Lin Zhu thinks about how quickly they are running away and asks himself if it is possible that someone set them on him. If this is the case, then the Tang family must be behind it. They underestimate him too much to send people of his caliber. The lights are on in the rich-looking mansion, with stucco and beautiful balconies. The glass flies to the floor and breaks into many small fragments. Wine pours out of it. Screams are heard. Someone calls all people non-entities. A plump woman in a red dress, with a white woolen cape, stands near the sofa. She rests her hand on the back. Her other hand is clenched into a fist. The face expresses extreme rage. The eyebrows are furrowed. The mouth is open in a scream. The same attackers are kneeling in front of her, heads bowed. She scolds them and says that there were 5 warriors of the first rank. They attacked one candidate warrior, moreover, from an ambush, and could not kill him, and besides, they also lost 3. The woman calls them a herd of worm. The guys are all beaten up, and you can see a big bump on the green-haired guy's face. Sweat is pouring from them. They are very afraid of this woman. They don't even dare look up at her and look at the floor. Green-haired says that they themselves did not expect that some kid, who was not even officially a Vaughn, would turn out to be so cool. With just a couple of blows, he killed their comrades in seconds. The woman has a strange hairstyle on her head, thick, short blonde hair. Her lips were painted with red lipstick, and she raised one eyebrow in surprise and admiration. She asks them if they really dared to carry out an assassination attempt within the city. They finally decided to ruin the reputation of the Tang family. The door suddenly opens and the eyes of the Tang Mubei family enter the room. His hands are folded behind his back. No facial expression is visible. The bald man is kneeling in front of the woman and nervously glances sideways towards the newcomer. The woman pronounces the name of the head with a slight stutter. He approaches her, still holding his hands behind his back. The performers run as fast as they can from the room in which their dragging took place. A woman stands with her hand clenched into a fist and her feet shoulder-width apart. Tang Mubei asks her if she seriously thought that no one would know about this. The man furrows his eyebrows angrily, looking at the woman. He is furious and doesn't hide it. He says if he hadn't sent people in time to clean up the mess, they would have been the target of a federal investigation. The woman turned pale. She is clearly afraid of the head of the clan. Her mouth is twisted in fear. The woman says she cannot stand idly by after her 2 sons were treated this way, and wants revenge. She wants to throw Lin Xiu into the sewer to rot. The woman no longer looks scared, but indignant. She raised one hand and gestured to it. The mouth is wide open in a scream. She wishes for Lin Xiu to experience his approaching death as Tang Tian had to feel. The chances of survival in that place were almost 0. The head of the Tang clan stands opposite the woman. His face does not bode well. He frowned menacingly and tilted his chin slightly forward. The man exclaims that Tang Tian is to blame. He wondered what consequences taking doping would cause and used it anyway. And the so-called meeting with death will only help him become better. The woman clenches her hands into fists, and her whole appearance speaks of how angry and indignant she is. The man turns around and does not look at her directly. He stands sideways to her. He raises his hand and gestures in the air. He says that the woman has nothing to worry about in this matter. He has already put pressure on the academy and forced them to send Lin Xiu as punishment to take part in the task of clearing the Fortress of Light. The man narrowed his eyes. He clearly did not take this situation calmly. Deep wrinkles appeared on his forehead as he furrowed his brows. He looked somewhere to the side. Tang Mubei says that the mortality rate of participants in these expeditions is 70%. In addition, he is not at all against slightly increasing this coefficient. There is a triangular-shaped flying ship on the site, with a crowd of people around it. The commander-in-chief asks by name if everyone is on site. A man in military uniform holds a tablet in front of him. Qin Kang, a 3rd-rank military man, about whose characteristics and general combat effectiveness nothing is known. He turns to Lin Xiu. A thin guy with a bag on his stomach keeps his arms pinned to his sides. The guy replies that he is present on the site. He looks ahead in bewilderment. The thought appears in his head that the military man standing in front of him is one of those who are not affected by his eye of analysis. The man turns towards the military, holding the tablet behind his back as the guy looks at him. The military man asks that everyone present listen to him very carefully, because he also hopes that each of them will be able to survive the mission. A huge man with a tattoo on his arm looks at the boy with mockery. He turns to him and asks if the boy is in the wrong place. The military man behind laughs loudly at his colleague's words. The man turns towards his subordinates with aggression. He demands to put aside talk and be more serious, because this time 4 brigades with a total of 40 soldiers will go on an expedition to the city. He answers the commander-in-chief that he understood his order. The man smiles widely and points his finger forward. He asks to be allowed to report that there are 39 of them, because he has doubts that the little guy is really a warrior. The man with red hair behind bursts into laughter. The commander-in-chief, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, points his finger at the military. He demands that he and the guy behind him break out and do 100 push-ups. The man steps forward with his arms at his sides. He and his friend shout that they understand the boss. The man looks at the boy with a calm expression. He says that he knows that the guy is a student at Starlight Academy, but since he is taking part in this task, during the execution he must be in the same position as everyone else, and therefore he should not let his guard down, and they must always keep their eyes open, because death will await them from all sides. The guy looks straight at the commander-in-chief while other comrades are doing push-ups at his side. He replies that he understood the boss's order. A man walks away from a group of soldiers. Finally, he says that since all the personnel are in place, they need to get their equipment in order, and in 15 minutes they will leave. Flying ship in the sky. Transporter training compartment. Military men in camouflage t-shirts lift dumbbells and practice wrestling. A guy behind them sits with a backpack in the pose of a monk. A soldier with long hair approaches him. He asks the guy if he is a student at Starlight and says that his name is Lai. He once studied there too, and therefore he is his senior. The guy turns to his colleague in bewilderment. He sits next to the meditating soldier. The military man says that he is surprised that the guy did not even finish high school, and it is not clear how he managed to go to clear the Fortress of Light because this region is teeming with dangers. The guy exhales and turns away. He replies that he was forced to do it. A military man with long dark hair looks at his ward. He asks him not to talk about the fact that he may have ruined some big shot connected with the academy. A Coca-Cola bottle hits the wall in front of the military man. He says that if the guy really did this, then in that case he doesn't envy him. A gang of 3 appears in front of them, led by a military man with a tattoo on his arm. He turns to Lai, asking him to answer why a green spirit like him shirks his training and instead makes love with a young guy. The soldier rises from the floor. He asks his colleague not to overdo it, because the young guy studied with him at the same academy when he was in junior high. The man moves his hand to the side. He asks his comrade in arms if his voice has grown too strong in a couple of days, because his affairs should not concern the military and he is obliged to stay away. The man extends his hand forward to the young guy. Turning to him, he asks what is the box in front of him that he constantly carries, and he would like to see what's inside. The big man's hand reaches forward towards the box, but the guy stops it with a blow of his hand. He looks at his colleague with anger. The young man asks the military man if he was taught as a child not to touch other people's things. The man smiles widely and strains the veins in his face. He replies that the guy is quite brave. His 2 friends open their mouths wide in a smile. One of them says that they should see what the guy keeps in the box. The second one laughs and says that the boy has a really impudent disposition, and it would be nice to show him how they deal with such people in the adult world. The man keeps his hand on the box, and the guy doesn't take it off either, looking at his colleague. He says that curiosity can kill a cat, and he should know a similar phrase. The man pulls the box towards himself. He shouts that he will not listen to him or ask questions. The military man lifts the box, and the weight of it causes the veins in the man's arm to swell. He doesn't understand what's so heavy lying there. The young guy glances at the military man. He hits the box with his foot. The military man throws the box to the floor in surprise. The young guy holds the handle of a blade in his hands. He points a huge sword at his colleague. The man, perplexed, asks what is happening. He clenches his teeth with anger on his face as the guy holds the blade to his mouth. The main character smiles widely and looks at his colleague. He replies that he forgot to tell him that when the silver spirit gets involved, blood is shed. The soldiers standing behind them watch in bewilderment as the guy points a dagger at their friend's face. He abruptly removes it, and the man, with clenched teeth, keeps his hand on his neck. The guy replies that he expected more from a first-rank warrior. The man holds his neck and frowns. He asks the guy what he just said. The young military man holds the box in front of him and squats down. He smiles widely as he looks at his opponent. The main character says that his opponent is just trash. The man clenches his teeth with aggression. He runs at him with his fist. The guy responds with a strong blow to the face. He says his co-worker is too slow for him. The man flies to the side. He gets up and runs at the boy. The man shouts that he will feel bad now. The boss behind him opens his mouth wide. He demands that they both stop fighting. The commander-in-chief appears behind the military man. He asks him why he is bothering the new guy. The military man behind the main one looks forward. He replies that the guy knocked his friend to the ground first. A man walks along the gym towards a young guy. He asks the warrior how he feels because he was defeated by a high school student, being a warrior of the first rank, and if he has a lot of energy. Then instead of doing nonsense, he could think about how to survive the expedition because they are about to reach the Fortress of Light. The commander-in-chief casts a cruel glance at his ward. Fortress of Light. a castle made of bricks near which there are many trees and bushes. The commander-in-chief says that he and 3 instructors will go to the central zone of the fortress to eliminate the main threat. A man stands in the center of the military. He continues to say that everyone else will have to form 4 groups of 10 and, under the command of their platoon leaders, enter the fortress from the southern gate. The guy turns to his new friend, who is putting the backpack on his shoulders. He asks if the colleague has been to these places before. He says no, and he only recently enlisted, so he's also a new recruit. The opponent glances at the young boy and holds his hands behind his back. He tells him that he hopes that he will not allow himself to be killed so easily. The recruit folds his arms across his chest, holding his spear while his fellow soldier glances displeasedly. The boy replies that there is no need to worry about him, because he must think about himself, since Garbage is not capable of beating a high school student, which means he will not be able to see tomorrow. A girl in military combat boots approaches the men. She demands that the military man stop talking. A girl in a military top, skirt and with a knife on her leg approaches her subordinates. The platoon commander demands that they not cause trouble. The girl looks at the military man with bewilderment. She says she doesn't want the rest of the group to be in danger because of their conflicts. The man replies that he understood her order. The military woman looks at the boy with a calm expression. She demands that everyone speak up immediately. City buildings with birds flying over them. Someone screams in horror when they see zombies. Sharp teeth emerge from the darkness. The girl arms herself with a sword and defends herself from the attacks of a monster with sharp teeth. She shouts that there are many small villages in the vicinity of the Fortress of Light, and a dozen of them should start clearing this particular one. She extends the dagger forward and cuts the monsters. Soln says that there are rank 1 zombies around them, and the difficulty of this task is not even close to what he expected. The girl looks at the military man with bewilderment. She says that they are now on the outskirts of the village, and the high-ranking zombies and evolving beasts are a little further away. A military team is walking through the city. They come across a crowd of infected monsters with sharp teeth, long clawed paws, and excellent hearing turn towards the group. Zombies of the 2nd rank, whose features are high speed, sharpened teeth, and also the fact that they transmit the virus when they bite. And those infected with their poison eventually also turn into zombies. Their total combat effectiveness is 746. The military man twirls an axe in his hands. He says that even so they don't impress him. The boy is surprised that there are 2nd rank zombies in these places. A man with an axe runs forward. He shouts that it's time for him to break heads. The zombie runs forward at lightning speed. He jumps at the military man, and the man moves away in horror. The servant shouts that he did not expect such speed from the monster. The zombie bares its teeth and tries to tear the guy apart with its clawed paws. The man thinks that he did not expect such strength from the enemy. The soldier pulls back, realizing that someone has pierced the monster from behind. The soldier glances at the newcomer's spear near his shoulder. After destroying a zombie of the 2nd rank, the guy receives 2,000 experience points. The man looks at the assistant with a dissatisfied face. He says thanks to the newbie. The guy replies with displeasure that no thanks are needed. A high school student runs towards a crowd of zombies with a sword. He thinks that rank 2 zombies are a storehouse of experience points. The monsters bare their teeth and bare their claws, looking at the newcomer. He swings his spear and hits the zombies in front of him. A beginner receives a couple of experience points, amounting to 4,000. The boy's friend stands next to the commander-in-chief, who holds his hands on his chest, and the military man, surprised by what is happening. The colleague does not understand how he can defeat zombies like that if he has not yet become an official warrior, but at the same time he is tougher than warriors of the 1st rank. The opponent, in bewilderment, says that he could not lift the spear with his hands, but the guy swings it without any problems. The commander-in-chief holds the hilt of the sword. She says that they should not stand rooted to the spot, because when destroying zombies of the 2nd rank, everyone should be extremely careful. 2 military men and the commander-in-chief run towards a crowd of zombies with which a young guy is fighting. The girl swings her sword and hits the zombie standing opposite. 2 military men cut the monsters from both sides. The group looks ahead in bewilderment. Standing near a fountain in a ruined city, they hear the sounds of a crowd of zombies approaching. The newcomer opens his mouth wide in horror. He shouts that the leader of the zombies is calling the others to join them. The group looks ahead in horror. A crowd of zombies rushes towards the military. They extend their clawed paws forward. A group of military men hold their weapons at the ready to defend themselves from a crowd of monsters. The commander-in-chief raises his gun up and holds his sword with his other hand. She demands that everyone stop panicking, and until the monsters get closer, they should use firearms. A high school student holds a gun in his hands with a new friend. Many lasers penetrate the monster's body. They try to resist and continue to run forward. Holding a weapon in front of him, the young guy aims at the approaching monsters. He closes one eye to catch the zombie at gunpoint. A beginner receives 6,000 experience points. He reaches the 12th level. Carrier Linzu, level 12, strength 105, endurance 79, speed 54, total combat effectiveness 758, accumulation of anger 0 to 100, abilities, Eye of Analysis, explosion of anger, unallocated stat points 12. The beginner pulls the gun in front of him. Strength 105, speed 54. The guy thinks that his combat effectiveness is already above 700, and therefore he wants the system to add half of the stat points to strength and the other half to speed. He reaches a fighting capacity of 800 and receives the rank of first rank warrior. Carrier Linzu, level 12, strength 111, endurance 79, speed 60, total combat effectiveness 800, accumulation of anger 0 to 100, abilities, Eye of Analysis, explosion of anger, rank first rank warrior, bonus ranks, increases the growth of anger accumulation during battle. The newcomer frowns. He thinks about the fact that now his combat capacity is 800, and he has become a first-rank warrior, so in a day he can only use the rage accumulation 3 times, and the cooldown of the abilities will be 8 hours, but he wishes that the rank bonus could add to his limit uses. The warriors shoot at the zombies, but they are getting closer. The commander-in-chief opens his mouth wide. She yells for them to be ready for close combat. The girl takes the dagger out of its sheath and uses her fighting skills. She swings and uses Sky Cleave. The soldiers open their mouths wide. They shout that they are going to attack. The newcomer sticks out his tongue with joy and runs towards the crowd of monsters. He demands that they not touch them, because he can get another promotion for experience from them. The soldiers behind do not understand what happened to him and why he is so happy. The newcomer runs forward into the crowd. He makes a blow with his blade, and the zombies scatter in different directions. The man turns back and opens his mouth in horror. He shouts that there is another crowd of zombies behind them, and in huge numbers. The girl turns around in horror. She shouts that there are too many of them and they should not let them surround them. A destroyed building in front of the fountain. The commander-in-chief demands that they take refuge in the nearest building. The crowd of military men retreats back, firing back from the approaching horde of monsters. Approaching the building, they escape into its walls. Newbie's friend holds hands on doors. He says that they are lucky since there is a special door there and he, the commander, and his friend must hurry to run in. The commander and his subordinate fight off zombies. The girl shouts that the monsters are too close, and if they run now, they may not have time to close the door, and therefore she is going to delay everyone so that the subordinate can escape. The guy waves after the girl while she stands near the door in bewilderment. She asks him what he is doing. The newcomer turns to the commander-in-chief with a malicious smile. He asks his sister for forgiveness and says that he is not going to force the girl to bring up the rear of the column. The girl opens her mouth wide in bewilderment. She turns to her ward. The military man holds the commander's hand. The girl turns to her subordinate in horror and opens her mouth wide. She asks to be released and is not going to leave her soldier to fight alone. The military man points his finger to the commander at the guy who is defending himself from a crowd of zombies. The man asks the commander-in-chief to see what is happening ahead. The guy is holding the handle of the dagger. Flames come out of his mouth. The young man talks about combat skill. He swings his spear and all the monsters fly away from his fiery force. The guy used the greatness of the phoenix to achieve his goal. A wave of fire washed over the zombies. An explosion occurred near the guy. The soldiers opened their mouths and eyes wide in surprise. They don't understand what the greatest skill the guy uses and where he gets so much power from. A military man holds the door to the building with his hand. He asks the guy to come in faster. The soldiers look at each other to close the door behind the running guy. The employees pull the door down with their hands. They close the gate behind the guy who came running to them. Monsters are hitting the door. The military watches as zombies deform the gate. The commander-in-chief looks at what is happening with tension. She says that since there are too many monsters, the doors won't hold up. A soldier with a bald head points his hand forward to the commander. He says that at the exit leading to the second floor there is a massive protective gate, and between its shutters there is a narrow space which is favorable for defense. The door is completely deformed. It breaks under the onslaught of zombies, and they end up in the building. The newcomer and the main one turn around in horror at what is happening. The girl demands to hurry to the top floor. The guy shouts that the door is completely useless. The monsters, leaning on their hands, run forward. The girl runs to the second floor and, holding the door, closes it. She reaches for the latch and locks the gate. Monsters reach with their clawed paws through the cracks in the door. The guy and the commander-in-chief look at what is happening in surprise. The girl demands that they go upstairs and conduct reconnaissance, because they need to clear the floor from possible threats. The military goes up one floor. One of them looks forward in surprise. He understands what he sees in front of him. The mummy becomes alert and opens its mouth wide. There is a huge cobweb and cocoons with people hanging on the ceiling. The soldiers look around in front of them and look in surprise at what is happening around them. The newcomer's friend realizes that there may be mutated spiders near them. Behind him, something falls onto his backpack. The military man says that it looks like they really are in a lair. He pulls his hands back and opens his mouth wide in horror. The soldier screams that there is something attached to his back. One of the soldiers makes a blow with an axe and knocks a spider off his comrade's backpack. He shouts to his friend to be careful. A huge spider with spikes on its abdomen and a radioactive glow in its eyes. Black spider of the first rank. Characteristics: mutated form of a spider, formed under the influence of radioactive contamination, enormous growth, slight toxicity. Total combat potential, 222. The guy watches the spider in bewilderment. He says it's a rank 1 black spider. The military man opens his mouth wide in horror while the rookie and commander-in-chief watches him. He says it looks like they're in a spider's nest. The military man screams in horror that his rival has croaked trouble on them. The military man opens his mouth and eyes wide in horror. He shouts to the commander to pay attention to what is happening. Ahead of the warriors, a crowd of aggressive spiders is crawling along the ceiling. The girl opens her eyes wide in horror. She demands that everyone quickly go to the 3rd floor. The girl climbs the steps while the military prepares to follow her, watching the spiders running ahead. In front of the girl, a crowd of mutated insects is also moving along the ceiling and ground. She screams in horror that she doesn't understand what's happening. A huge spider makes a red web in front of her. The girl pierces her with a dagger, cutting her into 2 parts. She shouts to the company that they must break through further. The soldiers wave their daggers, and this causes the monsters to fly in different directions. The newcomer turns to the commander and opens his mouth wide. He shouts that the building has 4 floors, so the stairs obviously lead to the roof, so they should go up there. He swings furiously in front of him, slicing through the spiders. The newcomer hits the door to the roof, and it opens. A crowd of military men runs upstairs. A man closes the door to the roof with a lock. The girl turns to her subordinates in bewilderment. She says that they should rest a little and recuperate, because the zombies from the 1st floor will soon scatter if they are not seen. The guy behind exhales and says he's tired. The commander approaches the new guy standing at the edge of the roof. He watches a crowd of monsters moving through the streets of the city. The commander says there are a lot of zombies around the building. Watching what is happening, the guy drinks from a bottle. A huge woolen dog with glowing blue eyes jumps on the zombie. A fanged dog of the 2nd rank. Characteristics: relatively tall, high speed of movement, keen sense of smell, pointed teeth, likes to move in packs. Total combat capability, 712. Dogs attack zombies standing on the street. A pack of dogs kills monsters in the streets. The commander, together with the newcomer, watches what is happening. The girl does not understand what they are doing. A dog with huge fangs and glowing blue eyes chews through the bodies of zombies. The guy says he doesn't understand why monsters fight among themselves. The commander and his subordinate are watching what is happening below. The girl opens her eyes with enthusiasm. She says that since the chaos started, the zombies have been lured out of the building, and this is their chance. The guy thoughtfully watches what is happening. He thinks about why zombies and evolved beasts attack each other. The girl turns to the military men standing behind her. She demands that everyone check their equipment and begin to be in full combat readiness, because now they are going to go down. The soldiers look at the commander in bewilderment. They ask how they can just leave. The commander-in-chief holds a sword in his hands and walks towards the door. She says that they can't just leave, and therefore they should first break through the encirclement, and then regroup on the periphery and continue to complete the task. The newcomer opens the door and sees behind it several zombies standing with their backs to him. He says that there are still monsters outside, and they need to resolve the issue with them quietly. The guy, along with the commander-in-chief, runs towards the zombies. The girl and the new guy stab them in the back. The young man makes an OK sign with his fingers and then points forward. He uses signs to indicate that the horizon is clear. The guys run from the building past a crowd of warring monsters. The main character raises his hand up, stopping the crowd following him. He watches the carnage of monsters ahead of him. The wolves heard a rustling sound and turned towards the sound. The newcomer watches what is happening with a calm expression on his face. He says things are bad for them since they were noticed. A monster with fangs grins at the guys. The main character hits him in the face with a spear. The commander-in-chief standing behind runs past the wolf and, using Heavenly Cut, strikes him. The group's badass swings his sword and pierces the body of the zombies and dogs. Monsters lie at the feet of the commander-in-chief and her crowd. They say they are done with business and everything is in the clear. The main character turns back. A huge dog with a scar on his eye appears in front of him and pulls the zombie behind him, holding his leg in his mouth. A fanged dog of the 3rd rank. Characteristics: huge growth, rapid speed of movement, heightened sense of smell, pointed teeth, likes to move in packs. Special ability: Bloody Massacre. Total combat capability: 850. The commander-in-chief looks in bewilderment at the wolf approaching them. She understands who is in front of them. The newcomer looks at what is happening in bewilderment. He confirms her words by saying that in front of them is the king of dogs. The monster makes a sign with its head and throws the zombie out of its mouth to the side. The guy watches the animal with aggression. He tells the military to be careful because the monster is coming. The beast runs forward with lightning speed. In a split second, he finds himself near the military man and raises his clawed paw at him. The guy dodges the dog's bite. He says that the leader is faster than the other dogs. The military man swings at the monster and clenches his teeth in anger. He demands that the beast die. The newcomer shouts at him to step aside because he is a third-ranked dog. The soldier hits the beast's mane and his sword bends against its body. The man opens his mouth wide in horror. He thinks that he did not expect such a strong body from the beast. The monster bites the guy's hand. The soldier screams in horror from pain. The dog tears off the man's hand along with the sword. The servant screams in pain. The girl swings a sword glowing with magic. She shouts that she will chop the dog into pieces. The commander swings using sky cleave. The monster dodges the blow with lightning speed. He runs up to the girl with his mouth wide open. She doesn't understand how he did it. The spear flies forward. Behind the main one, the newcomer hits the beast in the body with a spear. The girl glances at the boy. She thanks him for saving her. The guy replies that all this is nothing and everyone needs to stay on their guard because the dog has a tough skin and serious defensive ability. The guy swings his spear forward. He inflicts many blows on the animal's body from different sides. The newcomer makes a malicious smile and his spear radiates energy. He says that since the beast managed it, he will try something different. The main character punches the monster in the stomach. To win, he uses a blow of accumulated power. The weapon in the guy's hand sparkles with energy. He screams from the pain that was transmitted to him with the energy of the spear. The energy strike sends the dog flying to the side. The soldiers standing behind them smile broadly. The new guy's friend shouts that they are great since victory is theirs. The guy stands in a stance near a cloud of smoke. He watches what is happening ahead. The newcomer replies that they have not won yet because the monster is alive. He understands this because there was no system notification about the victory. A dog with a hole in its stomach, bleeding from it, rises to its paws. His eyes turn furiously red. He shows his fangs and runs towards the main character. The guy understands that the beast is using bloody violence. The main character looks at what is happening with bewilderment. He thinks about using a layered attack shrouded in blood mist on him, and this is the special ability of a rank 3 fanged dog, but he didn't think that the evolved beasts that reached the 3rd rank would have such powerful abilities. He opens his mouth wide in horror and glances at his comrades standing behind him. The guy yells at them to dodge. A huge explosion and pieces of the earth flying around. The girl, along with all her subordinates, fly off in different directions from the blow. The commander screams in horror. The main character is thrown into the wall, and he destroys it with his body. The guy makes sounds due to severe pain. The main character spits blood out of his mouth. He rises, sitting on his knees. The guy says that even though he quickly dodged, he was still hit, and if it weren't for the notification system, he most likely would have died. The commander-in-chief rises from the ground. A dog with a developing mane and red energy emanating from him. He opens his mouth wide, exposing his fangs. The monster jumps high under the guy's head. The dog opens its mouth wide, using the bloody method. The guy watches what is happening in horror. He doesn't understand why this is happening again. A young man is waving a dagger. He asks the evil spirits why he thinks the guy is afraid of him. The main character makes several swings of the spear near him, and a fiery force appears around him. The soldier uses Phoenix Majesty magic. There is a huge explosion in the air. His impact scatters parts of the earth to different places. The young guy flies to the side and finds himself lying on the ground. The soldier screams in pain. The explosion leaves behind clouds of smoke. The fanged dog of the 3rd rank was destroyed. The main character receives 8,000 experience points for it. A young man rises from the ground, holding his side with his hand. He rejoices that the monster is finally dead. The military men approach the guy and look at him in bewilderment. Toughnut admires the guy and how he managed to defeat the rank 3 beast. The commander-in-chief asks if everything is okay with her subordinate. Frightened soldiers turn around at the roar ahead. A shadow of a monster with glowing blue eyes appears in front of them. The zombie jumps forward. He finds himself next to the defeated leader of a pack of dogs. Leader of the zombies of the 2nd rank. Characteristics: high speed of movement, sharpened teeth, capable of summoning zombies of the 1st and 2nd rank. Total combat capability 755. The guy and the commander watch what is happening in bewilderment. The young man says that this is the leader of the 2nd rank zombies, and when they were surrounded by zombies, he was the one who made the roar to summon them. The monster watches the enemy's body. He hits the wolf's corpse with his hand. The zombie is holding a glowing stone in his hands. He opens his toothy mouth wide and shoves it into his mouth. The girl watches what is happening. She explains that the beast took the anomalous crystal out of the dog. The bully clenches his teeth in anger. He understands that the monster swallowed the crystal on purpose. The girl is perplexed that the zombie evolved using an anomalous crystal. The leader's body becomes twice as large and he grins, exposing his fangs. The leader of a zombie of the second rank in the process of evolution caused by the absorption of an anomalous crystal becomes a third rank. Characteristics: high speed of movement, sharpened teeth, capable of summoning zombies of the first and second rank. Total combat capability 789. Looking at him, the main character clenches his teeth in anger. He shouts that things are bad for them since the leader of the zombies is about to evolve to the third rank. The bully and the commander-in-chief turn to look at the boy in horror. The girl asks if he really can do this. The young guy holds a spear in his hands and runs forward. He shouts to his comrades standing behind him that it is necessary to stop the monster before he begins to increase in rank. The monster's eyes turn red with aggression. He opens his mouth wide in anger, exposing his fangs. The leader calls on the other zombies to help him. The team watches the monsters ahead of them. The soldiers stand in a circle, holding weapons in front of them. The commander shouts to them that they are surrounded. The main character turns to his comrades with his mouth wide open. He shouts to him to detain the zombies who have come, and he himself will deal with the leader. The girl looks at the newcomer in bewilderment. He explains that zombies will only evolve if they manage to kill the main one, and if he successfully evolves, then it will be impossible for them to come out alive. The commander-in-chief watches as the guy attacks the monster. She shouts that she agrees, but the guy should be careful. The young man reaches forward and swings his spear at the beast. A monster with an angry look is about to grab him with its clawed paw. The guy dodges the blow and strikes back at the beast's shoulder. Even with a spear in its body, the zombie smiles widely. The guy realizes that his skin is stronger than that of a third-rank fanged dog, and he does not understand whether this is due to the absorption of the dog's anomalous crystal. Fire magic flutters along the guy's spear. He asks the beast how it feels to be struck by fire. The monster moves away from the boy in horror. At the call of the leader, crowds of zombies come running and attack the main character. The monsters bare their teeth in rage, looking at the soldier. He glares back and clenches his teeth. The high school student realizes that he has already lost all the blows with the accumulated power, and the greatness of the Phoenix, despite its high power, absorbs too much energy, so he urgently needs to find a way to deal with the crowd of zombies on his way as quickly as possible. The guy takes a silver card with symbols on it. He thinks that he is already a first-rank warrior, and therefore will probably be able to quickly master the silver card combat skill. The young man holds up the card in front of his face. He closes his eyes and imagines military equipment. The essence of the pear-colored barrage lies in speed, and not a single enemy can resist hundreds of spear blows delivered in an instant, because all martial arts of the world are ruled by speed. The subordinate and the commander watch how the guy masters a new technique, standing in a crowd of zombies. The soldier asks what his comrade is doing. The girl replies that for some reason the guy decided to master the martial art card right during the fight. The zombies reach out to the young man with their clawed paws. He looks at them with fury. The main character swings his spear in front of him. He shouts about the Pear Blossom Flurry silver skill. The guy's weapon makes 3 hits to the monster's body. He furrows his brows and opens his mouth wide. The guy shouts that 3 hits is not enough and he needs more speed. He swings his spear in the air while standing. The main character shouts that these powers are too little and he must try again. The main character makes 3 spear strikes in front of him. He uses a flurry of pear color. The guy's eyes light up red in anger. He shouts that 3 strikes is not enough and he must try again. The main character scares away monsters around him by striking with a spear. He laughs and says that 4 strikes is better than 3, but still far from ideal. The warriors watch their comrade in surprise. The soldier shouts that the guy not only studies the skill card during battle, but also does it with instant speed. The commander replies that it is impossible to learn a combat skill card without using it in battles. The guy smiles sarcastically. The commander says that perhaps due to his obsession and insanity, he was able to achieve great strength at an early age. The commander opens her mouth wide. She shouts that there is no way they can give in to a high school student, and they must fight to the end. The men raise their weapons with their mouths wide open. They shout that they cannot compare with a third-rank monster, but they also cannot lag behind, so they must fight with glory. The spear makes 5 strikes at once. The beaten monster, covered in blood, makes an animal grin. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He understands that he cannot handle more than 5 blows. The guy extends his finger forward and makes an angry expression on his face. He shouts that since he is done with the small fish, he must now defeat the leader. The main character, holding a spear in his hands, runs towards the monster. He holds a weapon in his hand from which lightning strikes. The leader covers his face with his hands in horror. He can barely stand on his feet from the impact. The guy's spear hits the zombie's arms 5 times. The main character clenches his teeth in horror. He doesn't understand why his blows don't work. The monster opens its face and makes a wide smile. The main character understands that the zombie has finished evolving. The high school student runs to the side. He says that the monster did not gain the overall fighting ability of a rank 3 dog. The soldier opens his mouth wide in horror and points his finger at the monster. He says that his special ability is already some kind of overkill. The creature stands with a wide smile on its face. Rank 3 zombie leader, evolution process completed. Characteristics: high speed of movement, sharpened teeth, capable of summoning zombies of the 1st and 2nd rank. Special ability: stone skin, total HP 805. The main character clenches his teeth in rage. He has no choice but to fight to the end. The monster makes a grin, looking at the guy. Opponents run towards each other. The soldier swings his spear and hits the monster. He raises his huge foot with the desire to trample the guy. The main character jumps away from the blow, and the ground under the zombie's feet falls apart. The guy thinks, watching what is happening. He thinks that if he cannot quickly destroy the monster, he will continue to call for reinforcements, and their situation will be worse, so he has no other choice. The main character makes several swings of the spear around himself. Magic appears around him, and the guy uses a burst of anger. The soldiers watch what is happening in bewilderment. The commander does not understand why the guy's aura intensified. The main character smiles and his eyes turn red. He says that since the monster is not affected by a simple pair barrage, he can use a stronger version. The guy makes several strikes with his spear in front of him, causing damage to the monster. He uses a burst of anger and a flurry of pear blossoms together. Zombies receive several blows from a spear to the face and other parts of the body. The young guy smiles widely as he watches what is happening. He understands that his technique works. The main character's body is connected by 2 lines and converges in the area of the heart. He thinks that, having entered a state of rage, his body seemed to become one with the spear. He spreads his weapon, and magical energy appears around the guy. The soldier says that he is going to make sure that the words about his body with a spear are true. The main character uses advanced cognition. He makes a thrust with a spear, and at the same time his body is illuminated by heaps of lightning. The monster bares its teeth in pain and covers itself with its hands. He hides from the many furious blows to his body. The girl watches what is happening in horror. She doesn't understand how the guy reached such a level, because his single attack is several times larger and more powerful than the 5 instant blows he delivered before. A huge explosion occurs behind the newcomer as he holds the spear below, his body riddled with lightning, standing motionless. The zombie leader of the 3rd rank was destroyed. The guy gets 8,000 experience points for it. He reaches level 13. Holding a spear in front of him, the main character looks at the table of his strength. Bearer Linzu, level 13, strength 111, can rise to 124, endurance 70, speed 60, total combat effectiveness 800, can rise to 849, is a 1st rank warrior, anger accumulation 0 from 100, abilities, Eye of Analysis, explosion of anger, unallocated stat points 13, possible reduction to 0. The guy thinks that his promotion is very good. He asks the system to invest all stat points into strength. The main character turns back with a malicious smile. He says that after the leader, it's time to cover everyone else in one fell swoop. The monsters attack the soldiers, and the guy in charge kills them one by one. As a result, he receives 4,000 experience points for the 2nd rank zombie. Defeated monsters lie on the ground. Tired soldiers sit in the center of them. The bully chuckles and says that he hasn't had such fun fighting in a long time, and now he feels how much he has deepened his knowledge of combat skills. The friend sitting next to him replies that if it weren't for the main character, none of them would have survived. The warriors thank their brother for his help. The commander-in-chief looks at the young guy with bewilderment. He tells his friends that everything is fine with him, and after this they are all brothers and sisters until their death. The girl asks if the soldier is normal because his strength has suddenly increased, and if this is due to the use of some drugs, then he should not take them so frivolously since they may have serious side effects. The main character smiled widely and waved his hand. He told the commander that everything was fine and he did not use any drugs, and it was just some kind of combat skill. The girl opened her eyes and mouth wide in surprise. She says that when he fought zombies, even after being strengthened, he could only leave small wounds on his body. But with the last blow everything was different. She doesn't understand how it's possible that the same combat skill can be enhanced so much. A high school student raises his finger up and makes a surprised expression on his face. He replies that he himself did not understand how this happened, and only felt as if he had become one with the silver spirit. The commander points his finger at him in surprise. The girl asks her subordinate if he could learn advanced knowledge so quickly. The main character does not understand what in-depth knowledge is. The girl looks at the guy with a calm expression on her face. She explains that this is the ability to release the highest power of a combat skill once the required degree of cultivation and mastery has been achieved. And even low-level bronze skills, if achieved in-depth knowledge, are capable of releasing power that is on par with silver skills. The girl holds her hands on her chest with displeasure. She says that acquiring advanced knowledge is not at all easy, and it requires not only deep knowledge of the martial skill, but also a certain amount of luck, because only 1 in 1,000 warriors reaches the high limits, and those who are able to master the advanced knowledge of martial skills, and only a few. The guy looks at his spear with a wide smile. He says that this is great, because if he has mastered the in-depth knowledge of the pear-colored flurry, then this means that its power is comparable to the golden skills. The commander turns to the soldiers standing behind her. She tells her charges that it is approaching evening, and therefore they should spend the night on the roof of the building from which they recently left. A combat squad sits near a fire and roasts a huge piece of meat. The main character says that he would never have thought that the meat of a third-rank fang dog would be very tasty. The commander replies that she guessed that the high school students' trips were rare. He bites into a huge piece of meat on the bone, holding it with both hands. The girl replies that the quality of the meat of evolved animals is at a high level and it does not contain a virus. The guy turns to the main page in bewilderment. He asks if she has ever heard of the sacred region. The girl drops her head in surprise. She says that the guy most likely means Shenyu Academy, and among the 5 major academies, it occupies the highest position, and the warriors trained there are the most elite, so in the eyes of others, every student there is considered a genius. The high school student looks at the boss in surprise. He says that he understood that the sacred area is an institution of higher education. The commander-in-chief shows 2 fingers to the newcomer. The soldier sitting next to him choked on his meat in indignation. The girl says that the minimum requirement for high school graduates entering there is to obtain a 2nd rank. The soldier replies that he is already 25, and he is just a warrior of the 1st rank. A friend sitting next to him smiles broadly and says that one should not expect anything less from a super elite academy, and because of such harsh requirements, ordinary people cannot get there. Lost in thought, the guy holds his chin with his hand. He thinks that it will not be difficult for him to obtain the 2nd rank, since he has a system for achieving the 2nd rank with him, and he wonders what expression the Ice Princess will make when he appears in front of her, being a high-ranking warrior. City buildings. A team of soldiers led by a commander walks forward along the street. The girl says that the instructors are responsible for cleaning the deep zone of Sector 20, while they are required to eliminate the zombies and animals of the middle zone, and after that the mission will be completed. One of the students opens his mouth wide, pointing forward. He shouts for the commander to look ahead and tell him what kind of monster is in front of them. The soldier points his finger at the half-man crawling along the wall. A monster with white skin, clawed paws, and a long red tongue is crawling along the wall of a building. Zombie crawler of the 2nd rank. Characteristics: extremely high speed, capable of climbing and climbing, including steep objects, pointed teeth, carrier of a virus that turns a crawler into a zombie. Total combat capability, 780. Several dozen monsters are crawling along the walls of buildings. The girl replies that these are zombie crawlers of the 2nd rank, who are able to move mobile along walls and ceilings. The badass points his gun at the monsters. He says they move like snails and he is not afraid of them. The main character, looking at the actions of his colleague, opens his eyes wide in surprise. He shouts to him that he shouldn't shoot. The laser hits the crawler monster. The soldiers standing below open their mouths in surprise. The warrior does not understand how the monster instantly dodged. The guy replies that you shouldn't underestimate them because they also have excessively high speed. The soldiers look at each other in bewilderment. One of them asks why they are so fast, because they look clumsy. The main character replies that, most likely, they do this on purpose to lure prey, and then confuse and overtake it. The disturbed monster turns to the main characters. All the zombies become alert, and one of them jumps from the wall to the floor. The commander-in-chief reaches for her weapon. She shouts to her charges that they have already provoked them, and therefore they should prepare for battle. The monsters run towards the soldiers on all fours with their tongues hanging out. The guys shoot at the evil spirits with laser guns. The girl gives the order to open fire. Laser beams pierce the body of running zombies. The commander takes his sword out of its sheath and runs towards the evil spirits. She shouts to everyone to stay alert, because the speed of the monsters is too high, and as soon as they get close, they will have to switch to melee weapons. The girl squats down and makes several swings of her sword in the air. She uses the celestial cutting method. Evil spirits surrounded the soldiers. They shout that they want to kill all the monsters. Behind one of the soldiers, a zombie jumps straight onto his back. He grabs the guy and bites his neck. The commander-in-chief opens his eyes and mouth wide in horror. She screams the guy's name. Dozens of monsters are jumping from buildings. Soldiers warn each other about danger from above. One of the monsters jumps on the bully, and he tries to fight him off with an axe. The guy hits the monsters in front of him with a spear. He runs to the side closer to the commander. The main character asks them to retreat into the open to avoid attacks from above. The girl opens her eyes and mouth wide. She shouts that she supports his idea. The squad retreats away from the monsters. The commander-in-chief shouts for them to run to the park they were passing by. A crowd of warriors runs towards an unfinished building in the park. They stop abruptly in the middle of the park. The soldiers stand in a circle, and opposite them is a crowd of monsters. The commander holds a sword in front of him and opens his mouth wide. She shouts to her charges that they should not take a step back if they want to live. A crowd of military men runs forward towards the horde of monsters. They shout that they want to kill all evil spirits. Bully falls to the floor. Tired soldiers are sitting on the ground, and there are many corpses of monsters around them. The bully asks his friends how many evil spirits they killed, and he would like to just lie on the ground. One of them answers that probably everyone. The main characters greedily drink water from a bottle. He removes the bottle from his face and exhales calmly. The guy thinks that he will soon die from fatigue, but for the sake of the huge amount of experience he should have tried. A magical cut behind a young guy. He turns around at the rustling sound. The main character dodges, squats down, and takes out a spear. The guy turns back, making a swing. There is a man in front of him, and the guy threatens him with a weapon. A robed warrior with white hair smiles widely as he dodges the protagonist's spear. A traceless shadow. 3rd rank warrior. Specialization, stiletto, evasion techniques, secret assassinations. A high school student pokes a spear at a stranger. He asks who is this person. The man smiles widely with crazy eyes. The man replies that there is no point in knowing his name for someone who is about to die. Soldiers surround the stranger. The commander tells him that he does not understand who could be so bold as to decide to attack a Federation soldier. The stranger turns to the girl. He replies that they must leave if they want to live, since his target is the high school student and he does not care about the others. The girl opens her mouth wide in bewilderment. She shouts to him that the guy is a Federation soldier, and if he kills him, he will become an enemy of the army. The man makes a magical swing at the commander. He says he's tired of her. The girl hits back. She uses Celestial Cleave. The two forces combine, making a huge explosion. The commander flies to the side. The men watch this in horror. They shout for their commander. The soldiers are about to engage in battle with a stranger. They shout that because he dared to take a swing at their boss, they will have to put all their might on him. The stranger makes several waves around himself, forming a magical storm. He uses silver skill and super speed spin. The warriors try to shield themselves from the man's onslaught with their hands. They shout that the guy is too strong, and most likely he is a 3rd rank warrior. The main character turns around to see what is happening. He runs away from the unknown man. Seeing this, the man laughs and says that he was afraid of death and therefore decided to leave his comrades to their fate and run away with his tail between his legs. The man opens his mouth wide. He shouts to the running guy that he won't be able to run far. The men look at the building of the destroyed city. They don't understand who this man is. The girl rises from the ground. She replies that whoever he is very strong, and it is not a fact that the guy can resist him alone. The bully turns to the boss and opens his mouth wide. He shouts to her why they are inactive, because the young soldier deliberately took the master away in order to avert danger from them. The commander rises, leaning on the hilt of his sword. She replies that, of course, they will not remain idle. The girl makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She says that a stranger dared to attack their soldier in the presence of military personnel from the city of Starlight, and therefore they must definitely fight back and show him what kind of thing this happens. A stranger runs through the streets of a destroyed city. He stops abruptly in front of the main character. The man asks where the young soldier decided to run away from him. The guy smiles sarcastically. He replies that he had no intention of running away. The young soldier makes a wide smile. The guy says that he was just looking for a deserted place so that no one would disturb him for a showdown with him. The stranger opens his mouth wide in rage and makes a mad look. He shouts that he will tear the main character into pieces for such an act. A young soldier stands near the wall, and opposite him is a mercenary. He asks the stranger who sent to kill him. The man makes a sinister smile. The mercenary replies that it makes no difference, because the guy will soon be dead, and he will not be able to get past him and take revenge on them. The main character smiles maliciously. He replies that the mercenary said everything correctly, and that's what he plans to do. The guy hits the mercenary with a spear. He shouts that he is going to deal with the stranger. The mercenary opens his eyes wide in surprise. He thinks that the guy has excellent speed. He dodges the blow and runs away from the guy. He lowers his head in surprise. The mercenary thinks that his heart shuddered for a moment from the determination and cold rage that the young soldier released. The guy turns to the mercenary standing behind. He thinks that the dodge the man used was a martial skill from a rare category of movement techniques. The guy is holding a spear in his hands. A man holds a bladed weapon in his hands. They encounter a young soldier in battle. The main character dodges the mercenary's knives. The man swings into space and misses the guy. He falls to his knees in front of his opponent and then swings his spear into his body. The mercenary jumps away from the blow. The man smiles sarcastically, looking at the guy. He says that he did not expect that the soldier could do anything. The mercenary twirls the weapon in his hands. He continues to say that although the guy is strong, it is not enough to defeat him. The man waves his weapon in the air and jumps at the main character. He uses the silver skill. The mercenary cuts through the air next to the main character, and his power flies down. The man uses the method of falling petals in battle. The guy looks at what is happening with a smile. He thinks that the huge number of blade radiances have a lot of similarities with his pear-colored flurry skill, although not all of them. But some of the radiances are illusory, and some are real, and not all of the radiances released are deadly attacks. The main character swings his spear, repelling enemy attacks. He shouts that it's time for his opponent to learn about real deadly techniques. The guy uses a pear-colored glow. His multiple spear attacks combine with the enemy's might. A huge explosion occurs. The rivals fly away from each other. The mercenary looks at the young soldier with contempt. The killer laughs and says that he has long known what the guy's trick was, and he managed to learn a lot when he killed the crawling zombies. Soldiers fight each other using knives and spears. The main character says that an outstanding warrior of the 3rd rank worked very hard to defeat a warrior of the 1st rank, and this really sounds insignificant. The mercenary replies that the lion hunts with full force even a hare, and the young soldier's technique of turning one spear attack into 4 against him is simply useless. The main character pulls the spear forward and opens his mouth wide. He uses a flurry of pear color. The mercenary dodges all the spear blows of the young soldier. He laughs and shouts that this skill is completely useless. Enraged, the man stretches his arms forward, energy emanating from his weapon. The mercenary uses the double-winged thrust technique. He presses energy into the guy's shoulders. The man pushes the main character against the wall. He pins him against the building. The stranger makes a wide smile. He laughs and says that he was able to defeat the soldier. The warrior smiles maliciously. He replies that he is ready to argue with this statement. The man glances at his bloody stomach. He makes a shocked expression. The mercenary says that he was apparently able to dodge 4 instant strikes. The main character smiles widely. He replies that he noticed him a long time ago, and therefore deliberately did not fight at full strength, and during the fight with the zombie he fired 4 blows, but this was not his limit. The young man thinks that as soon as a person appears nearby, a system characteristics panel instantly pops up above him, and even if you want to, you still cannot overlook it. The guy looks sarcastically at his barely standing opponent. He replies that he can actually make 5 instant blows, and it was the last one that hit him in the fight. The man clenches his teeth in horror. He tries to swear at the guy, but at the same second he loses consciousness and falls to the ground near the young man. He says goodbye to the mercenary with a malicious smile. The 3rd rank warrior was destroyed. Experience points received 120,000. The main character can barely stand, leaning on the wall. A sign with his characteristics appears in front of the main character's face. Bearer, Lin Zhu, level 14, strength 124, can rise to 128, endurance 70, can rise to 80, speed 60, total combat capability 839, can rise to 888, is warrior of the 1st rank, accumulation of anger 0 from 100, abilities, Eye of Analysis, explosion of anger, unallocated stat points 14, possible reduction to 0. He rejoices at another promotion. The guy asks the system to invest 14 points received into strength and 10 into endurance. The young soldier holds his injured shoulder with his hand and clenches his teeth in pain. He thinks that, although he managed to restore vitality after increasing his level, the wounds from the knives still bleed. The young man grabs the knife from his shoulder and throws it aside. He thinks that he urgently needs to stop the bleeding. In the distance, the guy sees people running towards him. They shout his name. The squad approaches the young soldier. The commander asks if he is okay. The main character looks at his friends with a calm expression. He thinks that he can rely on them, because in front of them was a 3rd rank warrior, but they still ran to him very quickly. Exhausted, the main character falls to the ground. The commander-in-chief shouts his name. Tent on the roof of a building. In it lies a young soldier with his body wrapped in bandages. He gets up and leaves the tent. The commander asks if he has woken up. The girl comes closer to him with a plate of soup. She asks if everything is okay with him. The main character smiles widely, looking at a bowl of food. He replies that he is fine. The girl says that there is no point for him to stand on ceremony because now they are all like relatives. Soldiers approach the guy. They smile broadly, looking at him. A friend of a colleague says that he did well, because he was able to kill a traceless shadow and he was a warrior of the 3rd rank. The bully looks at the young man and says that he is one of the hitmen wanted by the authorities of the city of Starlight, and therefore, when he returns, he will be able to collect the reward placed on his head. The main character looks at his crippled shoulders. The boss explains that they were injured, and even though healing ointment was used on their shoulders, it would take at least a day to recover. And so they decided to stay on the roof for another day, and as soon as the guy rested and put himself in order, they will continue the cleanup. Zombie corpses lie on the ground. 1 month later, the army passes by many monster bodies lying on the ground. One of the soldiers says that they were finally able to clean everything up. His friend confirms his words and says that they can already get out of hell. The man wipes the sweat from his face. He says he doesn't envy the unfortunate people who will have to do a similar task next year. The girl watches her charges with a smile. She says that if Lin Xiu had not been with them, most likely there would be no one left from their squad. The soldiers come up to the young man and hug him by the shoulders. The elder tells the guy that he is a great fellow. The bully confirms his words and says that from now on they are all brothers to the grave, and if suddenly a matter arises in which his help would not interfere, then the fellow can safely contact him. The young soldier tells them that if they are telling the truth, then there is no point in standing on ceremony any longer. The guys look ahead warily. A crowd of people in black clothes appears in front of them. They ask if the soldiers are Federation people, and then they say that they remembered the annual period of clearing out zombies and evolved animals. A man with brown hair picks his teeth with a stick. He chuckles and says that the soldiers took a good catch, so it's worth sharing with them too. The boss holds the sword with her hand. She angrily asks the group why they decided to rob them, knowing that they are Federation soldiers, and she does not understand where they got so much courage from then. The main character sees 5 character cards in front of him. Their entire group consists of 1st rank warriors. The last person the young soldier glances at is a large man with red hair and a huge spot on his face. A thug card appears in front of the guys' faces. He is a rank 3 warrior, and his specialty is the 2-handed sword, and his overall combat ability is 1891. A group of soldiers look at the boy in surprise. He warns them that among the strangers there is a 3rd rank warrior. A large red-haired man pulls a weapon from behind his back and walks forward with a confident step. He shouts that he should stop chatting and just stand rooted to the spot. Looking at him, the main character becomes wary. He thinks that the thug has come for him. A man points a broadsword at a young soldier. He says that he only needs the guy and the rest of the soldiers will go to his team. The commander looks at what is happening in bewilderment. She realizes that she is a lone wolf. The soldiers open their mouths wide in horror. They understand that the boss is talking about a man who shredded an entire battalion. The girl makes a serious expression and reaches for the weapon. She replies that several of her comrades died from his sword, and it is not surprising that they dared to attack them, even knowing who they were. The man looks crazy and smiles widely. He laughs and says that slaughtering their soldiers was no more difficult than killing dogs. The girl makes a furious expression on her face and takes out her sword. She screams that she will kill him for these words. The young soldier extends his spear forward and stops the commander. He asks to leave the thug to him. The rivals stand opposite each other. The guy asks the mercenary if he was also sent by the clan, and if so, then their previous hitman was dead at his hands. The man replies that he should not be put on the same level as the warrior who came earlier. The killer makes a wide smile and swings his sword. He says that the young man should not look at their identical 3rd rank. The killer hits the ground, and the guy is alarmed as it begins to shake, and the stones on it fly in different directions. The man shouts that they have a big difference in strength, so much so that it can be compared to heaven and earth. The main character jumps up to get back from the blow. He thinks that the mercenary's 2-handed sword is heavier than his silver spirit, and it seems to be very strong. The guy dodges his opponent's swing with a huge sword. The boss opens her mouth wide and points forward at the crowd of bandits. She says that her brothers should first deal with these people, and then help the young soldier, and since they keep company with the killer, then they cannot stand on ceremony and just kill. A group of soldiers attacks a crowd of mercenaries. They shout that they are ready to kill them all. The main character runs towards the enemy with a spear. He uses a flurry of pear color. The man smiles widely in rage and parries the spear's attacks with a broadsword. He glares and clenches his teeth. The killer tells the guy that the children's tricks will not affect him, and he will have to fire at least 10 blows per second, and then he could hurt him a little. The assassin raises the sword upward and it becomes imbued with red energy. The man furiously says that the main character will finally be able to see real fighting skill. He stands behind the guy. The killer swings his broadsword. He uses the silver dark star severing skill. The guy is hit by the strongest sword energy. He thinks that the man is using serious skills, and he cannot withstand such an onslaught, so he may die. The main character holds out a spear in front of him and opens his mouth wide. His body is surrounded by red lightning. He uses a burst of anger. The two forces come into contact and an explosion of enormous proportions occurs. The boss turns around to face the battle and opens her eyes wide in horror. She shouts the name of the ward. The colleague opens his mouth wide in surprise. He calls the guy his brother. The bully smiles widely with joy. He says that he was able to kill the young man. The shadow of a young soldier with a spear in the fog. The main character, without outerwear and in torn pants, can barely hold on, leaning on a spear. He thinks that the mercenary turned out to be too tough, and if the guy had not activated an explosion of anger in time, he would have been cut in two. The man runs forward towards the tired boy. He asks him when he managed to use doping. The mercenary laughs and then says that the question is not important because it is much more interesting and fun for him to fight with him. A man swings a huge sword at a young soldier's spear. The guy clenches his teeth in rage, holding back the onslaught of the mercenary. He thinks that even after activating anger, he still could not match his strength, and most likely this man is at the peak of the 3rd rank. The main character blocks the mercenary's attack and his sword goes to the side. The man tells the guy that he puts up an impressive fight. The killer swings his sword and makes several turns with his sword. He says that since he is so strong, then he should try to track his next blows. The young soldier clenches his teeth in irritation, looking at the spear. The young man understands that the mercenary is using a powerful aura. The man swings the huge sword around himself several times, creating a red-colored energy force. He uses the silver triple/whirlwind skill. The mercenary smiles widely, baring his teeth and showing his fangs. He says that the first of his cuts will now follow. The main character looks furiously ahead. He flies away from the opponent's strongest blow. An explosion of enormous proportions occurs. The young man somehow stands on his feet and coughs blood on the ground. Leaning against the wall, he glances at his spear, the handle of which has begun to crack. The guy thinks that the set of attacks was too large, and even cracks formed on the silver spear it made from space ore. The enemy spins around with the sword. He uses a triple cut vortex. Making a mad expression on his face, the man runs forward and holds a sword behind his back. The mercenary prepares to make a second cut. The guy throws up his hands in surprise. He says he originally planned to hold his trump card, but now he has no other choice. The main character holds out a spear in front of him. He says he uses pear-colored flurry. The enemy laughs with his mouth wide open. He says that this technique is completely useless against him. Tongues of fire come from the eyes of the main character. The guy asks the enemy not to worry because this is not the whole technique. The young man holds out his spear in front of him and takes a fighting stance. He uses the Phoenix Majesty move. The guy thinks that the Phoenix Greatness combat skill has the property of development, and after a month of continuous practice in a real combat situation, his power is equal to the silver level skills, and in addition, he discovered that the pear-colored flurry skill and Phoenix Greatness are combined with each other and exhibit much higher power if released simultaneously. The mercenary opens his eyes wide in horror. The flames coming from the protagonist's spear combine with the enemy's strength to create a huge explosion. The young man flies into the wall with all his strength from the shockwave. The killer stands in a fighting stance with torn clothes. He laughs and says the guy has a pretty impressive attack. The sword absorbs energy. The mercenary explains that each cut of his combat skill can be strengthened by absorbing the energy of the enemy's skill. Red energy hits the man. He explains that the attack the guy used was very strong, which means the power of the third cut will be even greater. The man spins the sword around himself. He uses the vortex of the third and final cut. The main character clings to the wall in horror. He understands that the power of the enemy's blows is terrifying. The guy imagines what will happen to the enemy if he uses his power. He grits his teeth in anger. The guy thinks that he might die, but he can't die, and he doesn't want to do it. The young man levitates above the water. He thinks that he feels a strange sensation, which arose due to the fact that he was at the crossroads between life and death, or due to the activation of an explosion of anger, giving him an increase in all characteristics. The young guy grabs the spear with his hand, and it is charged with power. He thinks that the sensation allowed him to once again feel the incomprehensible state of oneness with the weapon. The young man spins the spear in his hands and creates an energy field. He shouts to the enemy that it's time for him to look at the true pear-colored barrage. The guy instantly learns in-depth knowledge. An energy explosion occurs near him. He hits the enemy with energy from the spear, and he somehow stays on his feet. The guy uses the pear-colored flurry super move. He sits on his knees with a spear tucked behind his back. A huge hole appears in the killer's stomach. He doesn't understand how the guy defeated him because he used his strongest move. The man looks in horror at the hole in his stomach. He understands that the guy used advanced knowledge. The defeated man with a hole in his stomach falls to his knees. The system window in front of the young man's face indicates that he killed a third-rank warrior and received 18,000 experience points. The main character reaches level 15. The young man somehow stands on his feet, leaning on the tip of the spear. He thinks that he was finally able to reach level 15. The defeated opponent dies, and the winner falls, losing consciousness. A transport ship flying in the sky. A young soldier, covered in bandages, wakes up with a headache. The commander sits next to his bed. She is happy that the guy has finally woken up, because he had been unconscious all day. A young man strokes his sore head with his hand. He asks the commander if they are on the transporter. The girl smiles widely, looking at the guy, and hands him a card. She says the task is completed and they return home. The guy opens his eyes wide in surprise. He asks what she is handing him. The boss holds a glowing card in front of him. She says that it contains 3 million in Alliance currency, and this is his reward for killing the Traceless Shadow and the Lone Wolf. She helped him with applying for the reward. The main character, looking at the map, opens his eyes and mouth wide in surprise, while the commander behind him folds his arms across his chest. He says that this money is enough for him to update his equipment. The girl displeasedly tells him that she had to tinker a lot with this application, and he does not want to thank her properly. The young man scratches the back of his head and smiles widely. He apologizes to the girl and says that he doesn't know how to thank her. The commander strokes the young man's hand. She replies that nothing comes to her mind either. The girl approaches the guy's face, placing her hand on his chest. She says that she would like the guy to devote himself to her. The young man replies that he is still a high school student and should not fall in love prematurely. The girl irritably removes her hand from the guy. She thinks that he is a completely impenetrable man. Sitting on the bed, the guy opens his eyes wide in horror. He asks the commander what their number is. The girl answers that it is the 12th. The guy gets out of bed in panic while the commander waves his hand away. He says he has a final semester exam and needs to return to the academy on time. The boss replies that he shouldn't worry because it's dawn and it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and in 2 hours they'll reach Starlight City military airfield. The ship lands and soldiers emerge. The commander says that in the first group there were 8 dead and 2 survivors, in the second group there were 6 dead and 4 survivors, and in the third group there were 7 dead and 3 survivors. The man approaches the fourth group. He awards orders to soldiers. The commander says that in the cleanup mission they all had to face mortal danger, and he expresses gratitude for their work, so the authorities decided to award each of them with an order. The main character looks with bewilderment at the award his colleague received. He thinks that this is an order that only Federation military personnel can receive, and on its reverse side there is a unique code, the owner of which can enjoy a large number of benefits and preferences in everyday life, and even the police cannot arrest a warrior who has such an order without iron foundations. The commander hands the young soldier an order. He says that the guy behaved in the most exceptional way, and thanks to his participation in the mission, the 10th group had the highest survival rate, and on top of that, he dealt with a fanged dog of a third of his rank, the leader of a zombie of the 3rd rank, and, in addition, killed 2 wanted criminals such as the Traceless Shadow and the Lone Wolf, so he confidently says that the tomboy has achieved great combat achievements. 2 military men from another group are watching the award ceremony. One of them says that he is surprised that the youth single-handedly killed the Traceless Shadow and the Lone Wolf, although they were both 3rd-rank warriors with incomparable ruthlessness. The second responds that it was only thanks to him that the 10th group completed the task in the most outstanding manner and obtained the largest amount of anomalous crystal. The squad leader smiles broadly, looking at the boy. He says that a month ago the high school student's strength did not even reach the 1st rank, but now he has already come close to the 2nd, and one can only be surprised at such growth, and he invites him to become a Federation soldier, because with his talents, not even a few years will pass. He will reach a position that will be difficult to imagine, and even the rank of Major General will be an entirely achievable goal. The main character calmly scratches his head. He replies that he is forced to refuse since he is an ordinary high school student and plans to go to university. The man pats the boy on the shoulder and smiles widely. The commander laughs and says that he completely forgot about who the young man is, and if suddenly the offer interests him, he will have to look for him when he graduates from the university. The head of his group watches what is happening with a smile. She thinks that the guy is really just a high school student who is late for the final exam, but despite this, he already has the strength to repel 3rd-rank warriors, and she, as an older sister, would like to get his hands on him. Soldiers hug a young comrade. The girl spreads her hands, looking at her subordinate. She asks if he wants to hug his big sister. The commander hugs the guy and puts his head on his chest. He asks her not to be in such a hurry. The girl sarcastically says that on the battlefield he rushes and rushes, but here for some reason he is shy. The girl looks at the young guy with a smile on her face. She says that he should visit them when he has free time, because no matter how high the boy rises, he should never forget about his comrades with whom he went through thick and thin. Sports arena with many seats and fans on them. The presenter says that the final semester competitions are beginning. He asks 20 students, whose names will be called, to go up to the arena. A tall man with glasses and a short, plump teacher standing next to him. The man thinks that Lin Zhu did not have time for the written exam, and if he does not appear for the final competition, he will be expelled from the academy, because the Federation soldiers were supposed to set off on their return flight a day ago, and it is possible that he died, but the mentor does not want to believe it. The teacher turns to the second one with a surprised expression on his face. He asks where his ward went, because a month has passed and he has not returned. The man with glasses lowered his head and looked at the teacher standing next to him. He asked him to wait a little longer. A shirtless guy flies out of the arena. Two men try to lift him off the ground. A student with white hair raises his index finger up. The host says that number 208 has won. The guy in the stands says that their classmate won, ranking 98th in the Thunder Tiger ranking, and it seemed to him that he left no chance for the enemy at all, and his strength became enormous. The surprised academy student turns to his friend sitting next to him. He says that he heard that the winner returned from the practice he took on the path of death. The friend replies that it is almost impossible to survive there, and it is not surprising why he has a huge thirst for blood. The presenter walks along arena number 15, looking at the sheet. He says that the next contestant is number 1024 Lin Zhu, and he asks him to go to the arena. The teacher with a surprised expression on his face turns to the second one. He asks why his student's turn came so quickly. The teacher is at a loss why the guy hasn't shown up yet, and he's already starting to think that he really died. The opponent looks at the leader reading the sheet. The man asks if number 1024 is nearby. The student with blue hair furrows his eyebrows. He thinks that he wanted to test what the guy who defeated his main rival was capable of, and he didn't think that he would be afraid to at least show up. The presenter makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that if the challenger doesn't hurry up to the 15th arena, he will start a 10-second countdown, and at the end of the countdown he will be automatically disqualified. The main character looks at the present presenter in the arena. He yells at the man that he doesn't need to bother with the report. The guy jumps high. He shouts that he is already here. The young man lands on the 15th arena. Those present shout his name in surprise. The teacher with glasses smiles widely. He is happy that the guy made it to the exam. The teacher looks at what is happening in surprise, while the guy standing next to him holds his chin with his hand, reflecting on the situation. The first one says that his friend likes to be late, and he is also a show-off. The second one replies that he has not seen the boy for more than a month, and it seems that he has become even stronger. A student with blonde hair turns his head towards the arena. He does not understand why his opponent did not die in the Fortress of Light. He makes a crazy expression on his face. The guy says that this time he will kill him with his own hands and will certainly succeed. The presenter spreads his arms, standing opposite the students. He asks the parties to get ready. The blue-haired student makes a malicious expression on his face. He says that his opponent is the worst disciple of the 29th group, and he should not think that if he could resist his main enemy, then he can too. The main character smiles widely, showing his little finger. He says that even though the guy is above the 100th place in the Academy's combat rating, he can't be impressed by this level. The student furrows his brows aggressively, and veins appear on his forehead. The presenter lowers his hand down. He gives the signal to start the battle. The blue-haired man raises his weapon upward. He shouts at the boy to back off. The main character calmly stops the enemy's axe with both hands. The student clenches his teeth in anger. He says he doesn't understand what's happening. The young man holds his axe with his hands by the blade and kicks him in the stomach, and this causes the enemy to fly to the side. The enemy falls to the ground far from the boy. He wipes the blood from his mouth and says it's just a small thing. The student runs at the young guy with an axe filled with furious fire. He uses the bronze skill of the 9 forms of falling leaves. The main character dodges an enemy swinging at him. The guy smiles sarcastically. He says it's his turn now. The young man swings his fist, in which power is concentrated. He uses a tearing fighting method. The forces collide and the student is thrown aside. The student somehow stays on his feet and covers his face with his hand. He thinks that the guy's blow is too hard. The enemy opens his mouth wide in rage and swings an energy axe. He screams at the youth to die, and he, as a piece of trash, has no right to look down on him. The guy concentrates all the energy in his weapon and jumps up to finish off his opponent. He uses the silver skill of Star Waterfall. The students watch in surprise from the stands. One of them says that Star Falls is a unique combat skill, and he would never have thought that in the very first battle his friend would be forced to use such an energy-consuming method. The second guy replies that Lin Zhu did not touch the weapon and fought with his hands all this time. The third student says that he is too arrogant, and if he never uses a weapon, then the most unpleasant death awaits him. The main character raises his head and sarcastically watches the enemy jumping at him. He thinks that he likes the 9 form series moves and the like, and he only has to dodge such a move once and his anger meter will be completely filled. In addition, he will only need to fight one battle a day, and he won't have to worry about recharging his anger scale. Energy fills the guy's fist. He raises it up, swinging it at the flying opponent. The main character uses a blow of accumulated power called a ripping fist. The opponent is about to strike with an axe charged with energy. A blow of energy in the form of the protagonist's fist hits his face and throws the opponent far to the side. He falls into the arena unconscious. The boy stands with his hands at his sides. The host says that number 1024 has won. The teacher opened his mouth wide in surprise. He is surprised at how strong the young student has become and how quickly he dealt with the warrior ranked 150th in the academy's ranking with his bare hands. The guy's other teacher yells at him from the stands that he's cool. The men approach the winning student. The low teacher says that the guy just returned and has already caused a powerful defeat. The guy replies that they are frivolous, so sometimes you want to get a little rowdy. The student and teacher look at each other. The teacher asks the guy where he went for a whole month and why he didn't take him with him. The main character replies that the place he was going to was dangerous and therefore he did not want to drag a burden along with him. Otherwise he would have played the game himself. The teacher pats the guy on the head. He laughs and says that the guy is looking for a fight. The young man holds his hand to his chin, looking at his characteristics table. Bearer, Linzu, level 15, strength 148, endurance 89, speed 65, total combat effectiveness 1249, is a first rank warrior, anger accumulation 0 divided by 100, abilities, Eye of Analysis, explosion of anger, disguise, attribute points 15. He thinks about how he lost consciousness after defeating the lone warrior, so he never had time to check his status after leveling up. The main character reached the 15th level and the first spin for successfully reaching the 15th level, and also received the camouflage ability. Disguise, activating the ability allows you to hide the warrior's aura, changing it to that of ordinary people. Only warriors who are more than 2 ranks higher than the character are able to detect the effect of camouflage. Note, you can activate or cancel the ability at any time. The guy has access to genetic locks and has the ability to open a first-degree lock. The main character holds his finger to his chin and makes a thoughtful expression on his face. He thinks that he has accumulated a lot of notifications, and the disguise tells him in plain text that there is an opportunity to show off, pretending to be a pig, you can eat a tiger, and he finally has the opportunity to open the genetic lock. A system notification alerts him that when the genetic lock is open, there is a 10% chance of death, a 20% chance of loss of consciousness, and a 30% chance of unforeseen circumstances occurring. The guy opens his mouth wide from tension. He thinks that there are a lot of random factors in this system, and, in addition, there is a chance of dying. So in any case, he is not going to put his own life on the line and asks the system to simply throw 15 stat points into the force. The guy spreads his arms while sitting on the podium. The host calls him to the 13th arena. The teacher encourages him and says that he must pass the exam. The main character thinks that he feels good after adding strength. A man in a gray suit and a red tie is watching what is happening in the arena. The head of the academic department at Starlight Academy silently watches as the young student uses force to defeat his opponent. He holds his hand tightly to his chin. The man thinks that he could not even imagine that the young student would be able to return alive from the mission to clear the Fortress of Light and at the same time become much stronger than he was before. And he does not know how to explain himself to the clan now. The manager turns his head to the woman sitting next to him at the computer in a white shirt. He thinks that it would be a good idea to match him with the strongest opponent, so that he would at least be maimed in the arena, and so that the guy would understand that he should not have gotten involved with the clan. Table of the draw of pairs of 100 finalists of the final competition. The main character together with the teachers are watching it. The guy and the teacher open their eyes wide in surprise. The man says that he hopes that the guy will be given a novice warrior as his opponent, and in this case, victory in the first round will go to him without any extra effort. The main character replies that he doubts it, and he will be grateful if he is at least given an opponent not from the top 10 of the rating. Table with a couple for a young man. The main character will fight with a guy from 10 winners. The man standing next to the young guy opens his mouth wide in surprise, and he, in turn, folds his arms over his chest. The teacher says in horror that it was unexpected. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face. He says his opponent's name is Gyolan. The teacher raises his hand in surprise and makes an irritated expression on his face. He says that he came across one of the strongest opponents, and also a third-year student who ranks 4th in the rankings. The teacher explains that he regularly practices in high-risk areas where zombies and evolved beasts exist with each other, and he has a wealth of combat experience, plus he himself is angry and treacherous. The guy holds his hands to his nose, massaging it. He says that he will have to face Tang Tian in the first round. He knows that this guy has returned from practicing on the path of death, and his strength has already reached rank 1. The teacher pats the guys by the shoulders. He tells them that their opponents are not easy and therefore they must be careful. The boys tell the teacher that they understand him. A man watching the fight sits at a table. The man behind him warns that Mr. E has come to see the principal. The teachers turn to see a man with a long beard walking towards them. They greet him and ask if he has arrived. A man with a mustache raises his hand in greeting. He greets everyone present. A man with a short black mustache and hair smiles at the man sitting down. He says that this time the old man arrived early, and he thinks that the man would like to see the strength of the students of their academy as early as possible. The director approaches the men from behind. The man with the mustache asks the teacher to bring a table with information about their best students and give it to Mr. E. The man raises his hand and waves him off. He asks them not to bother as he is going to enjoy the competition now. The presenter calls number 1023 and number 208 to the field. Guys with swords in their hands stand opposite each other. One of them asks the main character if he is in the 29th group. The guy replies that this is so, and although his opponent is strong, he is not going to give up. The guy shows his hands with veins and licks his lips with a crazy look. He replies that the guy should forget about surrender because he is not going to spare anyone from the 29th group. The young guy's eyes turn red and he raises his weapon up. He shouts to his opponent that they will still have to see who will have to be spared. The young man swings his sword and misses his opponent. The guy grabs the young man by the arm and forcefully twists his arm. The guy screams in pain. He drops his sword. The opponent lowers the main character to the ground and steps on him with his foot, smiling broadly. He laughs and says they're not done yet. The enemy makes a crazy expression on his face and smiles, showing his teeth. He tells the guy that he will break all his bones. The opponent is wary. Someone behind him demands to let the young master go. The main character runs out onto the battlefield and hits his friend's opponent's fist with his fist. The enemy makes a crazy look. He recognizes his main enemy. The young guy makes an angry expression on his face. He demands that the opponent not touch his classmates, but try to do the same with him if he has the courage. The guy swings his fist at the main character. He says that when they officially meet in the arena, he will break all his limbs. The opponent comes close to the main character and shows his hand. He says that before he kills him, he will know what pain is. The main character, with a calm expression on his face, remembers how he killed third-rank mercenaries. He says that he is also going to settle accounts with him, and even if his father comes, he will still arrange such a thing that death will seem like a deliverance to him. The presenter approaches the arena and points the guy's hand to the side. He asks what group he is from, and he should know not to rush into the arena and interrupt the battle. The main character makes an irritated expression on his face. He says that a man, as a teacher, must ensure that students are not killed in the arena. The presenter makes an irritated expression on his face. He watches as the guy approaches his classmate and helps him up. The man demands that the warrior be taken to a doctor for examination because he did not even admit defeat. A hospital bed, headed by the chief physician, drives up to the arena. The doctor asks the guy to help his classmate go down. The girl examines the guy's body and his broken arm. The presenter says that number 208 won. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He asks the doctor why he hasn't seen her the past few days. She looks at the guy with a flirtatious look. The doctor playfully asks what the problem is and if the guy misses his older sister. The girl puts her hand on the young guy's shoulder. She says that with the day of the competition and hundreds of finalists, it is obvious that the degree of bitterness will increase, and that is why she was worried about him and came to the arena. The guy from the bunk raises his trembling hand to the surprised protagonist. He says his name. A classmate is crying from pain and resentment. He tells his friend that he is not going to give up so easily because he could not repel even one attack. Two teachers, a doctor and a young guy, look at the beaten student. The beaten guy asks his friend to be extremely careful if the fight is against his opponent. The main character asks his friend not to worry. He makes an angry expression on his face, looking at his opponent. He promises that he will pay for his classmate. An overhead view of 14 arenas. The presenter calls number 1024 and number 8 to the 9th arena. The main character glances at his teacher with glasses. He says it's his turn to fight. The guy holds the spear on his shoulder and walks away from his support group. The doctor shouts to the guy that she believes in him. The main character glances at the guy with a huge hammer behind his back. The director holds his hand to his chin, watching what is happening. A large guy with a hammer weapon and red hair smiles slightly. The main character approaches his opponent in the 9th arena. The enemy asks him if he is the famous Lin Zhu. The guy with an arrogant expression on his face watches the main character. The characteristics table says that the enemy facing the warrior is Yi Guilin, and he is a second-rank warrior, and his specialty is a war hammer, and in addition, his combat ability is 1847. The main character thinks that being a second-rank warrior, his overall combat capability is almost no different from that of a lone wolf. The guy makes a scared expression on his face. He is confident that the enemy is ranked 4th for a reason. The students stand opposite each other in the 9th arena. The leader asks the parties to get ready and then go into battle. The opponent immediately uses his huge hammer and runs towards the main character. He hits the arena with his hammer and it falls apart. The main character steps aside, standing in a fighting stance. He watches what is happening anxiously. The guy thinks that the arena is made of a special rock, the hardness of which is comparable to steel, and with just one blow he was able to create splits in it. A student holds a hammer on the floor. He says that his opponent is a nimble fellow. The guy approaches the split and holds the hammer, looking at the enemy. He says that no matter how agile the guy is, he will still break his head. The student runs his finger over his lips and frowns. He says that the young man will not feel anything. The main character runs away from the enemy while his support group watches. He says that he is striking fiercely and does not know whether Lin Zhu will be able to resist further onslaught. Toughnut smiles widely as he watches the scene unfold. He laughs and says that he didn't think that Lin Zhu would face an opponent of such strength. The teachers, together with the doctor, look at the ward with displeasure. The girl says that he should keep his mouth shut and watch the competition. The man confirms her words and says that it is not a fact that someone will ultimately be the winner. The guy holds his hands on his chest while standing next to his friend. He smiles and replies that it is obvious to anyone that Lin Zhu is doomed to defeat, and he is ready to eat a piece of the arena if he can win. The doctor turns to the guy and smiles slightly. She says that the argument has begun, and in this case she cannot wait to see the meal with her own eyes. The brute swings a huge hammer at the protagonist standing next to him. He misses the guy because he dodges. The young man makes a thrust with a spear. It also misses when the opponent dodges. The opponent asks the main character if he has eaten in the morning. The guy clenches his teeth in anger, watching the thug. He thinks that he did not expect the power of the enemy's hammer to be so strong, and now his only option is to use an explosion of anger. The guy frowns and makes a calm expression on his face. He thinks that this is not an option because his ability has too long a cooldown, and the final round has just begun, so he will not be able to use it yet and will leave this ability as his last trump card. The main character runs with a spear towards the enemy. The opponent shouts that if the high school student is not capable of anything else, then he should simply accept death. The guy does a spear strike and uses a pear-colored flurry while doing so. The third-year student opens his eyes wide in horror. He tries to dodge the blows using his hammer. The main character hits the enemy in the back with a spear. The guy and the hammer fly off to the side. The bullies open their eyes wide in horror. They cannot believe that their friend could be injured. The young guy's cheerleader looks arrogantly at the bullies as they grit their teeth in irritation. The girl says that her ward is not doomed to defeat and asks how the bully will eat the arena. He glances at the group and makes a mischievous smile. The guy says that they shouldn't rejoice ahead of time because their friend just hasn't taken the matter seriously yet. The main character watches as his opponent stands aside, holding his bruised shoulder. He chuckles slightly. The enemy looks arrogantly at the main character. He replies that the guy did a good job. The opponent makes a wide smile, showing his teeth. He says that since the guy plays seriously, he is also going to get down to business and use his power to the fullest. The third year raises his hammer up and imbues it with energy. The hammer in the guy's hands is filled with energy. Strength fills the body of the protagonist's opponent. He opens his eyes wide in horror, watching his opponent. The guy understands that he is using the accumulation of source power. A huge explosion occurs. The senior student takes a leap, swinging his hammer at the young guy. He uses the Taishan Mountain Collapse Silver skill. The main character clenches his teeth in irritation. He thinks that the waves of source energy emitted by the warhammer were able to suppress him and make it impossible to move. His legs are shaking as he stands on the ground. The guy's spear is endowed with energy. He thinks that since there is no way for him to evade, all he can do is respond with everything he has. He extends his spear forward. The main character uses the majesty of the phoenix and a flurry of pear color on the enemy. The teachers watching what is happening open their mouths wide in surprise. They wonder what kind of fighting skill he uses. The second man replies that it looks like it was an attack involving two fighting skills combined. Mr. Yi opened his eyes wide in surprise. He didn't believe that a high school student was capable of something like that. The two forces connected and created an explosion. The main character flew to the side and coughed up blood. His opponent was also at a distance. The enemy releases the power of a tiger, which flies towards the main character. He says that he has not felt the joy of battle for a long time, and as a reward he will split the skull and give him a painless death. The main character clenches his teeth in irritation. He doesn't understand what's happening. A third-year student hits the ground with a hammer. He uses the silver skill of the fierce tiger descending from the mountain. The bully raises his fist in the air and smiles widely. He says that his friend used his main skill, and therefore the enemy is doomed. The support group watches in horror. They ask the main character to quickly jump out of the arena and dodge. A huge magical paw of a tiger breaks the floor of the arena. The bullies look at each other and smile widely. One of them says that the main character is naive and therefore did not shy away, and, most likely, all that was left of him was mincemeat. The second one tells him that it's a pity for him, because if he jumped from the arena, he would have lost, but at least he wouldn't die. The teachers open their eyes wide in horror. They shout the name of the main character. The doctor watches in horror what is happening. His opponent opens his mouth wide, observing the fog that has formed. He laughs and asks if his opponent is dead. The main character kneels in front of the student. He replies that he was close to it. The guy thinks that he was again forced to activate an explosion of anger, and he does not understand why he has to constantly face abnormal opponents. The senior student opens his mouth wide in horror. He asks the guy how he could survive. The main character leans on a spear and rises from his knees. He asks the enemy for forgiveness for remaining alive. The guy makes a malicious smile, watching the enemy. He says that the warm-up was over. The main character spins a spear in his hands and creates a force field. He shouts to his opponent that now it is his turn to have fun. The red-haired man opens his mouth wide. He laughs and says that simple technique against him is useless. The student holds a hammer in his hands and also spins it. The guy extends his spear forward to aim at the enemy. The senior student makes several turns with the hammer around himself to repel the main character's attacks. He uses the Silver Hammer Hurricane skill, while the main character uses Pear Flurry. The main character points his spear at the enemy. He somehow stays on his feet. The guy clenches his teeth, holding a hammer in front of him. He thinks that the high school student is too strange. He looks in horror at his hammer, all battered by the blows of the protagonist. He thinks that the guy is too strong. The student swings a hammer towards the main character. The opponent shouts that he cannot lose and has no intention of doing so. He uses the power of Hammer Hurricane. The main character's body is pierced by lightning. The teachers watch in horror with their mouths wide open. The man with glasses says that the two of them fight almost to the death. The second one tells him that this is bad, because his ward is bogged down in the opponent's attacks. The doctor makes a malicious smile, holding his chin. She says that the teacher does not understand anything, and her student's opponent will be defeated. The enemy clenches his teeth in rage. He shouts that the guy couldn't resist. The undergrad lifts up and releases his tiger power. He shouts to the high school student that he will kill him. The guy uses the power of a ferocious tiger breaking out of a cage. The main character pulls a spear in front of him and smiles maliciously, watching his opponent. He says that his strength is running out and it will all be over soon. The guy uses a blow of accumulated force. The hammer comes into contact with the young guy's spear. The main character puts a spear to the enemy's neck. A high school student and his opponent hold weapons opposite each other, and the main character presses a spear into the neck of the loser. The cheerleader smiles and raises their hands up. They shout that their guy won and defeated the fourth-ranked player. The doctor looks sarcastically at the bully. She ironically asks him how he is going to eat the arena. She offers him a choice of raw or fried. The bullies look at each other irritably. The guy doesn't say anything in response to the doctor's words. The director watches in horror what is happening. He doesn't understand how one of his best students could lose. The host raises his hand up while the defeated senior student watches. Everyone shouts the young guy's name. An angry opponent holds a small bomb in his hand. He throws it at the main character in a rage. He screams for the guy to go to hell. Lin Zhu watches the mini-bomb in horror. They shout at him to quickly dodge. The guy jumps from the arena. A huge explosion occurs. His opponent flies to the side. He rises from the ground and smiles widely in rage. He laughs and ironically asks if his opponent survived, because this is impossible since there is no point in competing with him. The main character opens his eyes wide in horror. Master Yi makes a protective dome in front of him with both hands. The guy looks at the back of an elderly man. He thinks that he is using an advanced technique of energy application, and only warriors of the highest 6th rank are able to release the energy of the origins from the body to the outside, creating a dome that can hold back all kinds of attacks. The guy looked at the old man with relief. The man asked if he was okay. The guy replied that he was fine and thanked the old man. He realizes that this man is a 6th rank warrior. The guest patted the main character on the shoulder. He said that the guy is great and should continue in the same spirit because he believes in him. A man watches the loser sitting on the grass. He says that the desire for victory, although commendable, is too much to try to kill your fellow student without disdaining any methods. The old man turns to the teacher running behind him. The teacher behind asks the man if he is okay. The old man replies that their outstanding student, who was recommended to him, turned out to be terrible. The man bowed respectfully to the old man. He apologized to the master and said that the student would certainly be punished for such unworthy behavior. The main character watches the teacher talking to the master. He thinks that, judging by the way the director fawns over him like a dog, this gentleman is not in the lowest position. A doctor runs up to the guy to examine his body. She says that she would like to examine him quickly and wonders if he is injured. The guy replies that he is normal and should not be touched from all sides. A teacher wearing glasses comes up to him and looks at his student with a smile. He says that due to the incident, the matches until noon have been temporarily suspended, and he recommends that he check his wounds and then return to the dorm to rest a little and stock up on strength, since the competition will continue in the afternoon. The guy, along with the teacher, watches the men leaving along with the master. He asks the teacher who the old man is. An old man with long hair and a mustache looks forward with a calm expression on his face. The teacher replies that he himself is not sure, but most likely this is the scientific director of one of the 5 great academies, who arrived there to study their educational institution. The guy, looking at the old man, opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. He says it would take him a long time to achieve that kind of power. Dormitory. Dorm door. The main character sits on his bed in the pose of a monk and looks at the Wheel of Fortune in the system window. He says that he received 1 spin for reaching level 15, and also 1 spin is issued monthly, and now he has 2 chances to win something worthwhile. The guy smiles widely, raising his finger up. It requires the system to spin the wheel. The main character folds his hands in front of him in prayer. He says that he wants Lord Lao to give him his blessing and make the prize worthwhile. The Wheel of Fortune stops on a silver card with a sword. The guy irritably holds the card in front of him and opens his mouth wide in dissatisfaction. He says he doesn't need the Silver Blade Technique skill card. System window with 3 maps and a circle in the middle. The system says that he has an excess number of skill cards, and therefore the synthesis system is activated, so he must use any 3 cards of the same rank to synthesize them into a new combat counterpart card of the same rank. The main character folds his hands in front of him with eyes shining with joy. He says he likes the new feature. The main character watches the Wheel of Fortune located in front of him in the system window. He says he has 1 more spin left, so he wants to pull out something decent. The guy demands that the system start rotating. He opens his mouth wide and makes a 2-finger wave. The guy shouts that he wants a big prize 3 times. A box with a prize appears in front of the guy's face, and he raises his hands up. The system says it congratulates him for winning the skill card category prize. The guy shouts with joy that the system is top. The main character puts his hand into the box. He takes out 3 technique cards with swords and a spear from there. One of the cards is the Rainbow Piercing the Sun Spear technique, which is the phenomenon of a white rainbow covering the sun, and in ancient times such a phenomenon was considered an omen of disaster. The second card is the Blade Technique of Cutting Kin and Kun, and the third technique is the Sword Strike, Raising Frost. The main character looks in bewilderment at the cards dealt to him. He reads that a rainbow piercing the sun releases a deadly attack using the energy and mobility of the body, and has absolutely no difference from a blow of accumulated force. If we look at it in terms of speed, then the pear-colored flurry is much better. The main character snaps 2 fingers because he has an idea. He says that since he has 3 silver cards in his hands, he could try using the synthesis system. He adds all 3 power cards to the slot in the system window and, watching this, smiles maliciously. The guy demands that the system synthesize a skill map. The system window requires the main character to select the spear technique category he desires. A notification appears in front of him to start synthesis, and the guy presses the confirmation button. The system synthesizes the cards received into it. A card with a fist appeared in front of the guy. The system says that the synthesis of the silver rank skill card is complete, and he is congratulated for obtaining the silver spear technique skill card verdict. The main character looks at the received card with a wide smile. He says the verdict sounds cool and bold. He holds the card in front of him and closes his eyes. The guy thinks that he will study it right now, without wasting time. The main character imagines the character using a spear, and it makes strikes from several sides at once. Verdict is a skill that makes it possible to turn the combat skill of the enemy who made the attack against him, and the strength of the skill directly depends on the power of the reflected attack. Its use requires the warrior to expend significant amounts of source energy, and it also has a brutal time frame for repelling enemy attacks. If there is a significant difference with the enemy's rank, repelling the attack is impossible. The main character smiles widely, looking forward. He laughs and says that while others use force to push back, he now has a spear to do it. The host calls numbers 1024 and 520 into the ring. A girl with a hoop enters the arena. She holds her hands at her sides and looks at the boy with a surprised expression on her face. The girl asks if he is the famous Lin Zhu. The main character scratches the back of his head in a relaxed manner. He replies that she understood everything correctly. At the same time, the guy was sure that he would not get caught against the girl, and did not know how to resist her now. The opponent smiles broadly and raises the hoop up. She catches the main character in the grip of her weapon while the guy watches what is happening in bewilderment. He asks her what's going on. The girl makes a malicious expression on her face. She says that the guy got caught and now he won't get away from her. The rival approaches the main character and kisses him on the cheek. A girl leaves a lipstick mark on a high school student's face. The main character's opponent holds him in a hoop and raises his hand up, smiling widely. She chuckles and asks the referee to stop the fight as she is giving up and doesn't want to fight her idol. The guy looks at her in bewilderment. His support group opens their eyes and mouth wide in shock. The judge turns to the girl leaving the arena. She says that since she gave up, Lindsay won. The teacher holds his finger to his mouth and looks at what is happening with bewilderment. He says that he, unlike the student, has no luck. The doctor frowns with anger. She says that the little girl is too brave for deciding to seduce her baby. The doctor grabs the guy by the t-shirt. She pulls him towards her and kisses him on the lips. The boy covers his mouth with his hands. He asks in horror what the woman is doing. The doctor sarcastically wipes his lips after the kiss. She replies that she had nothing else to do, because her baby was being taken away by another girl right in front of her, and therefore, without further ado, she decided to take his kiss first. The boy fell to his knees in front of the woman and began to sob. He said it was his first kiss. The woman lovingly asked him not to worry because she would take responsibility for him. Fans from the stands look at a huge screen. The presenter says that there are 25 participants left in the competition, and 12 of them will advance to the next round, so he begins the draw. The director watches the fight with his hands folded in front of him. He thinks that he has prepared a worthy treat for the hated student. The table of participants indicates that the main character will fight 2 opponents at once. The guy opens his mouth wide in horror. He says that he was most afraid of what happened because he was forced to participate in a battle for 3. The guy turned to the teacher in bewilderment. He told the boy that in the academy rankings, one of the guys was in 10th place and the other was in 12th place, and he heard that these 2 guys were on pretty good terms, and therefore there was a high probability that a 3-on-1 battle would turn into a 2-on-1 battle. The main character scratches the bridge of his nose irritably. He thinks about what the teacher just said and how unpleasant it is for him. The main character holds his hand to his chin. He thinks that if they are not too strong, then he can defeat them, and now he has new trump cards up his sleeve. Opponents enter arena number 7. The host says that number 1024, number 100 and number 69 must go to the 7th arena. They were told to get ready. Rivals look at the main character. The leader demands that they start the fight. The guy with the claw gloves starts using the force. This time, he will use the silver 9 claw judgment skill. His friend also joins the fray. He uses the silver skill all-round concussion. The enemy attacks the main character and makes a blow. His friend behind uses his claws to attack the youth. He swings his spear to deflect the blows of 2 opponents. The main character crouches down to dodge the blow. He makes several strikes with his spear at his opponents. The guy uses the greatness of the phoenix. The opponent makes a terrifying expression on his face. He smiles widely and uses his claws. The guy uses the lightning whirlwind silver skill method. The main character opens his mouth wide in horror. He understands that the enemy was able to break his phoenix greatness. The enemy stands in a stance, holding his claws in front of him. He explains that his lightning whirlwind skill creates a high-speed spin that can deflect many attacks from other combat skills. The main character looks in bewilderment at the enemy holding his claws in front of him. The rival says that they have studied his skills and therefore know that the greatness of the phoenix will be able to delay his skill. The guy swings his 2 clawed hands. He goes on to say that he also knows about the pear blossom flurry, so he can only direct it at one of them. The opponent swings his 2 claws and directs his energy at the main character. He uses the silver crosscut skill. The enemy shouts that the protagonist's defeat is a foregone conclusion. His friend begins to spin his weapon. He says he uses the silver skill. His weapon is imbued with power when spun. He uses the iron staff spinning method. The fighting classmates watch in horror. One of them says that cross-cleaving and iron staff spinning are their strongest skills. The second responds that this is really harsh. The doctor watches in fury. She says that they have no shame at all, since they not only took up arms against one, but also began to use their best skills in the first turn. Holding a spear in front of him, the main character makes a malicious smile. He asks if his opponent can really repel combat attacks. The guy holds the staff in his hand and makes an arrogant smile. He replies that he also has such a skill. The main character swings his staff. He uses the silver skill of the verdict method. The main character made a protective circle around himself. The enemy's force hitting him is stopped, and then she goes to the person who sent her. The opponent opens his eyes and mouth wide in horror. He is overcome by his own energy and knocked off his feet. The enemy watches in horror as his friend is thrown from the arena. He shouts the name of his comrade. The main character glances at the second guy. He says it's his turn now. The youth extends his spear forward. It uses the accumulated force strike method and pair-colored flurry together. The enemy is hit by many blows from the spear. The main character takes a stance in front of the enemy. The opponent lies outside the arena and does not move. His friend is also defeated. The leader approaches the student lying on the ground and checks his pulse. He raises the protagonist's hand and looks forward with a smile. The man shouts that Lindsay won. His support group smiles widely. The teacher with red hair shouts that he is great for being able to defeat the two by himself. The doctor lovingly says that there is no one cooler than her boy. The director watches what is happening irritably, gritting his teeth. He thinks that the guy was able to win even in terrible conditions. One of the best students with white hair comes up behind him. He says that next there will be competitions among the 20 past participants, so he should make sure that he gets into the tour along with the main character, and otherwise he doesn't have to worry. The man looked at the student with enthusiasm. He replied that he would do as he asked. The guy points forward with a furious expression on his face. He says that he will not let him feel like a winner for another half a day, and after noon in the next round, he will personally destroy him, and for all the torment that he had to endure because of him on the path of death, he will pay double. The main arena where the presenter stands. He says that this is the stage that will determine the 6 participants who will continue the competition, and asks the first pair number 1024 and number 85 to come out. The students look at each other in bewilderment. One of them says that the main character once defeated his rival, but since then both of them have increased in strength, and so he wonders if the high school student will be able to defeat him again. The second responds that it is difficult for him to answer this question, because, judging by the performance, the enemy has already reached the second rank. A guy with freckles and white hair smiles widely. The second student, in bewilderment, says that this cannot be since only 1 month has passed, and during this time he would not have had time to rise to the second rank, and the doping he took should have had a serious impact on his improvement. The opponent looks at the main character in the arena. The second continues the dialogue and replies that no one knows about this for sure, but they say that he practiced for a whole month in a dangerous place, such as the path of death. The support group encourages their ward. The teacher with red hair shouts at him to defeat him again. The main character shows his thumb as a sign of approval. A young boy with white hair and freckles approaches their group. He laughs and says that he will not be able to defeat his older brother, and this time only a cruel death awaits the high school student. The teacher makes a malicious expression on his face. He replies that he did not expect to see a weakling here and, probably, he came to see how his brother would be knocked over by the main character. The student gritted his teeth in displeasure and showed his fist. The enemy holds the weapon with his hand, while his brother says that they all will not understand what suffering his brother suffered on the path of death in order to defeat his main rival, but they will soon see everything for themselves. The student makes a malicious expression on his face and goes at the young man with a sword. He says that time flies fast and he didn't think that after a month they will meet again at the same place, but this time he is going to kill him. A system window appears near the enemy stating that his name is Tian Tian, and he is a warrior of the second rank. His specialization is considered to be a sword, and his combat ability is 1908. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that his opponent not only has the second rank, but also has a higher combat capability than him. The main character holds a spear in front of him. He replies that from the moment his father sent assassins against him, he will not know peace until he settles scores with his clan. The enemy runs towards the main character. He deflects the enemy's sword with his spear. The guys move away from each other. The main character watches the enemy and clenches his teeth in anger. He thinks that his power is too high. The opponent holds out the weapon in front of him and makes a malicious smile. He says that it took him 100 million to buy his weapon, whose name is the Blood Demon, and it was created from a special metal obtained from the blood red star, and he does not read the rubbish that the main character fights with. The enemy jumps, swinging a huge red sword. He says that he paid a high price to defeat him, and his blood will be sacrificed to the bloody demon. The student makes a swing, but the youth dodges the blow. He holds his spear out in front of him and opens his mouth wide. The main character attacks with his best blow, but the enemy multiplies. The guy uses a pair-colored flurry. He opens his eyes wide in surprise. The guy understands that the enemy is using a movement technique. The teachers watch what is happening in surprise. One of them asks the second whether the opponent used a movement technique. The second one replies that this is simply impossible, because in order to free up motor combat skills, a warrior needs to reach the third rank, and he is only at the second. The cheerleaders look at their opponent's little brother with bewilderment. He replies that this is not impossible, and they should just watch as his brother kills their ward in front of them. The student holds the sword in front of him, filling it with energy. He uses a silver arc cutting skill. The guy swings his sword and throws the main character away. He gives strength to his fist and swings at the boy. The enemy shouts that these are not all his skills. He slams his charged fist straight into the protagonist's chest. The student uses the splitting fist method. The guy flies to the side from the blow. He coughs up blood. The beaten protagonist wipes blood from his face. He thinks about how his splitting fist has become much stronger than it was before, and since he can use the movement technique, his overall skill has already reached a standard rank 3 warrior. The young man clenches his teeth in pain. He thinks about the fact that his anger outburst is still on cooldown and therefore he will have a difficult fight. The enemy approaches the guy holding a sword behind his back. He says that his attacks were still rather weak. The guy looks at his opponent with anger. He thrusts his spear, charging it with power. He uses the method of Phoenix Greatness. The enemy smiles widely, looking at the boy. He says that he has not been afraid of this technique for a long time. He strikes a pose, gathering magic in his hands. The guy says that in addition to buying a bloody demon for exorbitant amounts of money, he also acquired many combat skill cards, and this is also that he can find something that can interrupt the high school student's combat skill. The enemy extends the sword in front of him, repelling the attack of the spear. It uses floating clouds and flowing water. The opponent's sword absorbs Phoenix energy. He sucks all the strength of the main character into the sword, and then he makes a swing and dispels all the energy. The support group watches in horror. They don't understand how he was able to dispel the reception. The main character watches what is happening in irritation. He thinks that this is the second time this day that he has encountered a skill that can neutralize the greatness of the Phoenix. He gets into a fighting pose, holding a spear in front of him. The guy says he demands a second try, and this time his opponent will definitely not be able to parry the blow. The main character runs at his opponent with a spear. It uses the flurry of pear color and the majesty of the Phoenix together. The opponent holds a sword in front of him and smiles. He says he is ready to test his words. The bully swings his sword at the guy's blow, and the main character opens his mouth wide in surprise. He looks at what is happening in panic. The guy screams in horror. His opponent opens his mouth wide, looking at him with joy in his eyes. He screams with pleasure. Two energies touch. An explosion occurs. The main character watches what is happening in bewilderment. He realizes that his power has indeed been dissipated. The opponent raises his hand and smiles broadly. He says it's his turn to play. The guy jumps on the main character with a sword. In flight, he makes a swing, and then uses the Silver Life Drain skill. The main character manages to swing his spear around himself. He uses the verdict to reflect. Two forces are in contact with each other. The protagonist's spear cracks. The enemy's strength overtakes him. The people in the stands open their mouths wide in horror. The guy flies to the side, but stays on his feet. He looks at his hands, which no longer hold the spear. He realizes that the verdict did not work because his opponent has a significant superiority in strength. And this is the only case where he is unable to repel the attack, and it turns out that his opponent has actually achieved the strength inherent in third-rank warriors. A senior student runs at the main character with a sword. It pierces his hand. The guy clenches his teeth in pain and holds his hand in a fist in front of him. He uses the accumulated force punch of the ripping fist method. He punches his opponent. The opponent flies to the side. He looks arrogantly at the main character. The guy says that he shouldn't have shied away because if he had died from his sword, he wouldn't have had to suffer. The student hits the youth in the face. He says he's going to break every bone in his body. The opponent uses the splitting fist method and delivers multiple blows to the opponent's body. The support group watches from the stands. The teachers ask him to admit defeat, otherwise he will be killed. The guy covers his face with his hands. He says he can't just give up. The enemy makes a powerful blow to the protagonist's face. The teachers and the doctor on the podium open their eyes wide in horror. The leader runs up to the soldiers and spreads his arms. He screams in horror to stop quickly. The game curator looks irritably at the white-haired guy. He shouts to him that the enemy is already unconscious, which means he had to stop. The guy raises his hand forward, making an irritated expression on his face. He says that it would be strange to kill with so many people, so even though he survived, he is now little different from a cripple. Lying on the floor of the arena, the main character spits blood. He thinks that this time he screwed up big time and now he will most likely die. The guy stands in front of the galaxy, reading the system message. He is asked to open the genetic lock, but when it is open, there is a 10% chance of death, a 20% chance of losing consciousness, and a 30% chance of unforeseen circumstances. The main character comes closer to the system message and pulls his finger to select. He says that he must win the competition and destroy the clan at any cost. The guy in the galaxy rises up with his arms outstretched. The system says that the initialization of opening the first level genetic lock was simply successful, and all the characteristics of the host's body will soon increase. The main character and his entire body are saturated with lightning charges. The system congratulates him for successfully opening the first-level genetic lock, in which he gains improvements in the attributes of strength, endurance, and speed, as well as overall combat effectiveness. In addition, he receives 3 rotations of the Wheel of Fortune, promotion to the 2nd rank, and, in addition, another rotation. The title of a warrior of the 2nd rank along with the advantages of the rank, that is, bonuses when using ranks and the amount of a 5% increase in the strength attribute. The presenter raises his hand, holding a piece of paper in front of him. He wants to say that the protagonist's opponent won. The guy lying on the floor behind him raises his hand. The cheerleaders from the stands look at the judge. They shout that their charge has risen, and he is almost up. The judge glances at the guy sitting on his lap. He stands up, looking at his hands. The guy thinks that he feels as if every cell in his body is saturated with explosive power. A master sits at the table, observing the young guy's performance. He thinks about how the boy didn't take any doping and didn't feel nervous about using any fighting skills, but suddenly he somehow became stronger, because just a few months ago he was a loser on all counts, and now his physical fitness is almost up to par, to the level of 3rd rank warriors, and he still couldn't believe it. The enemy turns in bewilderment at the protagonist who has risen from the floor. The coach says that this is simply impossible. The opponent tells the guy that he is just an annoying guy. The student runs at the opponent with a fist. The opponent also pulls his fist in front of him with rage. He shouts that his ripping fist is no match for what the protagonist uses. They punch each other and the power connects. The enemy opens his eyes wide in horror. He doesn't understand where the guy got so much strength. The skin on his arm peels off, revealing mechanized parts underneath. The opponent's hand is made entirely of iron. The main character watches what is happening in bewilderment. He doesn't understand where his opponent got his mechanical arm. The opponent bends down to pick up the sword from the ground. He says that this is all because of his rival, and through his efforts he became a half-human, half-mechanized monster because in order to increase his level of hardening, he went to practice on the path of death, but those monsters damaged his limbs, and in order to survive, he had to transform. He looks at the guy with an angry expression on his face. The rival continues to say that although his changes allowed him to gain the strength of a 3rd rank warrior, he will never be able to rise higher again. The weakened opponent runs at the main character, swinging his sword. He shouts that all his problems are because of him. The enemy swings his sword in front of the main character. He screams for the guy to die. The young man puts his hand on the ground. Due to his semi-sitting position, he punches his opponent in the chest. He shouts that his opponent himself got what he deserved. The main character throws the high school student up, and then he punches his opponent with a horrified expression on his face. He understands that the main character is acting too quickly. The guy makes multiple punches to the opponent's body. The cheerleaders from the stands open their mouths wide in surprise. They shout at him to defeat the high school student. The enemy's brother opens his mouth wide in horror. He yells at the guy to stop. The main character punches his opponent in the face and blood flows from his mouth. He then hits him on the left cheek, and then again from below in the face. The young man throws his opponent aside. He lifts him off the ground and tries to finish him off, but the referee standing behind is not happy. He shouts for the guy to stop the fight since the opponent has already lost consciousness. The main character rises from the ground, leaving the enemy in the arena. The judge raises the high school student's hand up. He shouts that Lin Ziu has won. The cheerleaders in the arena smile broadly at the scene. They are happy that their players have defeated their opponent in the arena for the 2nd time. The brother of the defeated student clenches his teeth in anger. He thinks that the opponent is too strong because his brother was also of 3rd rank. The master and the director of the academy open their eyes wide in surprise. A man with a mustache says that the guy is quite a promising talent. The director thinks that there is no way his student could defeat young Master Tang. Lying on the arena, the opponent shoves his hand into his pocket. He takes a syringe out of it. The defeated student swings a syringe at the main character with one hand. He screams for the guy to go to the next world. The young man stops the opponent's hand in front of him. He demands that the guy stop because the fight is already over and he shouldn't use what he has in his hand. A guy with a beaten face holds a syringe in front of him. He answers the main character that this is a special gift that he brought for him from the path of death, a virus that with just one drop turns a person into a zombie. A high school student tries to inject the main character with a syringe. The presenter shouts to the guy that he is committing a crime. The distraught opponent opens his mouth wide in a smile. He laughs and shouts that he just wants to turn the guy into a zombie, turning him into a monster. The young man smiles widely. He says that the opponent asked for it himself. The guy grabs the enemy's hand and snatches the syringe. He injects him in the neck. The guy mutates, turning into a red zombie. The main character watches his transformation with a calm expression on his face. She says that his rival has now mutated into a zombie. Near the main character's leg lies the tip of his spear. He kicks it, sending it flying. The guy screams for the enemy to die. The tip hits the mutated guy's neck. Sitting in the stands, the brother of the defeated student opens his eyes wide in horror. He shouts for his opponent to stop and not kill his brother. The main character, together with a disgruntled judge, watches what is happening. Behind him, a man's voice screams for the guy to bring his son back to life. The young man opens his eyes warily. The head of the Tang clan appears behind him and uses his hand charged with energy. The main character dodges the opponent's father's power. The man, with an angry expression on his face, tries to throw another punch. He asks the guy not to shy away. An old man comes to the defense of the main character, and the guy is surprised by what is happening. He shouts that the man should not show such impudence. The old man protects the guy with his powers, taking energy from the angry father. The man stands with a surprised expression on his face. He glances at the master, who is covering the young guy. The head of the clan thinks that this is simply impossible, and does not understand when a 6th rank warrior arrived in the city. The man looks down. He says that Mr. Lin Zhu killed his son and he wants to detain him and take him to the police station, so he asks the old man not to interfere with him. The master looks at the man with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He replies that he saw a young guy acting for the safety of the academy by killing zombies, and this is legal in the city of Starlight. The man looks at the old man furiously. The wards standing nearby turn to the head of the clan. The man raises his hand up. He demands that his son's body be taken away. The ward replies that he understood the order. Teachers from the academy run towards the arena while the old man scratches his mustache. He says that in order to prevent the spread of the virus, the corpse of a person who has turned into a zombie is not allowed to be disposed of as he pleases. The head of the clan looks at the old man and the guy with irritation. He silently accepts his words. One of the teachers looks at the head of the clan, pointing forward with his hand. He says that since the incident happened on the territory of the academy, he will have to leave the arena and wait a bit until the police finish checking and can take the body. The young man bows to the old man. He thanks him for his help. A man covers the body of a young guy. He says that there is no need to thank him since his actions were not wrong, and if anyone, under the pretext of what happened, plans to create difficulties for him, he will first have to go through the old man. The head of the clan frowns with anger. He doesn't say anything. The teacher and the director look at each other. Building in a military building. Federation military unit. Dormitory area. A man's voice says that their brother is very cool. 3 military men watch a video on a tablet. The bully says that his brother is just a beast and, barely returning from the mission, has already managed to finish off the eldest son of the Tang clan. His friend says that even though this happened due to the fault of the eldest son of the Tang clan, given his influence, they will not let it go so easily, and therefore this time his brother got into a big mess. The commander-in-chief enters the room. She says that she just received news about the appearance of a mutated zombie at Starlight Academy, and therefore, on orders from her superiors, they will go there tomorrow morning to find out everything. The men rise from their chairs and open their mouths wide. They shout that they understand everything. The bully plays his knuckles, and he and the military man look at each other. The soldier says that he was just racking his brains over how to help his brother. The friend laughs and says that there will be an opportunity to look at his alma mater again. The commander watches the guys with a smile. She thinks that the young guy probably didn't think that he would see his older sister so quickly. A man's hand knocks on the door. The sleepy main character in pajamas opens it slightly. He asks who the difficult woman brought to him early in the morning. The director points his hand at the guy and looks at the blue-haired man behind him. He tells him that this is Mr. Lin Zhu. A man with blue hair shows the guy his crust. He says that the guy is suspected of committing murder and therefore must go with them. The young man glances at the director. He says that he quickly came to his senses, and he realized that he had also gone to the Fortress of Light on his initiative. The man irritably points his finger at the boy. He shouts that he is insolent for talking to the director like that while he is a student, and he really belongs in prison. The main character looks into the director's face with a malicious smile. He replies that such a terrible person like him has no right to be called the director of the academy. A man with blue hair raises his hand up. He says that he has enough of his rant and they should handcuff him. The guy looks at the servants of the law with arrogance. He replies that he is the holder of the Order of the First Star, so his detention is not in their jurisdiction, and if he can be arrested, then only by servants of the Federation Army. The men look at the young guy in bewilderment. The director gives them a displeased look. He opens his mouth irritably and points his finger at the guy. The man shouts that there is no need to listen to him because he is just a high school student and he cannot have such an order. Therefore, the deceitful killer cannot stay within the walls of the academy for a second longer and he needs to be taken away quickly. The man takes out handcuffs while the main character in pajamas calmly watches. He tells them to consider the possible consequences. Military vehicles are approaching the academy building. Several military men get out of their cars. The commander walks next to his platoon. She shouts to the director that he has completely lost his fear. The girl raises her hand up and opens her mouth wide. She says they have no right to attack a decorated Federation soldier. The director opens his eyes wide in horror while the guy looks at his reaction with a malicious smile. The man is at a loss where he got such a warrant. The soldiers raise their guns and hold them in front of them. The men raise their hands in horror, and the director opens his eyes wide. He does not understand what is happening and what the Federation soldiers are doing on the territory of the Academy. The man with blue hair replies that he is also on duty and is just doing his job. The main character mockingly says that he warned them about this. The military ties up the director while the commander stands next to his lover. She says that she will contact their superiors, and if his actions did not turn out to be an abuse of power, then he will be released. The girl comes closer and holds the guy by the shoulder. She says it was an unexpected meeting. Two military men approach the main character and hug him. Toughnut says they somehow managed to arrive on time. His friend replies that after seeing the news, the instructor immediately sent them here because everyone understood that the Tang clan would try to smear him. A teacher with glasses approaches the guy. He says that he knows that the guy is not guilty of anything, but since the Tang clan is one of the largest shareholders of the Academy, under their pressure, the Academy issued an order regarding yesterday's incident. The main character opens his mouth wide in horror. He does not understand what order the teacher is talking about. The man hands him an envelope. He says that he himself only found out about the notification in the morning, and the Academy believes that he deliberately injected the student, knowing full well that syringe contained a virus that ultimately led to his mutation. And despite the fact that it was not intentional murder, this act was qualified as malicious infliction of bodily harm, which indirectly led to the death of the young man, so the Academy ordered his expulsion. The guy irritably crumples the order sheet in his hand. He shouts that they are all terrible people. The man looks at his subordinate with a frustrated expression. He apologizes to him and says that his abilities as a teacher are very limited and therefore he cannot stop it. But nevertheless, the other teachers have discussed everything and will try to transfer him to another educational institution. The guy raises his hand in doom. He says thank you to the teacher and thanks for his good intentions, but for him, as an expelled student, transferring to another academy is an almost impossible task. The girl smiles widely, looking at the main character. She says that everything will be fine, and there is no point in wasting his strength where he is not valued, since this time the instructor sent her, among other things, to convey to him an official invitation to join the ranks of the Federation troops. The young man smiles doomedly. He replies that this is her truth, since he will still not be able to enter the university without finishing his last year of school, in which case it would be better to join the Federation army and cut up zombies shoulder to shoulder with his brothers. An elderly man comes into the corridor. He tells the guy that such measures are not necessary. The main character looks at the old man in bewilderment. The man holds his hands behind his back, looking at his ward. He says he actually has one more choice. A man with a long mustache looks at the main character. The guy pronounces his name admiringly. The man hands the young man an envelope. He says that the student can join their educational institution. The soldiers look at each other with displeasure. The girl whispers that some old man jumped her. The soldier standing nearby also quietly replies that this old man is quite a tough figure. The second confirms his words and says that is why she is in no hurry to get into a quarrel with him. The commander-in-chief looks irritably at the frightened guys. She tells them to keep their mouths shut. The soldiers open their eyes wide in surprise. The guy holds an open letter in front of him. It says that he is being notified of his admission to their university through a special admission process and is asked to come to register at the university. The guy screams with joy. His friends around him open their mouths wide in surprise. They suddenly ask him again if he really didn't mix up anything. The man pulls his hand in front of him, touching his mustache. He says they got it right and it is also known as the Sacred Region. The old man is a university teacher and he is responsible for the admission of students by special admission, because every year during this period of time he visits educational institutions in search of talented students who are given the opportunity to be among the students admitted to them for special reasons. And he observed main character for some time, and given his talents, he fully qualifies for special circumstances credit. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He replies that he was expelled. The man continues to stroke his mustache, watching the boy. He replies that their university and others like it have a mechanism for admitting students under special circumstances, and he will not need to take the final exam, and given his talents, there will be no need to study in the third year of high school either. All he needs is to come to registration on the 1st of September. The student raises his hands in front of him and smiles broadly. He says he will definitely come. The main character looks again at the piece of paper that the old man gave him. He thinks that you never know where you will find it, and when you lose it, he could not even imagine that after expulsion he would have great luck. The guy with a smile on his face recalls the image of a girl with white hair. He thinks that he will soon see his baby. The main character turns to the old man in bewilderment. He asks the old man how he can get to the university because he previously tried to search for information on the internet but did not find anything, and this study also does not say anything. The man looks at the young man with a calm expression. He replies that when he reaches the end of the path of death, he will be met there and taken to the university. The soldiers open their mouths wide in horror. They ask in bewilderment how a guy can be sent there. The main character tensely watches the reaction of his friends. Many zombies are confused in the dark forest. The path of death is not a road, but a special area. This place is massively populated by zombies and high-ranking evolved beasts. As the name suggests, this is one of the most dangerous areas on the planet. Monsters of different types and classes. According to rumors, these forests are home to the strongest evolved beast that has reached rank 9. Monsters in test tubes. Along that path there are also various secret laboratories that are relics of wartime. The man frowns, looking at the student. The old man asks if the guy was scared of the story. The main character smiles widely, holding his fist in front of him. He replies that he is not afraid, but simply excited. The guy looks at his hand. He thinks that he is not afraid of the path of death, since the more animals and zombies he kills, the more experience points he will receive, and for him this is just heaven. The old man holds the guy by the shoulder. He asks what he is going to do. The young man replies that he is first going to go to the city and get a warrior's license, and then go to registration. The man replies that he will really need a warrior's license for further development. Holding his hands behind his back, the man walks away. He treats the guy. The soldiers come closer to the main character. The girl says that he is great and will become a student. All his friends congratulate him on this. The men smile broadly and touch the guy's shoulders. The commander invites them to mark. The joyful soldiers shout that they are going to have a blast. The protagonist's friend turns to the teacher. He asks him to join them. The man says he is going to invite a few more friends. The main character scratches his chin. He replies that the more people there are, the merrier. A multi-story building with windows with lights on. The doctor holds a glass of alcohol in front of him and smiles widely. She asks to pour her more and wishes her baby to fly to the skies, and also offers to drink to his boundless prospects. The group clinks glasses with each other. The girl grabs the main character by the neck and pulls him towards her. She says that as soon as he gets a job at the university, he should join her, because with his older sister he won't be afraid of the slightest wound. A classmate touches a guy on the shoulder. She says that she will definitely follow in his footsteps and will do her best to skip the class and get to his university as soon as possible. The commander folds his hands on the table and with a dissatisfied expression on his face watches the girls who show interest in her lover. The teacher sitting next to him makes a malicious smile. He replies that his brother is indeed a true role model, because on his left is a mature and attractive woman, and on his right is a classmate who is interested in him. The teacher watches the military woman sitting next to her with a smile. He says that an alpha woman in a military uniform, sitting on the sidelines, who is just thinking about how to get him to join her, also wants a relationship with the guy. A man gets punched in the head by a girl. She says that if he continues to talk nonsense, she will call her guys who will make a chop out of him. The girl hits the table with her hand. She asks when her brother plans to go to town. Girls squeeze the guy's head with their breasts. The military woman asks if it's worth giving him a ride to the city because she feels quite confident behind the wheel and, well, she won't tip over the car. Tired of attention, the student makes an irritated expression on his face. He replies that there is no need for this because he is going to go there on foot, alone, and along the way he will continue to gain experience because the city is clearly replete with talents. And besides, he will have to go through the path of death, which in itself is already extremely dangerous, so he's going to continue to get stronger. Peripheral district of Starlight City. The main character in a plain black suit walks through the forest. He says that his silver spirit was shattered into pieces and could not be restored, so he had to purchase a regular long spear. The guy looks at his simple weapon. He says that once he gets his warrior's license, he can finally register on the Alliance website and buy a decent weapon. The swaying of the grass. The main character glances behind him. He thinks that he is not alone, and, judging by the aura, they are not zombies or evolved beasts, but people and, most likely, warriors. A weapon appears behind the main character. He squats to evade and clenches his hand into a fist. The guy charges him with energy. He makes a powerful blow to the enemy. The main character uses a ripping fist. The attacking man with red hair flies away. Two strangers run towards the main character with weapons. They shout that they want to avenge their young master. The man with green hair grins and swings his sword. He shouts to the guy that he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. The main character hits him in the chest with his fist. He uses the ripping fist method. The guy shouts that he shouldn't do this. The green-haired stranger is thrown aside onto the ground. The men watch the strong schoolboy in bewilderment. They say that his aura was originally much weaker, but then they don't understand why his power is so terrifying. The young man lowers his head down, clenching his two hands into a fist. He chuckles and says that they still can't get enough of it. The main character reaches out to his spear behind his back and makes a malicious smile. He says that the people of the Tang clan have never learned anything. 4 men with weapons run towards the main character. They scream at him to die. The guy holds out a spear in front of him. He uses the greatness of the phoenix. All 4 warriors fly away under the influence of his power. The main character holds a spear with one hand and walks away from the explosion with a malicious smile. He says that he's finally finished with the little things and it's time for him to show himself to the big fish. The man holds a sword in his hand. He is surprised that so many people couldn't deal with the high school student. The head of the clan makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that his warriors are just a worthless herd. The man holds the sword in front of him, looking at the main character. He says the guy is just a brat. The head of the clan makes an angry expression on his face and frowns. He tells the guy that he will pay for the death of his son. The main character makes a malicious expression on his face, holding a spear in front of him. He replies that if he is worried that his son is lonely now, then he will send him to meet him. The man extends his sword towards the main character. He screams for the guy to die. The main character holds a spear in front of him to hold back the enemy's onslaught. It charges him with energy. The guy uses his spear to attack, and the head of the clan makes a surprised expression on his face. The guy uses the pear-colored flurry method. The man dodges all 5 blows from the young guy's spear. They leave marks on trees behind the enemy. The man turns around in horror. He thinks that the kid is quite strong and he was able to perform 5 instant strikes, each of which contain the strength of the peak of the 2nd rank. The old man frowns. He tells the guy that he is using childish tricks. The man swings his sword. He uses the Silver Moon Sickle execution skill. The main character dodges the enemy's blow. He thinks that the man has impressive energy, and the guy only has 3 minutes left to recharge his outburst of anger, so he needs to hold out until that time. The man opens his mouth wide in rage. He asks how the guy could dodge his blow, and is sure that he won't be able to with the next one. The head of the clan makes 3 swings of his sword. In each of them, he uses the Crescent Moon execution method. The guy holds out a spear in front of him. He uses the method of Phoenix Greatness. The young man swings his spear, repelling the enemy's energy. A huge explosion occurs in the forest. The man remains in his place, covered in fire. He absorbs the energy of the main character into himself. The guy opens his mouth wide in horror. He doesn't understand how the man could do this. The head of the clan is charged with fiery energy and goes towards the guy. He thanks him for the fire and says that his attack will now be more powerful. A man swings a sword at the main character. He says he is using the golden skill. The head of the clan directs energy to the main character. He uses the 9th Heaven Wind Dance. The guy makes a frightened expression on his face in horror. He is surprised that the man is using a golden skill and realizes that he cannot avoid it. The main character clenches his teeth, looking at the enemy. He shouts that he must hold on. The young man twirls the spear in his hands, creating barriers. He uses his verdict method to repel the attack. The 2 forces come into contact and an explosion occurs. The guy clenches his teeth, straining to repel the attack. He says he can do it. The man extends his hand in front of him, grinning. He shouts to the main character that he could not repel his attack. The guy's spear cracks. The main character flies to the side from the opponent's blow. A huge explosion occurs. The young man hits a stone and it cracks. The opponent runs towards the main character. He shouts to him that he has lost his weapon and now he will not be able to fight him. The sword hits the main character's shoulder and he clenches his teeth in pain. The man looks at the young man furiously. He wishes him to go to hell. The high school student holds the sword with his hand, moving it away from his shoulder. His eyes and body are filled with energy, and the guy smiles maliciously. He says it's time for him to use his greatest strength. The main character holds the enemy's sword with one hand and swings at the head of the clan with the other. He activates an explosion of anger. The man opens his eyes wide in shock. He doesn't believe what's happening. The guy clenches his teeth and shouts that it's finally his turn to play. The main character uses an explosion of anger with a ripping fist. The guy makes a power blow to the man's body. A high school student hits the head of the clan with his fist. He doesn't understand why the guy's aura suddenly intensified, because he didn't take any drugs and no energy flows or sources came from him using special combat skills. The man opens his eyes wide in horror. From the blow of the main character, he flies to the side. The man rises to his knees, holding his sore shoulder. The high school student approaches him, picking up his sword from the ground as the boss looks on in horror. He says the man has a good weapon. The head of the clan glances at the young man. He says that he cannot kill him since he is the head of the clan and he will never let him go to jail for killing the boss. The guy looks at the man with a malicious smile. He replies that he never cared about their clan and he left the city because he received an acceptance notice from the university and now he is their student. The man opens his mouth and eyes wide in horror. He doesn't understand how this could happen because he was expelled. The main character makes a calm expression on his face while watching the clan boss. He replies that his family can't even dream of achieving the results that he will receive in the future. The high school student swings his sword, cutting off his opponent's head. The system window says that the third rank warrior was destroyed, and for this the guy receives 547,821 experience points. The main character breathes out a sigh of relief. In an alarming voice, he says that he was finally able to defeat the man, and they gave him a lot of experience points since the head of the clan was already on the verge of reaching the 4th rank. And if the main character had not used an explosion of anger, he would have been lying motionless on the ground, not a rival. The high school student looks forward at the black forest in front of him. He says that the path ahead will be even more dangerous. Destroyed buildings of the settlement. The main character, without a t-shirt, wraps his body with bandages, leaning on the wall. Carrier, Lenzu, level 15, strength 263, endurance 100, speed 75, total combat capability 1900, is a second rank warrior, anger accumulation 0, 100, abilities, eye of analysis, explosion of anger, disguise. Number of available spins, 4. The guy says that he needs to increase his efforts, and when his combat efficiency indicator reaches 2000, he will become a warrior of the 3rd rank. And when this moment comes, he will be able to improve his movement techniques, and his combat potential will become an order of magnitude higher. And, as it turns out, the guy has accumulated as many as 4 rotations, and therefore he believes that he needs to use them while he is recovering. The main character looks at the Wheel of Fortune, on which slots are in the form of question marks. He asks why the winnings are not shown there. The guy raises his hand and smiles widely. The system congratulates him for getting the chance to participate in the lucky draw lottery, and he has a chance of winning multiple times. The main character says he understands what the question marks symbolize in a multi-win lottery. He chuckles and says he wants to get started. The arrow of the Wheel of Fortune is spinning. The young man says that he already wants to find out what is there. The guy looks at the spinning wheel in bewilderment. It stops and crystal stones fall out of it as the guy watches with a big smile. The system notifies the main character that he has received a large amount of anomalous crystal. The guy says that the amount of crystal is really huge. A high school student sits on the ground, leaning on the wall and looking at the crystal stones lying near him. He says that 3 of them are of the 3rd rank, 5 of the 2nd, and 10 of the 1st, and although they are of little use, he can sell them for a round sum. The young man smiles widely, putting the stones into his backpack. It tells the system to keep spinning. The arrow stops at one of the question marks. The system notifies the guy that he has received the legendary Blood Moon weapon. The main character opens his eyes wide and, smiling, watches the legendary gloves that he holds in front of him. He says that they are made of soft metal and are simply not like everyone else, which is why they are legendary. The guy admires the gloves, pulling them on his hand. He says that the hand-to-hand combat technique is the only thing he can use besides the spear technique, so these gloves are perfect for the ripping fist technique. And since his spear is broken, and he is not used to the sword of the old clan head, now for him these gloves are like rain during a drought. The main character opens his mouth and points his finger at the Wheel of Fortune. He asks the system to spin him further since now luck is coming to him, and therefore he must use all the spins. The Wheel of Fortune stops on one of the question marks and cards fall out. The system notifies the guy that he has received a massive amount of combat skill cards. The main character reads the techniques described in the cards. He says that the drop was really massive since he came across 3 silver cards and 12 bronze ones, but none of them relate to spear techniques, so they are of no use, but it's still worth sending them for recycling, and perhaps it will be possible to synthesize a skill card that will be useful to him. The guy inserts cards into the system message slots. The system says it synthesizes combat skill cards such as the bronze file technique card, the bronze kitchen knife technique card, and the bronze whip technique card. The main character asks the system to start synthesis. A card with a silver spear appears in front of him. The system notifies the guy that the synthesis was successful, and he receives a silver card for the Heavenly Support Spear technique. The main character smiles at the map created for him. He says that 3 bronze cards were able to transform into 1 silver. It turns out that when synthesizing 3 silver cards, there is a guaranteed probability of transforming them into gold. And if this is so, then even if the synthesis does not turn out to be what he needs, then it will be possible to sell it for an impressive amount, since any gold card is very highly valued. The guy looks intensely at the card, imagining a combat skill. A blow with a spear that splits stones and makes the heavens tremble. Such an attack is carried out by using the accumulated energy of the sources. The reception reaches its highest power at dawn during awakening. The guy says that this technique is similar to the one he already uses, and therefore he does not need it, so its place is only in sending it for synthesis. The system notifies the main character that the synthesis of bronze category combat skill cards has been successfully completed. A map with the sea appears in front of the guy's face, and then a card with a girl in a fighting stance. The system says it congratulates him for receiving the Silver Staff Technique card, and the synthesis of the Bronze category Combat Skill card is successfully completed, and he receives the Silver Whip Technique card. An explosion occurs. The system congratulates the main character that the synthesis of Bronze category Combat Skill cards has failed. The young man makes a displeased expression on his face and raises his sword. He says that the system is behaving strangely since it congratulates him on the failed synthesis. The main character holds several cards in his hand. He says that he now has 6 silver cards and he only has 2 attempts to synthesize them. A high school student kneels in front of the system and prays, holding his hands clasped in front of him. He asks that he get the required golden card. The system notifies him that it congratulates him. The main character exhales calmly. She continues to say that the synthesis of silver category combat skill cards has failed. The young man lowers his hands and makes a frustrated expression on his face. The guy, dissatisfied with the situation, grabs the system window in his hands and grins at it. He demands that she return the silver cards to him. The main character falls to his knees in front of the system window. He pleads that the synthesis be successful this time. The hero understands that gambling addicts are not worthy of sympathy. The guy pulls his finger towards the system window and confirms the start of synthesis. He says we need to start synthesizing. A card with an image of an atom appears in front of the guy's face. The system congratulates him for successfully synthesizing the silver category combat skill cards and obtaining the gold Milky Way Fall Spear Technique card from them. The main character smiles widely and raises his hands up. He laughs and says that he was lucky again because he received the Golden Spear Technique card, a map showing a spear against a galaxy background. The stream falls hundreds of meters down as if the Milky Way had been left up. The peculiarities of the combat skill Milky Way Fall are its speed, as well as the rapid flow of a colossal amount of energy. The guy with a satisfied expression on his face says that, despite the fact that second-rank warriors are not able to improve golden combat skills, he is still a cheater and in any case will soon reach the 3rd rank. The guy looks at the system window with a malicious smile. He says he has one last spin left, so he'd like to get started and hopes the system surprises him. The guy jumps away in horror from a huge box falling on him. The system says it congratulates him on receiving the gift for rapid growth of the 2nd degree. The guy with a dissatisfied expression on his face points to a box that weighs 165 kilograms. He shouts to the system that it is trying to kill him. The main character changes into his suit and sobs while sitting on the floor. He says that he is ready to suffer for the sake of 50 stat points. The system notifies him that the preparation is complete and it starts rapid growth. The system window informs you that the guy's current progress is 0 out of 50,000 and the reward upon completion is 50 stat points. Destroyed city buildings. The guy says that his gift is too heavy and he still has a long way to go. A stranger runs through the grass. He shouts that there is like a 2nd-rank black bear behind him and asks someone to stop him. The beast swings at the stranger. The hero quickly runs forward, leaving an energy trail. He jumps and hits the beast in the face with his fist while the stranger hides his face with his hands. The beast falls motionless to the ground. The main character looks at his charged gloves. He thinks about how he knew that the legendary weapon enhances the power of the ripping fist, but he didn't think that he would be able to kill a rank 2 beast so easily. A stranger runs behind the young man. He thanks him for saving him and says his name. The main character raises his hand up, walking forward. He says his name is Len Zhu. The guy takes a crystal out of the bear's body. The stranger asks him if he is going to the city. The guy thinks that his savior killed a rank 2 evolved beast with just one blow of his fist, but his aura corresponds to the level of a warrior candidate. The main character glances at the stranger. A system window appears in front of him stating that the guy is a warrior of the 1st rank. The young man replies that he plans to get a warrior's license there. Behind the stranger, the steel men from the squad are running. They ask him if he is alive and how he could survive in front of a 2nd-rank beast. The guy looks at his girlfriend with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He replies that he's just tired today and has absolutely no strength left to fight the bear, otherwise he would have killed it long ago. The guy extends his hand forward, pointing at the main character. He says that he is alive thanks to him, and he too is heading to the city to take the test to obtain a warrior's license. The stranger looks at the main character and holds him by the shoulder. He says they are all going there for the same purpose, so he suggests they go together and look out for each other. The guy glances at his new friends and smiles slightly. He says he agrees with his opinion. The stranger smiles slightly, raising a finger up. He says that there are actually 5 of them, and there is another person they met along the way, just like him, although her mannerisms are a little quirky. The guy points to the shadow of a girl sitting on a tree. He says he meant that gloomy princess. A girl with pink hair sits on a tree and eats a bun. The stranger introduces her, calling her Boli Haoling. The The girl comes down from the tree. She heads towards the main character, clapping her hands at the same time. The girl says that her name is Bolly Howlin and asks the name of the main character. The girl moves closer to the guy. He replies that his name is Lin Zhu. The stranger smiles widely, looking at the guy. She says that he has good strength and meets the criteria to become her student. The girl points a finger at herself and smiles widely. She invites him to become his teacher. The main character looks at the girl with bewilderment. The guy says that it's strange to ask her to become a student at the first meeting, because she's even younger than him if he's not mistaken. A stranger standing next to him whispers to him that when the girl first met them, she also started with similar conversations and asked one after another if they would agree to become her students. The main character walks away with a dissatisfied expression on his face while the girl holds her hands at her sides, looking at his back. She asks him to stop and says he will regret it a lot if he refuses. The guy apologizes and says that he had no plans to have a little teacher. He thinks that the girl is behaving very strangely and looks like an eccentric. Human bones lying on the ground near an abandoned building. A guy with blonde hair watches in horror at the remains lying on the ground. He asks why there are so many human bones there. The young man picks up a bone from the ground and examines it. He says this is a rank 2 man-eating bird case. A huge eagle with a long neck looks at the bones lying on the ground. The main character explains that these are evolved birds of prey that live in flocks and attack people. A guy with a short haircut looks at the bones. He asks how the main character knows this, and it is possible that this is the work of another huge beast. The young teacher casts a dissatisfied glance at the boy. She says he is stupid for not seeing bird marks on the bones. The stranger opens his mouth wide in anger. He tells the girl that she should not call him a fool because, despite the fact that she is of the opposite sex, he can give her a thrashing. The girl looks at the main character with a smile on her face. She says that he really has quite good knowledge, and he meets her conditions. The guy standing behind shouts that the girl is not listening to him at all. The group looks up and sees a bird in the sky. A huge mutated beast flies towards the main characters with an open beak. The guy with the short hair throws his sword at him. He cuts off the bird's head in mid-flight. The stranger frowns, looking at the defeated bird. He asks the group if they are sure that it is a rank 2 beast. The guy looks forward. He says this is just the beginning of the fight. A dozen birds of prey fly up to their group. The stranger shouts in horror that there are a lot of them. Monsters open their beaks wide, exposing small teeth. The main character asks everyone to be careful. He charges his fist with energy. The guy warns everyone that they are approaching. He extends his loaded fist forward. With one blow, the youth captures several birds and they fall from the force of the energy. Looking at his actions, the girl opens her mouth wide in surprise. She says he has incredible physical fitness and increasingly meets her criteria for becoming an apprentice. The guy turns to the words of the future teacher. He asks her to demonstrate her own strength before calling anyone to be his disciple. The girl smiles widely in response to the guy's words. She says that she agrees to kill the birds if he agrees to become her student. The girl jumps from the ground straight into a flock of birds. She tells the young man that she will allow him to see her strength. The guy stretches his hand forward in horror. He shouts to her that there is no need for such sacrifices. The girl furrows her eyebrows in anger. She swings her 2 swords several times. The main character looks at what is happening with bewilderment. He says that she has a strong murderous aura but does not understand where she comes from or who she is. With 2 swings of her swords, she creates a cycle of energy into which a flock of birds falls. The monsters are cut into pieces and feathers fly from them. The girl lands on the ground amid a flurry of bird remains. She smiles maliciously and turns to the main character. The stranger asks if he now agrees to become her student. The guy with blonde hair opens his eyes and mouth wide in surprise. He tells her that she is tough because she was able to kill the entire pack in an instant. The main character thinks that the girl is very strong. A short-haired warrior points his finger at the blades behind the girl's back. He says that you can only cut birds in half so easily if you have such an extraordinary weapon, and asks where you can buy it. The stranger turns to the guy and smiles slightly. She replies that nowhere, since her mother forged them especially for her. The group looks at the girl's weapon in bewilderment. One of the guys says that her mother is very cool if she can create such amazing weapons. The main character thinks that they don't understand at all that the weapon isn't actually anything overly exceptional, and the reason she cut up the birds with such ease is because of its strength. A stranger with red hair looks in surprise at the corpses of birds. He does not understand where the anomalous crystal went from their bodies. The girl behind him lifts the bag in front of her. She asks if these are the stones he is talking about. The main character looks at the future teacher with bewilderment. He thinks that while killing the birds, she at the same time collected the anomalous crystal, but it is unclear how because none of them saw it. The girl hands the main character a bag. She asks if he needs it. The guy points to himself in bewilderment. He asks if she really wants to give him all the crystal. She replies that yes, and he should consider it a gift from the teacher in honor of the official meeting. The young man looks at the offended girl with bewilderment. He replies that he does not need this since he has not yet agreed to become her student. The guy thinks that the girl has problems with her head because she is very obsessed with the idea of taking someone as her disciple. And we are talking about several dozen anomalous crystals of the second rank, which can be sold for a considerable amount, but at the same time she is so easily part with them. The teacher makes an upset expression on her face. She replies that if he doesn't want it, then she herself will absorb these stones, and she still didn't want to give it to someone else. The girl absorbs the power of anomalous stones. The main character, shocked by this action, opens his eyes wide while the girl throws the bundle of stones aside. The young man looks at the stones in the bag, which have lost their strength and color as a result. He thinks that there were several dozen of them, and she absorbed them almost in an instant, and in addition to enormous strength. The girl has already achieved frightening progress in the cultivation technique based on the absorption of anomalous crystal. Two guys from the group cry looking at the used stones. One of them thinks that she should have just given these stones to them, and the second, that for this crystal he would have become her student without hesitation. Pieces of meat are fried over a fire. The girl says it's just delicious. The main character sits next to a stranger eating meat. He says she has terrible manners and asks if she's ever eaten barbecue made from evolved beasts before. The strangers turn to look at the couple sitting behind them. They chuckle and say that they should not rush since there is enough meat for everyone. The main character turns to the girl. The system window states that she is a rank 4 warrior, but her characteristics and overall combat capability are unknown. The guy asks if she is a resident of Starlight City. She says no. The guy looks forward in bewilderment. He thinks that the girl is a rank 4 warrior, and since the system analysis could not determine her strength, it means that she is almost at the same level as Tang Mubai. The girl feels bad, and everything is swimming in her eyes. She throws the meat on the ground and falls down. The stranger says that it was as if all the strength had been sucked out of her body. The guy looks in horror at the fallen teacher. He asks what's wrong with her and if she might have just overeaten. The main character opens his eyes wide in horror. He also falls to his knees, feeling pain. He says he also feels a similar effect. The guy clenches his teeth in anger. He asks the three sitting in front of the fire if this is their job. Raising her head from the ground, the girl makes a search. She says they poisoned the meat. 5 with weapons approach the couple lying on the ground. They say they didn't poison anything, so they can relax because they're not killers. They just want to save some money, so they just made them lose their powers. The guy with blonde hair makes a malicious smile and a crazy look. He says that he secretly added Arlene to their kebab, which is a light and odorless liquid, and just a couple of drops of it can completely deplete the strength of first-rank warriors for a short time. The main character kneels before the thief. He says that this drug only works well against first-rank warriors, and therefore its strength is small, but nevertheless it can only be purchased on the black market, and at a high price. He smiles maliciously, looking at strangers. The guy says that they are clearly not afraid of large expenses. The leader of the gang spreads his hands and smiles widely. He replies that you can't cook an omelet without breaking a couple of eggs, and given their strength, they don't run into those who are higher than them in level, so they can only attack such first-rank warriors. Every year, many first-rank warriors pass through there, heading to the city to obtain a warrior's license, and as for expenses, all they need to do is meet a couple of majors like the two of them. A guy with a short haircut approaches the main character and, holding a sword near his neck, smiles widely. The thief demands that the young man give up his combat gloves, because this thing is clearly not easy and is probably legendary equipment. The stranger looks at the bag with the main character's equipment. He says he wants to take supplies from his overfilled bag. The thief turns to the girl. He turns to her. The teacher lies on the ground with a dissatisfied expression on her face. He lifts her face towards him, and the girl makes a grin. The guy says he wants to take her blades and equipment, and then he'd like to do something else with her. The main character smiles maliciously while listening to their conversation. He chuckles and replies that then they will have nothing since an uninvited guest came to the smell of meat. The bandits turn in horror at the glowing eyes in the shadows. A huge wolf with red eyes comes out to the fire. The bandits understand who is in front of them. The monster grins, showing its teeth. He jumps on the guy with red hair and bites his head. The gang leader grins in horror. He shouts that he shouldn't have let his guard down. The remaining 3 run towards the monster eating their friend. They swing their weapons using Crazy Cut, Swift Wind Execution, and Rending Axe. The beast calmly dodges all blows. The 3 surround the monster on all sides. The bandit says that the beast is unusually resourceful, and therefore it is necessary to attack it, encircling it. The boss extends his weapon forward. He looks at the monster in front of him. The thief says that the 3 of them cannot defeat him. He glances at the victims rising from the ground and thinks about how he can redirect the beast towards them. The monster runs after the trio as they run into the forest. He He shouts at him to let the beast chase the couple and not them. The leader runs first. The trio runs past a couple rising from the ground. The gang boss shouts to the main character that he will have to become the beast's lunch, and when he is full, they will come back and take his belongings. The monster bares its teeth, looking at the boy. The main character answers him with a malicious smile. He leaps and hits the beast in the face with his fist. The guy uses Rip Fist to punch. The monster makes a grin, looking at the main character while thieves are watching the battle from the bushes. The guy says that the beast has good defense, because it's not for nothing that he is a third-rank monster, and surprisingly his head didn't burst under the pressure of his rending fist. The boss opens his mouth wide in horror, watching the guy calmly fight the beast. He asks why the main character feels fine. The guy replies that the drug is intended against warriors of the first rank, and he has the second. The thief opens his eyes and mouth wide in horror, pointing his finger at the guy. He says that a second-rank warrior should have had a warrior's license long ago, and it is unclear why the guy would go into the city unnecessarily. The main character scratches his chin, making a thoughtful expression on his face. He says his family is tight on money, so he was unlicensed the entire time. The wolf behind the guy grins and raises his clawed paw to strike. The main character stops his claws with his hand. The thief shouts that a man who owns combat gloves that can withstand the blow of a blood wolf's claws cannot be tied on money. The monster runs its claws along the protagonist's protective clothing. He looks at his torn vest. The guy thinks that because of the kit he cannot realize his power. The girl lies exhausted on the ground while the young man watches her. He shouts for the girl not to pretend and to help him with the monster. She raises her head with a malicious smile. The girl chuckles and replies that she knew that this was not all he was capable of, but she was still going to help him a little. The thief makes a surprised expression on his face. He doesn't understand why the girl is okay, because she can't also be a second-rank warrior who simply doesn't have money. The girl rises from the floor. She says they misunderstood her and she didn't go to town to get a license. The stranger stretches her hands and smiles widely, looking at the monster. She says that she is going there to act as an examiner. The main character smiles widely, pointing his finger at her. He laughs and says she can't be an examiner. The wolf looks with irritation at how the guy and the girl are arguing. He bares his teeth, opening his mouth, and then attacks the girl. She takes out her blades, looking at him. The girl replies that she likes it. She separates her legs with force and pushes off the ground. The examiner dodges the monster's jump and cuts off its tail. She glances at the beast standing behind her. The girl says he has good speed. The guy looks at the situation with irritation. He shouts that he shouldn't have cut off his tail, and her blow is too far from the neck, and besides, her technique is not very good. The girl turns to the beast, making a malicious smile. She laughs and says that her teacher was just setting an example for him. The stranger makes an angry expression on her face and frowns slightly. She says that the boy should watch her actions more closely. The girl's blades become saturated with energy. The beast makes a grin, looking at the girl. She runs at him, making several swings with her swords and cutting the monster into pieces. The girl used the silver skill of the autumn and etch, cutting through gems. The beast behind the girl explodes. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face, opening his eyes and mouth wide. He thinks that she distributed the energy of the origins simultaneously in her legs and blades and thereby significantly increased her own speed and the strength of the twin blades. He didn't know that energy could be used like that. The girl turned to them with a malicious and embittered smile. She says that the stupid robbers should get their bills. The three of them open their mouths wide in horror. They fall to their knees in front of the girl. The gang leader asks to spare them, since they did not intend to kill them, but simply wanted to rob them. The bald guy confirms his words and says that they will not dare to do this again and will definitely correct themselves. The teacher looks at them with an angry expression on her face. She hits the bandit in the chest with her sword. Drops of his friend's blood fall on the bald, frightened bandit, and scraps also fly on his second henchman. The henchmen fall to the ground in front of the girl. The man asks the stranger to spare them. His girlfriend says she doesn't want to die and asks him to spare her life because she won't do that again. The teacher makes a displeased expression on her face and waves them away. She replies that she has no desire to kill them, but their chief repaid the boy with black ingratitude for his kindness. After all, her student saved him, and despite this, he deliberately tried to use him as bait for the wolf, and because he harmed her ward, she decided to get even with him, while the others could leave and no longer come into her sight. Frightened thieves run away towards the forest. They shout that they understood her and are already leaving. The main character holds his hands on his sides, looking at the killed bandit. He says that he is sorry. The girl holds herself, her hands folded on her chest, and makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She answers the guy that the bandit wanted to kill him, and murderers cannot be shown mercy, and, being a warrior, no one has the right to show Lady mercy. The main character makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He replies that he just wishes he had dealt with him personally. The guy thinks that he did not intend to show mercy, but simply wanted to take away his experience points. The girl puts the blades behind her back. She says that they are left alone and now they can discuss their affairs. The main character makes a malicious smile, and the girl responds with displeasure. The guy asks what kind of affairs she is talking about, because there can be no affairs between them except romantic ones. The teacher slaps the insolent guy in the face. She demands that he shut up, because she is his teacher and must be treated with respect. The girl shows her fist to the beaten protagonist. He says that she is just a sad little girl, and he did not agree to become her student. The girl holds her hand to her chin. She says that he seems to be able to use the power suppression skill, as she feels that he has much more power than she sees. The main character makes a distant expression and looks away from the girl's contemptuous look to the side. He does not answer that he does not know what suppression she is talking about, because his strength is his strength. She says that he may not talk about himself, but if he has questions for her, he can ask. The guy raises his index finger in front of him. He replies that he has many questions, and the first question is whether she is really a 4th rank warrior, the second question is whether she is an examiner, and how old she is the third question. The girl makes a dissatisfied expression on her face and folds her arms over her chest. She says that he has a lot of questions, but replies that she is a warrior of the 4th rank and is indeed an examiner, but during the exam he may not expect special attention from her. The examiner makes a dissatisfied expression on his face and frowns. She says that age is a girl's secret and it is indecent to ask about such things. The teacher smiles sarcastically, looking at the boy. She says that if he becomes her student, she will teach him everything she knows while they get to the city, so that when they are there, he will certainly be able to get a license. The guy replies that he is already a 2nd rank warrior, then he has no chance of failure, and, most likely, she is just pranking him. The main character shyly holds his finger to his mouth while the girl stares at him. She asks the main character if he has a teacher, and if not, then she is obviously stronger than him. The guy replies that even though he doesn't have a teacher, it's not a fact that she is stronger than him. The girl makes a dissatisfied expression on her face and extends her finger forward. She shouts that the young man should not doubt her strength, and if this is so, then they should fight, and after she wins, he will become her student. The girl will deliberately suppress her strength to the level of a 1st rank warrior and will not use weapons in battle with him. The examiner points his finger at the guy. He adjusts his gloves and clenches his hand into a fist. The young man replies that let it be as she wants. He thinks that he will have a great opportunity to teach her a lesson and make the girl afraid, because she has more chances to become his partner than his teacher. The girl lures the guy with her finger. She asks him to come closer. The main character imbues his gloves with energy and runs forward. He yells for her to take the hit. The young man swings at the girl. He uses the power of his ripping fist. The teacher makes an angry expression on her face and simply raises her hand in response to the guy's strength. Out of misunderstanding, he opens his eyes wide and frowns. The main character thinks that she has gone crazy for deciding to resist his tearing fist, but at the same time he does not want to hurt her hand. The girl's fist comes into contact with the guy's fist, saturated with energy. An energy charge occurs around them. The main character looks at the enemy with bewilderment. He thinks that her strength is great. The girl throws the guy far to the side with an ordinary blow of her fist. He shouts that she is too strong. The teacher raises her head to see where the guy flew off to. There is smoke in the bushes from the fall. The young man splits the stone he hits. The girl approaches the guy sitting on the ground. She asks if she was able to convince him of her superiority. The guy asks how she could do something like that. The girl looks at him with a malicious smile. She says that if he is interested, she can teach him, but first he must clearly call her teacher. The girl holds a stone in her hand and looks down at the boy sitting on the ground. He thinks that despite her age, the girl really has high skill, and she managed to defeat his tearing fist, which clearly means that she surpasses him in combat strength. And nothing will happen to the main character if he calls her teacher and let him first teach him the techniques, and then everything will be clear. The guy looks away. Mumbling a little, he says that the girl is his teacher. The teacher extends her hand to her ear, turning to the guy. She said she didn't hear it and wanted him to repeat it. The main character bit his lip irritably. He said she shouldn't overdo it. The girl holds the stone in front of her and smiles widely, while the guy behind her makes an annoyed expression. The stranger laughs at him. The guy thinks that she doesn't resemble the master at all. The girl glances at the main character sitting on the ground. She says she won't tease him anymore. The young man looks in surprise at the stone levitating in the girl's hand. She says it's time for him to find out why his recent blow failed to withstand hers. The girl turns her back to the young man. She says that his method of using the power of origins is wrong. The guy doesn't understand what erroneous means. She glances at him, smiling slightly. The girl asks him to watch carefully. She throws the stone aside using her strength. He flies into a nearby cobblestone. The stone leaves a crack from the impact. The girl holds her hands behind her back, looking at the main character. She says that, despite the fact that after the infusion of the power of the origins, the hardness of the stone increased, it still remained just a stone. The teacher picks up a small earth stone. She says that after infusing the power of the origins, its hardness can increase by a maximum of 50%, so after impact the stone should crumble into dust. The girl imbues the stone with energy again. She says that you need to infuse energy not only into the stone, but also to cover the outside of it. The teacher throws a stone at a cobblestone. He splits it into small pieces, and the stone itself, imbued with energy, rises up absolutely intact. The main character looks at the girl in bewilderment. He asks if this is exactly how it works, because he believes that if you want to realize the power of the origins to the maximum, then it needs to be poured inside the weapon. The teacher reaches for the blade behind her back. She replies that the cultivation technique allows warriors to draw energy from space and concentrate it in their body, but they use part of this energy to strengthen the muscles, skeleton, internal organs, and even cells, and accumulate the other part in the body. The girl shows the guy the blade she holds in her hand. She replies that the part that is in the body is the power of the origins, and the warrior pours this power into his weapon, thereby comprehensively increasing its quality indicators, such as hardness and sharpness. But even having become harder, the weapon is not able to free itself from the qualitative properties of the matter from which it was created. But when a warrior uses the power of the origins, it covers its surface, changing everything. And the higher the strength of the warrior, the higher the power of the origins, and the greater the power the weapon can release. The main character looks at the blade in bewilderment. He asks why he doesn't notice any changes in the weapon she holds in her hands, because he only sees a white layer of origin power on its surface. The girl points her finger at her eyes. She replies that he has never used the power of origins on his own eyes, and he should try to do it and concentrate it there. The protagonist's hands become saturated with energy. The guy sends it to his eyes. He opens his eyes and energy is released from them. The guy saw that the girl's hand was saturated with violet energy. The teacher says that only by doing such an action, it is possible to more clearly discern the power of the origins of other people. Warriors of orange, blue, purple, and gold colors stand in front of the ground. The girl explains that, looking with the naked eye, the guy can only see a faint glow emitted at the moment of the explosion of the power of the origins. But in fact, for warriors of the 1st to 3rd rank it is blue, for warriors of the 4th to 6th rank it is purple, for warriors of the 7th to 9th it is orange, and above the 9th it is golden. And, having met an enemy, he can easily determine his strength using this method based on color. The girl swings her sword, imbued with the power of origins. She explains to the guy that although her blade was indeed created by her mother, the material from which it is made is quite unusual, and its market value is approximately 10 to 20,000 in Alliance currency. But, if you cover it with the power of the origins, then the sharpness will be comparable to a weapon whose market value is several tens of millions. The teacher swings her sword near her. She says that if you pour the power of the origins exclusively into the weapon, it will quickly wear out. The guy looks at the girl in bewilderment. He says he doesn't understand why warriors want to get high-quality weapons. The girl smiles sarcastically and waves her fingers. She says that he does not understand anything, and to maintain the balance of the weapon, it is necessary to both cover it with the power of the origins and pour it inside. The sword, filled with the energy of the origins, hits the spear and splits. The teacher explains that each weapon has different quality indicators, and despite the external coating of the source power, each blow and the vibrations created can cause damage to the inside of the weapon. Therefore, his low-level counterparts have low-quality indicators of internal parts, and, despite the fact that after such a weapon is wrapped in the power of origins, the degree of its sharpness is almost no different from a high-class weapon. Nevertheless, when struck, it is much easier to damage it than something that is high-ranking. The guy holds his chin with his hand. He says that the thought came to him that before the fight she said that she would suppress her power to the level of a 1st-rank warrior. However, the origin power that she poured into her fist and covered its surface was completely not at the level of the 1st rank. Smiling, the girl scratches the back of her head. She says it's true. The main character makes an angry grin and points his finger at the teacher. He shouts to her that the girl cheated, and that means their bet cannot be counted. The examiner holds his index finger in front of him. She replies that he already called her a teacher, so he can't change his mind now. And, on top of that, the fact that she became a mentor won't hurt him in any way. The girl hands the guy her blade. She says that he should also try to use the power of the origins by wrapping it on top of the blade. The guy with a calm expression looks at the sword in his hands. It infuses the hilt of the sword with energy. The main character makes a tense expression on his face. He sweats and sticks out his tongue. The young man says in an alarming voice that he was only able to cover a fifth of the blade, and sweat was already flowing from him, and he did not think that it would be much more difficult than pouring the power of the origins into the weapon. The girl watches her ward with a malicious smile. She says that no one can learn this right away, and evenly covering the surface of a weapon with the power of origins is an extremely difficult task even for third-rank warriors. The teacher looks at the young man with a calm expression and holds his hands on his chest. She thinks that he was able to evenly cover 1/5 of the blade's surface on his first try, and he clearly has talent. The main character remembers a fight with the leader of the Tang gang. He thinks that during the fight with him, he did not feel how he used this technique, since it is difficult even for third-rank warriors. The main character holds the sword in front of him and gradually imbues it with energy, starting from the handle. He says that he would like to continue, since he must learn this method. Destroyed multi-story building. The guy sleeps on the floor while the teacher tries to unbutton his clothes. He suddenly opens his eyes. The girl, frightened, removes her hands from his clothes. The guy covers his body with his hands in surprise with his mouth wide open. He shouts that he is not the kind of person with whom you can do something like that without any ceremony. The girl hits him on the head out of anger. She screams that he should put his ceremonies far away, and she did absolutely not what he thought, because the girl just noticed that for some reason his clothes suddenly recovered on their own, and she became curious. But the teacher already realized that the guy simply put on a suit of weights. Sitting on the ground, the guy cries from 2 huge bumps on his head while the girl gives him a thumbs up in approval. He thinks that he didn't have to be beaten. The girl says that the guy is great and she didn't expect anything less from her student because he was able to achieve great results even while wearing weights from head to toe. A girl stands in front of a guy sitting on the ground. She says they will have to start training now. The girl and the main character approach the edge of the room and point to a huge mountain ahead. The teacher says that since he is wearing weights, this task will be ideal for him and their goal is to reach the mountain by nightfall. A guy with a dissatisfied expression on his face leaves the building. He says that she still hasn't woken up because he was studying the map and that mountain is more than 100 kilometers away and he has weights on him, so the hike will beat him to death. The girl runs forward, glancing at the guy standing behind her. She asks him not to make a sad face because he will not have to run alone and she would like company in his person. The guy stretches his hand forward in horror. He says she forgot about his weights and he won't be able to keep up her pace. The guy turns back in horror. Behind him, a crowd of birds flies, trying to attack from above. He shouts that there is a crowd of vultures behind him who almost caused his death. The main character reaches for the sword. He swings and cuts through the hawk's chest, then catches the emerald that fell from it. The girl runs forward, glancing at the guy standing behind her. So I decided that he would not stop, but kill on the run. Birds of prey fly towards the main character. The guy runs after the teacher. She says that the birds are his task for the next 10 kilometers. He must run and, at the same time, kill the birds, but stopping is forbidden. The guy slows down and turns to look at the bird flying behind him. He waits for her to get close and then jumps to cut off her head. The teacher smiles broadly and raises her finger in front of her. She says that this is a kind of test of speed, accuracy, and speed of reaction, because he must determine the location of the anomalous crystal in the bodies of the birds and, making precise blows, remove them. The guy blushed from fatigue and opened his mouth wide in surprise. He was surprised that he had to run and kill birds and also determine the location of the crystal. The main character says that he does not understand how this can be done at the same time. A girl runs towards a flock of birds. The ward shouts to her to be careful. The girl with a calm expression on her face reaches for the blades behind her back. She says it's entirely possible. The girl makes several strikes with swords. Anomalous crystal falls from birds. She catches him with her hands as she goes. The girl replies that there is nothing complicated in all this and all he needs is to achieve unity of speed, accuracy, and reaction. The girl hands the guy an anomalous crystal, showing it in her hand. The main character hits the bird while running. Shards of the anomalous crystal that he cut fall near his face. The young man makes strikes at the birds one after another. The guy says that it cannot be that he cannot make at least one precise cut. The main character sits down on the ground out of fatigue. The girl stands next to him, holding her hands at her sides. The guy says that he is tired and it seems that they ran 50 kilometers. The teacher replies that he can rest for 10 minutes. The guy, sitting on the ground, looks at the examiner with bewilderment. He asks why the birds only attacked him. The girl makes a malicious smile, looking at the guy. She says that while he was sleeping, she rubbed a product that attracts birds onto his clothes. The guy opens his eyes wide in horror. He looks at his defense with surprise. The girl smiles widely, looking at the perplexed guy. He says she really does smell funny and she's already gone too far. The teacher makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She tells the guy that she did this for his own good and he should not be rude to the elders, and since 10 minutes have passed, the rest is over and they will have to run in one breath to the mountain and there will be no more rest until they will get there. The main character throws his head back in displeasure. He tells her that only 2 minutes have passed. The high school student looks at the blade near his neck with a frightened expression on his face. A girl with glowing red eyes holds a blade towards his face. She says that he shouldn't contradict her, and if he doesn't want to taste her blade, he should be smart and move his legs. The guy somehow gets up from the ground, leaning on a tree. He looks at the system window in surprise. It says that in the rapid growth system his progress was 6,021 out of 50,000. The high school student thinks that after his morning run, his progress has increased to more than 6,000, and judging by the pace of the tasks, it will be completely completed before he even gets to the city. The student becomes alert when he hears sounds behind him. He thinks that the birds have returned again. The guy makes several swings of his sword and cuts off the heads of flying monsters. A high school student thinks that, despite the dubiousness of his teacher's methods, he cannot deny that they are effective. The main character catches a whole piece of crystal with his hand and smiles maliciously. He thinks his speed, accuracy, and reaction are steadily improving. Mountain slope with a lizard sitting on the roots. The main character runs forward. He stops and falls to the ground. The guy swears at the teacher and says that they have finally reached it, because he is already tired of running more than 100 kilometers, dressed from head to toe, and at the same time killing monsters. The guy falls at the teacher's feet. She says that it is not that hard, and in her age she ran more than 1,000 kilometers. She turns her head to the side. The examiner says that ahead of her there are ruins in which they will have to spend the night. The guy opens his mouth wide in displeasure while an arrow flies into his neck. The girl makes a blow with her blade, stopping the flying arrow. The guy turns around in horror with his eyes wide open and asks what is happening. Behind them are two men with weapons. The girl tells her ward that they followed them for 5 hours and only now decided to attack. Thin and plump strangers in purple clothes are holding weapons in their hands. The tall man chuckles and replies that he is surprised that she managed to find them, because he planned to finish off the youth with one blow when he was completely exhausted and then take on her with special care. The guy holds a sword in his hands, looks at the men with contempt. He thinks that the strangers followed him for a very long time, hiding their aura, and during all this time he could not detect them. Therefore, if not for the girl, then most likely only a cold corpse would have remained from him. The girl, like the guy, holds a sword in front of her, looking at her opponents. She says that these are the Yin and Yang brothers, known for their attacks on warriors in the vicinity of Starlight City for the purpose of robbery. The teacher makes a contemptuous expression on her face. She says that the brothers are wanted by the Federation, and the reward on their heads is 50 million. The man smiles widely at the girl's words. He says he didn't expect the young lady to be so familiar with them. The brothers run towards the main characters using their weapons. The system window states that they are warriors of the 4th rank, but nothing is known about their characteristics and general combat effectiveness. The guy clenches his teeth in horror. He thinks that they are both warriors of the 4th rank, and therefore it will be difficult with them since his teacher has this rank, but he does not. The girl walks forward, holding blades in her hands. She asks the student to open his eyes wider and watch carefully as she uses the power of the origins to deal with them. The main character sees that the girl is using her power to its full potential. He thinks that its source energy is many times greater than that possessed by the brothers, and moreover, it is continuous. A stranger with black hair runs towards the girl with a weapon. He shouts at her that she will have to say goodbye to her life. The girl swings her blades, deflecting the blow. She kicks her opponent and he flies to the side. On the other hand, his brother is running towards the girl with sickles. He screams for her to die already. The teacher repels the bandit's blow. She smiles maliciously, looking at him. The girl says that his blows are too weak. She makes several swings with her weapon. The bandit dodges, and the brother standing behind him opens his mouth wide. He yells for them to use the combined combat skill. The brothers look at each other. The thin brother smiles widely. He laughs and says that the power of their combined skill can reach the level of a rank 5 warrior. The second brother opens his mouth wide with crazy eyes. He screams for the girl to accept death. One brother jumps up and places a weapon in the second. The fat brother opens his mouth while the other one jumps in front of his round weapon. They do not use the combined skill of stargazing in pairs. Big brother's rounded sword becomes energized and glows pink. The second brother throws a couple of his arrows through him. Passing through the dome, they multiply, and then fly in a whirlwind towards the main character and his teacher. The guy opens his eyes and mouth wide in horror. He says it's a combined combat weapon that requires 2 or more people to use, and despite its weird name, it actually has quite a bit of power. The girl smiles maliciously, looking at what is happening. She laughs and says that these are just children's tricks. The girl raises 2 swords up, creating a barrier around herself and the young man. She uses the defensive combat skill of the dome. Using her strength, the teacher reflects a barrage of all arrow strikes. The guy looks at the girl in bewilderment. He thinks about how the dome she created is equal to rank 6 in strength. The teacher holds the barrier, holding swords folded in a cross in front of her. The main character thinks that some high-level warriors, having reached a certain level of improvement, are able to forcefully reduce their body. The girl smiles maliciously, looking at her opponents, while her silhouette in old age appears behind her. The guy thinks that most likely she has achieved a rejuvenating effect and is an old woman in the body of a young girl. The two brothers watch in bewilderment as she repelled all the attacks. One of them says that only green suckers go on these roads to get a license. He asks where the 6th rank master is from then. The brother replies that this cannot be. The girl makes a malicious smile, holding swords in front of her. She shouts to them that it is her turn to play. The girl imbues her swords with energy and runs towards her opponents. She runs through them, swinging her swords. She makes a calm look at the opponents, and then calmly says that she used the golden skill of the 13 moon slash method. The opponent's deeds were cut with swords. The main character opens his eyes and mouth wide in shock. He shouts that he realized that he is the power of a 6th rank warrior because she killed 2 4th rank warriors in the blink of an eye. The main character looks at the immobilized opponents lying on the ground. He thinks that the 2 of them are still alive, and he wonders what will happen if he finishes them off. The guy raises his sword over the bandit. It pierces his body, and he raises his hand in pain. The girl turns to the main character, who is laying a sword in the bandit. She says he has strange hobbies. The young man looks at the sword in his opponent with a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that nothing happened and the system did not count him points. He leaves the sword and opens his mouth wide with joy and raises his hands up. The system sent a notification that 2 warriors of the 4th rank were destroyed. Because of them, he receives 1,845,485 and 1,684,687 experience points. And the guy also reaches level 16 and receives 16 points characteristics. He thinks about how he managed to get more than 3 million experience points for a couple of brothers and, in addition, gained a level of 16 stat points. System characteristics window. Carrier, Lenzu, level 16, strength 263 with the ability to increase to 269, endurance 100 with the ability to increase to 106, speed 75 with the ability to increase to 80. Overall combat effectiveness is a warrior of the 2nd rank, accumulation of anger 0, 100, abilities, eye of analysis, explosion of anger, camouflage. The teacher looks at the guy in bewilderment. She asks why he is smiling and if he should tell her that his brain was overworked after running. The guy makes a mysterious expression on his face and scratches his chin with his finger. He says that if they suddenly come across a high-ranking warrior, then she does not need to kill him, but only wear him down, and then he will deal the final blow. The girl folds her hands at her waist with displeasure. She says that the guy is daydreaming, and if he really wants to earn some pocket money, he must kill himself. The girl points to the phone in her hand with a dissatisfied expression on her face. She says that the fact that they stumbled upon criminals for whom the federal government had put out a reward was purely an accident, and the reward just turned up, so he must have a conscience not to take her winnings for himself. The main character makes a dissatisfied expression on his face, looking at the teacher. He understands that she thinks that he is going to take her award for himself, but the value of his experience points is not even close to this award. The guy opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. A system window appears in front of him, which says that an error has occurred and the repair process starts. The young man does not understand what is happening. He makes an angry expression on his face and scares the teacher standing in front of him. The system says that the error has been successfully corrected and the carrier has caused less than 40% of the damage to the war, which is at a high level relative to the carrier. For this reason, the amount of experience gained will be 1/10 of the total, and the level of the carrier will be reduced to 15, and the characteristic points will be withdrawn. The main character shouts in displeasure that he was duped, since it is not his problem, that she mixed up something. The girl turns to the guy yelling behind her. The system responds that, due to the detection of an error, the carrier receives a reward in the form of 3 spins, and he remains at level 16. The young man replies that the system still has a conscience. The teacher comes up to him and holds him by the forehead. She asks if he is okay. The guy chuckles and replies that everything is fine. The friend stretches her hands, turning her head towards the ward, while he doomedly lowered his hands to the ground. She says that in this case they will have to continue running, because the goal is to reach the city before dark. The boy is unhappy that he will have to run away again. Neat shish kebab is fried over a fire. The guy with a dissatisfied expression on his face looks at the girl who is eating very quickly. He asks the girl why, at the age she has not had the opportunity to try the fried meat of evolved animals. The main character slowly chews his kebab. He asks why his teacher is in such a hurry since no one will take the food away from her. A girl with her mouth full holds a kebab in front of her and glances at the young guy. She replies that the guy is talking to her disrespectfully, and his training was not intense enough since he has the strength to complain, so the guy should speed up his food, and when he finishes, he will have an evening training session. The main character, in horror, throws the kebab on the floor and opens his mouth wide in surprise. He screams that he doesn't want to train again. The girl replies that this is necessary since they will soon arrive in the city, and if she misses the opportunity to hone her skills, she may fail the exam. The guy replies that he cannot fail since he is already at the second rank. The guy looks at the teacher with skepticism. He says that he thinks that since she is an examiner, she might deliberately put a spoke in his wheel so that he doesn't pass. The girl stands up and motions him with her hand to get up. She says he's making things up too much and she's not that careless. The teacher says dinner is over and he must get to work. Night sky over mountains, forest. The girl says that he must continue to train his control over the power of the origins. The teacher holds her hands on her chest, looking at the guy who is holding her sword in his hands. She says that first he must cover the blade with the energy of the origins. The main character closes his eyes and covers the sword with energy. The girl replies that he is doing a good job, and now he must cover his entire body with this power. The girl looks sarcastically at the trying guy. She says he's still doing pretty well. The girl smiles and holds out her fist in front of her. The teacher punches the guy in the body, and he opens his eyes wide in horror. She says that now she can test his progress with her fist. The girl hits the young man directly in the chest. From the impact, he flies into a tree. The guy raises a column of smoke, falling to the ground. He stands up and opens his eyes and mouth wide in horror. The main character screams that she tried to kill him. The girl looks at the boy with a malicious smile. She says he must have felt his defenses being strengthened. The guy looks at his body in bewilderment. He replies that if she hadn't said anything, he really wouldn't have felt anything, because the force of her blow was high enough and, logically, he should have been injured, but he only feels a little pain. The girl approaches the guy, stretching her hands. She says that right now his origin energy is quite weak, and as it becomes stronger, covering his body with origin energy will provide him with even greater protection. The main character, horrified, asks what is on his teacher's mind. The examiner saturates his body with energy and stretches his arms. She says that now there will be a special part of their training, and it involves taking a beating. Venice opens her eyes and mouth wide in horror, raising her hand. He shouts that he doesn't want to take a beating. The girl makes a malicious smile. She replies that it is necessary. The teacher hits her student in the face. He tried to stop her to wait a second. The girl makes several blows to the guy, raising a column of smoke in the forest. The main character with a beaten face opens his mouth wide. He yells for her to take it easy and not keep hitting him in the face. The girl folds her arms over her chest with a malicious smile, while the guy with a bruised face holds his hand in pain. He says that he asked her not to touch her face and does not understand how he can appear in front of people now. The girl chuckles and replies that it was a pure accident and she will definitely make amends. The young man makes a malicious expression on his face while the teacher casts a displeased glance at him. He says that she can only do this by paying with her body. The examiner makes another blow to the young man's face. She says he should calm down a little. The teacher holds her hands at her sides, looking ahead. She says they will have to start training. The girl points her finger forward at the silhouette of the city. She says that he will need to run there before evening. The girl angrily kicks the guy. She shouts that he shouldn't hesitate and should run already. The guy screams in pain that she is again at her own pace and is already addicted to beating him. The main character runs towards the city while the teacher catches up with him. She chuckles and tells him to hurry up, because if she overtakes him, the guy will feel bad. He shouts back that there is no need to do this. One of the city buildings in daylight. An old man with a long beard sits on a chair in his office. He says that Mubai was smart all century and, only becoming stupid for a moment, died at the hands of a high school student. A ward in a green suit comes into the old man's office. He says there's no way the kid could have committed the murder on his own, and they suspect that someone was helping him. And according to available information, he is on good terms with the Starlight City Federation Army and was also awarded the Order of the First Star. The old man twirls his gray mustache. He answers that initially the guy was an ordinary loser, but within 6 months his strength increased significantly, and he not only reached the second rank, but also received the Order of the First Star, so such a person should not be taken lightly. The old man clutches the armrest of his chair fiercely, and the veins in his arms bulge. He says that the Tang clan cannot lose any more than it already has. The man behind the mask cries in grief and holds his clenched hand in front of him. The old man says that the boy is heading to the city to get a warrior's license, and he has an old friend there, and the old man enlisted his support, and he, in turn, agreed to destroy the boy. The main character and the teacher look at the city's high-rise buildings. High City. The couple comes to a building whose cutout states that it is a hall of hidden treasures. The girl looks sarcastically at the boy while he holds his hands on his chest with a dissatisfied expression on his face. She asks the student to come with her to look around the hall of hidden treasures. The guy replies that there is no need to call him a student in front of everyone. The teacher sticks her tongue out at him with displeasure. She says that she is not forbidden to call him a student after he himself called her a teacher. The guy asks her to shut up. The saleswoman points to the assortment. She greets them with a smile and invites them to the treasure room. Weapons of various types hang on the shelves. The woman says that their assortment includes combat skill cards, anomalous steel, weapons, and combat equipment. In other words, they have everything that every warrior needs. He looks at the assortment and holds his hands on his chest while the guy turns away. She says that the student should follow her so that she can pick up a couple of combat skills for him. The girl looks at the counter with a surprised expression. She asks why there are only silver cards on it. The girl turns displeasedly at the saleswoman while she makes a calm smile. The teacher asks why they don't have diamond cards. The woman replies that there are none in the whole city. The men in the store make dissatisfied expressions on their faces. One of them says that he immediately realized that the girl had dragged herself from the village because he had never seen anyone like her, even though he had lived for many years. The second responds that such cards are a treasure that can serve as a relic of an entire clan. The third man confirms the words of the two friends and says that for a warrior below the 6th rank, diamond cards are useless. The main character watches what is happening in bewilderment. The teacher says that since they are not there, the student must go through the silver cards and find those that may suit him. The men watch the dialogue between the protagonist and the teacher. One of them says that this girl is very beautiful and that he himself would agree to call her a teacher. The second one replies that the guy is strange if he bows to a hillbilly, and besides, he calls her a teacher. The guy makes a calm expression on his face, looking at the saleswoman. He says that he doesn't need them since he uses a spear and all the cards are sharpened for swords and blades. The teacher makes a surprised expression on her face. She says that he always runs around with a sword behind his back, so she thought that it was his weapon, but then the girl does not understand where his spear is. The main character holds his hand on the counter while standing next to the teacher. He says that his weapon broke during one battle in the vicinity of Starlight, and so after receiving his warrior's license, he planned to buy a new one through the Warrior Alliance network. The teacher looks at him with a calm expression on her face. She replies that fine then and will buy everything herself. The girl points her finger at the cards lying on the counter. She says she needs some cards and packaging for them. The saleswoman picks up the customer's card. She says she will do this for the young lady. The girl puts the cards into a package. She says that the total amount for acquiring the 8 silver martial skill cards was 2,560,000. The teacher hands the cards to the student. She says this is her welcome gift for him. The guy holds a pack of cards in front of him. The main character says that she bought a fist of power, a chain of kicks, a fiery hand, and 5 more spear category cards. He's sure she went a little overboard, and besides, something tells him that the spear cards are unlikely to surpass the ones he already has. The girl holds her hands on her sides and smiles, looking at the boy. She says that she didn't see his spear dances, so she chose them at random, but if he doesn't think they suit him, then he should just sell them and that's it. The teacher and student leave the shop. She says that everything that was presented from the weapons did not attract her attention, but he should not worry since after the successful certification, the girl prepared a big surprise for him, which the guy will definitely appreciate. The remaining men in the store sob, biting their handkerchiefs. They shout that this girl simply gave cards worth more than 2 million, and they would also like to become her students because they want to get the powerful beauty as their teacher. View of the city building at night. The main character is wondering who the girl who teaches him is, because without any hesitation she rented 2 luxury rooms worth $500,000 in one night. He scratches his chin while standing in the hotel building. The guy says that he could save a lot of years from hardships and wars having such a fortune, and, besides, he wonders how old the girl is. Because, after all, if she really is an old woman who has regained her youth, then why would such a person help a young man like him? The main character sits in the center of the room in the pose of a monk, holding cards in front of him. He says that he will start studying 3 melee cards first, and the spear category cards are of no use, but he still uses them for synthesis later. The guy imagines the characters doing fighting moves. They use the silver fighting skills of Force Fist, Chain Strike, and Flame Hand. The young man closes his eyes with a calm expression. He thinks that with the help of the Power Fist boost, he will be able to increase the power of his attack while using the Ripping Fist. The main character extends his hand charged with energy in front of him. He thinks that using the Flaming Hand after hitting a target with a Rending Fist, or moments before, will create the effect of surprise so that he can destroy the opponent's hand with one blow. Sitting on a pedestal, the main character is alerted by a knock. He asks who came to him because it's already quite late. The guy goes to the door. He says that he would not like the girl to give him a new stage of training because it will look strange since they are a lonely guy and girl in the same room late at night. The main character looks at the door in bewilderment. He asks who came to him. A man's voice outside the door says that his friend ordered a late-night snack. The main character smiles widely at the man's words. He thinks that his girlfriend is very attentive, because after an evening of training he is actually a little hungry. The main character opens the door, smiling widely. The man greets the gentleman and says that he brought him a late-night snack. He takes the sword out from under the cart. The hand hits the main character in the stomach. The sword stops near the main character's body as it is charged with energy. The man is shocked by what is happening. The guy kicks, throwing the mercenaries aside. He uses silver chain skill. A short man with a sword bounces off the wall. He kicks the man, but misses and he dodges. The guy is wary because of the enemy behind him. He jumps on the young man with a knife. The man screams for the fool to die. His sword is stopped by the protective energy of the guy on his back. The man opens his eyes and mouth wide in horror. He doesn't understand how this is possible, because the guy is a second-rank warrior. The main character pulls his hand back, imbuing it with energy. He says he is using the silver flame hand skill. The man is horrified that the guy's hand is filled with energy. The main character makes a punch and throws the enemy to the side. He exasperatedly puts out his burning hand. The man thinks that they screwed up, since the data about the target turned out to be unreliable. The main character extends his fist in front of him, and the man opens his eyes wide in horror. The young man uses the tearing fist method. He delivers a powerful charged punch to the opponent's face. The mercenary flies into the wall from the blow. The system window says that the second-rank warrior was defeated, and 150,000 victory points were received for him. The second mercenary wipes his face, watching in horror at the victory of the main character. He says that this cannot be true, because his file does not say that he specializes in anything other than wielding a spear. The guy with a dissatisfied expression on his face turns to his opponent. The man makes a frightened face in horror. The main character runs towards a man standing near the wall. He stores energy in his hand and uses the power of a tiger to run towards the enemy. The guy uses the accumulated force strike method. The man tries to get away from the wall in horror. He screams that because of his technique, he was pinned down and immobilized with one impulse. The mercenary extends his hand forward in horror. He shouts that he is a member of the deification palace and the guy cannot kill him. The young man punches his opponent in the chest. The system window says that the second-rank warrior was destroyed, and 150,010 experience points were received for him. The impact causes the man to break the wall and raise a column of smoke. A defeated mercenary with a hole in his chest. The guy says the deification palace sounds impressive. He keeps his hands on his sides, looking at the man. The main character says that without hiding the power that camouflage gives him, the guy would hardly have been able to deal with them so easily. But he still does not understand why they planned to kill him, and, most likely, these are the tricks of the Tang clan. The girl behind watched what was happening. She tells the guy that he's done well, because he did it quickly and it's not for nothing that he's her student. A girl in a nightie sits on the balcony in a young guy's room. She says he was able to coat his vital points with source energy in an instant, preventing the blade from piercing him, and her outdoor training seems to be paying off. The guy looks at the teacher, holding his hands at his sides. He asks how long she has been sitting in his room. Holding her hand in front of her, the girl looks at the boy with a malicious smile. She replies that from the moment the man raised a weapon at him. The young man points his finger at her and opens his mouth wide in anger. He says that she cannot call herself a teacher since she calmly watched on the sidelines as two big guys tried to kill him. A girl drinks a drink while sitting on the balcony with her legs crossed. She says that the ward coped with it and therefore she did not interfere. The student asks what he should do and what to do with the corpses. A girl in slippers in the shape of bears comes down to the floor. She says he should pack his things and she will arrange for another room to be allocated to him. The teacher walks out the door, raising her hand up. She says that he doesn't have to worry about the corpses since everything will be cleaned up after him. The next day, the task of the city with a glass dome. A man in a suit stands at the reception. The girl behind the counter smiles broadly, pointing to the side. She says that the assessment will begin at 10 o'clock, and those who have already registered, she asks them to go to the side to confirm their participation. And after that they will need to head to the northern pavilion, where their combat effectiveness will be measured. The girl looks at her dissatisfied ward with a wide smile. She says that he should stand in line while she goes to the examiner's room and reports her arrival. The main character looks at the girl walking away, folding his arms on his chest. He thinks that she really is an examiner. A huge warrior pushes other people in line. He yells for them all to get out of the way. One of the guys in line makes a displeased expression on his face while the man standing next to him holds his hand to his mouth. The man asks who this warrior is. The second one whispers to him to be quiet. A large warrior with a mustache and an eye patch, as well as a rope at his waist. The man says that this guy already has the rank of warrior, so it's better not to interfere with him. The giant reaches out his hand to the main character. He says that his ears are full of flies since he does not move out of the way. The young man holds the big guy by the hand, despite him with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that he should not crowd, but just stand in line. The man opens his eyes wide in anger and bares his teeth. The main character holds a man's hand. He says that every year he has to meet stupid people who think they are immortal, and his license is cancelled again this year, but this is not a problem for him because the thug loves to put stupid people in their place like the main character. Two men in line look at each other. One of them says that the guy provoked their best fighter. The second one chuckles and says that it will be hard for him. The young man pushes the thug's hand aside. He makes a threatening expression on his face and swings at the young boy. The man shouts that he himself got into a fight. The guy clenches his hand into a fist, looking at the enemy. He uses the ripping fist method. The main character makes a blow with a charged fist to the enemy's normal blow. The young man, charged with energy, smiles widely. The man's body is filled with energy, and he clenches his teeth in pain. The opponent falls to the floor with a crippled arm. The main character says that he, as he wished, will not receive a license. The guy makes a dissatisfied look, looking at the others. He asks if there are any among them who want to skip the line. The crowd is wary of what is happening. They all hold out their hands in front of them, making a scared face. The men answer that they definitely want to skip the line, and they are all decent people, and none of them would think of committing such meanness. Building with a glass roof. The warriors approach the apparatus for measuring strength. They call the combat effectiveness of warriors within 800-900 units. The man bites his pencil while looking at the tablet. He allows Lin Ziyu to follow. The guy approaches the apparatus for measuring strength. He thinks that the combat effectiveness of the warriors undergoing certification here is on average plus or minus 800. In other words, they have only recently reached the first rank. The guy looks at the force measuring device and comes closer. He does not know whether the device will be able to reveal his true combat capability if his camouflage is activated. The young man watches how the machine performs the analysis. He stands with a dissatisfied expression on his face and frowns. The machine says his combat rating is 1499. The main character exhales calmly. He thinks that his indicators did not exceed 1,500, because otherwise he would already be at the level of the second rank, and a warrior who does not have a license in his hands is a laughingstock to others. People standing nearby are watching the main character's test. The elderly man says that he is close to the second rank, and he is very jealous since the guy is young and already has enormous strength. The second responds that it is not surprising that he was able to beat their best fighter. A burning sign in the hall for a strength test. A male voice says that the participants must go to this room for verification. The main character's teacher in a red suit stands behind a tablet in front of a strength testing machine. She says she asks all participants to line up and the next step in the program will be to test their strength. The main character opens his eyes and mouth wide in bewilderment. He thinks that the girl really is an examiner, but until the last moment he hoped that she was joking. The tall man looks down at the examiner arrogantly. She says that the test will be considered passed if the force of a single fist strike reaches 1,000 kilograms. A man with an arrogant expression looks into the girl's face. The question is asked if she is an examiner. The teacher looks up at him and makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She says it is and asks what is the problem. The man turns to the other participants in the line with a wide smile. He laughs and says that she is joking, since an underage girl cannot be an examiner and, moreover, she herself cannot hit 1,000 kilograms. The men in line smile broadly as they look at the girl. They say that everyone in the alliance is stupid for entrusting certification to a little girl, and given her age, she most likely does not even have the first rank. They consider her a baby and offer her candy. The teacher removes the tablet from her hands. She says they asked for it. With a calm expression on her face, the girl hits the stand. She frowns in anger, looking at the participants. The girl says that they should take off their eyes and look at the result. The scoreboard shows that the girl gained 99,999 kilograms. The men open their eyes wide in horror. They don't believe that she was able to hit that many kilograms. One of the fools in line makes a displeased expression on his face and rolls up his sleeve. He says he doesn't believe her and wants to try it himself since the equipment is most likely broken. The man hits the machine gun. The examiner looks at the results on a tablet while the man makes an aggressive expression on his face. She says that he didn't pass because his weight was 895 kilograms. The guy points his finger at the girl. He shouts that this can't happen and she obviously set everything up. The teacher makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She says that his strength indicators are unsatisfactory and therefore he can be free. The man swings his fist at the girl in rage. He says she's picking on him. The examiner stops the guy's fist in flight with his hand. It twists several times until the girl takes her eyes off the tablet. The student falls to his knees in pain, holding his crippled hand. She looks arrogantly at the loser. The girl says he has 30 seconds to disappear. She frowns, looking at the cripple. The girl continues to say that otherwise he will have to stay with her forever. The frightened participant, holding his hand, runs out the doors of the building. He asks her for forgiveness and says that he is already leaving. The girl looks at the crowd of frightened participants. She asks if their doubt needs to be cleared. Nobody answers. The examiner reads the participants' names on the tablet. She smiles widely and looks up at the main character. The girl shouts that her capable student will be next. The guy makes a bashful expression on his face. He whispers to her not to call him a student in front of other people. The girl replies that she understood her student. He makes a surprised expression on his face. The guy asks if she really is the examiner. The girl folds her hands behind her back, smiling broadly at his question. She replies that it is, and besides, she is a 3-star member of the Warrior Alliance. The main character opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. He asks if she is lying. Warriors of different types and ages hold weapons in their hands. The main character thinks that the hierarchy of members of the Warrior Alliance has 5 ranks, in which 5-star members are the leaders of the Alliance, 4-star members are the heads of various states, and 3-star members of the Alliance are at least outstanding warriors with enormous strength. The guy approaches the machine for measuring force. The girl says that the teacher is very cool and he can start. The guy hits the machine gun with his hand. The numbers on it show that he was able to make 2,000 kilograms. The men in line look at his result in surprise. They say that he gave out a huge amount of kilos without stress, and most likely this is due to the fact that he is a student of the dashing examiner, and that is why he is so cool. And returning to the topic of the student, his teacher is very young, and this is probably her specificity. The main character thinks that she is not his teacher at all, and he has only known her for a couple of days. The girl extends her hand to the student. She says he took a weak shot and had to show what he was really capable of. But next he still had a 100-meter race, which would test his maximum physical strength, developed in a minimum time, as well as a 50-kilometer marathon, which would test his endurance, and now he can go further. Warrior Alliance reception. People sit on chairs in front of the windows. The girl says she congratulates him for becoming part of the Alliance. She smiles widely and hands him a card through the reception window. The girl says that this is his personal card and the identification number is on the back of it. The initial password is the last 6 numbers of his ID. Having this card, he can log into the Warrior Alliance network via phone or computer and also make information requests, purchase weapons, or accept various tasks. The guy looks with enthusiasm at the card in his hands. He thanks the employee for her. The teacher comes up behind the guy. She asks if he got his license. The girl drags the guy along the corridors. She says that her duty as an examiner has been fulfilled, and just a couple of minutes ago she received a new task from the Alliance, so she will have to leave soon, so the teacher will not be able to accompany him in training. The guy thinks that he will finally get rid of her. The girl turns to him with a dissatisfied expression on her face. She says that he has a terrible attitude towards her, since he should have persuaded her to stay at least a little. The guy shows sadness on his face and pulls the girl's hand. He says in an anxious voice that he asks her to stay and continue to monitor his training. The teacher punches a student in the face. She says there is no sincerity in him and she wonders where he plans to go next. The guy makes a dissatisfied expression on his face, looking at the teacher. He says that he is on the path of death because he was accepted into the university, so in order to get there, he will have to cross this path and, in the end, he will not get anywhere without a diploma. The girl with a dissatisfied expression on her face, folding her arms on her chest, says that it is a dangerous thing to go there, being the teapot that he is, but nevertheless, since he was accepted there, refusing is also not an option. The girl points to a wooden case lying next to them. She says that, as promised, after successfully completing the certification, she has prepared a prize for him and this spear is a gift to him. The guy opens his eyes wide with joy while the teacher stands behind him, holding her hands on her chest. He excitedly asks where she got it. The girl replies that she convinced the head of the local branch of the Warriors Alliance to part with him, and, despite the effectiveness that weapons achieve when you turn them into the forces of the Origins, the presence of high-rank weapons still has a serious impact on the increase in its combat effectiveness. The main character opens the box and looks at the contents in bewilderment. He realizes that this is a high-ranking weapon. The main character looks at the spear in front of him. The girl says that the name of this spear is Black Ray, and it originally belonged to a master of the art of wielding a spear. The guy turns to the girl in bewilderment, and then onto the spear. He opens his eyes wide in surprise, looking at the girl. He says that this man is really the head of the Warrior Alliance branch. She replies that it is not so. The guy opens his mouth wide in surprise and points his finger at her. He says that he knew that she was his daughter, and he gave this spear to the head of the branch of the Warriors Alliance, and she returned it. The girl makes a dissatisfied expression on her face, looking at the guy. She says that with such imagination, he needs to write web for villas because she cannot be the daughter of this man since she is not that old. He slaps his fist on his arm, making a wicked smile as the girl punches him in the forehead. The guy replies that it means she is his granddaughter. She shouts that he is not right in the head since their same last names are just a coincidence and he should just try the spear instead of chatting in vain. The main character holds a spear with his hands. He says it's heavy. Gritting his teeth, the main character tries to lift it. He asks the girl how much it weighs. She smiles sarcastically and shows 5 fingers. The girl replies that 500 kilograms. The guy says that now he understands why he somehow lifts him off the ground. The girl watches the young man holding a spear in his hands. She replies that it must weigh a lot since it is forged from iron aerolite, and in the whole world there is no other spear forged from this material. The main character opens his eyes wide in surprise, remembering the huge meteorite that destroyed the city. He understands that we are talking about a meteorite that fell to Earth 100 years ago and destroyed an entire city, but at least by that time the city was already filled with zombies and evolved animals. So there were no casualties. A huge stone with a crowd of people looking at it. The guy says that in the crater that he formed after his fall, there was a rather large black stone left. A blacksmith forges a spear. The guy continues to say that a group of people took it and used all their skill to forge 12 unique weapons. And although the sharpness of the forged weapon does not claim to be the best, however, in terms of strength it ranks highest in the whole world, and each individually costs as much as a whole city. The guy turns to his girlfriend with tears in his eyes. He asks if she really wants to give him such an expensive weapon. She replies that of course, because she keeps her word. The girl looks at her tablet. She says that duty calls her, and now their paths will diverge. The teacher goes to the door in the opposite direction from the guy. She says that they will see each other again someday, and if he has the opportunity, he can visit the heavenly city and there he can find her. The guy opens his eyes and mouth wide in surprise. He asks about the heavenly city, the levitating rock on which the city is built. The guy says that he is the largest in the whole world, and he was raised in the air using advanced levitation techniques. Just anyone is not allowed in there. And for people who want to get there, the minimum threshold is the 5th rank or outstanding achievements in the field of science. The guy looks at his leaving girlfriend with a smile. He says that she is a wealthy middle-aged woman, and so he should consider the prospect of falling under her wing as a patron. Having tied the spear to his back, he moves on. The guy says that it is better to go on the path of death with dignity. A building illuminated by daylight. A man sits in a chair, and a subordinate kneels next to him. He shouts that they are non-entities, since both are second-ranking warriors and could not cope with one first-ranking one. The servant lowers his head in fear. He says in a trembling voice that the strength he has demonstrated is not limited to the first rank. The man hits the table with his hand. He shouts that this is a curse. The stranger clenches his teeth in anger. He says that he originally just wanted to show kindness to the Tang clan since he is on friendly terms with them, but now the kid has killed his people and should not get out of the city alive. People crowd in the subway. A female voice says that the train en route to the city of Scarlet Birds has departed, and passengers who missed their flight can go to the main hall to change or refund their tickets. The guy comes up to the reception area with a surprised expression on his face. He asks if the train has arrived yet. The guy makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says trains should go there 3 times a day. The girl looks at the surprised client. She says that as he knows, the death route is an extremely dangerous place, so few people travel this route, and due to its unprofitability, the daily number of departures on this route has been reduced from 3 to 1. He says he understands her and asks for a ticket for the next day. The controller hands the ticket to the guy. She gives him a ticket. And the guy replies, "Thank you." The main character walks through the streets of the city. He says that his train is tomorrow morning, and he will spend the night in the same hotel, although the price there is steep, but the conditions are really comfortable. The guy turns to the strangers behind him. He thinks that he is being watched and that the deification palace has decided to give him an experience again. The main character begins to run away. The men catch up with him and stop. One of them says that he has a commendable diligence because he goes jogging even at night. The guy looks at the men around him. He asks if they are tired of following him from the very station. The guy looks at the men who came to him with a malicious smile. He says that almost all of them are second rank, and it seems that the deification palace has decided to take him seriously. The main character makes a malicious smile. A system window appears in front of him, saying that he has completed the task under the rapid growth system and therefore receives 50 stat points. The guy thinks that he was finally able to complete the task. A group of mercenaries look at him with contempt. 5 of them have the second rank. The leader points his sword at him and frowns. He is a 3rd rank warrior and has a sword specialty. The man says that he is glad that he understands everything himself. The armor falls from the main character's body. He frees himself from the heavy armor and spreads his arms. The guy asks the system for all 50 stat points in effect. Carrier, Linzu, level 16, strength 269, endurance 105, speed 80, total combat efficiency 1935 with the possibility of promotion to 1980, is a second rank warrior, anger accumulation 0, 100, abilities, eye of analysis, explosion of anger, camouflage. The bandits open their eyes wide in horror. They are puzzled by how he carried the heavy equipment. The gang leader runs at the enemy with a sword. He tells the guy not to try to fool him. The man swings his loaded sword. He opens his eyes wide in horror. The guy swings a loaded fist at the man behind his back. He doesn't understand how the guy developed such enormous speed. The main character stabs the enemy in the back, uses the Silver Swift Fist skill. The rest of the gang watch in horror as their boss is hit. The guy kicks his opponents. He uses the Silver Chain skill. The young man runs towards the enemy. He shouts that he wants to continue the fun. The guy hits him in the face. He uses the Silver Rip Fist skill. The system says that the second rank warrior was destroyed and 150,000 experience points were received for this. The two men run towards the high school student. The main character catches their fist blows. They fall from twisted arms. The men scream in terrible pain. The guy used the silver skill of the flame palm. The young man lifts his foot off the ground. He swings it and hits the two fighters. Two second-rank warriors were destroyed, and in total the guy received 300,000 experience points. The remaining bandits open their eyes wide in horror. They say he doesn't have the strength of a second-rank warrior. The gang leader rises from the ground, leaning on his sword. He says that the boy's strength is impressive, and if not for his defensive technique, his blow could have broken the bandit's spine. The man runs towards the enemy with his hand extended forward. He shouts that he will kill his rival so that it doesn't cost him. And for this he uses the technique of pompous movements. Bandits surround the main character. The guy hits one of them. He uses a ripping fist. His fist becomes saturated with energy. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face. He realizes that this is not a real body in front of him. The enemy attacks from behind, and the main character turns around to face him. He dodges the man's punch. The opponent opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. The main character holds himself by the shoulder, looking at his opponents. The man jumps up and the guy watches him. He holds his sword in his hands. The man uses the golden skill. Many doubles of the bandit appear. He uses the execution of 1,000 illusions. The shadows, along with the bandit, jump on the main character. The man shouts that his technique will cut the guy into thousands of pieces. The main character smiles maliciously. He replies that it will be easier for him than steamed turnips. Illusions land on the ground. The bandit screams for the main character to die. The guy uses his energy in front of his eyes. He understands that the man is using illusions. The guy dodges the bandit's blows. The young man smiles maliciously, looking at the man. He greets him, saying his name. The bandit opens his eyes wide in horror. He shouts that this is impossible, because the guy absolutely managed to find out his name and location. The main character imbues his fist with energy while looking at the enemy. He chuckles and says he is a cheater. The guy uses his fist, filled with energy, and swings. He uses the power of a rushing and tearing fist. The guy hits his opponent straight in the chest. The man twists in pain. He opens his eyes wide in horror. The bandit shouts that if he is destined to die, he will drag the main character down with him. The opponent concentrates all his energy in his chest. With its help, he creates a vortex that attracts the guy to himself. The main character realizes that the man is using self-destruction, and they are all using the same techniques. The man's eyes roll upward. A huge explosion occurs. The guy flies off to the side. He hits the wall, breaking it. The young man with a tired expression on his face looks ahead. He thinks that if his unlucky teacher had not taught the guy to use the power of drains to increase protection, then now he would definitely have died. But the main character had to instantly use all the energy of the drains in his body to cover his body, and because of this, the young man begins to feel strong weakness. Bandits approach the main character. They say they were carried away because they managed to find shelter from the explosion. Men surround the guy. One of them chuckles and says that even though the self-destruction of their boss did not fry him, he still, judging by his appearance, will not be able to raise his fist. The bald man opens his mouth wide. He chuckles and says that they will still finish what their boss started and cut him to pieces. The young man smiles sarcastically. He says that they were wrong to decide that he wouldn't even raise his fist, and he wonders since when did the phrase "won't rise" appear in the vocabulary of men. The main character imbues his entire body with energy. He uses a burst of anger. The guys are gritting their teeth in horror. They don't understand how he became back in action, because a couple of seconds ago he looked weak. A huge explosion occurs. The guy gets +3 experience. The men shout that he should not come near them. Hotel building. The main character is sitting at the computer with a tired expression on his face. He says he feels great when the rage blast is activated, but when it wears off, he feels like someone has survived him. The guy looks at the site's search bar. He says that he will need to go to the death path the next day, so in the meantime he has time to gather some information online. The system message states that in order to view the site that the main character is trying to go to, it is necessary to deposit 10,000 of Alliance currency. The guy opens his mouth wide in displeasure. He shouts that they are mocking him, since for viewing one unfortunate page you have to pay money, and besides, as much as 10,000. The main character looks at the card in his hands. He thinks that as long as he has several million in his account, he will definitely not be disappointed in purchasing the information he needs. An evolved snake and raven against a gray landscape. The information says that the landscape of the Path of Death consists entirely of black rock and is absolutely devoid of any vegetation. And among the evolved animals of the third rank, the main representatives are rock snakes, whose habits are to hide under the rocky ground. The venom of rock snakes has a paralyzing property. The bite effect on warriors below the third rank is equal to strong anesthesia, and there are also giant crows, which are evolved beasts of the fourth rank. They reach colossal sizes, and in their habits they know how to hide their body behind their wings, thereby merging with the local landscape. They are known for their savagery and immediately attack at the sight of a person. The main character opens his eyes wide in horror. He says that there are too many species of evolved beasts, ranging from small to huge. A monster with a huge body and a toothy mouth. Atom Smasher is a rank 5 evolved beast with incomparable strength and the ability to provoke an attack. A huge chicken with red eyes holding a ball in its claws. The Cicatrice is a rank 5 evolved beast, whose specialty is its strength and long-range attacks with stones and other projectiles. The main character opens his mouth wide in horror. He understands that on his way there will be beasts of the 5th rank, from the photographs of which it is clear that they are unrealistically strong. The guy closes the search page. He says that there is nothing to do, and let it be what will be. The young man looks at the computer with a malicious smile. He says that he wonders how much his unlucky teacher bought him a spear for. A picture of swords made from meteorite black iron, the starting price of which is 1 billion. The main character realizes in horror how much his spear could cost. He remembers his teacher who gave it to him. The guy says that 1 billion is just the starting price, and he didn't think that she would be so rich that she would give him such a valuable gift. And then it turns out that she really has a high opinion of him or wants to touch him enough to marry him. The girl scratches her nose. She sneezed and said that she had been sneezing too much lately. City building. The man shouts in displeasure that the gang boss was also killed. He stands with his back to his charges. He shouts that he is surrounded by only mediocrities, and this matter no longer concerns only the Tang clan. Now that the guy has killed several members of the Palace of Deification, he will not rest until he is finished. He turns to his charges. The man shouts for them to set a reward for the guy on the Hunter's network, and the size of the reward is 10 million, and also attach information about him. The ward makes a surprised expression on his face. He understands that they themselves will not fight him. A man holds his hand to his nose with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He replies that if the center finds out about the Ascension Palace department, and that he is not able to deal with some kid and even lost so many people in the process, their reputation will come to an end. A train that travels through the desert. A man with white hair walks through the station. The main character is in the toilet looking at his phone. He smiles maliciously. A system window appears in front of the main character. Carrier, Lenzu, level 16, strength 320, endurance 107 plus 20, speed 80, total combat effectiveness 2102, is a warrior of the third rank and plus 20 to the endurance attribute. Anger accumulation 0, 100, abilities, Eye of Analysis, explosion of anger, camouflage. The guy looks at the phone in bewilderment. He realizes that someone is calling him. He doesn't know who, because he only bought a phone a day ago and told his number to friends whose contact information he had. The guy holds the phone near his ear. He greets Teacher Lau. The man asks where the guy is. The teacher opens his mouth wide, holding the phone to his ear. The guy replies that he is now on the train on the death route. The teacher says that his name is on the Hunter's network. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face. He asks what kind of network this is. A hacker is trying to hack a website. The teacher replies that it is a bounty platform and little is known about it, including who its founders are and where the server is located. In addition, the site was created using advanced technology, and even the most famous hackers could not hack it, so the federal government had to come to terms with its existence. The guy makes a calm expression on his face. The teacher asks him to be on guard, because there will probably be many who want to cause trouble for him. The guy replies that he understands him and will be careful. He accesses the site via mobile phone. The guy says that he doesn't know who could put a reward on him, only if it's the Palace of Deification. The site contains a photo of a guy with information that he is a second-rank warrior, and his specialty is the spear, and he uses the kicking technique. The reward for his capture is 10 million. The main character is surprised that the reward is very small, and is glad that they consider him a warrior of the second rank, because this only benefits him since not a single high-ranking warrior will bother for pennies, and the reward can only attract low-ranking warriors. In addition, he has already reached the third rank, so the greedy warriors will give him experience. The liquid in the glass began to shake. The main character holds his hands in front of him in bewilderment. He doesn't understand why the high-tech train began to shake. He glances at the door. The guy realizes that something happened outside. A man's foot breaks down the door. The mercenary hits the main character in the face. The guy, perplexed, asks who he is. The young man swings his fist. The bandit dodges his blow. The main character hits him with a charged leg. The man falls to the ground in pain and spits water. The guy glances ahead in bewilderment. He understands that someone has taken it into his head to seize the train. Bandits in red clothes attack people sitting on a train. The protagonist understands that in tight spaces, warriors using large weapons are at a disadvantage. The plane flies next to the train. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face, looking at him. He understands that the bandits had prepared in advance. The man behind makes a swing to hit the youth. The main character grabs his hand on the fly. Holding it in his own, he charges the opponent's hand with energy. The guy uses a fiery hand. The man's hand becomes saturated with energy and curls while he clenches his teeth in pain. The young man strikes his opponent's face with a charged fist. The main character uses a ripping fist. The man flies to the back of the train. He sits motionless against the wall. Standing with his back to his opponents, the guy turns back. He sees a bandit holding a stranger by the clothes, threatening him with a weapon. The man shouts that if a stranger has no money, then he has no life. The main character runs up to the bandit, swinging his loaded hand. He uses a ripping fist and punches the man in the face. The guy, with a calm expression on his face, glances at his fellow traveler. He asks if he is okay. The man exhales calmly, wiping sweat from his forehead. He replies that he is fine and will live. The main character holds his hands folded on his chest. He asks his fellow traveler who the bandits are. The man makes a calm expression on his face, looking at the bodies of the group. He answers the main character that they are the Black Tiger criminal gang, which specializes in robberies and scams, but he did not expect that they would dare to take over the train, and, most likely, the allied forces of the city had already received news of the attack. The man pushes the guy behind him. He says that they need to hold out until the troops arrive, and therefore the guy should hide behind his back for now. The main character runs towards opponents. The man behind him shouts to be careful. The guy kicks the bandits. The passenger standing behind him opens his eyes and mouth wide in horror. He thinks that today's youth are very harsh. The train is surrounded by military aircraft. The bandits open their eyes wide in horror and grit their teeth. They realize that the allied forces have already arrived to capture them. The bandits run away in horror to the end of the train. Their plane is destroyed and it explodes. The remains of the plane fall to the ground. The man opens his mouth wide with joy, looking at the arriving troops, and then turns around at the guy running away towards the bandits. He doesn't understand where the kid is going. The guy shouts that he wants to catch up with his experience points. With burning eyes, he tries to catch the fleeing bandits. They tearfully ask him not to come closer. The military enters the train with their weapons raised. They say they are allied forces and everyone needs to stay put with their hands up. The passenger opens his mouth wide in horror and raises his hand. He replies that he is an ordinary civilian and asks not to shoot. He points with a smile at the main character, who is beating the bandit. The man says that they were late, since the young man had already dealt with the attackers from the Black Tiger group. The soldiers stand with their guns raised. They ask people to show their travel cards. The man shows his ticket to the military man. He realizes that they are indeed passengers. The conductor approaches the main character and the passenger. She says that she apologizes for the commotion, because the Black Tiger group had just tried to hijack the train, but the Allied Army soldiers had already dealt with the threat, and they sincerely regret the inconvenience they had to endure, so the company will pay appropriate compensation to all passengers. The man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He asks what will happen to those warriors who died due to their negligent use of duties. The girl bows to the man, lowering her eyes. She replies that the company will also compensate their families. The main character goes to another part of the carriage. He replies that if a person has chosen the path of death, then he must be ready to die at any moment. The man stops the guy and he glances at him. He says that since the young man is going to the path of death, he also wants to go with him so that they can unite and look out for each other. The main character gives him a dissatisfied look. He replies that if they enter into cooperation, then he must offer him something. A man scratches his forehead with his hand. He replies that he was there 3 years ago with a group of adventurers and is well versed in the first half of the route, so with him he can avoid many hidden dangers, since the main character has not been there yet. And from the very beginning of the route, the path of death has many branches, therefore any wrongly chosen road can lead to death, and without a guide it is difficult to take even a small step. The young man holds his chin. He replies that in that case they can connect, but he wonders for what purpose the man went there, and he assumes that it is to hunt evolved animals for money. The fellow traveler makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that he wants to find a plant there, but the problem is that in the place where it should grow, strong evolved animals live, and if possible, he would like to ask the guy to share his power and help him. The guy goes to his room on the train. Before this, he asks the man to find him when the main character eats. Dark city with wooden houses. The main character and his new friend look at the buildings of a small town. The man says that this is their starting point and the only place on the death road where people live, which is called Iron City. The man walks forward behind the young man. A man's hand grabs a guy's shoulder. The stranger makes a malicious smile looking at the main character. He says that this path is not for youths whose lips have not dried milk, and here any carelessness will result in him stretching his legs. So he suggests that the guy lend him everything valuable that he has, and in return he will take care to prevent this from happening. The main character looks at him with a malicious expression on his face. He says he understands that the man wants to rob him. The high school student thinks that he has just arrived and is already receiving experience points. To the right of the communicating guys, a huge beast appears with its mouth opening. He jumps on the stranger, biting his face. The man screams that he is being attacked by a second-rank beast. The monster's mouth opens wide. He eats their opponent. The main character smiles maliciously, folding his arms over his chest. He says that any carelessness will result in him stretching his legs, just like he said. A monster with a bloody mouth turns towards the main character. He tells him not to stare. A monster with its mouth slightly open rushes towards the main character. The man asks the boy to be careful. He makes a malicious smile, looking at him. He replies that he is no weaker than a beast. A high school student swings a loaded fist. He uses the ripping fist method. The guy makes a blow to the monster's mouth. An explosion occurs. The monster collapses, exhausted, while the man opens his mouth wide in surprise. He runs to the boy who is trying to get the crystal from the body of the beast. He doesn't understand where the evolved beast came from. The man replies that this happens there all the time, and from time to time some animal breaks through the fence and runs into the city, and for the residents this is normal everyday life. The main character turns to his fellow traveler in bewilderment. He says he is surprised that, despite this, there are people who dare to live there. Residents watch the men leave. One of them says that the main character has the aura of a first-rank warrior, but at the same time he blew up a second-rank beast with one blow. And it turns out that he is one of those who is heading to the university on the outskirts of the death path, and his age is also suitable. A female voice answers him that every year young nuggets pass by their city, going to the university through the path of death. A girl with red hair smiles sarcastically, holding her hand to her chin. She says that she did not expect the boy to be such a strong guy, and therefore she would like to team up with him in a group. Behind a group of townspeople sits an old man on a chair. He says that he cannot understand the youth of today since they are striving with all their might towards their own death. A townsman with a bald head turns to look at an old man sitting on a chair. He says that the grandfather is trying to put the evil eye on them, but at the same time the guy would like to know what evolved animals live on the path of death. An old man with a thick white beard smokes a pipe. He replies that there are a lot of them, and his memory is not very good. The man knocks the pipe out of the old man's hands. He shouts that he asked the old man a question and would like an answer to it. The main character and his friend turn around at the altercation. The man says that the group will not be well, since the old man is not as meek as he seems at first glance. The main character thinks that his grandfather is a warrior of the 4th rank, but he would never have thought that in such a small town the level of strength would be at such a level. Although this is not surprising, because without such strength, sooner or later you can end up in the stomach of an evolved beast that broke through the fence. The old man reaches out to pick up the phone from the ground. The warrior tries to kick the old man's hand. He screams for his grandfather not to ignore him. The main character behind him kicks the warrior in the back. He says that the man is a grown-up brat and doesn't know about basic respect for elders. The stranger bends down, holding his back. He says the kid is looking for trouble. The main character makes a malicious smile, showing 2 fingers. The guy says that his words apply to him, and he gives them 2 choices, in the first of which they will clean up themselves, and in the second they will leave the human world. The bandits clench their teeth in anger. The main character, with his hands on his chest, watches the group leave. They say that they will leave the city, but the young man will now have to look behind his back more often. The guy turns to the old man sitting behind him. He asks if he is okay. The man replies that everything is fine and says thank you to the young guy. The young man raises his hand up as a sign of farewell. He replies that then everything is fine and they will move on. The old man asks the guy to stop. He exhales smoke from his mouth. Grandfather holds the phone in his hands, looking at the young guy. He says that he rarely met among young people those who respect age, and he, as an old man, would be sorry if a young man died prematurely. So he must remember that when he has walked 500 meters, he should take a roundabout route, so how a disaster of insects awaits on the straight path. The main character smiles widely, raising his hand up, while his colleague watches him. He replies that he understood grandfather, and now they will go. The man thinks that the main character immediately saw the old man's strength, which means he specifically intervened to get information from him. The main character and his friend are watching the gang ahead. They stop, looking forward. The guy says they have walked 500 meters, so they should take a detour. A man with a bald head turns to look at the couple standing behind him. He says that they are a couple of fools for turning off the smooth and main road onto a difficult path. A hand touches a man's shoulder. One of the people in the group opens his eyes and mouth wide. He looks in surprise at what is in front of him. A crowd of insects crawls along the mountain. One of them comes out of the shadows. Huge locusts become alert when they see people. A crowd of insects flies towards a group of men. They shout that these are second-rank black locusts. Monsters attack one of the men. They gnaw his body to the bone. A man with red hair lies back from a swarm of monsters. He shouts for his group to leave quickly. A swarm of locusts overtakes and grabs the red-haired warrior. He screams in pain and asks to be saved. The main character watches as a swarm of locusts attacks the group. The protagonist's companion watches what is happening in horror. He says it's good that they listened to the old man and turned off the main road. The young man smiles maliciously, looking at him. He says that this is the whole science so as not to bully a person who seems weak in appearance. A couple walks along a road among the rocks. The main character looks at them in surprise. He says it is difficult to find a way among the mountain pillars. He raises his hand, looking at the rocks. The man says that it's not a problem, since everyone who passes along one or another road on the path of death leaves marks, and he wants to find them. A pair of bandits are running behind the main character. The girl with red hair makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She shouts that the main character knew that danger awaited them, but did not warn them about it. The guy puts his hand on his side with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He replies that he is not their daddy to worry about their safety. The girl clenches her teeth in anger. The man calls to the main character, raising his hand and pointing his finger forward. He says he has found a way. The couple walks forward. The girl turns to the survivor from her group. She whispers that they should follow them since they are familiar with the surrounding area. The guy's hands appear through the rocks. They follow the road that appeared after the cave. The main character says that his uncle is great, and if it weren't for him, they would not have been able to easily find the path. The man replies that this is all thanks to the people who have already walked along these paths. The guy and his friend look at the forest ahead. The main character asks what it is called. The man replies that this is the Azure Thicket, and the name comes from the fact that all the trees there are blue. But, be that as it may, it is inhabited by many evolved beasts, and therefore you need to keep your eyes open. The guy is wary of the group walking behind him. He opens his eyes wide. The main character realizes that he hears a familiar sound. A swarm of locusts appears from under the rock. The man makes a frightened expression on his face. He doesn't understand why the locusts overtook them again, and most likely it was because they came following the group behind them. The main character thinks that this is great since he wants to earn points on the trail. A group of bandits are running from a swarm of black locusts. They shout that there are locusts in front of them. A guy with a malicious expression on his face runs towards the swarm. The man behind him tries to stop his friend. The young man thinks that the warriors are shaking at the sight of locusts. He reaches for the rope holding the spear on his back. The student thinks that locusts are very small in size, huge in number and bloodthirsty, so dealing with them is really a delicate matter. A spear falls out from behind the main character's back. He catches it with his hand as he goes. The guy thinks that he can deal with them in no time. He swings his spear. The main character uses the greatness of the phoenix. The locusts flying in front of his face instantly burst into flames. The system window says that he killed a rank 2 locust and received a total of 10,000 points. The guy, stretching his spear forward, burns through the bodies of the locusts with his energy. He thinks that although they give little experience for them, their quantity creates compensation. A crowd of burning insects falls to the ground. The system windows say that the guy killed many rank 2 locusts and in total received more than 20,000 experience points for them. The young man falls to his knees, spreading his arms. Near it lies a lot of insect corpses. He looks at the bag full of anomalous crystal with a calm expression. The guy says that even with minor skills, you can make a fortune because he received more than 100 pieces of anomalous crystal of the 2nd rank. And it is not surprising that the death path is called a place where you can make a fortune, although dealing with a huge swarm was not so easy. The opposite group, along with his friend, open their mouths wide in surprise. The man looks at the boy with a calm expression on his face. He thinks that his friend just casually incinerated more than 100 black locusts, so he is confident that he can finally get the plant he needs. The main character walks forward, straight to the forest. He tells his friend to go, because he still doesn't know what other monsters lie ahead. Trees with blue foliage. The main character asks where the plant the man is looking for is located. He replies that he is not in the forest, and they will still need to go through the azure thicket and get to Black Salt Lake. A guy and his friend are sitting under a tree. He says that, if you believe the posts on the Warriors Alliance website, there are still a fair number of evolved beasts ahead of them. The man replies that this is true and, besides, some of them were influenced by the terrain and took on a blue color, allowing them to easily hide among the trees, so they need to be doubly careful. The guy looks at his phone. He reads the tasks, which say that the first is to collect soil samples from the azure thicket, and for this a reward of 100,000 Alliance currency is given. The second is to collect the skin of mutated azure snakes. The reward is 1,200,000, and the third is to collect salt crystals. The reward is 50 millions of Alliance currency. The guy looks at the phone in bewilderment. He asks his friend what salt crystals are and why people pay so much for them. The man turns to the boy in bewilderment. He replies that these crystals can be found at the bottom of the Black Lake, and they are extremely rare since they form there once every few decades. The guy looks at his friend with a wide smile. He says that since the goal of his search is in the Black Lake area, he is just going to try his luck with the task about the crystals. The main character opens his eyes wide. He thinks that he feels bloodlust. A high school student and a friend dodge a blow. The guy looks up with an angry expression on his face. He shouts that there is a sniper in the tree. The guy runs forward, dodging shots. He stops near a tree, looking up. The young man thinks that he has already spotted the enemy. The high school student jumps forward. He runs along the tree trunk to the top. The guy ends up next to the man sitting upstairs. The man tries to cover his face in horror. The guy makes a spear strike to the enemy's head. The system window says that the second rank warrior was destroyed and 15,000 experience points were received for this. The main character looks at the defeated enemy with a grin. He says that his opponent was clearly not alone, and now they will all turn into experience points. A man runs away from shells falling on him. He says that members of the Black Tiger group are shooting at him. The man pulls out a weapon from behind his back. He swings his sword. Friend uses shimmer cut. He throws the mercenary from the tree trunk. He falls to the ground in front of the man. The main character kills the enemy behind his friend's back. The man becomes terrified. He turns in surprise at the main character, who is finishing off the enemy. The man makes a frightened expression on his face. He thinks that the guy scares him, because while he was dealing with one, the young man managed to kill 6. The main character approaches his friend, who is putting his weapon behind his back. He asks where the Black Tiger group's base is. The man makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that he doesn't know for sure, but nevertheless, the azure thicket attracts many dishonest warriors, since here it is easy to surprise and rob other warriors. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He asks which way they need to go, because he has the feeling that the trees are completely different from each other, both in color and shape, and the landscape is too monotonous, and therefore he does not understand how he can find his way. The man smiles broadly and takes out an object, showing it to the main character. He asks him not to worry and says he has a device. The main character asks if it is a compass. The man looks at the red dots on the device. He replies that no, because due to magnetic fields, a compass is of no use, but this device indicates the direction of strong magnetic fields. The man points the main character to the right with his hand. He says that the closer to the center of the thicket, the stronger the magnetic field, and as long as they have this thing, there is no fear of getting lost. Tree trunks with blue foliage. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He says that in front of them is a high-ranking beast. The soil under the feet of wanderers is damp and loose. The young man asks the man if it rains in the forest. The satellite says that precipitation occurs on Death Path from time to time, but only in a small area. The high school student makes a wary expression on his face. The shadow of an unknown monster appears in front of him. The beast crawls into the light, having a long, spiky body and a toothy mouth. The system says that this is a royal leech of the 3rd rank, the peculiarity of which is its rarity. It lives in the azure thicket and can be 50 centimeters in size, and there are also individuals whose size reaches 1 meter. They have low mobility and make a sound similar to mooing. The man and the main character turn green with horror. The boy asks his friend if he has salt. He thinks that leeches are afraid of salt, although it is unknown whether it will have an effect on the evolved beast. The companion takes out a jar of salt from his pocket. He replies that he actually has some. The young man opens the jar. He comes closer to the beast and throws a handful of salt at it. Salt particles fall on the leech's body. She goes wild and opens her mouth wide, filled with teeth. The wanderers open their mouths wide in horror. They scream in fear. A toothy monster crawls towards the warriors. He makes a sudden movement and hits a tree as the man and the main character dodge. The beast pierces the tree with its fangs and teeth. It leaves a dent in the wood and particles of poison. The tree splits from the blow, and the leech turns towards the wanderers. She makes movements with her body. An evolved beast crawls towards the main character. He swings his spear, saturated with energy. The guy uses the Phoenix method of greatness. He hits the monster with fiery force. The leech opens its mouth wide in pain caused by the fire attack. The main character and his friend look at what is happening with an angry expression on their faces. The guy thinks that it should be finished with her, since leeches are extremely afraid of losing internal moisture, and the fire from several attacks of the Phoenix's greatness could certainly set her on fire. The monster jumps into the ground. It is buried from the fire inside the soil. The main character shouts that it's bad that she knows how to bury herself. The companions turn around, looking in different directions. The man asks if the main character sees the leech. She lifts the ground beneath her, crawling into the thicket of the forest. The man shouts for the guy to be careful as she still hasn't left. The main character, wary, turns back. A male voice says that newcomers have been brought into their place again. A man with red hair and a large body appears in front of the main character. The system window says that this is a third-rank warrior. The man makes a surprised expression on his face, looking at his opponent. He tells the young man that he is a hunter who is engaged in robbing warriors who find themselves in the Azure Forest. The man looks at the warrior with a calm expression. He asks what he needs from them. The bandit licks his lips with his tongue, holding a bloody sword in front of him. He says that the wanderer himself answered his own question. Since he knows that he is a hunter, he understands perfectly well that he needs to solve them and take things. A leech crawls underground next to the bandit. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He tells the man that if he takes a step, he will most likely be left without legs, and after that he should not say that the guy did not warn him. The bandit points his finger at the youth. He says that this is the first time in many years that he has been threatened by prey, and therefore he pays tribute to his courage, and for this he will be given a quick death. The man takes a step forward. His foot steps on the leech's body. The bandit screams in pain. He opens his eyes wide in horror. The mercenary realizes that in front of him is a royal leech. She grabs his leg, spraying her poison. An irritated man strikes a leech with his sword. He screams for her to die. The guy looks at the warrior in bewilderment. He says that he killed her too easily. Millions of larvae emerge from the body of a leech. The system window says that these larvae have the third rank, high speed of movement, and the presence of suckers in the head, which allow them to attach to a person and absorb his blood. Therefore they have high nutritional value and crunch when eaten raw. The main character opens his mouth wide in horror. He swears and shouts that there are a lot of them. A crowd of leeches crawls along the leg towards the mercenary's body. They attach themselves to his arms, legs, and stomach. The man tries to disperse them by shaking his hands and swinging his sword. He shouts for them to get out. The warrior falls to the ground and a horde of leeches consumes his entire body. Many animals crawl towards the mercenary's body. He dies instantly, completely losing all blood from his body. The main character holds his hand in front of his eyes and examines what is happening. The man asks him to look for another road. The guy thinks that, despite their size, they are third-rank beasts, and therefore there is simply a huge wave of experience points. With burning eyes and protruding tongue, he runs forward. The young man shouts that he will absorb all the experience points. He swings his spear. The guy uses the pear-colored flurry method. The spear makes many strikes at the larvae. They fly away and die. The system states that many rank 3 larvae were destroyed, and more than 30,000 experience points were gained for them. He continues to use the spear, poking it at the monsters. The guy chuckles and says that he didn't think he'd get so many points for small things. The larvae fly off to the side. The main character uses a pear-colored flurry. He makes one last, powerful swing, and the entire wave of worms flies away. They rise up and die from the energy charge. The system says that the guy gets more than 60,000 experience points for killing them. A man watches his friend holding a spear while standing in a pile of maggot corpses. He opens his mouth wide in horror. The man thinks that less than a minute has passed since the guy destroyed all the monsters. The queen of the larvae on the ground begins to move. The young man opens his eyes wide in horror. He understands that she is not dead. The guy watches in bewilderment as the monster attacks him. She bares her teeth, trying to bite the guy's face. He strikes with a spear with energy charged into it. The guy uses the greatness of the phoenix. The remains of the leech burn with fire. The guy becomes wary as the rest of the leech behind him tries to escape. He runs after her to catch up. The guy shouts that she can't escape from him. He swings his spear, clenching his teeth. He shouts that he is using the phoenix's greatness. The spear charged with fire magic flies to the ground. He hits the ground and it catches fire. The leech on the ground flies to the side, receiving a fiery charge. The system notifies that the royal leech of the 4th rank was destroyed, and 1,880,808 experience points were received for it, and therefore the level of the main character was raised to 17. The main character approaches the leech's body. He says that he has gained a lot of experience, and a rank 4 anomalous crystal can be sold for more than $1 million, and leech skin itself should be a good material. The guy opens his mouth wide with joy, looking at the phone. He shouts that there is a task on the Warrior Alliance website to collect the skin of royal leeches, and the reward for completing it is 10 million. The main character looks at the characteristics table. Bearer, Linzu, level 17, strength 320, possibly upgraded to 337, endurance 107 plus 20, speed 80, total combat capability 2102. Upgradable to 2220 is a warrior of the 3rd rank and plus 20 to the stamina attribute. Anger accumulation 0, 100, abilities, Eye of Analysis, explosion of anger, camouflage. The guy thinks that along with the 17th level he received 17 stat points. He asks the system to put everything into power. Standing in a pile of dead larvae, the guy raises his hand up with a smile. He asks his friend to go forward with him. The man replies that he is already on his way, and they will soon reach the Black Lake. Bushes and trees with blue foliage. Black Lake. It is surrounded by trees on all sides. The main character looks at the water in surprise. He asks his friend if this is the place. The man replies that everything is correct and this is the Black Lake. The guy goes down, holding his hands in the water. He says that it is a little strange, since the water in it is simply icy. The man falls to his knees. The guy asks in bewilderment what he is doing. Kneeling on the ground, he shows the guy a phone with a picture of coral. The man begs him to help, since the plant he told him about is called salt coral and grows at the bottom of the Black Lake. Tears flow from the companion's eyes. He explains that his daughter has contracted a deadly virus that is gradually destroying her immune system, and when its symptoms fully manifest themselves, even the slightest cold can take her life. The main character looks at his friend in surprise. He continues to say that in recent years he has been rushing from side to side and found information that the salt coral growing at the bottom of the Black Lake can cure her illness. The main character with a calm expression on his face holds a spear in front of him, watching his friend. He goes on to explain that the Black Lake is certainly home to strong evolved beasts, but their strength should not exceed rank 4. And during their journey, he was able to see what the guy is capable of, so finding this plant should not be a problem for him. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He is silent for a moment and then squats down to be at the same level as the man. He replies that he would not have been able to get there without him, and besides, he accepted the task of collecting salt crystals anyway, so he will explore the bottom of the lake anyway. The man with a smile takes out a mask from his briefcase. He replies that he need not worry, since his efforts will not be in vain if he takes safety glasses, since they have a searchlight on top that will make it easier to explore the lake. The man extends his hand to the guy. He says that his brother may not find the salt crystals since they don't appear there every hour and it just depends on luck. A high school student pulls on his glasses. He says he won't know until he tries it and will bring him the plant anyway. A guy jumps into the water while a man holds his backpack. The main character sinks to the bottom. He thinks that the water is terribly cold. He uses the energy of the drains to envelop his body. The guy understands that using it, the cold is not felt so much. He lights the path with a lantern to see where to go. He thinks that the lake is too big, but for some reason he didn't even meet small fish. Having dropped to the bottom, the guy shines a flashlight through it. He thinks that he sees neither salt crystals nor salt coral. Shining in front of him, he sees something glistening. The main character thinks that there is most likely a salt crystal there. Getting closer, the high school student sees a claw. He understands that this is an evolved beast. In front of the hero's face is a fish with huge teeth and claws. The system window says that this is a huge rank 4 overlooker. The guy shines a flashlight on him. He envelops his entire body with the energy of the origins. The monster grabs his hands with its claws. The guy looks at his toothy claws in horror. He understands that the monster is developing enormous speed and he cannot evade. Lake, next to blue trees. The main character imbues his body with energy while in the monster's claws. He activates an explosion of anger. The guy frees himself from the clutches of the beast. The monster opens its mouth wide. The guy shines a flashlight at her and raises his fist. He punches with a loaded fist. The main character uses the tearing fist method. The young man hits the fish in the face. She flies off into the depths of the bottom. Charged with energy, the main character looks at the bottom. He thinks that his tearing fist was unable to manifest its power due to being underwater, and it is unlikely that the fish died after him, and there was no system notification about its killing. The guy is wary. At the depths, among a lot of bones, stones glow. The guy watches them with a wide smile. He thinks that there are salt crystals in front of him. blue coral found among a pile of bones. The main character understands that there is also coral next to the crystals. He swims towards his prey. The fish appears behind him. The high school student opens his eyes wide in horror. The monster swims next to the main character. He thinks that the tearing fist was useless. The guy hits the fish in the eye. Taken aback, the monster does not notice how the main character floats away to the side. He dodges the claws. The beast tries to pull them again. Having dodged, the main character watches the fish. He thinks that in the water the power of his tearing fist is too low and will not be able to create a threat to her, but he did not have the opportunity to take a weapon with him. And as soon as the duration of the explosion of anger comes to an end, the chances of surviving in the water will be equal 0. He thinks that he needs to get ashore as soon as possible. The monster bares its mouth. He swims after the main character, trying to bite his leg. The guy speeds up using his energy. He thinks that the fish does not want to get involved with him. The young man looks at the monster, stopping. The beast grabs his clothes with its claws. In his underwear, the main character looks at the fish with a malicious smile. He thinks that he used the technique of the golden cyclid, throwing off the shell. That is, he used a distracting maneuver. The guy pulls the monster holding his clothes up. He hopes that the equipment will be durable enough because he has invested several million in it. The fish opens its eyes wide in horror. With the help of an explosion of anger, the guy lifts the fish above the land. He shouts that she will go to the surface. The protagonist's friend opens his mouth wide in horror. He shouts that the fish is simply huge. The high school student throws the monster to the ground. The beast lies, motionless, looking at the guy. A high school student runs up to a fish lying on the ground. He hits her in the head using a ripping fist. The system notifies that the evolved beast of the 4th rank has been destroyed, and 350 experience points have been received for it. Fish rolls his eyes. His friend approaches the main character with a briefcase. Making a surprised expression on his face, he looks at him. He asks if the guy is okay. The main character in underwear and with a helmet over his eyes looks at his friend. He replies that he is fine and has found crystals and salt coral. The main character comes out of the lake holding a coral in his hands. He smiles widely and hands it to his friend. The guy asks if this is the plant that the man needed. He sobs with joy, smiling widely. The man replies that this is the same plant. The friend bows to the main character, putting the coral into a special container. The man thanks the guy and says that his daughter will be saved. The friend reaches out to the briefcase. He says that he has a battle card of movement techniques that he inherited from his ancestors, and he still has no way to master it. The man draws a card to the main character. He says he wants to give it to him. The guy stretches his hands in front of him, trying to wave him off. He says that he cannot accept such an expensive gift. The man smiles widely, looking at his friend. He says that the salt coral he got for him is worth about the same and is of vital importance to him, so the man wants his brother to accept her. The main character scratches his head. He replies that he will accept the gift and asks if his friend will go back. The man replies that he should hurry and give the coral to the doctors so that it can be used to make a medicine that will save his daughter. The guy, perplexed, asks where he should go next when he continues moving. The man points his finger forward. He replies that in the next 50 kilometers there will be a zone of the azure thicket, and what's next, he himself does not know. Since 3 years ago he and the rest of the adventurers managed to get only to the outskirts of the azure thicket, but they had to turn around because they were attacked a strong evolved beast. The main character and his friend raise their hands up. The man says that it's time for them to say goodbye, but they will definitely see each other soon. The guy answers him the same. The main character dries his pants over a fire, looking at the equipment card and eating fried fish meat. He says it is surprisingly very tasty. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He says this movement technique has a pretty cool name, silent walking. He applies it to his head with his eyes closed and imagines a warrior doing this technique. The guy says that he already feels how his body is becoming light and smooth, like a swallow, and this technique is impressive. Lightning strikes next to the guy. He shouts that the weather is terrible and he just hung his clothes to dry. The main character sits on a spear box in the rain. He says that the rain was too heavy and he should find shelter. A girl runs ahead of the young man. She asks for help and says that there is a high-rank evolved beast behind her. A girl with purple hair sobs and runs to the guy. The system window says that she is a 3rd-rank warrior. The girl falls at the feet of the protagonist and he tries to pick her up. He opens his eyes wide in horror and raises his loaded fist. The main character raises his fist at the girl, who is in bewilderment. She dodges the blow. The guy turns away from the dissatisfied girl. She angrily asks why he attacked her. The main character turns around with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that she is a warrior of the 3rd rank and one of the hunters operating in the Azure Wilderness, but since she does not have a career as an actress, her intentions are visible to the naked eye. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. I don't understand how the guy knows her name. The stranger smiles sarcastically, Looking at the main character, she says that it doesn't matter since he is prey, which has been assigned a difficulty level of C+ in the network of hunters, and therefore, as soon as she snaps her fingers, he will die. The girl raises her hand, and bandits appear from the bushes. She tells them it's time to attack. A warrior with a sword runs towards the main character. The guy dodges his blow. He slides, stopping on the cards. The youth extends his spear forward. He uses the pear squall method. In horror, he opens his eyes, seeing 5 spears in front of him. He is thrown to the side by the blow. The system states that a second rank warrior was destroyed and 16,000 experience points were received for him. A crowd of bandits runs behind the main character. They shout that they want to kill him and that he cannot escape. A man with a black eye waves his arms. It uses the 5-link lightning chain method. A bandit with glasses swings his weapon. He uses the mad dog fist method. And the last guy with red hair is holding a wrench. He uses a stylish dissection method. The main character looks at the bandits with bewilderment. He thinks that he doesn't understand what's going on. The main character swings his spear. The bandits fly away. A man with a black eye makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks he's let his guard down and can't evade. The young man holds a spear in his hands. He uses it on opponents. The guy uses the pear-colored flurry method. The system window states that several second-rank warriors were destroyed, and he received more than 32,000 experience points for them. The stranger makes a surprised expression on her face. She says that the guy's strength should have corresponded to the first rank, but he managed to effortlessly destroy the second-rank warriors. The girl makes a malicious smile. She says that it's not scary because it's even more interesting for her. The stranger makes a wide smile. She screams that nothing can lift her spirits more than the opportunity to blow off the head of a strong opponent. The guy watches in bewilderment as the opponent quickly moves away. In a split second, she finds herself near him and attacks with blades. He understands that she has impressive speed and, most likely, the girl uses the technique of movements. The main character dodges her quick strikes. He deflects the girl's blows using a spear. She steps aside, holding her blades in front of her. The stranger says that he is quite good. The girl spins the blades in her hands. She uses the method of punishing the fallen dragon. The stranger throws swords at the guy. They fly towards him and hit him on the chin from below. The main character holds his face while the blades return behind him. He casts a worried glance behind him. The guy realizes that the weapon is hitting him from behind. He turns sharply, deflecting them with his spear. The weapon flies off to the side again, and then returns, multiplying several times and hitting the guy's body. He clenches his teeth in bewilderment. The main character shouts that he doesn't understand why they don't untie themselves. The girl opens her mouth wide, clasping her hands in front of her. She makes an evil laugh and says that the more force he puts in, the faster they jump back and won't stop until they cut the guy into pieces. Hearing this, the guy runs towards his opponent, his whole body covered in many cuts. He shouts, which means he'll deal with the girl first. The main character makes a crazy look and opens his mouth wide. Taking a stance, he strikes with a spear, but the girl dodges. She makes a surprised expression on her face. The girl shouts that the boy is risky. She swings her hand, bringing the blades back. The stranger says that she shouldn't have appreciated the guy. She swings her weapon with a serious expression on her face. The girl uses the sickle-shaped dissection method. A high school student imbues his spear with energy. It uses the accumulated force striking method. The guy holds out a spear at his opponent. He uses a pear-colored flurry along with the accumulated power strike. A huge explosion occurs. The girl opens her eyes wide in horror. She says that this is impossible, and his strength and speed have increased dramatically. The stranger falls to her knees. She screams in pain. The system window says that the third-rank warrior was destroyed, and 300,000 experience points were received for him. After the forest, the guy walks through the arid desert. He sticks out his tongue in thirst, holding the bottle in front of him. The guy says that the region is very strange, because next to it there is a dense forest in which it rains like buckets, and next to it is an arid desert in which it is hot as hell. The main character drinks water from a bottle. He says that without water supplies he would not have lasted long and, fortunately, he took with him a drink that could maintain the body's hydration. The young man takes a step. His foot sinks into the sand. The ground under the high school student's feet begins to crumble. He shouts that he accidentally ran into quicksand. A pile of sand appears in front of the main character. He opens his eyes wide in horror. A huge worm with claws and sharp teeth emerges from the sand. The system window says that in front of the guy is an evolved beast of the 4th rank, which lives in the desert and also has high mobility and the ability to ideally hide among the sands, and also kills people with one blow. The monster bares its mouth at the main character. He reaches for his cap behind his back. The guy runs at the monster with a spear extended forward. He uses the method of Phoenix greatness. The fire of the guy's energy enters the beast's mouth. He punches him in the face. The monster falls to the ground, belly up. He opens his mouth and releases the last of the guy's fiery energy. The main character makes a malicious smile. He says the worm died quickly, even for its size. The guy turns around in bewilderment. A male voice laughs at what is happening. A group of warriors is running behind the guy. A large man with short hair gives the guy a skeptical look. He asks if the main character killed the worm. A man with a receding hairline touches the body of a monster. He says that the man overestimates him, and a warrior of the first rank could not do this, and he is sure that the guy happened to pass by and decided to profit from freebies. The young man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that this is his prey. A man with a receding hairline smiles sarcastically. He calls his group to remove the anomalous crystal from the worm and pull out the teeth, since they are the highest grade material for forging weapons. A woman with dreadlocks on her head folds her arms across her chest in displeasure. She asks the ward to leave the guy behind, since he said that this is his prey. The men shrug their shoulders, looking at the girl. He says that she is a stupid woman and probably fell in love when she saw a handsome guy. The stranger makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She shouts that she put up with him for a long time and doesn't intend to anymore. The guy standing behind her says that he can do whatever he wants. The main character makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thinks that they are having a squabble in their own group and, moreover, because he is awesome. A monster rises behind the men. One of them chuckles and says that the second one said everything correctly. A girl with white hair raises her finger up in horror. She shouts that they should move back since the monster is still alive. The man glances back. The monster jumps, eating him, while his friend barely has time to dodge. The main character looks at the monster with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thinks that the worm ate his experience points. The bandits pull the ball towards the main character. He shouts that he knew that the monster was still alive, but did not tell them anything. The guy makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He replies that he told them that this was his prey. The man attacks the youth with a sword. He screams for him to die. The high school student dodges his blow and throws his own spear. He says that the man knew perfectly well that he was on the path of death, which means he had to be ready to die at any moment. The system window says that the third rank warrior was destroyed and 100,000 points were received for him. The girl and her friend watch in horror what is happening. The main character turns to their group. He asks if they will attack, since they are with two bandits in the group. The girl looks at the dead warrior with a calm expression on her face. She replies that he misunderstood, and she and the bandits were not at the same time, but simply accidentally stumbled upon each other and decided to follow together, and if he had not finished off the scum, she would have done it herself. A girl with white hair extends her finger forward. She calls the main character brother and shouts that the worm is coming. The young man motionlessly holds a spear in his hands. He tells the monster that the previous roast was not enough for him. The main character imbues the spear with fiery energy. He also transmits it to the eyes. The guy swings his spear in front of the monster. He uses the method of Phoenix greatness. The fire hits the animal's body. The guy's fiery power permeates the monster from the inside. The girls look at the fight with a surprised expression on their faces. A girl with white hair asks the main group what kind of fighting skill the guy uses because his strength is terrifying. The girl replies that she has never seen such a skill either, and since the worm has an unusually strong outer covering, it uses it to cause internal damage. The worm spits fire from its mouth and falls to the ground. The system window notifies that the evolved beast of the fourth rank was destroyed, and 1,777,888 experience points were received for it. The main character approaches a worm lying on the sand. With a smile, he takes out an anomalous crystal from his body. The gang leader stands with his hands at his side. She says that the guy is quite strange since he has a weak aura, but in battle he shows high strength. The man says that he alone was able to finish off the worm. The guy tells the girl that the worm's teeth are very important to them. The girl makes a calm expression on her face. She says she's going to talk to the guy. Holding the back of his head with his hand, the boss approaches the main character with a smile. She says that the worm has more than enough teeth and asks him to leave some for them. The girl makes a calm expression on her face. She continues to say that there is a reason for this and they can exchange them for other materials they have at their disposal since they really need his teeth. The main character leaves, waving his hand. He says that they are of no use to him, so her group can take at least everything, and the girl will have to consider this as gratitude for her recent words. The boss opens his eyes and mouth wide in surprise. She says that's great and thanks him. The girl smiles widely and raises her hand up. She yells at the group to come to her and start extracting the teeth. A girl with white hair looks at her friend with a smile. She says that she didn't think that the guy would so easily agree to give them all the sandworm teeth, and, most likely, he liked the boss. The girl replies that she should stop talking, otherwise she will pull out her teeth too. The girl puts a knife to the worm's teeth. Her group looks forward from under it. The girl says the guy has already left. The main character walks forward through the desert. His foot slips. He stumbles and falls forward. He shouts that he hopes he doesn't run into the big worm again. The young man somehow remains on his feet. The sand beneath him is crumbling. The guy swears out of fear. He falls into the unknown. The main character lands face down. He rises from the ground in some building while holding his head. He thinks he fell into some cave. A door with a glowing center appears in front of the main character. He doesn't understand where he is and says it looks like a secret passage. The main character looks at the characters on the walls with a surprised expression. He says he may be in ruins left over from humanity's war with alien invaders in the last century, and as far as he knows, many places along the death road are remnants of that war. He touches the hole in the wall with his hand. The guy says they're pretty weird and maybe some kind of switch. The guy turns around to see many red eyes glowing in the dark. He makes a displeased expression on his face. The hero says that someone is approaching him. Rats with a long branch tail and tentacles on the head. The system window says that this is a yellow rat of the 3rd rank. Several dozen evolved animals run towards the main character. He shouts that there are a lot of them. The young man takes a fighting stance, holding a spear in front of him. He swings it at the angry rats. The guy uses the pear-colored flurry method. The monsters fly away. The system says that the yellow rat of the 3rd rank was destroyed and 80,000 experience points were received for it. A high school student with a dissatisfied expression on his face swings his spear. The system notifies that several yellow rats of the 3rd rank have been killed and more than 540,000 experience points have been received for them. The main character exhales, leaning on his knees. He looks at the corpses of rats with a calm expression on his face. The young man says that there is no threat from them, but killing in large numbers is exhausting. He looks at the bag in front of him with a wide smile. The guy says that his efforts were not in vain, because the harvest of experience and anomalous crystal turned out to be quite good. Holding the back of his head, the guy walks forward along the corridors. He says the rats most likely ran in his direction because someone scared them off. He moves along the corridor, holding onto the wall. He says there is someone else in the building. The main character makes a wary expression on his face. He turns sharply, protecting himself from the sword strike. The young man asks who is attacking him. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face, holding a sword in front of her. She understands that there is a helping guy in front of her. The main character answers her with the same facial expression. He understands who is in front of him. They put away their weapons, and the girl scratches the back of her head with a smile. The guy asks how they ended up on the mission and why they disturbed the flock of yellow rats he encountered. The girl raises her finger up with a smile. She replies that they were in the desert, and then the sand suddenly began to settle, and they fell in there and accidentally scared away a pack of evolved animals. The stranger points with her hand at her friend standing next to her. She says that since they had to meet, she offers to get acquainted. She calls their names and informs that a girl with white hair is dating a tall bald guy. The main character responds with a malicious smile. He calls his name and says that since they happen to meet at the end of the world, they should go together. The group walks through an underground tunnel. The girl asks what kind of secret passage this is and why there is only one road in it. The main character replies that they found themselves in the middle of historical ruins left in 2554. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face, looking at the guy. She says that 100 years have passed and asks how the boy knows about this. A high school student points his thumb at himself. He replies that when he passed, he discovered a strange seal on the wall. A wall with a diamond notch in the center. The young man says that the shape of the notches on the wall looks familiar. Opening his mouth wide and raising his index finger up, the guy had an epiphany. He takes out the anomalous crystal and shows it to the group. The boss asks what animal the crystal the guy is holding belonged to. The high school student replies that the yellow rat was one of the ones they scared off, and when this happened, they rushed towards him, so the guy had to kill several. A high school student holds a crystal near a recess. He says that when he met the rats, he was very surprised because he did not understand why evolved animals appeared in the tunnels, and when he was collecting anomalous crystal from them, he was suddenly struck by the idea that yellow rats were the key to the secret passage. The young man inserts the crystal into the recess. It fits perfectly there and begins to glow. The wall lowers to form a passage. The main character says that his guess turned out to be correct. The girl replies that the door really opened. The group enters a building with pieces of construction material lying on the floor. The youth says that in the last century, humanity everywhere used the anomalous crystal of evolved beasts as a new source of energy. And in those days, people used it not only to enhance their source energy, but wherever possible. And it seems that the ruins also work on energy of anomalous crystal. Huge flasks with monsters appear in front of a group of people. The girl with the main character makes a surprised expression on her face. She asks what happened there. The main character replies that they ended up in a laboratory of the last century. The group opens their eyes wide in surprise. They shout in unison that they do not understand what is in front of them. In one of the flasks, a half-man with the body of a lizard floats. The main character says that this is a mutant who was created during the war with an alien invasion. Then people created new species by combining human DNA and evolved animals. A mutant with glowing green eyes and gills. The main character explains that the strength of the new people turned out to be unusually high, but due to their extreme cruelty it was difficult to control them, so ultimately research in this direction was curtailed and all mutants were eliminated. Monster with abs on his stomach. The main character makes a surprised expression and frowns. He says he would not have thought that after a century, such terrifying creatures had not completely disappeared. A thorny vine reaches towards the group's feet. She grabs one of them by the leg. The guy with blue hair is pulled upward. The group of friends turn to look at him in horror. The vine reaches out to the body of the unfortunate guy. He opens his eyes wide in horror and reaches out to his friends. The unfortunate man begs them for help. The vine pulls the guy along the ground. He again begs for help. The friend reaches for the sword with her mouth wide open. She screams at him to hold on. They lift the guy upside down into the bushes. He swears and demands that she let him go. The thorny grass squeezes the guy's body in a vice. His friends open their mouths in horror as they watch what is happening. The boss also opens his eyes and mouth wide. She screams her friend's name. The main character runs up to him and cuts off the vine on which he was hanging. The young man, along with the group, looks at the guy lying on the floor of the laboratory. The main character glances in bewilderment at the grass that has pierced right through the guy's body. He says that he can no longer be helped and they should quickly find a way out and get out of the strange place. The guy moves his fingers. His eyes turn white and the veins on his face bulge. The guys shout his name. The body of the guy with blue hair mutates and he ceases to be thin, becoming twice as big and strong. The group asks in horror what is happening. The main character opens his eyes wide in shock. He screams that he was infected with a virus and was contained in the vine that grabbed him. Two of the group point forward, beckoning Len and his girlfriend. They shout that they have found a way out. The guy runs forward, dragging the girl behind him. The mutant in the test tube opens his mouth wide in the fire. A mutated friend rises from the floor. The main character turns around in horror with his eyes wide open. Behind him, a crowd of mutants is running towards them. The youth shouts for them to be faster as the monsters are approaching. They are attacked by a mutated friend. He swings his clawed hand at the main character. The guy deflects his blow, swinging his spear and cutting off his hand. The girl casts a frightened glance at the main character. He says that their friend carries an unusually strong virus, and the warriors infected with it immediately turn into zombie monsters of the same rank. A monster with a hole in its stomach and a severed arm walks forward. The main character explains that even if you cut off a zombie's head, the body of the infected will continue to move, and the slightest bite leads to instant infection with the virus. The main character swings his spear. He says that they need to be completely immobilized to end their lives. The young man falls to his knees. The vine flies straight at him. He manages to dodge and passes next to his ear, hitting the wall. The main character opens his eyes wide in horror. He looks at the pile of moving vines in front of him. The guy says that this is not an unusual vine, but a peculiar type of evolved beast whose body also contains a virus. The high school student spreads his arms, covering the group standing behind him with his body. He asks them to be careful. The grass, alert, moves forward. A bush of vines reaches out from the depths of the laboratory. The guy and his team are trying to dodge. The vine catches the group boss and she clenches her teeth in horror. She swears in horror at what is happening. The main character runs up and cuts it off, causing the plant to fall motionless to the floor. The main character looks at the grass with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He shouts that it will be difficult for them to control her. The guy swings his spear using fire energy. The hero uses the Phoenix method of greatness. He says he wants to see if she is afraid of baking. You see, it resembles grass. The vine catches fire and withers. The high school student smiles, looking at what is happening. He understands that a fire technique can be used against grass. He makes an even faster swing and spreads the fire throughout the building. The youth shouts that he is once again using the method of Phoenix greatness. The vine twists from the fire. The guy is wary because the grass is enveloping the test tubes behind him. She squeezes them completely in her vice. The main character shouts that things are bad as the grass is going to break the tanks in which the mutants were placed and release them outside. The main character glances at the guy standing behind him. He shouts that they must stop her. The group attacks the vine from different directions. She pulls the test tubes and the glass cracks. The mutant is released. He falls face down on the ground. Dozens of mutants are released. They cast furious glances at the group. Monsters rest on their paws. They kneel down, slowly rising from the ground, and then roar, opening their mouths wide. The system notifies that in front of them is a mutant of the third rank, whose feature is the explosive power inherent in evolved animals, as well as immunity to pain and the desire not to stop until the selected target is destroyed. The main character opens his mouth wide, looking at the group. He shouts that they need to quickly run to the exit since they are mutants of the third rank. The guy's pupils narrow when he senses danger in the form of a clawed paw at his ear. He barely manages to bend over from the beast's blow. The young man exhales, making a frightened expression on his face. He thinks about how he almost died. The hero hits the beast with a spear. He swings his clawed paw. The beast hits the guy and he flies into the wall. The girl opens her mouth wide in horror. She screams her brother's name. A crowd of mutants moves towards the group. The girl swings her spear. She uses the method of cutting through the firmament. The animals take the blow and continue moving. The boss opens his mouth in surprise. She thinks that her blow did not cause any damage to them. The guy's strength passes through the girl's body. He uses the method of Phoenix Greatness. The fire spreads to the mutants. Mutants run towards the main character. He covers the group standing behind with his body. The guy shouts for them to leave first while he covers them. The main character makes a dissatisfied expression on his face and frowns. He thinks that there are many unknown dangers lurking in the ruins, so he should conserve his strength and should not rashly use an explosion of anger and a blow of accumulated power. The main character extends the charged spear forward. He thinks that he should use the method that the guy was taught by his unlucky teacher, and the black ray method itself is unusually sharp. So the guy decides that it's worth finding out what he will be capable of if he covers it with the energy of the origins. The guy uses the pear-colored flurry method. The spear makes multiple attacks on the mutant. Due to the spear's tip piercing the monster's body, it flies off to the side. The main character smiles maliciously, looking at the monster. He says that, as the guy expected, his strength is significantly increased. The main character loads a spear in his hands. He swings, hitting the mutant in front of him. The system notifies him that the bridge of the third rank was destroyed, and 589,207 experience points were received for it. The guy spreads his arms with joy and smiles widely. He shouts that he got over 500,000 points, which is good enough. A group of mutants looks at a guy holding a spear in his hand. He laughs sarcastically and says that they are all his. The young man dodges the blows of the amphibians. One of them opens its mouth, making an ominous sound. The main character thinks that, despite the animal's hard cover and insensitivity to pain, and also the fact that dealing with them is far from easy, it is impossible for him to resist so many experience points. He swings his spear, killing a couple of mutants, and glances at the standing amphibians behind. The guy decides that due to the limited space it is not so easy for them to surround him, and their numerical advantage in this case does not play a significant role. The group watches as the guy kills mutants alone. The system says that the third rank mutant was destroyed, and 599,128 experience points were received for it. A girl with white hair opens her mouth in surprise. She says the guy has a terrifying rage inside him. A friend watches the mutant hit her brother in the face and immediately changes her mind about him. The boss of the group, holding a sword in front of him, runs to help his brother. A girl covers the body of a guy sitting on the floor with a sword. The monster gets hit in the face with the tip of a spear. The girl is surprised that the guy behind her stands up and hits the amphibian through her hand. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. The system notifies that a mutant of the third rank has been destroyed, and 577,770 experience points have been received for it. And the hero also receives a level increase to 18 and 18 stat points. The guy looks at his hand, and a system window with characteristics appears in front of him. Carrier, Linzu, level 18, strength 337 with the possibility of increasing to 339. Endurance, 107 plus 20 with the possibility of increasing to 113 plus 20. Speed, 80. Total combat effectiveness, 2,205 with the possibility of increasing to 2,350. Is a warrior of the third rank. Accumulation of anger, 0, 100. Abilities, Eye of Analysis, Explosion of Anger, Camouflage. The guy mentally tells the system to invest 12 points in strength and 6 in endurance. The hero runs forward, killing mutants as he goes. He chuckles and says that his strength has increased significantly, and it has become much easier for him to swing the black beam. The system window says that the third rank mutant has been destroyed, and 599,000 experience points have been received for it. The group boss opens his eyes wide in horror. She says that something is wrong with the boy, since his strength becomes even greater as the battle progresses. The monsters are wary. From the other side of the corridor, the roar of an unknown beast can be heard. The girls watch what is happening in bewilderment. The white-haired girl asks what happened. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face. He replies that there is a sound of an explosion and someone's roar coming from behind, and most likely it was made by a strong evolved beast. The monsters open their mouths, emitting an answering roar. They scatter and run in different directions along the corridor. The guy and the group watch their flight motionless. The hero says that something called them, and he imagines which monster is capable of commanding mutants of the third rank. The group walks forward along the corridor. The guy says that they need to forget about mutants and cannot stop. They open the door to an unknown room. It is chock full of various weapons, and in the center of it there is a gate. A man with a bald head says that the room is an armory. The group looks at the ammunition with a surprised face. The boss says that there are old-style laser weapons and grenades everywhere, and therefore all this can fetch a hefty sum. The main character makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that first it all needs to be taken away, and now it is not clear whether they will be able to get out on their own. The white-haired girl makes a sign with her finger, putting it to her mouth. She asks to be quiet and listen to the sounds of battle. The group perks up their ears, listening to what's going on behind the wall. The main character hears some words about killing monsters. The group looks at the door in front of them. The girl says that they are not alone, since the sounds are coming from behind the door, and it is possible that the exit is there. The group pushes the door forward. The hero says that they need to open and find out. The guys open the door. Screams about killing animals can be heard from the gap. A huge explosion opens up in front of them. The warriors shout that several more mutants have arrived. The main character opens his eyes wide in surprise. Many mutants fight with warriors. The girl and the guy make surprised expressions on their faces. They do not understand what is happening there and why many mutants and warriors are participating in the battle. The amphibian jumps on the warriors. The group realizes that the mutants they encountered were summoned by an evolved beast. One of the warriors flies into the hands of the protagonist from the monster's blow. A man wipes blood from his face. He thanks the guy for catching him. The group opens their eyes wide in surprise and points a finger at the man. They all knew who he was. The warrior shakes off his body, looking at his friends. He understands that he has friends in front of him. The group watches the intense carnage ahead. The girl asks what is happening there and why many warriors and mutants are participating in the battle. The man scratches the back of his head with his hand, pointing his finger to the side. He replies that he and his group went there by mistake, but there are those who purposefully came there to hunt, and in the depths of the large hall there is a road leading to the surface. She directed that she was guarded by a 6th rank beast, and there was no way to bypass it. A group of friends open their mouths wide in fear. They ask in horror about the 6th rank beast, a monster with long tentacles in the form of plants. The stranger says that a 6th rank beast is a huge creature, 9 meters tall, shaped like a sea anemone, with tentacles writhing everywhere, which have incomparable hardness and therefore can easily penetrate even special steel. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. She asks how they had the courage to go against a rank 6 beast. The man turns around, looking at the fight. He replies that there are more than 100 warriors of the 3rd and 4th ranks and 1 warrior of the 5th rank with whom they will definitely cope, especially since the beast is blocking the exit, so they don't have much choice, and therefore, if they don't deal with him, then will remain there forever. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He says that in any case it is too reckless to rush at him. The main character thinks that something strange is happening to the warriors, and they most likely have gone berserk. The man clenches his hand into a fist, making a wide smile. He says that instead of waiting for death, it is better to take fate into your own hands and end the beast, despite the fact that anomalous crystal of the 6th rank is worth a fortune. The warrior throws a bomb in front of him. The man says that their best fighter has a new bomb with him, and with its help he has probably already managed to inflict significant damage on the monster. A huge explosion occurs. Plant-shaped tentacles envelop the building. The monster grows in the door, enveloping the entire building with tentacles. People scream that the plants are starting to attack them, but he was really hurt, and their brother's bombs are pretty powerful. The main character remembers one of the group members. He says that the vine that attacked them in the laboratory belongs to this monster, and its tentacles reach to distant places, and therefore the entire territory of the ruins is under its control. The mutants run forward. A group of warriors takes a fighting stance. The best warrior shouts that the beast is right in front of them, and they should split into 2 groups, the first of which will hold back the monster and the second will take care of the beast with him. Mutants attack the fighting warriors. They run towards a crowd of animals, then hit monsters with swords. The main character stands next to his group. He asks them to be careful because the mutants are controlled by the main beast. The guy looks forward with a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that an irresistible thirst for battle has arisen in him. The mutant turns to the group. He bares his teeth and runs towards the main character. The young man makes a blow with his spear, throwing it to the side. Nearby, a girl from his group hits the mutant with a sword. The high school student watches in bewilderment as the members of his group become more active. The girl smiles sarcastically, standing in the crowd of mutants. The bald guy next to her clenches his teeth in rage. The young man thinks that the condition of the members of his group has become like that of the rest of the people in the hall. The guy turns his head towards the others. He thinks that everyone in his group has become euphoric and, moreover, their combat effectiveness has increased. The spear hits the monster in the head. The guy steps on the dead mutant. He shouts that all the animals have been killed. The friend points her finger to the left. She says that the main monster is on its last legs. The warriors look at the monster's tentacles. They shout that the beast is dying, and the onslaught must not be weakened. The warriors, with a crazy expression on their faces, run towards the monster. They shout that they will kill the 6th rank beast and take its anomalous crystal, and then compete for the right to possess it. The girl shows the main character with her hand forward. She yells for them to fight. The guy stops his girlfriend by the shoulder. He says something strange is happening. The girl asks what he means. The main character looks at her with a surprised expression on his face. He says that when they were in the hall, everyone inexplicably became extremely excited, with the exception of the main warrior, and his guess is that the bomb he threw most likely contains a gas that stimulates adrenaline in the human body. Warriors run recklessly towards the beast. The guy goes on to explain that this kind of gas dramatically increases adrenaline levels, and despite the short-term effect of increasing combat effectiveness, it also has a detrimental effect on the body. That is why the rest of the wars fight the beast to the death, no matter what, and they all turned out to be cannon fodder for the main warrior. The girl makes an angry expression on her face. She says that he is a terrible person and did not dare to do this to them. The youth replies that he can simply sit and wait for the beast and the warriors to kill each other, and then reap all the benefits without much effort. The monster, when activated, actively moves its tentacles. Warriors with cut parts of their bodies, with a dissatisfied expression on their faces, look at each other. One of them says that the beast was pretending to be dead. The second one answers him that even if so, he doesn't have much time left, and he can't slow down the pressure. The beast hits the warrior in the body with its tentacles. The others look at him in surprise. They ask if their friend is okay. The guy turns around at the sound, already mutated into a zombie. Mutated military men are moving towards their former comrades. They shout to each other that their friends have become infected with the virus and have mutated, so everyone should be careful. Zombies attack friends. A horde of mutated warriors runs forward. Those who remain scream in horror, demanding that their once loved ones not touch them. The group watches the battle between zombies and warriors. The girl says it's good that they didn't go on the attack. The main character replies that they got rid of all the mutants, and therefore the beast deliberately lured the warriors closer in order to create new puppets. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that, be that as it may, the monster's condition means that he will not last long. The main warrior points his sword forward. He shouts that zombies are no longer their comrades, and therefore they can be easily killed. The man swings a loaded weapon. He says he uses a mountain-cutting blade. A wave of energy hits the monster. A part is cut off from the beast. It opens and strange innards fall out. The soldiers watch what is happening in bewilderment. They are sure that it will drop an anomalous crystal of the 6th rank. The men begin to fight among themselves. Each of them wants to take the crystal for themselves. The main warrior frowns. He shouts that the stone belongs to him. The man swings his weapon, killing his comrades. He shouts that they will all have to go to the next world. The main character looks at his friend with a malicious smile. She asks her brother what they should do now. He replies that he will have to fight, since the man does not deserve the crystal. He tries to remove the stone from the beast's body with a malicious smile. The man chuckles and says that they have no chance in the competition against him. The main character runs behind a broadly smiling man as he laughs loudly. The main character swings a spear behind the man's back. He glances at the boy. The warrior says that the young man has no chance in the competition with him for the crystal. The man counters his blow by blocking with his sword. The young man smiles maliciously, looking at his opponent. He says that he knows that the man used bombs with a psychostimulant, making the warriors present his cannon fodder, and he calmly waited until all the work was done for him. Friends look at the main warrior. They ask their friend if it's true. Embittered men raise their weapons and fists, looking at their former friend. They shout that they will kill him and take the anomalous crystal. The men around begin to attack the leader. They wish him dead. The warrior jumps, swinging at the youth. He screams for the boy to go to hell. The main character watches this with a calm expression. He thinks that he is at the 3rd rank, and therefore he is not able to repel the attack of a 5th rank warrior with a verdict. However, when killing the beast, he had to spend a fair amount of source energy, and now his strength should not be so high. The main character swings his spear in front of him, repelling the enemy's attack. It uses the verdict method. The man flies to the side. An explosion occurs at the site of its fall. Embittered men run towards the rising leader. They shout to him that he will pay for everything. The warriors open their mouths wide, frowning. They shout that he did not dare to send them into battle by deception, and he will pay for it. The leader tries to dodge attacks from opponents. The guy turns to the soldiers running towards the beast. They shout at him to step aside, and if he stands in the way of the beast, he will die. The young man makes a spear strike at the enemy. He uses a flurry of pear color. The monster's tentacles writhe along the ground. The guy looks at them in bewilderment. He sees the movement of the beast's tentacles. The young man realizes that the monster is still alive. He makes a malicious smile. The guy shouts that he is lucky. He makes a spear thrust with a big smile. The main character uses the Phoenix method of greatness. The beast tries to defend itself from the blow. The system window says that a rank 6 monster has been destroyed and 8,888,888 experience points have been gained for it. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that he was given too meager a reward for a 6th rank beast. The guy digs into the body of the beast with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thinks that it's probably all due to the fact that he dealt him less than 40% of the damage and therefore received only 1/10 of the experience of his total amount. The young man is wary of the warrior running behind him. He shouts to him to stop because the beast is his. The guy reaches for the weapon. The man opens his mouth wide, swinging at the main character. He screams and demands that he die. The man makes a blow to the guy, but he manages to fight him off with a spear. The warrior smiles maliciously. The main character thinks that he cannot defeat a 5th rank opponent, and if he does nothing, he will lose, so he needs to come up with a way that can turn the situation in his favor. The young man smiles maliciously, looking at his opponent. He thinks about what he has figured out what to do. The guy uses a blow of accumulated force. He extends his spear towards the enemy. The youth uses his accumulated strength along with a pear-colored barrage. The man, eyes wide open, fights off the blows. He thinks about how the low-ranking warrior got a huge power surge out of nowhere. The high school student smiles broadly, looking at his opponent. He says that a rank 5 opponent can do too little. The guy imbues his entire body with energy, holding a spear in front of him. He shouts that the warrior must taste his strongest blow. The man covers his body with his hands, clenching his teeth. He thinks that he does not understand what the previous attack was like. The guy, filled with energy, opens his mouth wide. He quickly runs to the side, smiling, while the man behind him looks after him with dismay. The man opens his mouth wide in anger. He screams at the guy that he will cut him to shreds. The main character stops at the slightly open gate. He puts pressure on them to open up. The guy, out of horror, asks them to open up. A man with a loaded weapon runs towards the enemy. He shouts at him that he won't be able to escape. The main character clenches his teeth in horror. He pushes the door away from him. The warrior behind him swings his weapon at the boy. He screams for the young man to die. The man throws a punch, but the guy dodges. The warrior falls and opens the gate with his body and then flies into the room. He falls to the ground in the armory. The man rises to his feet. He swears at the main character. The guy throws a bomb into his room. The man looks in horror at the explosive weapon in front of him. There is a huge explosion and the guy flies off to the side. The system notifies him that a 5th rank warrior has been destroyed and 12 million experience points have been received for him. The young man falls to the ground near the door. The system window states that the main character has reached level 19 and received 19 stat points. A young man rises from the ground, holding his head in pain. He says that everything hurts and his bones are cracking at the seams, and if it weren't for the bomb that he managed to grab from the armory, he would not have had a chance to survive. The main character looks at the characteristics window in front of him. Carrier, Lenzu, level 19, strength 349, upgradable to 359, endurance 113 plus 20, upgradable to 120 plus 20, speed 80, upgradable to 82. Overall combat effectiveness 2,350 with the possibility of promotion to 2,520. Is a warrior of the 3rd rank, accumulation of anger 0, 100, abilities, eye of analysis, explosion of anger, camouflage. The group runs up to their friend. The girl asks if her brother is safe. The guy wipes his face with his hand. He replies that he is fine. She asks how his opponent is because she saw him running after him. The main character, smiling maliciously, points to the explosion. He says he lured him into the armory and sent him into the air. The guy with red hair standing behind opens his eyes and mouth wide. He shouts that the man was a 5th rank warrior and the youth calmly dealt with him. The girl admires her brother's strength. The main character goes forward with his group. He says that they need to move on, since the beast is no longer blocking their exit, and nothing is stopping them from getting out of the ruins. Crowds of dead monsters and warriors lie on the ground. A male voice says that the only survivors are their group. The main character is sitting by the door with his friends. He says they need to tend to the wounds first and then head for the exit. The guy turns to the mutated monsters. He says that a lot of useful materials can be extracted from the remains of a 6th rank beast, and searching the bodies of dead warriors would also be useful. 1 hour later, the guy turns to the group. He asks if they are ready to perform. The girl, smiling, raises her hands and shouts that they can leave. The group moves towards the exit. The guy with the bald head asks if they can leave the ruins if they go straight. A man with red hair looks at his friend. He replies that it is possible, but before getting there, his previous group was able to walk around the ruins from top to bottom, and therefore there is no passage anywhere else. The gang approaches the gate. The main character says that there is an iron door in front of them again, and the creator of the ruins should have used more imagination. The group pushes the gate away from them. The main character shouts at them to push harder. Opening the gate slightly, he opens his eyes wide. The room they entered looked like a huge control center. The guy understands that the room is a control panel. The girl turns to the members of her group. She says that her friend has heard a lot about the technology and therefore can try to launch it. The man replies that there is antediluvian equipment everywhere and he doesn't understand it, and besides, he needs to understand how it turns on. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that in the ruins everything works on anomalous crystals, so it's worth looking for equipment with connectors for them. The guy lifts the lid of the box. He says he found the power supply. The guy looks through the box and sees in it many compartments for anomalous crystal. He puts his supplies there. The main character silently watches what is happening and then opens his mouth wide, pointing his finger at the remote control. He is unhappy that the machine absorbed so many of his stones. The young man inserts the last 2 stones. All crystals are in their slots. A disgruntled high school student opens his mouth wide in anger and raises his fist, hitting the backboard. He shouts that he used 20 anomalous crystals on her, but the machine does not give any reaction. The stones fill the shield with energy. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that the launch has started, which means the device needed to make a shock. The girl runs up to the disgruntled boy with a smile. She asks if he found the switch. He replies that he could only find a power supply, and he had to sacrifice 20 anomalous crystals to power everything. One of the group looks at the remote control with a smile, holding his chest. He says that he has found a central portal through which they can escape. The young man looks at the man with a surprised expression. He asks if he can activate the portal. The man replies that he will succeed. He lifts the lever up. The portal behind the group activates. The man says that everything worked and he is a genius. The portal reveals the exit to the outside. The man explains that he can take them to the surface. The group runs to the portal. The warrior explains that the crystal's energy won't last long, so they should hurry. The group stands under the teleporter beam. His energy illuminates the group's bodies. The device lifts everyone up through the sand. Group members find themselves on the surface. Happy men smile widely. They say that they were finally able to leave the ruins and, moreover, remained alive. The main character turns to his friend. He says it's time for them to leave. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. She asks where he plans to go. The guy turns to his girlfriend with a malicious smile. He replies that forward and only forward. The girls stand nearby, watching the young man leave. The group boss thinks that maybe her brother is heading to the same place as them. A girl standing nearby asks if her friend will miss the boy and, if so, then she should catch up with him. The boss makes a dissatisfied expression on his face, looking at his friend covering her mouth with laughter. She demands that the girl shut up. Destroyed building. The main character sits near the created fire. He says it is very fresh in the desert at night. With a malicious smile, the boy reaches into his briefcase. He says that in the confusion he did not have time to carefully examine the anomalous crystal of the 6th rank and would like to see what it is. In the backpack, an anomalous crystal with arms and legs eats other stones. He becomes alert, stuffing a red crystal into his mouth. The main character opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. He doesn't understand what's going on and doesn't know why the 6th rank anomalous crystal has gained a spirit. The baby stone hides the crystal behind his back. The main character makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that the crystal baby has no manners and no fear. He holds the animated stone in front of him, looking at it in bewilderment. The youth says that perhaps an evolved beast secretly snuck into his bag and devoured his rank 6 anomalous crystal. He makes a threatening expression on his face, staring straight at the living stone. The high school student shouts that he will kill the baby and open his belly and then take out the stone. The crystal in his hands becomes frightened and shakes in horror. The main character clenches his teeth sarcastically. He says that the baby understands him. A student takes a photo of an unknown creature. He says there may be information on the internet about who the stone is. He looks at the phone in surprise. The young man says that nothing was found upon request and, most likely, the stone is an alien creature resembling an anomalous crystal. A high school student touches an unknown creature with his finger, causing him to start laughing. He says that the surface of the stone seems hard, but in fact it is not, so the guy allows the creature to live with him, but forbids him to run away and eat his anomalous crystal. He smiles maliciously, looking at the living piece of stone standing in front of him. The guy says that he is still bored on the road and therefore wants to travel with the animal, calling him Gun Gun. The young man pierces the scorpion right through with his spear. The system notifies that the red desert scorpion of the 3rd rank has been destroyed and 150,000 experience points have been received for it. The baby stone runs to the scorpion, getting its crystal. The main character smiles maliciously as he walks forward. He says that the baby helped him collect a lot of crystal on the road, so he can take the one he just took. The animal puts the crystal into its mouth. The young man thinks that, despite his plump appearance, the kid has an unusually high speed, and when he killed the evolved animals, the monster at the same moment extracted an anomalous crystal from them and gave it to the guy, which saved a lot of time, and he also likes to eat there. The main character points his finger forward at the lake with trees growing around. He asks his little friend to look at the oasis. Boiling water in an oasis. Its drops fall on the face of the main character. He, along with his little friend, opens his eyes wide, looking at the water. The guy shouts that this is very cool. A sword appears near his ears. The main character turns around sharply, repelling the attack. The blow throws him to the side, and the baby gets scared. The main character frowns. He thinks that the sword technique is incredibly fierce, and the opponent is a master of his craft. The guy opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. A girl in a tight red suit with white hair appears in front of him. He realizes that this is an old acquaintance in front of him. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. She also recognizes the young guy. The girlfriend falls into the arms of the main character. He looks at her face with bewilderment. The guy asks if the girl is okay. He looks at his hand, which he used to support his girlfriend's body. He realizes that she is injured as there are traces of blood on his hands. The main character takes the briefcase off his shoulders. He says he has some medicine and will help apply it. The girl turns over and a huge bloody wound is visible on her back. She regains consciousness and opens her eyes wide. The girl screams for the guy to let her go. The main character looks at his friend in bewilderment. He replies that he is donating the most valuable restoration fluid from his reserves for her. The green medicine gets on the girl's wound. The main character points to his back in bewilderment. He asks his friend who wounded her. The girl falls asleep on his briefcase, and the main character covers her with his jacket. A system window appears in front of him, indicating that she is a 4th rank warrior. The young man thinks that his previous level was not at all important, and the guy did not have the opportunity to see her rank, so he did not expect that the girl was a warrior of the 4th rank, since the indicators of her abilities are in many ways superior to the average representative of the same rank. Waking up, the girl opens her eyes. She asks how the young man ended up on the path of death. He folds his arms over his chest and shows 2 fingers. The guy asks her to guess and says that if she succeeds, she will get a reward. The girl turns away from the annoying guy. She replies that she doesn't really care and he doesn't have to talk. The guy thinks that she is a very boring young lady. Sitting in front of the victim, the main character smiles maliciously. He says he ended up there because he was accepted into the university and he is heading there. The girl opens her eyes wide in surprise and remembers their last meeting. She asks if it's true that he was accepted there. The main character makes a relaxed expression on his face. He replies that she shouldn't imagine anything, since he is not going there because of her. The girl looks at the guy with a calm expression. She replies that he himself imagines a lot of things. The guy turns back warily. He says he thinks several people are approaching. The friend lowers her head down. She asks the main character to leave quickly as the mercenaries are looking for her. He sits on his knees in front of the girl, holding all the equipment on his stomach. The young man shouts that he is a man and cannot leave the girl, saving himself alone, so she should jump on his back. The girlfriend climbs on the guy's back. He will run forward, holding a lot of equipment in his backpack on his stomach and a girl on his back. The main character asks her to hold tight. The kid gives the girl a bottle. The young man asks her to drink a solution that will speed up her recovery. The girl opens her eyes wide in surprise, looking at the monster handing her a bottle. She asks why a 6th rank evolved beast is walking with the guy. The guy glances at the girl behind him. He replies that this is his pet gun, and she should not covet his anomalous crystal in his body. The girl with a calm expression on her face brings the bottle to her lips. She says that she doesn't need a measly rank 6 crystal. The guy makes a malicious smile, turning to the girl. He says that he has already drunk from the bottle that she drinks from. The young man turns away tensely. The girl replies that she doesn't understand him. The guy says she's not nice at all. The friend turns back, looking at the bandits pursuing them. She tells the main character that with her on his back, he won't be able to tear himself away. The bandits catch up with a couple of heroes. The girl tells the high school student that they are already catching up with him. The men behind shout that they have found their prey. A bandit with a long sparse mustache extends his hand forward. He shouts that the girl has killed more than 100 members of the Black Tiger group and cannot just get away from them. The bandit swings his spear. He yells at them to slow down. The man throws him forward. He screams for the couple to die. A high school student and his girlfriend look ahead in surprise. A spear stops near his feet, and the boy has to slow down. The young man avoids obstacles in the form of spears. He slows down and turns back to the bandits standing behind him. The men ask how far their rival is going. Behind the couple stands an enemy with green and yellow hair. The main character understands that they are all at the peak of the 3rd rank. He glances at his friend behind him. The guy thinks that she managed to break through their encirclement, killing more than 100 people along the way, and also escape, which proves that her strength is truly frightening. The leader of the group touches his mustache. He says that she shouldn't waste her energy in vain, because she won't be able to escape anyway. The girl furrows her eyebrows angrily. She replies that they will all die. A man with an angry expression on his face holds a spear in front of him. He says that after their last attack there was no living space left of her, and they will not be afraid of the girl, and besides, the cute young man will not be able to protect her, because he is just a weak chicken. The main character stands, taken aback by the bandit's words. He plays the phrase about the weak chicken in his head. A man with an angry expression on his face licks his lips. He says she should rush into his arms and let him give him a lot of tough love. The girl looks at the main character. She asks him to let her come down. The friend is holding a sword in her hands, covering the boy's body with it. He chuckles and says that no one seems to take him into account. The bandit frowns and opens his mouth wide. He screams for his brothers. The man holds his weapon forward. He shouts to the group to take the girl alive and send the guy to the next world, because it will be too annoying to kill Beauty, and when they're done, they'll have fun with her. The bandits smile broadly, pointing their weapons at the girl and the guy. They laugh at the commander's words. The bandit tries to attack the main character. A man with red hair swings at the boy. The main character uses his drain energy. He swings his spear, reflecting the enemy's blow. The main character imbues the spear with fire energy. He extends it forward towards his opponent. The guy uses the Phoenix method of greatness. The man clenches his teeth in horror. He shouts that he doesn't know such a skill. The hero strikes, but the man dodges. On the other side, 3 bandits attack the girl. The leader clenches his teeth, looking at his opponent. He thinks that they seriously injured her, but at the same time she still has a lot of strength. The bandit behind makes a sly smile, holding a pair of guns in front of him. He tells the girl that he is going to see her. A man combines parts of a weapon into one spear. Fighting off the men in front, the girl turns to the bandit who is trying to stab her. The boy's spear blocks the bandit's weapon. He stands up, covering the girl's back. A high school student asks if his friend is okay. She replies that everything is fine, but they need to hold out. They run away from each other in different directions. The main character shouts that they need to solve everything quickly. 3 bandits look at the young guy. A man with a long nose runs towards the boy. He says that he will teach him how to use a spear since they have the same weapons. The main character is wary. The man makes a blow to the main character. He says he's using a meteor strike. The boy twirls a spear charged with fire in his hands. He says the man is a shameless stud and he doesn't even come close to impressing him. The guy swings his spear. He uses the method of Phoenix greatness. An explosion occurs. The opponent is thrown aside, but remains on his feet. He laughs and says that the kid can still do something. The guy smiles sarcastically, holding a spear in his hand. He says it was only 1/10 of his strength. The bandits behind the guy jump on him with weapons. The guy glances warily behind him. He swings his spear around himself. The guy uses the verdict method. A spearman appears behind him. His hand is charged with the guy's strength, and he opens his eyes wide in surprise. The guy swings a spear at the enemy. He makes a strike, but the man repels the attack with a spear. He grits his teeth from the pressure and glances at the weapon. He does not understand what kind of spear it is and why it is so heavy. The man opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. He realizes that there is a purple spear with charged energy in front of him. The man says that this spear is a black ray. The main character smiles widely. He says that the man understood everything correctly. The bandit smiles widely, looking at the weapon. He chuckles and says that he is lucky because he will kill the boy and take him away. The young man steps aside. He says that since the man liked his spear, he will give it to him. The guy throws a weapon at the enemy. He shouts that the bandit can take him away. The warrior catches the spear next to his face with one hand. He somehow holds it with one hand, clenching his teeth from tension. The man says the weapon is too heavy. The young man runs towards him with glowing eyes. The guy hits his opponent, and he drops the spear to the ground. He uses a chain kick technique. The bandit flies off to the side. The guy catches the spear in mid-flight, opening his mouth wide. He shouts to the warrior that a fool like him is not worthy to use such a weapon in the first place. The guy reflects the blow of an opponent with red hair. At the same time, on the other side, the gang leader clenches his teeth in anger. He says that the girl already scares him. The bandit makes a blow with his weapon. He uses the 1,000-fold piercing method. The man screams for the girl to die. She looks at her opponent with a dissatisfied expression on her face. The girl, dodging the attacks, runs towards him. She swings her sword, cutting her opponent's body in 2. The girl uses the method of limitless flower falling. The main character makes a wary expression on his face. He shouts for the girl to be careful and look behind her. Behind the friend, the gang leader raises his weapon. The main character makes an irritated expression on his face. He tells her to take care of herself because if scars remain on her beautiful face, it will not be good. The girl dodges the enemy's blow, turning towards her colleague. She replies that he must take care of himself and not let himself be killed. The guy defends himself from opponent's blows. Gritting his teeth, he dodges the red-haired opponent. The main character holds a fist to his face. He thinks that the trio really work extremely well together, and besides, they perfectly manage to combine the advantages of short and long weapons, and this will not be easy. A man with a spear jumps in front of the main character. He says the time of reckoning has come. A man hits a guy with a spear. It uses the meteorite impact method. The bandit says that he wants to send the guy to hell and so that he will report his arrival to everyone there. The main character opens his eyes wide and wary. The spears fly forward. The main character looks at the bandit from one side. He thinks that he has no choice. The guy turns around with anger at the second enemy on the other side. He thinks that he will still have to use an outburst of anger. The main character's body is saturated with energy. He activates the anger explosion method. The enemy makes huge eyes in horror. He doesn't understand how the guy's power suddenly increased. The main character runs towards the enemy with charged energy. He extends his spear forward. The youngster uses the pear-colored flurry method. The man's spear breaks, and he is taken aback by what is happening. The bandit asks what's going on. The spear's attack knocks him aside. The system window says that the third rank warrior was destroyed, and 302,300 experience points were received for him. The bandit with horns looks at his friend in horror. He says that the boy's power suddenly increased. The comrade replies that they have had enough of struggling and should use the strongest combat attacks. The man clenches his teeth in rage. He imbues his weapon with energy and swings. Bandit uses the Red Lotus method. The guy makes a malicious smile, looking at him. She says that she can also use fire attribute abilities. The main character swings his spear. He uses the method of Phoenix Greatness. A column of fiery attack appears in front of the enemy. It hits the opponent, setting them on fire. The system window says that the third rank warrior was destroyed, and 306,500 experience points were received for him. The man holds the sword in front of him, clenching his teeth. He says he uses Mountain Crush and Cleave. The bandit makes blows towards the guy. The main character spins the spear in his hands, repelling all attacks. He runs at the enemy with his mouth wide open. The bandit opens his eyes wide in horror and covers his face with his hand. The guy runs past him, piercing him with a spear. The system window says that the third rank warrior was destroyed, and 301,110 experience points were received for him. He turns to the corpses of his opponents with a smile. The guy says it's done. On the other side, the girl is holding herself, leaning on the sword, standing in front of the enemy. He smiles maliciously, looking at the girl. The man chuckles and says that she shouldn't get her hopes up, because she will die as soon as his guys deal with the boy. The guy angrily jumps at the enemy with a spear aimed at his head. The man manages to dodge the blow. The young man stands next to the girl, covering her behind him. He says that he has no need to wait for his comrades since they are dead. The man clenches his teeth in anger. He shouts that he was given 3 rubbish. The old man extends an axe charged with energy towards the young man. He shouts that he will destroy them. The man frowns, looking at the couple with anger. He screams for them to go to hell. A man jumps on a high school student. He uses the thunder attack method. The main character smiles maliciously, looking at him. He says that he has saved something special for the enemy. The guy jumps in response to the man's attack. He screams for him to accept his power. The spear hits the old man's axe and splits it. The guy makes a blow to the bandit's body. He uses a blow of accumulated power. The system states that a third rank warrior was destroyed, and 311,110 experience points were received for him. The main character picks up his things from the ground and walks forward. She and her friend sit down on the ground. The guy asks if she's okay. She replies that everything is fine. He hands her a bottle of liquid. The guy tells her not to worry since he didn't drink from the bottle. She brings the bottle to her lips with her eyes closed. The girl says that she did not expect that his rate of increase in strength would be rapid. A guy with a wide smile raises his arm up, showing his biceps. He says he is an exceptional talent. The girl gets up and moves away from the guy. He asks where she is going. The girl replies that she is going to the city. The main character says it's great and he'll go with her. The guy gets up from the ground. He asks her to wait, because due to the fact that he helped her, he is seriously overextended in physical strength, and he would like to rest. The girlfriend calmly leaves the main character. He shouts after her so that she doesn't leave quickly, as he will die from exhaustion. A chameleon crawls through the grass. The main character says that he was finally able to see something resembling an ordinary forest. The girl walks ahead of her friend. He says that there is very little time left before university. The couple turns around at the sound behind them. A male voice laughs and says that he won't let anyone into the city just like that. A group of friends that the guy met before chats with the man. The girl asks him how this should be assessed. The man, smiling, holds his hands at his side. He says he's heard that applicants are subject to testing, and he does this to ensure they pass and eliminates competitors in advance. The girl makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She says that is no reason to kill them. The man smiles sarcastically, spreading his arms. He says that he wouldn't dare, since they are all their own, and only hopes that they will turn around and go back. The men in the group clench their teeth in anger. They shout that they cannot go back, since there are many dangers on the road, and this would be tantamount to murder. A guy and his girlfriend stand looking at the group. The girl asks if he knows the people there. The guy replies that he knows them. They approach the group, and the main character raises his hand up. He says it's very busy there. The girl smiles widely at the sight of the boy. She greets him. The guy smiles sarcastically, looking at the bully. He says that they are also going there, which means they also need to turn around and go back. The guys from the group standing behind him open their eyes wide in surprise. The girl says that even though the guy is also a university applicant, the difference between them is great. The young man folds his arms across his chest, looking at the gang boss. The man says that the guy is quite tactful, and the beauty next to him is quite good looking. He reaches out his hands to the girl standing next to the main character. The bandit says he can let them through if she agrees to be his girlfriend. The girl takes the sword out of its sheath. She makes a move next to her. The man's fingers are near the tip of the blade. The man runs to the side, holding his hand, while the bandit standing next to him looks at him, covering his mouth with his hand. He screams that the girl almost cut off his finger. The guy tells the boss that she is a rank 4 warrior. The girl stands with an angry expression on her face and holds her hands at her sides while the man turns to his charge. He chuckles and says that she is injured, and therefore such a beauty cannot be missed so easily. The main character looks at a man who is holding his hand. He smiles maliciously. The guy asks them if they know about the Black Tiger group. The man also makes a malicious smile. He says that he knows that there are more than 100 people there, but there are not even a dozen third-rank warriors. The main character folds his arms across his chest, looking at the bandit. He replies that they have a connection with them, since they went against them, and now the gang simply does not exist. The man opens his mouth wide in horror. He shouts that this is impossible, since there are more than 100 people there, and besides, at least 5 of them stood at the peak of the 3rd rank. The warrior points his finger at the main character. He says that even they did not dare to provoke the goons rashly. The gang boss raises his hand. He says they won't take his word for it. The main character makes a malicious smile. He says that since he doesn't believe it, he can check it himself. The man answers the boy with a wide smile. He says that the kid is no stranger. The boss reaches for the dagger behind his back. He aims it at the protagonist with charged energy. The man says he is going to check. The young man extends his fist forward, charging it with energy. He says that after checking he will go to the next world. The young man hits his opponent in the shoulder. He uses the ripping fist method. The man becomes wary of the energy next to his hand. In pain, the leader pulls the weapon back and clenches his teeth. He says the guy got into trouble. A crowd of warriors runs towards the main character. The leader demands them to attack and kill the guy. A katana appears near his neck. The girl holds it at the opponent's neck, making a serious expression on her face. She says that if he moves, she will kill him. One of the gang men points his finger at the girl. He demands that she release their leader. The guy shows 3 fingers. He says he's giving them 3 seconds. The young man bends one finger with a malicious smile. He says they have a choice, leave or die. The girls reach for weapons behind their backs. The guys from the main character's group grit their teeth in rage. Ready for battle, the 2 gangs watch as the girl holds a katana to the leader's face. The boss clenches his teeth in displeasure. He replies that they are already getting ready to leave. The man casts a dissatisfied glance at the main character and his girlfriend standing behind him. A girl with a wide smile approaches a high school student. She says that this guy is from another academy in the city, and he is strong, but his character is loose, and if the main character had not intervened, her group would not have known what to do, so she thanks him. The leader of the gang approaches the girl from behind and scratches the back of her head in a relaxed manner. She also thanks the girl standing in front of her. The young man smiles widely, waving his hand. He says that everything is fine, since everyone is his own. The guy looks at the girl in front. He asks if they will reach the end of the road if they continue moving forward. The girl calmly replies that it will be so. The gang boss scratches his head. She asks if her group can join his pair. The girl silently watches the conversation between the main character and his girlfriend. He tells the girl that of course they can, because it will be easier to keep an eye on each other. The friend happily thanks the guy, calling him brother. Groups of people sit around a fire. The main character, eating meat, turns to the groups. He says that the people behind are also heading to the university, and there are a lot of them. The guy continues to chew the meat, looking at his girlfriend. He asks if she knows about the approximate number of people who enter there every year. The girl holds her chin. She says that she is not aware of this, but 5 candidates were selected from her academy, and besides them, 5 more. A high school student with a dissatisfied expression on his face swings his spear. The system notifies that several yellow rats of the 3rd rank have been killed, and more than 540,000 experience points have been received for them. The main character exhales, leaning on his knees. He looks at the corpses of rats with a calm expression on his face. The young man says that there is no threat from them, but killing in large numbers is exhausting. He looks at the bag in front of him with a wide smile. The guy says that his efforts were not in vain, because the harvest of experience and anomalous crystal turned out to be quite good. Holding the back of his head, the guy walks forward along the corridors. He says the rats most likely ran in his direction because someone scared them off. He moves along the corridor, holding onto the wall. He says there is someone else in the building. The main character makes a wary expression on his face. He turns sharply, protecting himself from the sword strike. The young man asks who is attacking him. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face, holding a sword in front of her. She understands that there is a helping guy in front of her. The main character answers her with the same facial expression. He understands who is in front of him. They put away their weapons, and the girl scratches the back of her head with a smile. The guy asks how they ended up on the mission and why they disturbed the flock of yellow rats he encountered. The girl raises her finger up with a smile. She replies that they were in the desert, and then the sand suddenly began to settle, and they fell in there and accidentally scared away a pack of evolved animals. The stranger points with her hand at her friend standing next to her. She says that since they had to meet, she offers to get acquainted. She calls their names and informs that a girl with white hair is dating a tall bald guy. The main character responds with a malicious smile. He calls his name and says that since they happen to meet at the end of the world, they should go together. The group walks through an underground tunnel. The girl asks what kind of secret passage this is and why there is only one road in it. The main character replies that they found themselves in the middle of historical ruins left in 2554. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face, looking at the guy. She says that 100 years have passed and asks how the boy knows about this. A high school student points his thumb at himself. He replies that when he passed, he discovered a strange seal on the wall. A wall with a diamond notch in the center. The young man says that the shape of the notches on the wall looks familiar. Opening his mouth wide and raising his index finger up, the guy had an epiphany. He takes out the anomalous crystal and shows it to the group. The boss asks what animal the crystal the guy is holding belonged to. The high school student replies that the yellow rat was one of the ones they scared off, and when this happened, they rushed towards him, so the guy had to kill several. A high school student holds a crystal near a recess. He says that when he met the rats, he was very surprised because he did not understand why evolved animals appeared in the tunnels, and when he was collecting anomalous crystal from them, he was suddenly struck by the idea that yellow rats were the key to the secret passage. The young man inserts the crystal into the recess. It fits perfectly there and begins to glow. The wall lowers to form a passage. The main character says that his guess turned out to be correct. The girl replies that the door really opened. The group enters a building with pieces of construction material lying on the floor. The youth says that in the last century, humanity everywhere used the anomalous crystal of evolved beasts as a new source of energy. And in those days, people used it not only to enhance their source energy, but wherever possible. And it seems that the ruins also work on energy of anomalous crystal. Huge flasks with monsters appear in front of a group of people. The girl with the main character makes a surprised expression on her face. She asks what happened there. The main character replies that they ended up in a laboratory of the last century. The group opens their eyes wide in surprise. They shout in unison that they do not understand what is in front of them. In one of the flasks, a half-man with the body of a lizard floats. The main character says that this is a mutant who was created during the war with an alien invasion. Then people created new species by combining human DNA and evolved animals. A mutant with glowing green eyes and gills. The main character explains that the strength of the new people turned out to be unusually high. But due to their extreme cruelty, it was difficult to control them, so ultimately research in this direction was curtailed and all mutants were eliminated. Monster with abs on his stomach. The main character makes a surprised expression and frowns. He says he would not have thought that after a century, such terrifying creatures had not completely disappeared. A thorny vine reaches towards the group's feet. She grabs one of them by the leg. The guy with blue hair is pulled upward. The group of friends turn to look at him in horror. The vine reaches out to the body of the unfortunate guy. He opens his eyes wide in horror and reaches out to his friends. The unfortunate man begs them for help. The vine pulls the guy along the ground. He again begs for help. The friend reaches for the sword with her mouth wide open. She screams at him to hold on. They lift the guy upside down into the bushes. He swears and demands that she let him go. The thorny grass squeezes the guy's body in a vice. His friends open their mouths in horror as they watch what is happening. The boss also opens his eyes and mouth wide. She screams her friend's name. The main character runs up to him and cuts off the vine on which he was hanging. The young man, along with the group, looks at the guy lying on the floor of the laboratory. The main character glances in bewilderment at the grass that has pierced right through the guy's body. He says that he can no longer be helped and they should quickly find a way out and get out of the strange place. The guy moves his fingers. His eyes turn white and the veins on his face bulge. The guys shout his name. The body of the guy with blue hair mutates and he ceases to be thin, becoming twice as big and strong. The group asks in horror what is happening. The main character opens his eyes wide in shock. He screams that he was infected with a virus and was contained in the vine that grabbed him. Two of the group point forward, beckoning Lin and his girlfriend. They shout that they have found a way out. The guy runs forward, dragging the girl behind him. The mutant in the test tube opens his mouth wide in the fire. A mutated friend rises from the floor. The main character turns around in horror with his eyes wide open. Behind him, a crowd of mutants is running towards them. The youth shouts for them to be faster as the monsters are approaching. They are attacked by a mutated friend. He swings his clawed hand at the main character. The guy deflects his blow, swinging his spear and cutting off his hand. The girl casts a frightened glance at the main character. He says that their friend carries an unusually strong virus, and the warriors infected with it immediately turn into zombie monsters of the same rank. A monster with a hole in its stomach and a severed arm walks forward. The main character explains that even if you cut off a zombie's head, the body of the infected will continue to move, and the slightest bite leads to instant infection with the virus. The main character swings his spear. He says that they need to be completely immobilized to end their lives. The young man falls to his knees. The vine flies straight at him. He manages to dodge and passes next to his ear, hitting the wall. The main character opens his eyes wide in horror. He looks at the pile of moving vines in front of him. The guy says that this is not an unusual vine, but a peculiar type of evolved beast whose body also contains a virus. The high school student spreads his arms, covering the group standing behind him with his body. He asks them to be careful. The grass, alert, moves forward. A bush of vines reaches out from the depths of the laboratory. The guy and his team are trying to dodge. The vine catches the group boss and she clenches her teeth in horror. She swears in horror at what is happening. The main character runs up and cuts it off, causing the plant to fall motionless to the floor. The main character looks at the grass with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He shouts that it will be difficult for them to control her. The guy swings his spear using fire energy. The hero uses the Phoenix method of greatness. He says he wants to see if she is afraid of baking. You see, it resembles grass. The vine catches fire and withers. The high school student smiles, looking at what is happening. He understands that a fire technique can be used against grass. He makes an even faster swing and spreads the fire throughout the building. The youth shouts that he is once again using the method of Phoenix greatness. The vine twists from the fire. The guy is wary because the grass is enveloping the test tubes behind him. She squeezes them completely in her vice. The main character shouts that things are bad as the grass is going to break the tanks in which the mutants were placed and release them outside. The main character glances at the guy standing behind him. He shouts that they must stop her. The group attacks the vine from different directions. She pulls the test tubes and the glass cracks. The mutant is released. He falls face down on the ground. Dozens of mutants are released. They cast furious glances at the group. Monsters rest on their paws. They kneel down, slowly rising from the ground, and then roar, opening their mouths wide. The system notifies that in front of them is a mutant of the third rank, whose feature is the explosive power inherent in evolved animals, as well as immunity to pain and the desire not to stop until the selected target is destroyed. The main character opens his mouth wide, looking at the group. He shouts that they need to quickly run to the exit, since they are mutants of the third rank. The guy's pupils narrow when he senses danger in the form of a clawed paw at his ear. He barely manages to bend over from the beast's blow. The young man exhales, making a frightened expression on his face. He thinks about how he almost died. The hero hits the beast with a spear. He swings his clawed paw. The beast hits the guy and he flies into the wall. The girl opens her mouth wide in horror. She screams her brother's name. A crowd of mutants moves towards the group. The girl swings her spear. She uses the method of cutting through the firmament. The animals take the blow and continue moving. The boss opens his mouth in surprise. She thinks that her blow did not cause any damage to them. The guy's strength passes through the girl's body. He uses the method of Phoenix greatness. The fire spreads to the mutants. Mutants run towards the main character. He covers the group standing behind with his body. The guy shouts for them to leave first while he covers them. The main character makes a dissatisfied expression on his face and frowns. He thinks that there are many unknown dangers lurking in the ruins, so he should conserve his strength and should not rashly use an explosion of anger and a blow of accumulated power. The main character extends the charged spear forward. He thinks that he should use the method that the guy was taught by his unlucky teacher, and the black ray method itself is unusually sharp. So the guy decides that it's worth finding out what he will be capable of if he covers it with the energy of the origins. The guy uses the pear-colored flurry method. The spear makes multiple attacks on the mutant. Due to the spear's tip piercing the monster's body, it flies off to the side. The main character smiles maliciously, looking at the monster. He says that, as the guy expected, his strength is significantly increased. The main character loads a spear in his hands. He swings, hitting the mutant in front of him. The system notifies him that the bridge of the third rank was destroyed, and 589,207 experience points were received for it. The guy spreads his arms with joy and smiles widely. He shouts that he got over 500,000 points, which is good enough. A group of mutants looks at a guy holding a spear in his hand. He laughs sarcastically and says that they are all his. The young man dodges the blows of the amphibians. One of them opens its mouth, making an ominous sound. The main character thinks that, despite the animal's hard cover and insensitivity to pain, and also the fact that dealing with them is far from easy, it is impossible for him to resist so many experience points. He swings his spear, killing a couple of mutants, and glances at the standing amphibians behind. The guy decides that due to the limited space it is not so easy for them to surround him, and their numerical advantage in this case does not play a significant role. The group watches as the guy kills mutants alone. The system says that the third rank mutant was destroyed, and 599,128 experience points were received for it. A girl with white hair opens her mouth in surprise. She says the guy has a terrifying rage inside him. A friend watches the mutant hit her brother in the face and immediately changes her mind about him. The boss of the group, holding a sword in front of him, runs to help his brother. A girl covers the body of a guy sitting on the floor with a sword. The monster gets hit in the face with the tip of a spear. The girl is surprised that the guy behind her stands up and hits the amphibian through her hand. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. The system notifies that a mutant of the third rank has been destroyed, and 577,770 experience points have been received for it. And the hero also receives a level increase to 18 and 18 stat points. The guy looks at his hand, and a system window with characteristics appears in front of him. Carrier, Linzu, level 18, strength 337 with the possibility of increasing to 339, endurance 107 plus 20 with the possibility of increasing to 113 plus 20, speed 80, total combat effectiveness 2,205 with the possibility of increasing to 2,350, is a warrior of the third rank, accumulation of anger 0, 100, abilities, eye of analysis, explosion of anger, camouflage. The guy mentally tells the system to invest 12 points in strength and 6 in endurance. The hero runs forward, killing mutants as he goes. He chuckles and says that his strength has increased significantly, and it has become much easier for him to swing the black beam. The system window says that the third rank mutant has been destroyed, and 599,000 experience points have been received for it. The group boss opens his eyes wide in horror. She says that something is wrong with the boy, since his strength becomes even greater as the battle progresses. The monsters are wary. From the other side of the corridor, the roar of an unknown beast can be heard. The girls watch what is happening in bewilderment. The white-haired girl asks what happened. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face. He replies that there is a sound of an explosion and someone's roar coming from behind, and most likely it was made by a strong evolved beast. The monsters open their mouths, emitting an answering roar. They scatter and run in different directions along the corridor. The guy and the group watch their flight motionless. The hero says that something called them, and he imagines which monster is capable of commanding mutants of the third rank. The group walks forward along the corridor. The guy says that they need to forget about mutants and cannot stop. They open the door to an unknown room. It is chock full of various weapons, and in the center of it there is a gate. A man with a bald head says that the room is an armory. The group looks at the ammunition with a surprised face. The boss says that there are old-style laser weapons and grenades everywhere, and therefore all this can fetch a hefty sum. The main character makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that first it all needs to be taken away, and now it is not clear whether they will be able to get out on their own. The white-haired girl makes a sign with her finger, putting it to her mouth. She asks to be quiet and listen to the sounds of battle. The group perks up their ears, listening to what's going on behind the wall. The main character hears some words about killing monsters. The group looks at the door in front of them. The girl says that they are not alone, since the sounds are coming from behind the door, and it is possible that the exit is there. The group pushes the door forward. The hero says that they need to open and find out. The guys open the door. Screams about killing animals can be heard from the gap. A huge explosion opens up in front of them. The warriors shout that several more mutants have arrived. The main character opens his eyes wide in surprise. Many mutants fight with warriors. The girl and the guy make surprised expressions on their faces. They do not understand what is happening there and why many mutants and warriors are participating in the battle. The amphibian jumps on the warriors. The group realizes that the mutants they encountered were summoned by an evolved beast. One of the warriors flies into the hands of the protagonist from the monster's blow. A man wipes blood from his face. He thanks the guy for catching him. The group opens their eyes wide in surprise and points a finger at the man. They all knew who he was. The warrior shakes off his body, looking at his friends. He understands that he has friends in front of him. The group watches the intense carnage ahead. The girl asks what is happening there and why many warriors and mutants are participating in the battle. The man scratches the back of his head with his hand, pointing his finger to the side. He replies that he and his group went there by mistake, but there are those who purposefully came there to hunt, and in the depths of the large hall there is a road leading to the surface. She directed that she was guarded by a 6th rank beast, and there was no way to bypass it. A group of friends open their mouths wide in fear. They ask in horror about the 6th rank beast, a monster with long tentacles in the form of plants. The stranger says that a 6th rank beast is a huge creature, 9 meters tall, shaped like a sea anemone, with tentacles writhing everywhere, which have incomparable hardness and therefore can easily penetrate even special steel. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. She asks how they had the courage to go against a rank 6 beast. The man turns around, looking at the fight. He replies that there are more than 100 warriors of the 3rd and 4th ranks and 1 warrior of the 5th rank with whom they will definitely cope, especially since the beast is blocking the exit, so they don't have much choice, and therefore, if they don't deal with him, then will remain there forever. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He says that in any case it is too reckless to rush at him. The main character thinks that something strange is happening to the warriors, and they most likely have gone berserk. The man clenches his hand into a fist, making a wide smile. He says that instead of waiting for death, it is better to take fate into your own hands and end the beast, despite the fact that anomalous crystal of the 6th rank is worth a fortune. The warrior throws a bomb in front of him. The man says that their best fighter has a new bomb with him, and with its help he has probably already managed to inflict significant damage on the monster. A huge explosion occurs. Plant-shaped tentacles envelop the building. The monster grows in the door, enveloping the entire building with tentacles. People scream that the plants are starting to attack them, but he was really hurt and their brother's bombs are pretty powerful. The main character remembers one of the group members. He says that the vine that attacked them in the laboratory belongs to this monster, and its tentacles reach to distant places, and therefore the entire territory of the ruins is under its control. The mutants run forward. A group of warriors takes a fighting stance. The best warrior shouts that the beast is right in front of them, and they should split into 2 groups, the first of which will hold back the monster and the second will take care of the beast with him. Mutants attack the fighting warriors. They run towards a crowd of animals, then hit monsters with swords. The main character stands next to his group. He asks them to be careful because the mutants are controlled by the main beast. The guy looks forward with a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that an irresistible thirst for battle has arisen in him. The mutant turns to the group. He bares his teeth and runs towards the main character. The young man makes a blow with his spear, throwing it to the side. Nearby, a girl from his group hits the mutant with a sword. The high school student watches in bewilderment as the members of his group become more active. The girl smiles sarcastically, standing in the crowd of mutants. The bald guy next to her clenches his teeth in rage. The young man thinks that the condition of the members of his group has become like that of the rest of the people in the hall. The guy turns his head towards the others. He thinks that everyone in his group has become euphoric and, moreover, their combat effectiveness has increased. The spear hits the monster in the head. The guy steps on the dead mutant. He shouts that all the animals have been killed. The friend points her finger to the left. She says that the main monster is on its last legs. The warriors look at the monster's tentacles. They shout that the beast is dying, and the onslaught must not be weakened. The warriors, with a crazy expression on their faces, run towards the monster. They shout that they will kill the 6th rank beast and take its anomalous crystal, and then compete for the right to possess it. The girl shows the main character with her hand forward. She yells for them to fight. The guy stops his girlfriend by the shoulder. He says something strange is happening. The girl asks what he means. The main character looks at her with a surprised expression on his face. He says that when they were in the hall, everyone inexplicably became extremely excited, with the exception of the main warrior, and his guess is that the bomb he threw most likely contains a gas that stimulates adrenaline in the human body. Warriors run recklessly towards the beast. The guy goes on to explain that this kind of gas dramatically increases adrenaline levels, and despite the short-term effect of increasing combat effectiveness, it also has a detrimental effect on the body. That is why the rest of the wars fight the beast to the death, no matter what, and they all turned out to be cannon fodder for the main warrior. The girl makes an angry expression on her face. She says that he is a terrible person and did not dare to do this to them. The youth replies that he can simply sit and wait for the beast and the warriors to kill each other and then reap all the benefits without much effort. The monster, when activated, actively moves its tentacles. Warriors with cut parts of their bodies, with a dissatisfied expression on their faces, look at each other. One of them says that the beast was pretending to be dead. The second one answers him that even if so, he doesn't have much time left, and he can't slow down the pressure. The beast hits the warrior in the body with its tentacles. The others look at him in surprise. They ask if their friend is okay. The guy turns around at the sound, already mutated into a zombie. Mutated military men are moving towards their former comrades. They shout to each other that their friends have become infected with the virus and have mutated, so everyone should be careful. Zombies attack friends. A horde of mutated warriors runs forward. Those who remain scream in horror, demanding that their once loved ones not touch them. The group watches the battle between zombies and warriors. The girl says it's good that they didn't go on the attack. The main character replies that they got rid of all the mutants, and therefore the beast deliberately lured the warriors closer in order to create new puppets. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that, be that as it may, the monster's condition means that he will not last long. The main warrior points his sword forward. He shouts that zombies are no longer their comrades and therefore they can be easily killed. The man swings a loaded weapon. He says he uses a mountain-cutting blade. A wave of energy hits the monster. A part is cut off from the beast. It opens and strange innards fall out. The soldiers watch what is happening in bewilderment. They are sure that it will drop an anomalous crystal of the 6th rank. The men begin to fight among themselves. Each of them wants to take the crystal for themselves. The main warrior frowns. He shouts that the stone belongs to him. The man swings his weapon, killing his comrades. He shouts that they will all have to go to the next world. The main character looks at his friend with a malicious smile. She asks her brother what they should do now. He replies that he will have to fight since the man does not deserve the crystal. He tries to remove the stone from the beast's body with a malicious smile. The man chuckles and says that they have no chance in the competition against him. The main character runs behind a broadly smiling man as he laughs loudly. The main character swings a spear behind the man's back. He glances at the boy. The warrior says that the young man has no chance in the competition with him for the crystal. The man counters his blow by blocking with his sword. The young man smiles maliciously, looking at his opponent. He says that he knows that the man used bombs with a psychostimulant, making the warriors present his cannon fodder, and he calmly waited until all the work was done for him. Friends look at the main warrior. They ask their friend if it's true. Embittered men raise their weapons and fists, looking at their former friend. They shout that they will kill him and take the anomalous crystal. The men around begin to attack the leader. They wish him dead. The warrior jumps, swinging at the youth. He screams for the boy to go to hell. The main character watches this with a calm expression. He thinks that he is at the 3rd rank, and therefore he is not able to repel the attack of a 5th rank warrior with a verdict. However, when killing the beast, he had to spend a fair amount of source energy, and now his strength should not be so high. The main character swings his spear in front of him, repelling the enemy's attack. It uses the verdict method. The man flies to the side. An explosion occurs at the site of its fall. Embittered men run towards the rising leader. They shout to him that he will pay for everything. The warriors open their mouths wide, frowning. They shout that he did not dare to send them into battle by deception, and he will pay for it. The leader tries to dodge attacks from opponents. The guy turns to the soldiers running towards the beast. They shout at him to step aside, and if he stands in the way of the beast, he will die. The young man makes a spear strike at the enemy. He uses a flurry of pear color. The monster's tentacles writhe along the ground. The guy looks at them in bewilderment. He sees the movement of the beast's tentacles. The young man realizes that the monster is still alive. He makes a malicious smile. The guy shouts that he is lucky. He makes a spear thrust with a big smile. The main character uses the Phoenix method of greatness. The beast tries to defend itself from the blow. The system window says that a rank 6 monster has been destroyed and 8,888,888 experience points have been gained for it. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that he was given too meager a reward for a 6th rank beast. The guy digs into the body of the beast with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thinks that it's probably all due to the fact that he dealt him less than 40% of the damage and therefore received only 1/10 of the experience of his total amount. The young man is wary of the warrior running behind him. He shouts to him to stop because the beast is his. The guy reaches for the weapon. The man opens his mouth wide, swinging at the main character. He screams and demands that he die. The man makes a blow to the guy, but he manages to fight him off with a spear. The warrior smiles maliciously. The main character thinks that he cannot defeat a 5th rank opponent, and if he does nothing, he will lose, so he needs to come up with a way that can turn the situation in his favor. The young man smiles maliciously, looking at his opponent. He thinks about what he has figured out what to do. The guy uses a blow of accumulated force. He extends his spear towards the enemy. The youth uses his accumulated strength along with a pear-colored barrage. The man, eyes wide open, fights off the blows. He thinks about how the low-ranking warrior got a huge power surge out of nowhere. The high school student smiles broadly, looking at his opponent. He says that a rank 5 opponent can do too little. The guy imbues his entire body with energy, holding a spear in front of him. He shouts that the warrior must taste his strongest blow. The man covers his body with his hands, clenching his teeth. He thinks that he does not understand what the previous attack was like. The guy, filled with energy, opens his mouth wide. He quickly runs to the side, smiling, while the man behind him looks after him with dismay. The man opens his mouth wide in anger. He screams at the guy that he will cut him to shreds. The main character stops at the slightly open gate. He puts pressure on them to open up. The guy, out of horror, asks them to open up. A man with a loaded weapon runs towards the enemy. He shouts at him that he won't be able to escape. The main character clenches his teeth in horror. He pushes the door away from him. The warrior behind him swings his weapon at the boy. He screams for the young man to die. The man throws a punch, but the guy dodges. The warrior falls and opens the gate with his body and then flies into the room. He falls to the ground in the armory. The man rises to his feet. He swears at the main character. The guy throws a bomb into his room. The man looks in horror at the explosive weapon in front of him. There is a huge explosion and the guy flies off to the side. The system notifies him that a 5th rank warrior has been destroyed and 12 million experience points have been received for him. The young man falls to the ground near the door. The system window states that the main character has reached level 19 and received 19 stat points. A young man rises from the ground, holding his head in pain. He says that everything hurts and his bones are cracking at the seams, and if it weren't for the bomb that he managed to grab from the armory, he would not have had a chance to survive. The main character looks at the characteristics window in front of him. Carrier, Lenzu, level 19, strength 349, upgradable to 359, endurance 113 plus 20, upgradable to 120 plus 20, speed 80, upgradable to 82. Overall combat effectiveness 2,350 with the possibility of promotion to 2,520. Is a warrior of the 3rd rank, accumulation of anger 0, 100, abilities, eye of analysis, explosion of anger, camouflage. The group runs up to their friend. The girl asks if her brother is safe. The guy wipes his face with his hand. He replies that he is fine. She asks how his opponent is because she saw him running after him. The main character, smiling maliciously, points to the explosion. He says he lured him into the armory and sent him into the air. The guy with red hair standing behind opens his eyes and mouth wide. He shouts that the man was a 5th rank warrior and the youth calmly dealt with him. The girl admires her brother's strength. The main character goes forward with his group. He says that they need to move on, since the beast is no longer blocking their exit, and nothing is stopping them from getting out of the ruins. Crowds of dead monsters and warriors lie on the ground. A male voice says that the only survivors are their group. The main character is sitting by the door with his friends. He says they need to tend to the wounds first and then head for the exit. The guy turns to the mutated monsters. He says that a lot of useful materials can be extracted from the remains of a 6th rank beast, and searching the bodies of dead warriors would also be useful. 1 hour later, the guy turns to the group. He asks if they are ready to perform. The girl, smiling, raises her hands and shouts that they can leave. The group moves towards the exit. The guy with the bald head asks if they can leave the ruins if they go straight. A man with red hair looks at his friend. He replies that it is possible, but before getting there, his previous group was able to walk around the ruins from top to bottom, and therefore there is no passage anywhere else. The gang approaches the gate. The main character says that there is an iron door in front of them again, and the creator of the ruins should have used more imagination. The group pushes the gate away from them. The main character shouts at them to push harder. Opening the gate slightly, he opens his eyes wide. The room they entered looked like a huge control center. The guy understands that the room is a control panel. The girl turns to the members of her group. She says that her friend has heard a lot about the technology and therefore can try to launch it. The man replies that there is antediluvian equipment everywhere and he doesn't understand it, and besides, he needs to understand how it turns on. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that in the ruins everything works on anomalous crystals, so it's worth looking for equipment with connectors for them. The guy lifts the lid of the box. He says he found the power supply. The guy looks through the box and sees in it many compartments for anomalous crystal. He puts his supplies there. The main character silently watches what is happening and then opens his mouth wide, pointing his finger at the remote control. He is unhappy that the machine absorbed so many of his stones. The young man inserts the last 2 stones. All crystals are in their slots. A disgruntled high school student opens his mouth wide in anger and raises his fist, hitting the backboard. He shouts that he used 20 anomalous crystals on her, but the machine does not give any reaction. The stones fill the shield with energy. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that the launch has started, which means the device needed to make a shock. The girl runs up to the disgruntled boy with a smile. She asks if he found the switch. He replies that he could only find a power supply, and he had to sacrifice 20 anomalous crystals to power everything. One of the group looks at the remote control with a smile, holding his chest. He says that he has found a central portal through which they can escape. The young man looks at the man with a surprised expression. He asks if he can activate the portal. The man replies that he will succeed. He lifts the lever up. The portal behind the group activates. The man says that everything worked and he is a genius. The portal reveals the exit to the outside. The man explains that he can take them to the surface. The group runs to the portal. The warrior explains that the crystal's energy won't last long, so they should hurry. The group stands under the teleporter beam. His energy illuminates the group's bodies. The device lifts everyone up through the sand. Group members find themselves on the surface. Happy men smile widely. They say that they were finally able to leave the ruins and, moreover, remained alive. The main character turns to his friend. He says it's time for them to leave. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. She asks where he plans to go. The guy turns to his girlfriend with a malicious smile. He replies that forward and only forward. The girls stand nearby, watching the young man leave. The group boss thinks that maybe her brother is heading to the same place as them. A girl standing nearby asks if her friend will miss the boy and, if so, then she should catch up with him. The boss makes a dissatisfied expression on his face, looking at his friend covering her mouth with laughter. She demands that the girl shut up. Destroyed building. The main character sits near the created fire. He says it is very fresh in the desert at night. With a malicious smile, the boy reaches into his briefcase. He says that in the confusion he did not have time to carefully examine the anomalous crystal of the 6th rank and would like to see what it is. In the backpack, an anomalous crystal with arms and legs eats other stones. He becomes alert, stuffing a red crystal into his mouth. The main character opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. He doesn't understand what's going on and doesn't know why the 6th rank anomalous crystal has gained a spirit. The baby stone hides the crystal behind his back. The main character makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that the crystal baby has no manners and no fear. He holds the animated stone in front of him, looking at it in bewilderment. The youth says that perhaps an evolved beast secretly snuck into his bag and devoured his rank 6 anomalous crystal. He makes a threatening expression on his face, staring straight at the living stone. The high school student shouts that he will kill the baby and open his belly and then take out the stone. The crystal in his hands becomes frightened and shakes in horror. The main character clenches his teeth sarcastically. He says that the baby understands him. A student takes a photo of an unknown creature. He says there may be information on the internet about who the stone is. He looks at the phone in surprise. The young man says that nothing was found upon request and, most likely, the stone is an alien creature resembling an anomalous crystal. A high school student touches an unknown creature with his finger, causing him to start laughing. He says that the surface of the stone seems hard, but in fact it is not, so the guy allows the creature to live with him, but forbids him to run away and eat his anomalous crystal. He smiles maliciously, looking at the living piece of stone standing in front of him. The guy says that he is still bored on the road and therefore wants to travel with the animal, calling him Gun Gun. The young man pierces the scorpion right through with his spear. The system notifies that the red desert scorpion of the 3rd rank has been destroyed and 150,000 experience points have been received for it. The baby stone runs to the scorpion, getting its crystal. The main character smiles maliciously as he walks forward. He says that the baby helped him collect a lot of crystal on the road, so he can take the one he just took. The animal puts the crystal into its mouth. The young man thinks that, despite his plump appearance, the kid has an unusually high speed, and when he killed the evolved animals, the monster at the same moment extracted an anomalous crystal from them and gave it to the guy, which saved a lot of time, and he also likes to eat there. The main character points his finger forward at the lake with trees growing around. He asks his little friend to look at the oasis. Boiling water in an oasis. Its drops fall on the face of the main character. He, along with his little friend, opens his eyes wide, looking at the water. The guy shouts that this is very cool. A sword appears near his ears. The main character turns around sharply, repelling the attack. The blow throws him to the side, and the baby gets scared. The main character frowns. He thinks that the sword technique is incredibly fierce and the opponent is a master of his craft. The guy opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. A girl in a tight red suit with white hair appears in front of him. He realizes that this is an old acquaintance in front of him. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. She also recognizes the young guy. The girlfriend falls into the arms of the main character. He looks at her face with bewilderment. The guy asks if the girl is okay. He looks at his hand, which he used to support his girlfriend's body. He realizes that she is injured as there are traces of blood on his hands. The main character takes the briefcase off his shoulders. He says he has some medicine and will help apply it. The girl turns over and a huge bloody wound is visible on her back. She regains consciousness and opens her eyes wide. The girl screams for the guy to let her go. The main character looks at his friend in bewilderment. He replies that he is donating the most valuable restoration fluid from his reserves for her. The green medicine gets on the girl's wound. The main character points to his back in bewilderment. He asks his friend who wounded her. The girl falls asleep on his briefcase and the main character covers her with his jacket. A system window appears in front of him, indicating that she is a 4th rank warrior. The young man thinks that his previous level was not at all important, and the guy did not have the opportunity to see her rank, so he did not expect that the girl was a warrior of the 4th rank, since the indicators of her abilities are in many ways superior to the average representative of the same rank. Waking up, the girl opens her eyes. She asks how the young man ended up on the path of death. He folds his arms over his chest and shows 2 fingers. The guy asks her to guess and says that if she succeeds, she will get a reward. The girl turns away from the annoying guy. She replies that she doesn't really care and he doesn't have to talk. The guy thinks that she is a very boring young lady. Sitting in front of the victim, the main character smiles maliciously. He says he ended up there because he was accepted into the university and he is heading there. The girl opens her eyes wide in surprise and remembers their last meeting. She asks if it's true that he was accepted there. The main character makes a relaxed expression on his face. He replies that she shouldn't imagine anything since he is not going there because of her. The girl looks at the guy with a calm expression. She replies that he himself imagines a lot of things. The guy turns back warily. He says he thinks several people are approaching. The friend lowers her head down. She asks the main character to leave quickly as the mercenaries are looking for her. He sits on his knees in front of the girl, holding all the equipment on his stomach. The young man shouts that he is a man and cannot leave the girl, saving himself alone, so she should jump on his back. The girlfriend climbs on the guy's back. He will run forward, holding a lot of equipment in his backpack on his stomach and a girl on his back. The main character asks her to hold tight. The kid gives the girl a bottle. The young man asks her to drink a solution that will speed up her recovery. The girl opens her eyes wide in surprise, looking at the monster handing her a bottle. She asks why a 6th rank evolved beast is walking with the guy. The guy glances at the girl behind him. He replies that this is his pet gun, and she should not covet his anomalous crystal in his body. The girl with a calm expression on her face brings the bottle to her lips. She says that she doesn't need a measly rank 6 crystal. The guy makes a malicious smile, turning to the girl. He says that he has already drunk from the bottle that she drinks from. The young man turns away tensely. The girl replies that she doesn't understand him. The guy says she's not nice at all. The friend turns back, looking at the bandits pursuing them. She tells the main character that with her on his back, he won't be able to tear himself away. The bandits catch up with a couple of heroes. The girl tells the high school student that they are already catching up with him. The men behind shout that they have found their prey. A bandit with a long sparse mustache extends his hand forward. He shouts that the girl has killed more than 100 members of the Black Tiger group and cannot just get away from them. The bandit swings his spear. He yells at them to slow down. The man throws him forward. He screams for the couple to die. A high school student and his girlfriend look ahead in surprise. A spear stops near his feet and the boy has to slow down. The young man avoids obstacles in the form of spears. He slows down and turns back to the bandits standing behind him. The men ask how far their rival is going. Behind the couple stands an enemy with green and yellow hair. The main character understands that they are all at the peak of the 3rd rank. He glances at his friend behind him. The guy thinks that she managed to break through their encirclement, killing more than 100 people along the way, and also escape, which proves that her strength is truly frightening. The leader of the group touches his mustache. He says that she shouldn't waste her energy in vain, because she won't be able to escape anyway. The girl furrows her eyebrows angrily. She replies that they will all die. A man with an angry expression on his face holds a spear in front of him. He says that after their last attack there was no living space left of her and they will not be afraid of the girl, and besides, the cute young man will not be able to protect her because he is just a weak chicken. The main character stands, taken aback by the bandit's words. He plays the phrase about the weak chicken in his head. A man with an angry expression on his face licks his lips. He says she should rush into his arms and let him give him a lot of tough love. The girl looks at the main character. She asks him to let her come down. The friend is holding a sword in her hands, covering the boy's body with it. He chuckles and says that no one seems to take him into account. The bandit frowns and opens his mouth wide. He screams for his brothers. The man holds his weapon forward. He shouts to the group to take the girl alive and send the guy to the next world, because it will be too annoying to kill Beauty, and when they're done, they'll have fun with her. The bandits smile broadly, pointing their weapons at the girl and the guy. They laugh at the commander's words. The bandit tries to attack the main character. He screams for the kid to die. A man with red hair swings at the boy. He screams at him to die. The main character uses his drain energy. He swings his spear, reflecting the enemy's blow. The main character imbues the spear with fire energy. He extends it forward towards his opponent. The guy uses the Phoenix method of greatness. The man clenches his teeth in horror. He shouts that he doesn't know such a skill. The hero strikes, but the man dodges. On the other side, 3 bandits attack the girl. The leader clenches his teeth, looking at his opponent. He thinks that they seriously injured her, but at the same time she still has a lot of strength. The bandit behind makes a sly smile, holding a pair of guns in front of him. He tells the girl that he is going to see her. A man combines parts of a weapon into one spear. Fighting off the men in front, the girl turns to the bandit who is trying to stab her. The boy's spear blocks the bandit's weapon. He stands up, covering the girl's back. A high school student asks if his friend is okay. She replies that everything is fine, but they need to hold out. They run away from each other in different directions. The main character shouts that they need to solve everything quickly. 3 bandits look at the young guy. A man with a long nose runs towards the boy. He says that he will teach him how to use a spear since they have the same weapons. The main character is wary. The man makes a blow to the main character. He says he's using a meteor strike. The boy twirls a spear charged with fire in his hands. He says the man is a shameless stud and he doesn't even come close to impressing him. The guy swings his spear. He uses the method of Phoenix greatness. An explosion occurs. The opponent is thrown aside, but remains on his feet. He laughs and says that the kid can still do something. The guy smiles sarcastically, holding a spear in his hand. He says it was only 1/10 of his strength. The bandits behind the guy jump on him with weapons. They shout that he must accept death. The guy glances warily behind him. He swings his spear around himself. The guy uses the verdict method. A spearman appears behind him. He screams for the young man to die. His hand is charged with the guy's strength, and he opens his eyes wide in surprise. The guy swings a spear at the enemy. He makes a strike, but the man repels the attack with a spear. He grits his teeth from the pressure and glances at the weapon. He does not understand what kind of spear it is and why it is so heavy. The man opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. He realizes that there is a purple spear with charged energy in front of him. The man says that this spear is a black ray. The main character smiles widely. He says that the man understood everything correctly. The bandit smiles widely, looking at the weapon. He chuckles and says that he is lucky because he will kill the boy and take him away. The young man steps aside. He says that since the man liked his spear, he will give it to him. The guy throws a weapon at the enemy. He shouts that the bandit can take him away. The warrior catches the spear next to his face with one hand. He somehow holds it with one hand, clenching his teeth from tension. The man says the weapon is too heavy. The young man runs towards him with glowing eyes. The guy hits his opponent, and he drops the spear to the ground. He uses a chain kick technique. The bandit flies off to the side. The guy catches the spear in mid-flight, opening his mouth wide. He shouts to the warrior that a fool like him is not worthy to use such a weapon in the first place. The guy reflects the blow of an opponent with red hair. At the same time, on the other side, the gang leader clenches his teeth in anger. He says that the girl already scares him. The bandit makes a blow with his weapon. He uses the 1,000-fold piercing method. The man screams for the girl to die. She looks at her opponent with a dissatisfied expression on her face. The girl, dodging the attacks, runs towards him. She swings her sword, cutting her opponent's body in 2. The girl uses the method of limitless flower falling. The main character makes a wary expression on his face. He shouts for the girl to be careful and look behind her. Behind the friend, the gang leader raises his weapon. The main character makes an irritated expression on his face. He tells her to take care of herself because if scars remain on her beautiful face, it will not be good. The girl dodges the enemy's blow, turning towards her colleague. She replies that he must take care of himself and not let himself be killed. The guy defends himself from opponent's blows. Gritting his teeth, he dodges the red-haired opponent. The main character holds a fist to his face. He thinks that the trio really work extremely well together, and besides, they perfectly manage to combine the advantages of short and long weapons, and this will not be easy. A man with a spear jumps in front of the main character. He says the time of reckoning has come. A man hits a guy with a spear. It uses the meteorite impact method. The bandit says that he wants to send the guy to hell and so that he will report his arrival to everyone there. The main character opens his eyes wide and wary. The spears fly forward. The main character looks at the bandit from one side. He thinks that he has no choice. The guy turns around with anger at the second enemy on the other side. He thinks that he will still have to use an outburst of anger. The main character's body is saturated with energy. He activates the anger explosion method. The enemy makes huge eyes in horror. He doesn't understand how the guy's power suddenly increased. The main character runs towards the enemy with charged energy. He extends his spear forward. The youngster uses the pear-colored flurry method. The man's spear breaks, and he is taken aback by what is happening. The bandit asks what's going on. The spear's attack knocks him aside. The system window says that the third rank warrior was destroyed, and 302,300 experience points were received for him. The bandit with horns looks at his friend in horror. He says that the boy's power suddenly increased. The comrade replies that they have had enough of struggling and should use the strongest combat attacks. The man clenches his teeth in rage. He imbues his weapon with energy and swings. Bandit uses the Red Lotus method. The guy makes a malicious smile looking at him. She says that she can also use fire attribute abilities. The main character swings his spear. He uses the method of Phoenix Greatness. A column of fiery attack appears in front of the enemy. It hits the opponent, setting them on fire. The system window says that the third rank warrior was destroyed, and 306,500 experience points were received for him. The man holds the sword in front of him, clenching his teeth. He says he uses Mountain Crushing Cleave towards the guy. He says that he must accept death. The main character spins the spear in his hands, repelling all attacks. He runs at the enemy with his mouth wide open. The young man screams for him to die. The bandit opens his eyes wide in horror and covers his face with his hand. The guy runs past him, piercing him with a spear. The system window says that the third rank warrior was destroyed, and 301,110 experience points were received for him. He turns to the corpses of his opponents with a smile. The guy says it's done. On the other side, the girl is holding herself, leaning on the sword, standing in front of the enemy. He smiles maliciously, looking at the girl. The man chuckles and says that she shouldn't get her hopes up, because she will die as soon as his guys deal with the boy. The guy angrily jumps at the enemy with a spear aimed at his head. The man manages to dodge the blow. The young man stands next to the girl, covering her behind him. He says that he has no need to wait for his comrades since they are dead. The man clenches his teeth in anger. He shouts that he was given 3 rubbish. The old man extends an axe charged with energy towards the young man. He shouts that he will destroy them. The man frowns, looking at the couple with anger. He screams for them to go to hell. A man jumps on a high school student. He uses the thunder attack method. The main character smiles maliciously, looking at him. He says that he has saved something special for the enemy. The guy jumps in response to the man's attack. He screams for him to accept his power. The spear hits the old man's axe and splits it. The guy makes a blow to the bandit's body. He uses a blow of accumulated power. The system states that a third rank warrior was destroyed, and 311,110 experience points were received for him. The main character picks up his things from the ground and walks forward. She and her friend sit down on the ground. The guy asks if she's okay. She replies that everything is fine. He hands her a bottle of liquid. The guy tells her not to worry since he didn't drink from the bottle. She brings the bottle to her lips with her eyes closed. The girl says that she did not expect that his rate of increase in strength would be rapid. A guy with a wide smile raises his arm up, showing his biceps. He says he is an exceptional talent. The girl gets up and moves away from the guy. He asks where she is going. The girl replies that she is going to the city. The main character says it's great and he'll go with her. The guy gets up from the ground. He asks her to wait, because due to the fact that he helped her, he is seriously overextended in physical strength, and he would like to rest. The girlfriend calmly leaves the main character. He shouts after her so that she doesn't leave quickly, as he will die from exhaustion. A chameleon crawls through the grass. The main character says that he was finally able to see something resembling an ordinary forest. The girl walks ahead of her friend. He says that there is very little time left before university. The couple turns around at the sound behind them. A male voice laughs and says that he won't let anyone into the city just like that. A group of friends that the guy met before chats with the man. The girl asks him how this should be assessed. The man, smiling, holds his hands at his side. He says he's heard that applicants are subject to testing, and he does this to ensure they pass and eliminates competitors in advance. The girl makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She says that is no reason to kill them. The man smiles sarcastically, spreading his arms. He says that he wouldn't dare, since they are all their own, and only hopes that they will turn around and go back. The men in the group clench their teeth in anger. They shout that they cannot go back, since there are many dangers on the road, and this would be tantamount to murder. A guy and his girlfriend stand looking at the group. The girl asks if he knows the people there. The guy replies that he knows them. They approach the group, and the main character raises his hand up. He says it's very busy there. The girl smiles widely at the sight of the boy. She greets him. The guy smiles sarcastically, looking at the bully. He says that they are also going there, which means they also need to turn around and go back. The guys from the group standing behind him open their eyes wide in surprise. The girl says that even though the guy is also a university applicant, the difference between them is great. The young man folds his arms across his chest, looking at the gang boss. The man says that the guy is quite tactful, and the beauty next to him is quite good looking. He reaches out his hands to the girl standing next to the main character. The bandit says he can let them through if she agrees to be his girlfriend. The girl takes the sword out of its sheath. She makes a move next to her. The man's fingers are near the tip of the blade. The man runs to the side, holding his hand, while the bandit standing next to him looks at him, covering his mouth with his hand. He screams that the girl almost cut off his finger. The guy tells the boss that she is a rank 4 warrior. The girl stands with an angry expression on her face and holds her hands at her sides while the man turns to his charge. He chuckles and says that she is injured, and therefore such a beauty cannot be missed so easily. The main character looks at a man who is holding his hand. He smiles maliciously. The guy asks them if they know about the Black Tiger group. The man also makes a malicious smile. He says that he knows that there are more than 100 people there, but there are not even a dozen third-rank warriors. The main character folds his arms across his chest, looking at the bandit. He replies that they have a connection with them, since they went against them, and now the gang simply does not exist. The man opens his mouth wide in horror. He shouts that this is impossible, since there are more than 100 people there, and besides, at least 5 of them stood at the peak of the 3rd rank. The warrior points his finger at the main character. He says that even they did not dare to provoke the goons rashly. The gang boss raises his hand. He says they won't take his word for it. The main character makes a malicious smile. He says that since he doesn't believe it, he can check it himself. The man answers the boy with a wide smile. He says that the kid is no stranger. The boss reaches for the dagger behind his back. He aims it at the protagonist with charged energy. The man says he is going to check. The young man extends his fist forward, charging it with energy. He says that after checking he will go to the next world. The young man hits his opponent in the shoulder. He uses the ripping fist method. The man becomes wary of the energy next to his hand. In pain, the leader pulls the weapon back and clenches his teeth. He says the guy got into trouble. A crowd of warriors runs towards the main character. The leader demands them to attack and kill the guy. A katana appears near his neck. The girl holds it at the opponent's neck, making a serious expression on her face. She says that if he moves, she will kill him. One of the gang men points his finger at the girl. He demands that she release their leader. The guy shows 3 fingers. He says he's giving them 3 seconds. The young man bends one finger with a malicious smile. He says they have a choice, leave or die. The girls reach for weapons behind their backs. The guys from the main character's group grit their teeth in rage. Ready for battle, the 2 gangs watch as the girl holds a katana to the leader's face. The boss clenches his teeth in displeasure. He replies that they are already getting ready to leave. The man casts a dissatisfied glance at the main character and his girlfriend standing behind him. A girl with a wide smile approaches a high school student. She says that this guy is from another academy in the city, and he is strong, but his character is loose, and if the main character had not intervened, her group would not have known what to do, so she thanks him. The leader of the gang approaches the girl from behind and scratches the back of her head in a relaxed manner. She also thanks the girl standing in front of her. The young man smiles widely, waving his hand. He says that everything is fine, since everyone is his own. The guy looks at the girl in front. He asks if they will reach the end of the road if they continue moving forward. The girl calmly replies that it will be so. The gang boss scratches his head. She asks if her group can join his pair. The girl silently watches the conversation between the main character and his girlfriend. He tells the girl that of course they can, because it will be easier to keep an eye on each other. The friend happily thanks the guy, calling him brother. Groups of people sit around a fire. The main character, eating meat, turns to the groups. He says that the people behind are also heading to the university, and there are a lot of them. The guy continues to chew the meat, looking at his girlfriend. He asks if she knows about the approximate number of people who enter there every year. The girl holds her chin. She says that she is not aware of this, but 5 candidates were selected from her academy, and besides them, 5 more from a neighboring academy. The young man opens his eyes wide in surprise. He realizes that 10 people were enrolled from her city. The youngster thinks about how only he was chosen from Starlight City, and it seems to be considered relatively small. The girl scratches the back of her head in a relaxed manner. She says that the number is of no use since in terms of strength, they are all very far from Brother Linziu. And she even heard that a person from Heavenly City was also enlisted there. Although he is only 18, he has already reached the 5th rank. The girl with white hair turns to her friends. She says that the man studied with her at the same academy. The group opens its eyes and mouth wide in surprise. The girl says that they are surprised that she is from the best academy in Heavenly City. A girl with red hair looks at her friend with admiring eyes with hearts. She says that little sister is very cool because she got into the most famous academy in the Heavenly City and ordinary people don't even have a chance to get into it. The girl blushes silently. Green grass against a clear sky. There are many students standing near the cliff. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He says that the number of applicants has exceeded 1,000, but even the weakest of them are at the initial stage of the 3rd rank, and all those gathered are 17 to 18 years old. Those present look down from the cliff. A girl from the group says that the path of death ends in a steep cliff, and it is not clear where to go next. The guy replies that it could be a teleportation mechanism. The young man looks ahead with a smile. He says his guess was wrong. An airplane flies towards the cliff. The guy shouts that an aircraft is heading towards them. The ramp descends to the ground next to the freshman. A man with red hair and a white suit comes out of the plane. He says that he asks everyone to be quiet and listen to him since the man is a teacher of first-year students and he is entrusted with the task of escorting them to the university. The military silently watches the teacher. He continues to say that he wants to notify them that their university is not located at the final destination of the path of death and the reason that they needed to go through it is to weed out the weak. Dissatisfied students show their fist. The guy with purple hair shouts that he risked his life and shed blood because of their stories. A freshman standing nearby shouts that this is true, and he wants them to bring back the lives of their friends. The man frowns. He replies that their university does not accept weaklings, and therefore they must be eliminated. Students run towards the teacher. The guy with purple hair shouts that he is the only weakling and they should kill him for his brothers. The main character folds his arms across his chest, making a relaxed expression on his face. He thinks that a bunch of cretins have appeared in front of him. A student attacks a man. He screams, saying goodbye to his life. The rays fly forward. They hit the guy's head, chest, and stomach. The man watches the student fall to his knees. The guys standing behind are gritting their teeth in horror. The teacher holds up his hand, showing it to the soldiers standing behind. He puts on a calm expression. The teacher tells them to start the fire. Soldiers exit the plane, pointing their guns at the students. The lasers cause them to fly away. The man holds his hands behind his back, smiling sarcastically. He says that everyone who ignores the rules will face a similar ending. He raises his hand, looking at the students. The man asks those gathered to get a notice of enrollment. Students with a calm expression on their faces take out envelopes. He rips off the back layer of the envelope. The man says they need to do the same. He places the sample on his chest. The teacher asks them to attach the notice to their body. Holding it in front of him, he smiles maliciously. He says that it is time for their final task. The guy looks at the teacher in bewilderment. He guesses what will happen next. The man opens his mouth and eyes madly wide. He shouts that only those who present 3 notices will have the right to board the ship. The young man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that's what he thought. The man makes a wave with his hand. He shouts that the tests for them are beginning. The teacher smiles sarcastically. He says he wishes them all good luck. A student extends his hand to a girl with white hair. He addresses her as a beauty and asks her to give his notice. The girl glances at him with a calm expression. She asks him not to overestimate his capabilities. The guy reaches his hands to her face. He gently asks again. The girl swings her katana, and several warriors fly to the side. She picks up their notice from the ground, holding the sword in front of her. The students clench their teeth furiously. The girl pulls up a stack of notices to her friend. He says he doesn't need it. She decides to hand them to the girl with white hair from her group. She looks at her gratefully, holding the notices in front of her. The girl says thanks to her new sister. The white-haired friend fights off the students. She swears at what is happening. A friend approaches her, offering tickets. The girl, perplexed, asks where her friend got them. She replies that there are enough for 3, and her sister just gave them to her. The girl wipes her face and frowns. She replies that she does not need them, and the girl should share them with her brothers, and she will get hers herself. 3 bandits go to their friends. The leader chuckles and says that they have a lot of notices. He frowns and attacks the girls. The bandit says they should be smart and give him notice and then die in peace. The girl parries the blows with her sword. The protagonist's girlfriend walks forward. She finds herself next to the teacher. He says that as soon as they present 3 notices, they can board the ship. The girl holds out the sheets of paper to the man. Her classmate looks at her friend with a smile. He says they haven't seen her for a long time. The girl passes by the guy. The student smiles calmly. He leaves without her onto the transporter. The guy says that she remained taciturn, and they will see each other later. The teacher looks in surprise at the girl standing on the ground. He says she can also get up. The girl replies that she will wait for her friend. The protagonist's girlfriend dodges the bandits' blows. Her boyfriend turns to their fight with his mouth wide open. He shouts the name of his beloved. The young man runs forward with a spear. He uses the method of Phoenix greatness. The bandit is hit by his fiery energy, and he clenches his teeth in dissatisfaction. The student swears at what is happening. The guy uses his power to take the notices off the bandits' chests, and they make surprised expressions on their faces seeing this. Smiling maliciously, the guy looks at the stack of notices. He used movement techniques such as silent walking. A guy hands out a notice to a group of friends. He says that, taking into account those that his girlfriend got, there is enough for everyone. The main one says thank you to the guy for returning her notices too. The bandits run towards the heroes. They shout that the main character is terrible because he shows off in front of the girls, and for this he will have to be ready to accept retribution, so the bandits should kill them and take away the notices. The young man turns to the bandits. He says he didn't like them initially. A man with red hair imbues his sword with energy, pointing it at the main character. He uses the God's sickle method. The guy hits the bandit with a spear. He uses the pear squall method. The student is trying to say that his method is the god of death. After the blow, the main character says that he tried to say it for too long. The system notifies the guy that a warrior of the 3rd rank has been destroyed, and 350,000 experience points have been received for him. The gang leader clenches his teeth in horror, looking at his losing comrade. He says the guy has scary powers as he killed his friend with one attack. A guy with blue hair attacks the main character with a spear. He asks the boss to give the young man to him. The high school student dodges while catching the enemy's spear in mid-flight. He tells the bandit that he can't use the spear with his powers. The guy extends his weapon at the enemy. He says that he should evaluate his technique. A dissatisfied student reaches out to a spear. He shouts that he can do the same. The guy hits the enemy in the shoulder with a spear. He shouts that the bandit is just a fool. The bandit drops his spear, falling to the ground. The system notifies that a warrior of the 3rd rank has been destroyed, and 350,000 experience points have been received for him. The bandits grit their teeth in rage. The leader shouts for them to act together. 3 wards with loaded weapons run towards the enemy. They use the methods of Pegasus Sword, Lushan Dragon Severing, and Star Nebula Piercing. The boy smiles sarcastically. He replies that the number of losers will not change the outcome. The young man swings his spear. It uses the verdict method. The guy runs up to the leader, holding a spear in front of him. He furrows his brows in fury. The guy replies that in his next life he should be more careful. The bandit covers his face with his hand in horror. He asks him to stop and says that they don't need his notice, but at least a pardon. Many spears pierce the body of enemies. The guy uses his accumulated power with a pear-colored flurry. Explosions occur and the young man wins. The system window notifies that 3 warriors of the 3rd rank were destroyed, and 1,130,900 experience points were received for them. The other guys watch in horror what is happening. A student with green hair shouts that the guy killed 5 people playfully. The man with a receding hairline says that he is a fierce man and it is better not to mess with him. The group runs up to their friend. They all thank him. The guy replies that these are small things for him. He opens his eyes wide in surprise. The guy smiles, looking at the girl. He asks if she was waiting for him. The friend leaves silently while the guy hands the tickets to the man. The main character thinks she's just a super tsundere. The plane is flying in the sky. The teacher says that they passed the final test and officially received the right to study at the university. The man spreads his arms, smiling widely. He says that they are now study comrades, and the main rule for all students is the ban on killing other students. The group of boys make displeased expressions on their faces. The girl with white hair says that he recently forced them to grab each other's throats, and now he's playing nice. The teacher shows 3 fingers, smiling. He says that the journey to the sacred area will be about 3 hours, and therefore they will have time to catch their breath. The guy looks in different directions. He says that there is not a single porthole on the ship, and they probably don't want the students to know the exact location of the university, so he asks his friend that she knows about it. The girl makes a calm expression on her face, folding her arms over her chest. She replies that for the general public, the 4 universities of the South and North are the most prestigious in the country. But in fact, it is the mysterious university that has the right to be called the highest, because in such aspects as the qualifications and strength of teachers, research power, and the level of soldiers, it stands to the highest degree. A teacher with a bald head stirs a green liquid in a test tube. The girl continues to say that this university is in no way inferior to the strongest foreign universities in the whole world. The main character, smiling calmly, lowers his head. He says that this is understandable in relation to applicants, since those who are considered geniuses for ordinary educational institutions are not even suitable for the role of garbage here, and they were simply gotten rid of. Dead warriors and those who were left without notice walk near the cliff. The guy continues to say that the lion's share of applicants has been weeded out, and he doesn't even know whether those whose notices were taken away will be able to return safely. A city standing on a levitating rock and an airliner flying towards it. He lands on a cliff near the city. The teacher smiles widely, looking at the students. He says they are all there. The man spreads his arms, standing next to the gate of the building. He says he welcomes them to the university. A huge bird flies over the building of an educational institution. The student with green hair opens his eyes wide in horror. He shouts that it is a rank 9 fire bird. The teacher looks at the burning feathered beast with a calm expression. He replies that they don't need to worry since this evolved monster is their friend. The main character opens his eyes wide in surprise. He thinks that this bird is one of the 12 most dangerous evolved animals living on Earth, and therefore the university is not without reason called one of the most mysterious and powerful educational institutions. The teacher leads the group to a huge stand with a levitating stone. He says the university needs to do data collection first. An old man with black hair points to the scoreboard. He says applicants from southern cities should line up one at a time and undergo a scan. The student approaches the stone that is scanning. He gives him a card with the number 6 on it. The teacher holds a card with the number 4 in his hands and, smiling slightly, shows it to the students. He says that this card is their pass to the university and at the same time a savings card, because Alliance currency is not used on the university campus and they can only pay for purchases with points that they will receive here. Every month, each of them will be awarded 500 points, which students can use at their own discretion. The guy with green hair looks at the card in surprise while a classmate standing behind him raises his hand. He asks the teacher that since they are students from the southern regions, does this mean that newcomers from other places will arrive there too? The man raises his hand and smiles widely. He replies that this is so, and besides them there are also applicants from the northern regions, whose total number is 641 students. In addition, their tests began earlier than those of the south, and they were carried out in the silver region in a zone of extreme cold. Students will be able to see them very soon. The main character looks at his card in surprise. He turns to his girlfriend. The guy asks her if she knows what the numbers on the cards mean. The main character and his friend hold out cards to each other. The girl replies that this is the group number. Looking at his card, the guy scratches his chin. He says that means she is in the first group and he is in the 10th. The guy thinks that due to the effect of camouflage, the equipment placed him in the 10th group, and taking into account the strength of his girlfriend, she ended up in the first. The teacher, smiling broadly, raises his hand. He asks the students who received the cards to come to him, and the number on their cards indicates the group they were assigned to, and therefore the supervisors will arrive any minute to lead them. His friends approach the main character. The girl says that since the number means the number of the group, then she wants to find out which one her friend is in. The guy with a dissatisfied expression on his face shows her a card with the 10th number. He says they are in this group. The guys smile widely with joy. The girl shouts that this is very cool since they are all classmates. The blonde friend says that she, her brother Lin Zhu, and everyone else were in the 10th group. The young man replies that this is a phenomenal coincidence. His girlfriend, folding her arms across her chest and making a dissatisfied expression on her face, silently watches the group's conversation with him. The teacher points his hand at the teachers ahead. He says their scientific advisors have arrived. The teachers extend their hands in front of them, and a hologram with a number appears from their watch. A teacher with bandages on his face holds number 6 in front of him. The leader says that according to their group number, they must follow one or another scientific mentor. The guy turns to his girlfriend with a smile. He says that now they will have to separate. The girl replies that the university is still small. The guy looks tensely at his girlfriend approaching teacher number 1. He thinks that he doesn't quite understand the phrase the university is small, and in her language this could mean either they will meet soon or he himself will have to find her in his free time. The girl beckons the guy to her with her hand. She shouts that they should hurry up. The main character shouts that he is already on his way. The young man looks at the teacher in surprise. The man with the pigtail smiles widely as he holds the number 10 in front of him. He introduces himself and says that he is their supervisor. The guy's system cannot determine his characteristics and overall combat effectiveness. The main character frowns. He thinks that the eye of analysis is not able to determine his strength, and this means that the man is very strong. Educational building of the 10th group. The teacher says that it is completely at the disposal of his students. An office with many desks and card slots. The teacher says that to assign a seat to yourself, you just need to insert your card into the equipment on your desk. A gym equipped with multiple equipment. The teacher says that the daily composition of classes, in addition to basic theory, also includes combat exercises, practice with combat robots, as well as a special type of training. The man smiles widely, looking at the students. He says that they need to choose a person who will take over the duties of the prefect, and perhaps they themselves will want to nominate someone. The main character raises his hand, looking at the teacher. He says that he would like to know what privileges the position of headman comes with. The teacher says that the group leader is responsible for keeping the keys to the training rooms on 3 floors, as well as responsibility for the safety and care of the training equipment. However, this also gives him the opportunity to train at any convenient time. In addition, the headman receives an additional 500 points every month as a reward. The group opens its mouth wide in joy. The girl with white hair says that getting 500 points more than everyone else is very good. The guy standing next to her picks up the idea and says that he can also use the training equipment whenever he wants, and that's a worthy reward. The main character sits down at his desk. The teacher asks them to take their seats. He presses the keys on his device. The man says that they do not have unanimity in choosing a candidate, so voting will help decide everything. A window appears in front of the guy with the names of all voting participants. The main character smiles maliciously as he clicks on his name. He thinks that he simply must get all the privileges for himself. The guys sitting nearby press the screen with a smile. One of them says that he will definitely vote for himself. The second one smiles and says that he will also not give the other an advantage. The standings showed that almost all students had 1 point, except for the main character, who had 5. The teacher says that they have a result, and the boy won, so he becomes the head of the 10th group. One of the students points his finger at the main character with displeasure. He tells the teacher that he has a bunch of people who voted for him, and therefore it's not fair. A classmate sitting next to him confirmed his words and said that this was unfair. The teacher makes a surprised expression on his face. He asks what they think would be fair. The guy shows his biceps and smiles sarcastically. He says that everything must be decided by battle, and the leader of the group must be the strongest among them. The group supports the guy's words and says that the headman should take first place in terms of strength. The teacher looks calmly at the students. He says that so be it, but time is running out, and therefore they will not have time to fight. The teacher presses a button with his finger. He continues to say that in case of limited time, he suggests using the device to identify the winner. The man smiles widely, looking at the device with a huge button and a screen in front of him. He explains that the student whose impact strength is the greatest will win. A guy with brown hair points a finger at himself. He asks the teacher to let him be first. The guy swings, clenching his teeth. He hits the stand. The numbers on it show 9,800 kilograms. The students behind the main character open their eyes wide in surprise. They shout that even if they put in all their strength, they will not achieve such a great result. The teacher smiles widely. He replies that the guy did a good job. A student shows his biceps to a young man. He says that the baby is not yet old enough to become a headman. The guy grins and says that the position will be his. The main character points his finger at the equipment. He asks the teacher if he will have to reimburse the cost of the device if it gets damaged. The teacher calms him down and says that the guy can hit with all his might. The students standing behind him begin to laugh. The guy with brown hair ironically says that the kid is afraid of ruining the thing, and he's puffing himself up too much to be cooler. The main character stretches his hand. He clenches his teeth, filling his fist with energy. The guy uses the rushing and tearing fist method. His charged blow causes the counter to crack. The teacher watches what is happening in bewilderment. The student with brown hair opens his mouth wide in horror. He is surprised that the boy was able to break the stand and, most likely, is not even human. The boy looks sarcastically at the equipment. The teacher thinks that he is cunning because he secretly resorted to combat skills. But even so, the equipment is still difficult to break, so the student's strength should not be neglected. The friend raises her hands up, smiling widely. She shouts that she did not doubt her brother, who is indeed number 1. The main character looks at his friend with a smile. The teacher raises his hand in front of him. He says that if no one has any objections, then the duties of the headman of the 10th group will be assigned to Lin Zhu, and by scanning their card with their phone, they can enter the university website, where they will find brief information about their educational institution and a map of the territory. And if they have no more questions, then the next day at 6 o'clock he is waiting for everyone in class. The girl raises her hand up. She asks where their hostel is. The man smiles widely, raising his finger up. He says the university doesn't provide housing for students, so they have to find it themselves, paying rent with points. And to find it, it's better to go to the registration department, and there they can choose the option that suits them and pay the rent. The students open their eyes wide in surprise. They shout that it is wrong to pay for housing themselves. The teacher smiles widely. He replies that since he has given answers to all the questions, the students can be free. Registration department building. The group looks at the housing provided. The main character says that the area of an ordinary apartment is 50 square meters, and the monthly rent for it is 50 points. The rent for the Bamboo Grove cottage is 500 points, and it also has a training room with all kinds of equipment. An image of the Bamboo Grove cottage with a monthly fee of 500 points. A friend with white hair looks at the cottage. She says that in terms of housing there is simply no better option, and this is a very good location. The main character bends his fingers. He asks how the girl is going to pay for food if she spends all the points on him, because the price for a regular breakfast in the student canteen is 5 points. Lunch and dinner are 10 points, and therefore 500 points is not even enough for food. With a calm expression on his face, he points with his hand at the stand with housing, while the girl raises her hand at him. The young man says that only a fool would spend all his points for an elegant home. He is hit on the head from behind by another girlfriend wearing his jacket. A girl makes a bump on the head of a disgruntled boy. He asks in surprise who hit him. The girl says that this is not stupid at all. He opens his mouth wide in surprise, pointing his finger at her. The guy says she shouldn't spend all 500 points on the cottage. The girl makes a calm expression on her face. She says that if he hasn't chosen housing, he should give her his card. He watches anxiously as the girl places the card on the terminal. The young man asks why she took the card from him. The girl looks at the scoreboard, inserting her and the guy's card into the device. It says that the guy's girlfriend is trying to transfer 250 points, and the device asks if this is true or if the transaction needs to be cancelled. The friend explains that the cottage she rented has 2 floors, and if he gives her 500 points, she will live on the 2nd floor and he will live on the 1st. But to complete the translation, his fingerprint is needed. The main character puts his finger on the device with a malicious smile. He says that then they will become roommates. The girl furiously folds her arms over her chest. She replies that if he says one more word, she will kill him. Cottage on the edge of the city. A guy sits on a sofa in a cottage, legs crossed, while a stone baby runs next to him. He says the accommodation is on a completely different level and his points were well spent. The student sits with a calm expression on his face. The guy says that you should look at the university website for a map, a store, ability ratings, and tasks. System window with tasks for points. The first task is a sparring partner with a working time of an hour a day and a payment of 150 points, then cleaning women's restrooms with a time of half an hour a day and a payment of 100 points, as well as joint participation in the Glory of the Dead competition for 5 hours a day and a payment of 50 points. The last help in increasing positive ratings with time of half an hour a day and payment of 120 points. The main character makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says the tasks are very stupid, and then he scrolls down the page and opens his eyes wide. The student says that they also have an exchange office where you can exchange your items for points. The guy imagines how much anomalous crystal he collected along the way and all sorts of other interesting objects, and therefore smiles widely. He says that this is just great, since he got a lot on the way to the city. The guy approaches the exchange office building with a large door and yellow stripes above it. A man in white clothes and glasses turns towards him. 2 guys with short gray and blue hair say something in each other's ears. The second person does not understand what the first is trying to whisper to him. Everyone is watching the young boy warily. He walks past a crowd of people dressed in white, while he himself is in completely black clothes. People say that the newcomer did not receive a uniform and, judging by his stupid appearance, one should not have high hopes for those who have entered, and they do not understand where the newcomer will get valuable things to exchange. The young man approaches the old man behind the counter, who is twirling his mustache with his fingers. The guy says hello and says that he would like to make an exchange. The old man says that the boy did not receive a uniform, but somehow he already acquired something that can be exchanged, and moreover, the sale is carried out exclusively for points and there is no exchange for alliance currency. The student places the skin of a worm with an open-toothed mouth on the counter, pressing it with his hand. The guy says he knows all this and he wonders how much he can exchange her. The man opens his eyes wide in surprise, looking at the skin he holds in his hands. He says that the skin of a royal leech, a rare rank 4 evolved beast, would be worth 10,000 points. The student standing behind opens his eyes wide in surprise, and the second one makes a dissatisfied expression on his face, folding his arms over his chest. The guy with curls on his head doesn't understand how a freshman could have gotten the skin of a royal leech. A friend standing nearby says that he was lucky to find her on the path of death. The young man with a wide smile shows a huge sparkling crystal, holding his hand over it. He agrees to the amount offered by the old man and asks what he will get for this gem. The man, looking discouraged, adjusts his glasses as he approaches the table to take a closer look at the crystal. He replies that since the item is a rare thing, he will give 100,000 points for it. With his hands on his waist, the guy looks at the old man. People standing around say that such a teapot cannot have such a rare thing, and it has made a lot of money, and if you complete tasks, you need to work very hard to get such a sum of points. The main character with a wide smile holds out the flesh of a rank 6 beast wrapped in its green tentacles. He says that he would like to exchange this thing as well. The man points his finger at the object, his mouth wide open, and lightning strikes behind him. He shouts that this is the flesh of the QE beast, and he could only get it by defeating it. A girl and a man with a scar on his eyebrow stand behind the boy and open their mouths wide in surprise. She says that this will greatly destroy a rank 6 beast. The student does not understand who the guy is, but perhaps he is a talent from some large family with many trump cards in his hands that would allow him to kill him. The guy with brown hair makes a dissatisfied expression on his face, gritting his teeth, standing next to his friend behind the kid. He says that the young man does not at all look like a member of an influential family and, most likely, he picked it all up somewhere. A friend with a shaggy hairstyle and a face covered with hair replies that he should try to collect something like the skin of a royal leech of the 4th rank, a salt crystal, and the flesh of a beast of the 6th rank. The old man inserts the card into the terminal he holds in front of him. He says that although the beast's flesh is very expensive, nevertheless, he provided a small amount of it. So the old man will exchange it for $500,000, and taking into account everything else, he receives a total of 610,000 points. The main character with a calm expression looks at the man who presses the numbers on the terminal. He thanks him and asks if they accept combat skill cards. The man shows 2 fingers in front of him, looking down. He says that the university produces combat skill cards, weapons, and equipment themselves and in large enough quantities that they don't need it. The guy makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that everything is clear to him, and he would like to purchase an anomalous crystal of the 6th rank. The student thinks that he recently used the 4 rotations that had accumulated in the system, and as a result he drew a battle card of a diamond category blade technique, so he wanted to exchange it, and if accepted, the price could be at least 1,000,000 points. The man hands the card into the student's hand. He says that the price for a rank 6 anomalous crystal is 80,000, and he has deducted that amount from his card. The guy replies that this is good. A park on the university grounds with paths, fencing, and growing green trees. The guy scratches the back of his head with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says the same thing happens every time. The young man turns his head back, glancing at what was happening behind him. He says everyone can go out as there is no one there and the place is perfect for a robbery. 3 students, one with short hair, the second with white hair, and the third with long purple hair and white clothes and the same Latin number on the chest, approach the student. The leader introduces himself and says that he noticed that at the exchange center the guy was selling a lot of points. The student frowns and makes a gesture with his fingers indicating a request for money. He says that he urgently needed 10,000 points, so he thought that the guy would not refuse to lend him. The main character holds his hands on his hips while a crowd of senior students surrounds him from all sides. He replies that this is impossible since there are no card readers in the park. The student raises one eyebrow up, looking down at the guy. He says that all beginners are fools and every card has a translation function. The guy looks at his card in bewilderment. He says it's quite good. The young man looks up at the bully, smiling widely. He says that in this case they can transfer their points to him. The student clenches his teeth in rage. He says that the kid is quite tough since they are going to rob him after beating him, and he is thinking about how to take their points. The main character makes a malicious smile, looking at the irritation on the face of the enemy, located a centimeter from his face. He says that why not, because he can deal with him and his company. The student furrows his brows in rage. Out of anger, he swings his fist at the boy, clenching his teeth. The young man imbues his body with energy, which is clearly visible before his eyes. He uses the technique of silent walking movements. The student misses as the guy manages to dodge. He runs past the bullies on the road, hitting each one of them. The main character stands calmly, holding his hands in his pocket while the surprised bullies turn to him, who is already standing behind them. The leader opens his eyes wide in horror, frowning. He says this movement technique. The young man flexes his fists with a malicious smile, glancing at the opponent standing behind him. He ironically asks the elder how he likes the younger's skills. The guy lifts his foot off the ground. He swings it and punches the purple-haired opponent in the face. The guy uses the chain strike method. The young man extends his charged hand in front of him. He uses the flame hand method. The opponent looks at his hand in horror. He clenches it into a fist and charges it with energy, directing it at the guy. The student screams for the guy to die. He uses the Great Serpent's Fist method, sending his origin energy forward. The guy turns around in surprise with his eyes wide open. The student delivers a charged blow to his face. The young man flies to the side, leaving a mark on the ground while the enemy watches him. The student says that since the guy doesn't want to be nice, he will treat him badly and there's no point in provoking him, because initially he was going to take only 10,000 points from him, but now he'll give him everything or end up in the hospital bed for a month. The young man wipes the blood from his face, looking at his sarcastically smiling opponent, gritting his teeth in rage. He replies that they should be glad that they are within the walls of the university. The student asks the boy what would have happened otherwise. The freshman charges his fist with energy, pointing it at the senior. He uses the ripping fist method. The student smiles broadly, thrusting his chest forward with a similar technique, raising a loaded fist in front of him. He uses the great serpent fist method. The bully yells that the freshman won't be able to match his fist and then he'll break his arm. The guys touch with charged fists and a shockwave occurs, raising dust around. The senior student watches in horror as his hand begins to twist from the charge of energy transferred from the youth. Friends run up to him with frightened faces. The purple-haired bully says his friend's arm is in terrible shape. The second adds that the older one has a crushed fracture. The senior student screams that he is in great pain and needs to be taken to the hospital urgently. The guy approaches the defeated student with an ominous smile, looking up at the enemy. He says that no one let them go since they were the first to run into trouble and therefore they won't leave so easily. The bully clenches his teeth in anger and pain. The main character smiles widely, raising a finger in front of him. He says that he demands 10,000 points from each of them, and only in this case can they be free and go to their hospital. The guy lying on the ground and his friends open their eyes wide in shock. The leader shouts that this is impossible, and the boy shouldn't even dream about it. The purple-haired bully continues his words and says that you have to do a lot of tasks to earn that much. The main character with a malicious smile approaches the face of the sobbing bully. He ironically asks if he refuses, and if so, then the guy will have to break everyone's arms and legs. The hooligans sitting on the ground were surprised. They shout that they are ready to transfer 10,000 points to the main character. The guy folded his arms over his chest. He said ironically that they seemed to understand how the translation was done. The boss fearfully raises the card. It says to press the button on the side and then the display will appear. The bully asks for the main character's ID for translation. The freshman names the required numbers. Irritated boss frowns. He tells the guy that he did everything. The main character smiles widely. He replies that 300,000 have arrived. The freshman raises his hand. He thanks them for the points. The bully furrows his eyebrows. He says the youngster will not get away with his behavior. The bandits look at each other in surprise. They are surprised that the guy has a weak aura, but at the same time he scared them quite a bit. The boss angrily watches the person leaving. He tells his friends that he will spend 5,000 points to hire a third year and punish the youth. Cottage building. A freshman offers his friend something to eat. A girl meditates on a mat. She stands up and points. The girl says that the monitor in the living room will help order delivery. The guy looks at his girlfriend while holding the remote control. He tells her that he is treating her and will order while she is in the shower. The girl wipes her wet head. She was surprised at the speed of delivery. There are many dishes in front of her face. A freshman eats meat at the table. He invites her to start the meal, and the guy hasn't eaten well for a long time since he had a bad diet during the trip. The girl looked at him in surprise. She doesn't understand where he got the money from since it just arrived. The main character points to his cheek with his finger. He says what kind of kiss he will tell. The girl brings a katana to his neck. She says it's better for him not to repeat it. The guy tries to justify himself by calling her his older sister. The girl furrows her eyebrows angrily. She says it's better not to call her that. The freshman, sobbing, throws himself at his friend's feet. He says that they need to call her something, since in the eyes of others they are cohabitants. The girl kicks the guy out. She screams at him to leave. A freshman and his girlfriend are standing in the arena. The girl invites him to practice. The main character makes a surprised face. He doesn't understand why, because she has already washed herself. Memories of activities appear in the guy's head. He thinks that she, as his teacher, is trying to arrange a thrashing under the pretext of training, and there are always similar girls around him. The friend frowns with displeasure. She says he should focus on the fight. The girl holds out a katana to the guy. The freshman spits out blood. The girl looks at him warily. The student holds his shoulder in pain. A friend asks when he managed to get wounded. The student smiles at her question. He says that he wanted to exchange materials for points, but the second-year students noticed this and beat him, but by the end they still obediently transferred 30,000 points. A friend throws him a bottle of medicine. She says these are pills that heal wounds and he needs to be less arrogant. The freshman looks at the jar in surprise. He replies that he is not sick and there is no need to waste medicine. The girl points her finger to her head. She says he is sick here. The freshman watches her departure with displeasure. She says he should rest. The guy thinks that she still likes him. A stone levitates in front of a meditating student. He thinks about the energy entering his body, and by using such absorption, his experience points increase, so he needs to use it more often. The engulfed stone shatters. He thinks that it is difficult for his body to cope with a 6th rank crystal, but a warrior's body is a container. The more source energy it has, the more strength it has, so he needs to temper his body. The guy looks forward warily. His girlfriend leaves through the fence. The guy doesn't understand where she was going last night. He stands leaning on elbow. He thinks the girl might have gone on a date, but he's not in the mood for that. The beaten bully sits on a chair. They tell him that the senior student is ready to help for 10,000 points. A large warrior enters the room. He says it's impossible to get a scolding from a freshman. The girl hits him with her heel. She shouts for the senior student not to block the road. A huge guy falls to the ground. The student turns to the girl with displeasure. He asks who kicked him. The girl makes a calm expression on her face. She replies that it was a newcomer. The senior student furrows his eyebrows in anger. He shouts that it is impossible to be such a newbie. The student swings his fist at the girl. He says that it doesn't matter what course she is in, because her song is sung. The girl makes a katana strike to her opponent. She says he's just mediocrity. A female student holds a katana at her opponent's neck. She says his move could be death. The bully watches the fight in surprise. He says she is joking as killing is prohibited. The girl turns around calmly. She says that she has the courage to break the ban. The student points his finger at the girl. He says she is a talented newcomer. He opens his eyes wide in horror. The bully looks at the mercenary in surprise. The girl does not let go of the katana. The bandit shouts that she is from the Luo clan. He falls to his knees in front of the girl. The bandit, gritting his teeth, looks at the floor. The guy understands that then she can get away with murder. The beaten guy exhales. He says in a trembling voice that he did not want to go against her friend and will never stand in his way again. Holding the katana, the girl glances at the floor. She turns around and leaves. The large student falls to the ground. He exhales calmly. The goon says that there is a terrible atmosphere around her. He casts an angry glance at the bully. The guy says he just wanted to talk to the newcomer and didn't know about his connections. Cottage building in the morning. The freshman rubs his eyes. He looks at breakfast in surprise. He eats, looking at his girlfriend's room. The guy says she's leaving early. He thinks that she only seems cold, but is actually caring. Friends are standing near the cottage. The guys smile sarcastically at the main character. They ironically ask how he slept. The freshman doesn't want to answer. University building. The teacher stands at the blackboard. He says that the university has a free learning atmosphere and they don't have to come to theory because it won't affect their grades. The students smile contentedly. The man raises his index finger. He says they still have exams and monthly tests, so if their grades are at an unacceptable level, the students will face insensitive punishment. The students make sad faces. They say that there are no freebies in the world. The main character looks at the teacher. The man says that there are training rooms above them where they will find equipment, and he gives the access card to the headman. The guy takes the card in his hands. The teacher says that the hall opens at 6 in the morning and closes at 12 at night, and before that it will be necessary to restore order there. The man reaches out his hand to the guy. He asks for his card to credit 500 points. The teacher inserts it into the table. He opens his mouth in shock. The man is surprised by the number of points on it. He asks the guy where he got so many points. The students look at each other in surprise. They say that the teacher made a mistake or their prefect is a major. The student opens his mouth wide in surprise. He shouts that this can't happen because everyone had 500. The student points his finger at the main character. He shouts that the guy hacked the university and gave himself points. The teacher furrows his eyebrows in anger. He demands silence, as the university's system cannot be hacked, and it displays that the prefect simply exchanged materials for points. The student stands dumbfounded. He says that he did not know about the exchange center and would also like to visit it. The freshman looks at the group irritably. He says they are a bunch of fools. The teacher looks at the projection with translations. He says that the guy managed to find amazingly a lot on the path of death. A freshman holds his finger to his mouth. The teacher asks if he has any friends among the sophomores. He holds the back of his head with his hand. He says that it is. That's why they were worried that he would have enough points for his needs, and therefore they generously transferred him, although he did not ask for it. The bully boss sneezes. The teacher, smiling, hands the guy a card. He asks him to be careful. The teacher waves his hand to the students. He says that he is going to a meeting and in a week he will select the strongest among them who will fight with the rest of the first years, so they need to train. The students smile widely. They shout that they will take up training and will not allow their group to lose face. The door to the training room. Students use training equipment. The guy is holding a wooden spear. A student with a wooden sword approaches the guy. He invites the headman to exchange experiences. His girlfriend turns to look at her classmate. She asks what he wants. He glances at her. The freshman replies that he just wants to study with him. The student frowns with displeasure. He thinks that the guy used a trick to break the device since its aura is almost undetectable. The freshman smiles sarcastically. He says that he will pass because his classmate is too weak. A classmate swings his sword in displeasure. He throws a punch, but the freshman dodges it. The guy, smiling, glances at his classmate. He says he's too slow. The guy's outstretched spear multiplies. He uses a flurry of pear color. Many spears hit the angry student. He flies away from their force. Other students run to help their friend. The guy's girlfriend addresses her group. She invites them to help their brother. The main character smiles maliciously. He replies that this is not necessary since the opponents are too weak. The guy thinks that they will help him establish authority. The bullies run towards the main character. The boss shouts that he will regret it. The bully clenches his teeth angrily. The freshman swings his spear. It uses the verdict method. The guy kicks the bully. He uses the chain strike method. Classmates fly away. The freshman, smiling maliciously, looks at the bully. The student exhales calmly. He looks down at the guy. A classmate hits his hand with his fist. He apologizes and says that he lost cleanly. The friend looks at his friend in surprise. She says she knew the guy could handle it alone. The friend replies that she herself has recently been more worried than others. The freshman opens his mouth wide. He asks if there are still people unhappy with him being the headman. The group looks at the headman. He says that the program revealed their weak fighting ability and therefore they must train so as not to lose face. Gravity room door. The girl looks at the panel. She says you have to swipe your card to get in. The guy thoughtfully holds his chin. He thinks that regular training strengthens the body, but does not concern the strengthening of internal organs. But in the case of a gravity room, everything is different since the body is in a state of exhaustion. A freshman opens the door. He thinks that it is necessary to use the cultivation technique since it and training have a high effect of strengthening the body. Huge room with several equipments. The group fills it. The girl invites them to look ahead. The scoreboard says that to use gravity for acceleration 2, you need 2 points per minute, and for acceleration 3, the same number of points per minute. A friend is surprised and says that points are required for using the room. The friend counts his fingers in surprise. He says that a double load will cost 120 points a month, but at the same time they only have 500, and they still need to pay rent and food. The freshman looks at his smiling friend. He says that they still have the beast's flesh and they can exchange it. The freshman turns around, walking away. He says they can also complete assignments that are posted on the university's website. The guy points his finger in front of him. He says he's giving treats so everyone can practice, but they'll try the easy option first. The students smile widely. They shout that they have a good headman. The guy puts the card on the machine. The scale on the device rises. The program says that the training has started. The students look up in bewilderment. They fall to the ground. The protagonist's girlfriend is shaking on the floor. She is surprised that it is only an easy level. The guy stands with his teeth clenched. He thinks that under conditions of increased gravity, the cells of the body are in a state of continuous exhaustion and at the same time continuously disintegrate, giving birth to new cells, stronger and in greater numbers. A freshman holds a crystal in his hand. He thinks that in such conditions, using the absorption of energy from the sources will be more effective. Students meditate in the room. 1 hour later, tired classmates are covered in sweat. They say they can't take it anymore. They think that the elder is not tired at all, and this means that his strength is enormous. The headman sits in place, the rest leave. They say that they can no longer be there and are surprised how their brother sits because they should have the same strength. 3 hours later, the guy opens his eyes, looking up from his meditation. The freshman turns around. He realizes that everyone has left and only he remains, so he decides to try triple enhancement. He places the card on the machine. The program notifies you when the workout begins. The freshman falls face first to the ground. He rises with effort, clenching his teeth. The guy says it's a tough workout. With a malicious smile, he looks at the crystal in his hand. He thinks about his internal organs being torn apart, but nevertheless his experience points grow at an insane pace. Training room. Students are waiting for the main character. Friends are standing nearby. The girl says that her brother has been sitting in the room for 5 hours, and after the first hour it was difficult for her to be there. The friend replies that she can check on him, although the room is equipped with an intelligent system that will notify if the person is unable to continue training. A classmate leaves the room. He says that the headman is training at triple strength. His friends open their mouths in surprise. They shout that they don't understand how, 5 hours later, he can train under triple amplification. The guy looks at the blackened crystal. He says that it didn't take long to absorb the stone, so he should buy a few more. The guy holds out a loaded fist. He says that with such gravity, his reaction slowed down and his fist relaxed, but at the same time the force of the blow increased. The guy looks at the scoreboard. It says that he can select the training strength from 1 to 99. The guy thinks about trying first. The freshman is wary of the sight of the beam. The program says that the training has started. The weapon fires a beam. The guy dodges the blow. He shouts that he is not wearing combat gear, so if he gets hit, he could die. The weapon moves quickly, making strikes. The guy bends over and flies to the side. The beam makes multiple hits. The headman uses the technique of silent walking movements. The weapon stops and the guy falls to the floor. The system notifies you that 30 minutes have elapsed and the workout is complete. The student thinks that he was close to death. He leaves the gravity room. The freshman thinks that the total training cost him only 820 points, although the effectiveness is comparable to 2 weeks of his previous training. A friend approaches a guy. She asks if he is okay as he has been sitting in the room for 5 hours. The guy smiles in response. He says he's fine and they should continue studying while he goes away. Friend gives a thumbs up. He says that the headman trained for 5 hours, but looks like he went for a walk. Exchange office building. The guy gets out of it. He says his balance is 10 stones short, so he needs to find a way to earn more points. The guy sees a tall building in front of him. He says that in the competition tower, anyone who manages to break into the top leaders will be able to receive the corresponding number of points every day, which means that this is a very good way to get them. Tower Task. It consists of 100 floors, and the university ranks students based on their strength. And then the students in the top 100 become the masters of their respective floors, so even defeating the master of the first floor means rising to the top 100. Screens displaying student battles. The rankings are updated weekly based on the matches, and to incentivize the floor hosts, the university assigns different rewards in the form of points to them. A table with a rating of freshmen, the first place in it is occupied by the owner of the 20th floor, and the other 3 are from the 19th to the 17th. The university also gives out an award for the weekly rating among students in each course. The students look at the scoreboard in surprise. They say that the newcomers are quite strong. After all, on the second day, someone challenged the 20th floor, and among them there are several geniuses who fought their way from the academy in the Sky City, so it is not surprising that they were able to get into the university. The main character thinks that his girlfriend managed to visit there and defeated the owner of the 17th floor. A freshman approaches the front desk. The guys behind say that the freshman does not know his own capabilities, and every year the same thing happens. Since they are calves who are not afraid of the tiger due to their immaturity, so it is unlikely that he will be able to defeat even someone from the first floor. The main character watches a student fight. The guy blows his opponent out of the arena. The presenter says that the second-year student won. He writes data to the tablet. The host says that the next pairing will be the main character against the winning sophomore. The freshman takes his backpack off his shoulders. He says that his turn came too quickly, which means that no one else wants to. The guy goes on stage to the presenter. People in the hall laugh and say that he will not be well. The host confirms their words, saying that he is a warrior of the 3rd rank and the losing applicant was of the 4th. The presenter looks at the computer in surprise. He says that his device for measuring combat effectiveness showed a result that does not reach the 3rd rank. The enemy looks at the boy sarcastically. He asks if the guy will draw a weapon or if he is going to fight with his bare hands. The freshman smiles, looking at his opponent. He says that since it's just the first floor, he won't need it. The sophomore clenches his teeth in anger. He says that the guy thinks a lot about himself. The student makes a fist blow. He uses the ripping fist method. The main character dodges the blow. He realizes that the opponent is also using the tearing fist method. The senior student smiles widely. He admits that the guy knows how to evade. The sophomore powerhouse makes multiple hits. The freshman dodges all blows. He uses the silent walking movement technique method. The enemy furiously makes a new blow. He thinks that with a huge box behind his back, the guy moves very quickly. The senior yells at the freshman to stop dodging. In response, the freshman smiles maliciously. He says he also has a tearing fist. The guy makes a swing with his loaded hand. He uses the ripping fist method. One student is surprised, and the second one smiles. The first one says that the freshman is also somehow improving the tearing fist, and the second one replies that they are different in rank, so it's obvious who is stronger. The presenter makes a surprised expression on his face. He says the rookie's ripping fist is different. The guy imbues his fist with fiery power. He adds a swift fist to the tearing method. 2 charged hands touch. The enemy clenches his teeth in horror. An explosion occurs and he flies away. The presenter says that the first-year student won. Freshman holds his hand in his pocket. He says the enemy is too weak. The watching students open their mouths in horror. They are surprised that their friend lost with just 1 hit. The presenter is sweating in surprise. He says that the beginner's strength is very high, so it turns out that he has some problems with the equipment. 2nd floor. The freshman punches the opponent and he falls. 3rd floor. The guy grabs the opponent by the face. 4th floor. Freshman kicks opponent in the face. The presenter announces that the freshman won on 4 floors. Spectators watch what is happening from the screens. They are surprised that the main character was able to reach the 4th floor with his bare hands. The presenter says that there is definitely something wrong with his equipment. 5th floor. A freshman stands opposite a blue-haired girl. She holds her hand clenched into a fist. She advises him to take out the weapon that he holds behind his back, since otherwise he will not be able to defeat her. The guy holds a spear in his hand. He replies that the eldest shouldn't worry because he's using a spear. The guy holds it out to his rival. He uses the method of Phoenix Greatness. The girl is thrown from the arena by fiery force. 6th and 7th floor. The presenter announces the victory of the freshman. Flying away, the freshman stays on his feet. The presenter is about to throw the tablet to the side. He shouts that the freshman was able to get to the 20th floor in one breath. His friend asks him not to break the tablet as it is worth 1,000 points. A student with a sword stands opposite the young man. The presenter says that the participants in the next fight should get ready and the second-year student will fight against the main character. The system notifies that in front of the main character is a warrior of the 5th rank. The guy makes a gloomy expression on his face. He thinks that a serious battle is planned since the best student of the Heavenly City lost to him. The enemy looks at the main character. He says that a 3rd rank warrior managed to reach the 20th floor, and all the first years made it clear that they should not be underestimated. But he was still able to defeat the first one in 10 minutes, even though he was the best in the Sky City Academy. The red-faced sophomore holds a sword in front of his face. He asks how long the underclassmen can hold out. The freshman smiles sarcastically at his question. He says he's not going to rush. Opponents swing their weapons. University building. A male voice asks a friend to watch the broadcast of the competition tower. 2 students are looking at a laptop. A guy with white hair asks his friend if he knows whose band the guy is from. He replies that the guy is from number 10. The freshman opens his mouth in surprise. He says he knows him. The academy student thinks that since he was assigned to the 10th group, he must be among the weakest first-year students, but then he does not understand how the guy managed to get to the 20th floor. He remembers a classmate making a promise to a boy. A classmate replies that the guy is a friend of his girlfriend. The main character exhales tiredly. He thinks that the enemy looks relaxed and he is already tired from the fight with the 5th rank warrior. The freshman holds out a spear. He uses the method of Phoenix Greatness. The guy thinks that he has already managed to discover patterns in his opponent's movement technique. The enemy creates clones of himself. He tells the guy that his attacks will not harm him. A senior student uses a ghost dance technique. The guy runs towards his opponent. He shouts that he also masters the technique of movements. The guy uses the method of silent walking. The student opens his mouth in surprise. He swears and shouts that he doesn't understand how the guy was able to predict the place where he was avoiding. The youth's spear hits the enemy's shoulder. The spear touches the enemy's clothing. He clenches his teeth in rage. A senior student thinks that he was caught by a yellowthroat in front of witnesses. He holds out his loaded sword in rage. A freshman blocks a spear strike. He flies off to the side. The guy remains on his feet. He thinks that his opponent has powerful energy. The sophomore approaches the junior. The people in the stands say that they didn't think that a freshman would be able to hook a 5th rank warrior. The enemy frowns with anger. He says that the newcomer managed to infuriate him, so he will be more serious. The opponent holds out his sword to the young man. He says he wants to add some holes to his body. The guy blocks an opponent's blow. The next one hits his shoulder, and others cut clothes, leaving holes. The guy looks at the enemy, gritting his teeth. He thinks that even the residual energy of a rank 5 warrior is capable of wounding. The opponent holds out a loaded dagger. He shouts that he wants to see how many of these attacks the freshman can withstand. Reflecting attacks, the guy smiles maliciously. He says that finally there is no need to fight tooth and nail. The freshman jumps away from his opponent. He smiles calmly despite his opponent. The senior student thinks that he is much stronger than the boy, but nevertheless, he is not afraid of him at all, and therefore he cannot make a mistake, otherwise he will become a laughingstock. The opponent holds out his weapon. He uses the method of the golden equivalent of 3 feet of ice. The freshman uses a spear to deflect a blow. He says he will crush the ice. The guy uses the Phoenix method of greatness. Ice attacks collide with fire attacks. Ice breaks through fire. The guy understands that his Phoenix greatness did not hold back the enemy's power. An explosion occurs. The main character finds himself in ice. Spectators watch the fight. They say the enemy was able to put the boy in ice and it looks like he lost. The freshman is in the lump. He thinks that he can't let it end like this. The guy uses an outburst of anger. The opponent turns to the judge. He asks why his victory was not announced. The judge replies that victory is awarded only if he is unable to resist for 10 seconds. The senior student approaches the block. He says he'll just throw her out of the arena. The ice begins to crack. The opponent opens his eyes wide in horror. A column of fire rises up. People from the stands open their mouths in horror. They shout that they didn't know that combat skills could be used in ice. The boy smiles sarcastically. He thinks about how, moments before he found himself in the ice, he activated an explosion of anger along with the greatness of the Phoenix. He swings his spear. The student thinks that it is time to finish off the enemy. The body of a senior student is surrounded by fire. He doesn't understand how the guy was able to get out of the ice. The freshman swings his spear. The opponent holds him with a saber. The guy furrows his eyebrows angrily. The enemy flies into the wall. The first year used the activation of accumulated power. A guy stands in the arena holding a spear. The presenter says that the freshman won. People from the stands say that the freshmen are crazy and one is fiercer than the other. The freshman leaves the arena. The host invites him to challenge the 21st floor. The student raises his hand. He says that this is of no use since he wants to leave the opponents for the next day. The guy glances at the rating table. His name comes first. The student says that he was first in the ranking because he defeated the owner of the 20th floor, and for first place he will receive a reward of 1,000 points every day. The bald student looks at the fair-haired one. He says that a freshman was able to defeat a 5th rank warrior, so he should not be in the 10th group, and now he is higher than his friend in the ranking. The student folds his hands while looking at the laptop. He says that the guy is quite interesting, and then you need to take note of him. The main character exhales. He can barely stand on his feet. The guy thinks that the side effects from the explosion of anger will finish him off, and he still hasn't made it to the cottage. A man's voice is heard behind the guy, saying that he has used up his strength in a recent battle. 3 sophomores approach him. One of them says that he looked quite impressive in the arena, but now he looks like a beaten dog. He scratches his nose. The student says that it is strange that the guy did not die after the 5th rank warrior, and he only won because the second year was exhausted. The freshman exhales tiredly. She says that the opponent did not reconcile himself and sent them away. The guys look at the standing freshman. They say that this is so, and he himself would like to calm down the ardor among the freshmen, since he made inquiries and found out that everyone at the top of the rankings has influence, and only he came from some academy in distant lands. The tired freshman glances at his boss. He replies that he still has influence. The bully grabs the guy, showing his fist. He says that it's time to give the guy a beating since he lost 5,000 points because of him. The senior student raises his fist. The white-haired girl stops his fist. She demands that he remove his hands. The tired protagonist smiles slightly. He says that she is easy to find and his patronage has come. The girl wraps the bully's hand. She demands to let her friend go. The bullies run at the girl with their fists. They shout that she is seeking death. The friend kicks the bully in the face. She replies that they themselves are seeking death. With 2 blows, the girl defeats the remaining bullies. The freshman thinks that he did not expect such impeccable techniques from her. The girl raises her loaded fist. She uses the ripping fist method. The bullies fly off to the side. The guy opens his mouth in surprise. He says that the girl has a tearing fist, which, moreover, is stronger than his. A friend watches the fleeing hooligans. The girl turns to the smiling guy. He laughed and asked how she knew about his whereabouts. The girl approached him. She replied that she watched the broadcast. Her friend was surprised that he was able to spend 5 hours in the gravity chamber and then compete in the tower, which means he is not at all afraid of dying. The freshman looks at the girl in surprise. She asks if he can go. A freshman holds his hand behind his head. In an anxious voice, he says that he has no strength left and needs time to rest. The guy thinks that, despite her outward anger, the girl worries about him. The girlfriend grabs the guy by the legs. She says she is ready to carry him. A student holds a friend on her back. He replies that as a guy he can't force her to carry him on her back. The friend replies that she is simply returning the debt to him. Blushing, the freshman remembers how he carried it. The girl walks past people turning around. The student says that the guy was disgusting for forcing the girl to drag himself. The second one replies that he would also like to be on the back of a beautiful freshman. The couple approaches the cottage. The girls face from the side. The emaciated hero says that in profile she looks truly beautiful, and a subtle scent emanates from her hair. A freshman kisses his girlfriend on the cheek. He opens his eyes wide in horror. The guy realizes that he kissed in vain. The girl does not turn to look at her friend. He tries to apologize for his actions. She throws it from behind to the side. The girl screams that he didn't dare kiss her. Furious, she begins to approach. The main character extends his hand, covering himself. In an alarming voice, he asks for mercy. A couple eats at a table in a cottage. The freshman thinks that something is wrong with her because he went beyond the limits and his friend did not attack, which means she really likes him. The guy blushes with thoughts. The girl wipes her face with a towel. She asks if her friend is better. A friend eats rice with chopsticks. He replies that he feels better. The girl gets up and goes to the gym. She invites him to come with her to share experiences. The guy replies that it is harmful to move after eating. He makes a relaxed face. The freshman thinks that she is using the training as an excuse, as she is going to give him a beating for what happened recently. A freshman parries an opponent's kick. He looks at her with bewilderment. The guy thinks that she has much more strength. The girl swings a wooden sword. A friend thinks that the higher the rank of a warrior, the more difficult it is to advance further, but growth is not at all difficult for her. The guy holds a spear, repelling blows. He doesn't understand how a girl improves. Frightened, the freshman steps aside. He shouts that she can kill her husband. The girl makes a blow, knocking out the spear. The unarmed freshman raises his hands. The friend calmly looks at her peer. She says that the spear technique he uses is quite decent. Lin Xiu smiles as she looks at her friend. He says she's absolutely right. The student runs her fingers over the weapon. She says that since the guy also wields a ripping fist, they shouldn't waste time. The girl holds out a loaded fist. She continues by saying that they should compare the strength of their fists. The girl swings at the main character. She uses the ripping fist method. The freshman dodges, raising his hand. He shouts that she launched an attack without warning. The student runs to the side. The guy thinks that she is very fast. He stands in surprise while the girl swings behind him. She uses the punch method again. The girl hits him in the back and the guy flies off. The freshman holds his head in pain. The girl shouts that he shouldn't rely on his eyesight because he should release the energy of the origins. He dodges her blow. The guy thinks that these cannot be the girl's fists. The student, dodging, runs back. He uses the silent walking method. The girl opens her eyes in surprise. She thinks that he has amazing sensitivity and insight, which is why he was able to reach 3 ranks in 3 months and defeat a 5th rank warrior in a competition on the 2nd day after entering. A freshman runs at his friend with a fist. He thinks that it is his turn to attack. The guy uses the ripping fist method. The girl silently looks at his hand. He opens his mouth in surprise. The guy yells at her not to stand there like a pillar. He thinks that she shouldn't have frozen. The student clenches his teeth, trying to stop the fist. The hand lightly touches the friend's chest. They look at each other. The guy opens his mouth in horror. He shouts that he didn't do it on purpose and thought that she would dodge. The beast eats the crystal while watching the fight. The boy asks to stop beating him or at least not to touch his face. He begs for salvation as domestic violence is occurring. University building in the afternoon sun. Classmates turn to look at the beaten guy. The girls ask what happened to him and whether his girlfriend beat him. A friend approaches his ear. He says that in order to defeat a girl, you don't need to use force and he can share his experience with him. His girlfriend pulls his ear. She ironically asks if he is an expert. The guy says no, and he's just joking. The bully runs up behind the main character. He congratulates him for placing first in the tower rankings. Smiling classmates look at each other. They say that their leader reached the 21st floor in one breath. Everyone rises from their seats. They ask him to teach them and show them how he trains. The guy shows his card. He says they must first undergo 5 hours of training in the gravity room under double amplification. Gravity room. A student meditates in it. The bully clenches his teeth. He says in a trembling voice that he cannot even lift a finger. A classmate dances next to them. The student says that Lin Xiu even has enough strength to dance. The group falls to the floor from fatigue. They say it's too hard for them. The guy turns around with a malicious smile. He says now it's time for them to go triple amplification. The group runs away. Some people scream that their mom called them for dinner, some say they forgot to take the blanket out of the dryer, and others have stomach pains so they need to go to the bathroom and won't be able to keep him company. The freshman holds onto the equipment in surprise. He presses buttons on the screen. The guy says that his classmates ran away very quickly, so next time he should make them train with triple strength. The freshman turns to look at his walking friend. She asks why he's only using triple boost. The girl shows him her card. She says she has no points left. He purses his lips, looking at her. The guy thinks that he is not her husband, so he does not understand why she came. Classmates overhear their conversation. They ask if the friend is his girlfriend. The headman makes a dissatisfied face. He shouts that if they have nothing better to do, then they will have to do triple intensity training. The door to the room slams. The group shouts after them that they will not disturb them. The guy looks at the door. The program notifies you that training with penta-enhanced gravity has started. The guy falls to the ground. He screams that his girlfriend is trying to kill him. The girl, standing, holds her hands on her chest. She says he should be able to withstand a trifling penta boost. Office of the first group of the first year of the educational building. Students meditate on the floor. A guy with blonde hair asks a classmate if he has seen her friend Yu. He replies that she went to the 10th group. A classmate approaches the fair-haired one. He invites him to deal with the young man. The boss turns to him with a smile. He replies that there is no need to rush, and first we need to deal with the horde from the 10th group. The main character falls to his knees. He says that the 4th enhancement was just right, but the 5th is already beyond his capabilities. The girl reaches for the equipment. She shouts that everything is very weak. Electrical circuits descend from the ceiling. The program notifies that a training session with an electrical voltage of 10,000 volts has been launched. The freshman opens his mouth in horror. He shouts that the 4th gain was not enough for her, so she decided to hit him with electric circuits and is not a person at all. The girl holds loaded whips in her hands. She says that there was a similar room in her house and she trained in such conditions since childhood. The girl smiles sarcastically. She ironically retells his words about not a person. The guy stepped aside, seeing the chains. The girl frowned. She wrapped electrical circuits around the elder's arms. The guy screams in pain. The friend looks at the door. She asks why they are fighting in the gravity room. The friend replies that the elder's cry is filled with suffering, and indeed they say that the more beautiful the girl, the more terrible it is. His lover makes a scary face. She screams, which turns out to be scary. The lover answers in an alarming voice that this is not so. The girl puts her fist to his ear. She replies that then she is ugly. The guy shouts that he misspoke and she is the worst. The girl screams for him to repeat his words and explain where she is scary. The elder falls to his knees in pain. He screams that he is dying and smells fried meat from his body. The girl replies that he is a weakling since it is only 10,000 volts. The guy falls to the floor in front of her. He thinks that this is amazing because he feels like all the strength has been drained from his body, and he will have to give up training with dodging laser beams, although after the recent electrical discharge, the number of experience points jumped quite a bit, and even with the absorption of an anomalous crystal it's not comparable. But it's still much stronger than killing evolved beasts, and apparently it's not that bad to get a different rank from time to time. The girl throws crystals at him. She says the guy should consider it a reward for using the points on his card. He happily picks them up from the floor. The freshman shouts that she is giving him too much of a reward. The girl extends her hand to him. She says that if it is not needed, he can return it. The student replies that it is very necessary and he cannot refuse her. 2 hours later, in the gravity room, the guy holds onto the chains, receiving an electric shock. He screams in pain. The guy, smiling, looks at the system alerts. She congratulates him on reaching level 20 and gaining 20 stat points, as well as discovering a new absorption ability. This ability allows you to absorb energy, converting it into experience. The guy reached rank 4 and received 50 stamina points for the rank. He shouts that he has finally reached the 20th level, and it was not in vain that he suffered electric shocks, because if every day he absorbs an anomalous crystal of the 6th rank under the 4th increase in gravity and receives discharges of 10,000 volts, he will simply gain a mountain of experience. The guy smiles victoriously, clenching his fist. He asks the system to pump all 20 points into endurance, and also to change the rank of a warrior of the 4th rank, and for now he has the feeling that the new ability will be of little use. But this does not matter, since he will test it at the first opportunity and find out the exact answer to this question. Carrier, Lenzu, level 20, strength 400, endurance 158 plus 20 with the possibility of increasing to 178 plus 20, speed 101. Total combat effectiveness 4520 is a 4th rank warrior with a bonus to stamina plus 50 points, abilities, Eye of Analysis, Explosion of Anger, Camouflage, Absorption. The main character leaves the training room. He thinks that the freshman meeting will begin very soon, and he must be armed by the time it starts. So in the evening he will study the fall of the Milky Way, and then go to the exchange office and see if they have cards of golden hand-to-hand combat skills. University building. A group of beaten students. The student asks the opposite group why they were beaten. The freshman makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that there is no way, but simply informs that the passage along the road along which they tried to pass is now closed for the 10th group. A student wipes his bruised face. He says that the road is not their property, and therefore they cannot stop them, since only one road can be used to reach the exchange office, and they need to exchange items. The freshman spreads his legs, pointing his finger down. He says that he will only let them through if the guy crawls between his legs, and everyone from the 10th group can only pass this way. The foot hits the bully in the groin. A man's voice behind him says that he will only let one foot across his path. The main character smiles maliciously. He asks if the bully is against this arrangement. The bully presses his lips together in pain. He falls to his knees in front of Lenzu. His group shouts joyfully that the headman has come to them. A student from Parallel runs up behind the guy. He shouts that the freshman got into trouble. The guy releases wolf energy. He uses the golden wolf fist skill. The main character swings at him in response. He uses the ripping fist method. 2 charged hands touch. The bully pulls his hand away in pain. He looks at him in surprise. The guy asks what kind of equipment the main character uses. The freshman clenches his hand into a fist. He replies that he is using his bronze ripping fist skills and offers him another blow. The bully extends his palm to the main character. He asks him to stop. The guy holds his groin. He says that he is a student of the 3rd group and would like to finish everything since there was a misunderstanding. The guy looks at him with a smile. The bully thinks that despite the low aura, the power of the protagonist's blows is unusually high, and he managed to achieve enormous power using only a bronze skill, and therefore it is better not to provoke him. The freshman steps aside. He points to his friend with a smile. The guy says that this is possible, but before that they must crawl under the feet of his classmate. The parallel group points a finger at him. They shout that he is an arrogant boy and his requests do not fit into any gates. He fights off the parallel with both hands. The guy uses a chain of blows and a fiery hand. A student appears behind the guy. He says that if he doesn't want it in a good way, then he will do it in a bad way. The student extends his hand to the back of the main character. He uses the Golden Thunder Palm skill. The student smiles sarcastically. He laughs and says that the discharge from his palm kills a rank 3 beast the first time. The guy fell into a force field. He thinks about how cool he feels. The system notifies that an external energy attack has been detected, so the absorption skill can be used. The guy looks at his hands in surprise. The system notifies that after starting the absorption of external energy, 1,000 points were obtained. The guy thinks that the skill is very rubbish. The system responds that the problem is not with him, but with the enemy's attack. The opponent opens his mouth, pointing his finger forward. The main character asks what he is doing. The student opens his mouth wide in horror. He doesn't understand how a freshman can be okay. The guy hits his opponent in the face. He replies that it is his worthless ability. The bully flies to the side from the blow. The guy holds the opponent by the clothes. A male voice demands that they stop fighting since they are prohibited on university grounds. The guys turn to the teacher with glasses. He approaches them, spreading his arms. The man says that he knows who started it first, but they already got theirs, so it's worth finishing. The man turns to the group of bullies. He demands that his friends be sent to the hospital. They answer that they are obeying his orders. A beaten classmate, smiling, looks at the headman. He thanks him for his help. The main character, perplexed, looks at his ward. He asks why they started having a conflict. The guy replies that he himself doesn't understand anything since they were just heading to the exchange office and bullies got in the way and attacked for no reason. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. First aid station. The doctor wraps a bandage around the bully's hand. The teacher asks who sent them to bully the 10th group. The student makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that they just fell into his lap. The teacher frowns at him. He replies that the boys were cannon fodder since the boy who beat him rose to first place among the freshmen in the competition tower. A group of bullies open their mouths in horror. They realize that it was the guy who broke into the 21st floor. The bully clenches his teeth in rage. He says that a guy from the first group set him up, setting him against a strong student. The teacher leaves, turning to the students. He says that the freshman meeting is in 2 days, and therefore they need to try not to lose to the 10th group, being in the 3rd, otherwise they will be punished. Exchange office building. The man looks at the main character. He asks what he needs this time. The guy, smiling, raises his finger. He says he wants to buy gold cards for the spear technique and hand-to-hand technique combat skills. The salesman points his finger at the tablet on the counter. He says a guy should choose what suits him best. A card with a fist fighter is displayed. The caption below it says that this is a golden card of the battle skill Ripping Thunder Fist. The seller speaks with a calm expression on his face. He explains that learning this skill will not be so easy because as far as he knows, everyone who has tried to do it has been seriously injured. The man raises his index finger up. He asks if the guy has ever heard of one of the strongest bronze fist skills called the Ripping Fist, since learning it hurts the practitioner and only after achieving certain progress in learning it can one use it to hurt their opponents. The Rending Thunder Fist is an advanced version of the regular Rending Fist, which, in addition to the tearing effect, creates an electrical discharge generated by the energy of the origins, thereby enhancing the power of the technique. The seller frowns. He says that even those warriors who already wield the Rending Fist will have to undergo extremely powerful electrical discharges while learning the advanced version. Smiling maliciously, the guy points his finger. He shouts that he will take this card. The guy points his finger at the tablet. He says he needs a map of the fallen hero's leg. The guy watches the search for cards. He thinks that, given that recently he has to be exposed to electrical discharges every day while training with his girlfriend, and also the fact that he has been wielding a tearing fist for a long time, suggests that this fist technique is truly designed for him. University buildings under the setting sun. The main character leaves the exchange office. He thinks that the freshman meeting will start in 2 days, and he will already need to focus on perfecting the Tearing Thunder Fist, the fallen hero, and also study the map of the fall of the Milky Way, which he has been putting off all this time. The boy's friend's classmate is standing on the fence. The headman looks at him in surprise. He asks what the guy wanted. The student looks down at the headman. He replies that although the guy has good power, this does not mean that he can be together with his girlfriend because they are two from different worlds. The bully makes a displeased expression on his face. He says that if the guy realizes his place, he should cut ties with her. The headman smiles sarcastically. He replies that he knows that the threats and attack of the company of the 3rd group are his doing. The student folds his arms across his chest in displeasure. He replies that they are not just trying to threaten him, but explains how everything is, since he made inquiries about him and knows that the guy is an orphan who grew up in poverty, and therefore cannot give anything to his girlfriend, except perhaps become a warrior 9th rank. The main character calmly walks away from the conversation. He replies that he shouldn't mind his affairs, but rather take care of his own, since the first year meeting is in 2 days, and it would be a shame to lose to the 10th group. Besides, if he does anything else to his classmates, it will be big will regret this. The bully's classmate makes a surprised expression on his face. He asks the guy if the main character takes on a little. The bully frowns, holding his charged hand in front of him. He replies that he doesn't have much time to show off, since at the freshmen's meeting he will let him know where his place is. A guy walks through the university grounds. He thinks that an ordinary clan is not capable of raising such a strong girl, but then he does not understand what its origins are. The freshman wipes his nose. He thinks that he shouldn't bother since he's not going to get married. The headman is surprised by the food on the table. He turns to the girl walking behind him. She says she already ate and left some for him. The guy takes off his backpack as he sits down at the table. He says that the freshman meeting is in 2 days, and therefore for internship you need to choose between 2 areas. The guy eats rice while the girl leaves. He asks if she has made her choice. The girl, smiling maliciously, turns to him. She replies that he will know everything when the time comes. Stuffing his mouth, the guy looks after her. He thinks that she has become good at stirring up intrigue. 2 days later, student arena. The presenter says that the meeting of freshmen is starting, and he asks them to go to the site. Friends raise their hands, beckoning the headman. He turns his head in different directions. The guy thinks that his girlfriend has disappeared, and she is nowhere to be found among the students of the first group. The teacher is leading a girl with white hair. He good-naturedly says he wants to introduce her to the others. The man points his hand at the student. He says that she is their new classmate and transferred to their group, although she initially intended to do otherwise. The girl turned to the teacher. She asked him not to disclose the circumstances of the transfer. Holding his hands behind his back, the teacher smiles. He asks the guys to be friends and not to offend her. The group calls the girl sister. The headman holds his hand on the back of his head in surprise. He doesn't understand how she ended up in their group. The teacher opens his mouth in surprise. He realized that there was no need to introduce them. The headman's friend glances at him. He says that they know each other since she is the girlfriend of their prefect, and therefore they cannot help but know their sister. The guy shows a finger gesture to his friend. He asks his friend why she decided to transfer. A friend takes the main character's hand. He replies that everything is clear since it is in the name of love. The couple kicks the annoying friend aside. The girl makes a calm expression on her face. She replies that it won't be fun if the other groups crush them. Friends, smiling, communicate with each other. The guy thinks that he was initially afraid that he would have to compete with her, but this is no longer relevant. The girl looks away calmly. The blushing protagonist thinks that, most likely, she really likes him. A group of freshmen look at the director. He says that they had to go through many tests to get into the university, and he hopes that over the past few days they have managed to get to know him to some extent. Director with brown hair and glasses. He says that his last name is Boley and he will try not to rant too much, but now they will have a freshman meeting, which is a test. The main character makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thinks that his teacher may be from the same family as the director. A fiery aura emanates from the man. The main character thinks that even from a distance his energy can be felt because he is a warrior of the 9th rank. The director points his fingers at the screen. 2 locations are displayed above the man. He says that during the test they are given 2 places to choose from, and the winners are those who collect the most anomalous crystal, and their reward will be points and special combat skill cards that are not sold anywhere. Jungle painting. The director says that everyone can go there because there are several high-ranking evolved beasts there, but overall the danger is low. Picture of an abandoned city with many zombies. The man continues to explain that the second location is a ruin located north of the university, and the area is an abandoned city occupied by high-ranking zombies and beasts. And everyone does not have to go there, however, each group must send at least 7 people there. The headman looks at the frightened face of his classmate. He says that there you can say goodbye to life. The student imagines a zombie, frowning. He says that there was an outbreak of a terrible virus in that area, and the warriors who carried out the task there became infected, turning into high-ranking zombies, and the animals that are there are at least at the 4th rank. The students around them open their mouths in horror. They say they are scared by high-ranking beasts. The teacher approaches the headman, smiling. He asks him to carry out distribution and send people from the group to the grove and ruins. The headman claps his hands to attract attention. He asks them to be quiet so they can split into teams. The guy looks calmly at the group. He asks his friend if she is going to the ruins. The girl replies that it is so. The headman stands with a calm expression on his face. He asks if anyone wants to go to the ruins with him and his girlfriend. He spreads his arms, looking at his friends. The guy says that risk always comes with opportunity, and therefore he does not force anyone, but asks those who want to go to take a step forward. The friend raises her hand up. She says that she will go with her brother. The friend looks at his girlfriend. He takes a step, holding her hand. The student says he will go, and his girlfriend will go with him. The friend in the blindfold smiles slightly. He replies that since all four of him are leaving, then he is going too. The headman looks around his group. He says they are only missing one person. The student clenches his hand into a fist. He lifts it up. The first-year student, turning to the headman, says that he will go with them. The main character smiles joyfully. Smiling, a group of daredevils raise their hands. The headman, addressing the group, asks them to go to the Emerald Grove and show a worthy result there. Several planes with students. The headman turns to his classmate. He asks how the guy is feeling. The student replies that he is fine. Students from Parallel laugh at them. They say that they shouldn't have gone if they were afraid, and besides, everyone in the 10th group is just a bunch of cowards. The girl demands them to shut up, otherwise they will get into a fight. The student sadly lowers his head. He says that he has been to ruins before. His group opens their eyes in surprise. A student with his head bowed holds it. He says that he is easily provoked, and one day his classmates bet that he would not dare to undergo martial practice in the ruins. The guy covers his eyes with his hand. He explains that he went there with his friends because of a dispute. Hordes of zombies attack schoolchildren. He says that on the very first day of their stay, all his friends were bitten by animals and converted. A high school student runs away from monsters. He says that only he managed to escape. The headman looks at the student in surprise. He says that all the animals there are carriers of the virus. A classmate imagines images of mutated friends. He replies that everything is correct, and 24 hours after being bitten by those animals, the person turns into a zombie. The plane flies past a flower meadow. The airliners land on an open field. The teacher says that the students have reached the ruins and therefore must get down and gather. Students of the 10th group get off the plane. The teacher stops them. He explains that before they go, they must know that the zombies and evolved beasts of the ruins are carriers of the virus. A snake in a tree watches the groups. The man explains that if they are bitten, they need to return within 24 hours and get medical attention, and then they will have a chance to live. Turning away, the teacher smiles. He says he wishes them all good luck. The students open their mouths in panic. They understand that the guy from the 10th group was telling the truth and the animals can infect them. The headman points the group with his finger to go forward. He invites them to move in the indicated direction. A group of frightened students follows the main character. Abandoned building ruins. The group walks along the ruined streets. The monster in the bushes is watching them. He runs out, attacking the girl. The system window says that the attacker is a 4th-rank zombie with the peculiarity that he is a warrior who was once mutated and turned into a zombie. Therefore he has high mobility and strength, and the one bitten instantly becomes infected and becomes one of them. The student rushes at him. She swings her weapon, protecting her friend. The girl thanks her classmate, calling her sister. The group watches the killed monster. They say the beasts know how to ambush and are not interested in military prowess. The guy sarcastically holds his chin. He hopes that rank 4 zombies will give a lot of experience. The girl turns to the group. She asks them to keep their eyes open. The strongest students start and finish the row. The headman feigns fear from the zombies behind him. He swings his spear at the monster. The system notifies that the guy receives 150,000 experience points. The main character looks upset at the body. He thinks that the system awards very little experience, and zombies appear from behind one by one, so he will never accumulate the required amount. A zombie jumps from a building onto a guy. He thinks that he is already tired of them. A freshman makes a spear strike. He pins the monster against the wall. A classmate looks at him in bewilderment. He asks why the headman didn't kill him since the monster growled and now more zombies will come. The main character smiles widely. He replies that he should bring them because it's starting to piss him off that they jump out one by one, and it's better to finish them all off at once. Hordes of zombies are moving towards the group. A frightened classmate holds his head. He says in an alarming voice that they will die, so they should run away quickly. A classmate extends his hand to the fleeing prefect. He thinks that he is not going to run away since he has a lot of experience there. A white-haired friend runs up to him. She says that she doesn't understand him because the guy is constantly trying to die. He looks at the girl sarcastically. The freshman says that his U is worried about him. The friends draw their weapons as they walk forward. His friend says that the headman and his wife are very similar. The friend replies that if Yu hears him, he will be left without a tongue. The main character swings his spear. He uses the method of Phoenix greatness. The guy directs fiery energy from the spear. He throws a crowd of zombies aside. The system notifies that many zombies of the 4th rank have been destroyed, and more than 430,000 experience points have been received for them. The group looks at the column of fire. They say that the strength of Brother's combat skill has increased a lot, and he was not that strong before because his power had probably improved to the gold category. While running, the girl makes multiple strikes to the zombies. Her classmate opens his mouth wide, watching the fight. He says that the headman's wife is even stronger than him, which makes them an ideal couple. Zombies creep up on a student. He jumps on the frightened guy. The headman hits the monster in the face with a spear. He looks angrily at his frightened ward. The guy shouts that if he wants to die, then he better move away since he doesn't need a partner who will only get in the way. A classmate frowned thoughtfully. He ran towards the monsters in rage. The student shouts that he won't let anyone look down on him, and then he will kill all the monsters. The group walks between destroyed buildings. A classmate says that, judging by the information on the network, their areas contain the largest number of evolved animals, but they have not met a single one. The headman examines the huge hole in the wall. He says that if the information on the network is correct, then some powerful beast has entered there, so others do not dare to intrude there. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He says that this beast has already arrived. Birds fly away from rustling noises ahead. A couple of friends walk forward. The main character invites the girl to look at a beast of the 4th rank. A huge bull runs up to the girl. It has large horns and fangs. The system notifies that in front of them is a golden-backed buffalo of the 5th rank, the peculiarity of which is that, due to the mutation of an ordinary buffalo after being infected with a virus, it has changed its size and now has enormous dimensions and ultra-high defensive capability. The freshman opens his eyes and mouth wide. He warns the girl about the danger. She jumps on the back of the beast, making a strike. The friend opens her eyes in horror. She realizes that her blow didn't work. The monster throws the girl aside with its hoof. The main character runs towards her. He shouts his friend's name. Holding the girl in his arms, the guy runs away. He stops, not letting go of his girlfriend. The headman asks if she is okay. The girl descends to the ground. She replies that she is fine since she used the energy of the origins, softening the blow. The monster watches them in rage. He runs behind the main character. The girl throws it aside with her hand. She shouts to the guy not to disturb her. A friend holds out a katana towards the beast. She swings at him. Having received a blow, the animal runs away. Side. A classmate injures him. Watching this, the guy smiles widely. He says his girlfriend is cool. An angry beast rises from the ground. Frightened classmates open their mouths. They say that although the friend is amazing, it is not clear how to approach the furious monster. The headman scratches his nose. He replies that you should not approach him, as it is better to use long-range attacks. The main character swings his spear. He uses the method of Phoenix greatness. He chuckles, saying that they should expect roast beef for dinner. Classmates move forward. They shout that it is their turn to fight. Students swing their weapons. They use the methods of cataclysm, crescent cut, series cut, and light thrust. A wave of energy hits the beast. The blows cause cuts on his body. The monster is even more furious. He rises from the ground and runs towards his opponents. Students warn each other that the monster is breaking through and will now fight to the last. The main character with a spear jumps over him. He shouts that if he can't break through his back, he will simply drive him into the ground. The beast bends under the headman's blow. A girl with katanas runs at a bull. She swings, cutting off his head. The headman opens his eyes wide in surprise. He doesn't understand how she did it because he just groveled against his impenetrable skin. The couple looks at the corpse of the beast. The girl says that with his attacks he managed to fry the skin on the back and the neck area. The guy scratches the back of his head. He replies that he was already finished. 3 parallel guys approach the beast. The main one says that they managed to finish off their prey. He looks at the main character. The guy says that he is a student of the 4th group from the Northern Institute, and they chased the buffalo and drove it to them. A freshman holds the beast by the horns. He says that he thanks them for their support, and they will take the anomalous crystal, and all the other materials from it will be given to them, since the skin from the back of the beast is an excellent material for creating weapons. The protagonist's girlfriend looks at the students with displeasure. She says it's an obvious robbery. Students examine the body. Their boss says they are simply returning their trophy since the loot was theirs in the first place. The girl says that he will not be able to prove it. Crushed monster hooves. He says that they recently had a rather long battle, and his classmate left the marks on the hooves. The bald student frowns on his face. He says they're just a bunch of Southern Institute renegades. The elder on the hill folded his arms across his chest. He told them that a bunch of 4th rank warriors attacked one buffalo and left him with just scratches on his hooves, which suggests that they wanted to give him a pedicure. Looking at them, the headman smiles maliciously. He says that this is truly a pathetic sight, and in his opinion, a few weaklings could easily die in a dangerous place, so the university would not even ask questions about them. The girl takes out a katana from its sheath. She swings, threatening her opponents. The student manages to dodge by moving to the side. He screams that she is trying to kill him. The main character attacks from behind. He replies that since they are not at the university, they can finish off a couple of robbers. The guy repels the headman's blows. His armed group runs parallel. The thief makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that they are a bunch of madmen if they dare to encroach on their crystal. The freshman smiles sarcastically at his words. He says that the guy is distorting the facts, and since he says so, then he can leave them all the crystal and at the same time the points from his cards. The students open their eyes wide in horror. He thinks that he was sure of the weakness of the 10th group, but they turned out to be those who know how to fight and do not know mercy. The student strikes, pinning the opponent. The student takes the weapon out of its sheath. He replies that killing him will not be so easy. The badass uses the golden skill of the Twilight Shadow. The main character frowns. He says his opponent has disappeared. The guy jumps on the headman from behind. He says that the guy correctly noted that the university would not investigate the death of a couple of weaklings. The main character turns to the enemy. He says that its speed compared to the lasers in the gravity room is not at all impressive. The guy moves away while the headman runs towards him. The student does not understand how he found out about his whereabouts. As he approaches, the guy raises his fist. He replies that the student still doesn't know much and can try his new technique. The main character uses the tearing thunder fist method. The opponent is hit in the stomach. He flies several meters to the side. Smiling widely, the guy looks at his fist. He chuckles and says that it also has a paralyzing effect, and now the guy is just the Lord of Thunder. The girl swings her katana. The students fly away from her blow. They say the girl is very strong. She holds the katana towards the bully's face. The student says that if he moves, he will die. A fight between two groups. A bald student runs towards his opponents. He says that they are brave for going up against 4th rank warriors. A student swings a weapon at a freshman. He shouts that they laughed at his war hammer, and since it is for a manicure, he will use it to file their heads. The elder holds out a spear. He deflects the opponent's blow, which flies away. The bully falls to his knees, dropping his hammer. The headman stands in front of the student, covering him. He says he decided to make sure his hammer was effective. Standing in front of his classmate, he smiles sarcastically. The guy ironically asks the student how he feels. The hairless man furrows his brows. He replies that the guy got into trouble. The parallel student imbues his clenched fist with energy. He holds it out towards the headman. The guy uses the caving fist method. With a malicious smile, the freshman raises his fist. He says that his opponent ran into trouble because he decided to exchange fists with him. The guy uses the tearing thunder fist method. The opponent's hands, charged with energy, touch. The bald student flies off to the side. The remaining guys grit their teeth in rage. They say that they defeated the best warriors. Friends attack others. The force of the attacks causes them to fly away. The beaten warriors are sitting on the ground. The main character looks contemptuously at the student. He asks to let them go. The headman smiles widely. He says that there is no problem, but first they need to give all the anomalous crystal in their hands and points from the cards. The leader of the group opens his eyes in horror. He says that he is ready to give away the points, but if he gives away all the crystal, then the test will end for them. The main character smiles maliciously. He says that if they don't want to, then they will simply die and his group will take everything themselves. The guys open their mouths in fear. They shout in an alarming voice that they will give everything to them, but not death. A multi-story building covered with ivy. The friend says that she couldn't think that the 4th group of the Northern Institute would have as many as 2 5th rank crystals, and now they have 3, providing a strong basis for victory. The group of freshmen goes out into the open. The friend replies that they should not underestimate those who dared to go to the ruins, and, besides, they still have a whole week, so they cannot relax and must devote all their strength to collecting the anomalous crystal. The headman turns to his friend. He asks if she is okay. She replies that she has a feeling that they are being followed. The group looks at the beam of light from a high-rise building. The students are wary, looking at their friend. She yells at them to move aside. The headman manages to dodge the beam. He looks at the piece of burnt pants. The system notifies that an external energy source has been detected and the absorption ability has been activated, earning 2,000 experience points. The guy opened his mouth in bewilderment. He shouts that he received very few points, and if it were not for the university uniform, which is combat equipment, then there would be nothing left of his leg. The guy moves quickly, dodging the rays. He uses the silent walking movement technique method. The girl runs to a multi-story building. She shouts that the shooter is in him and she is going to deal with him. The sniper looks through his scope at the group. He reports into the earpiece that they are breaking into the building, and the first group should get ready to meet the guests, while the second group needs to continue shelling. Classmates hid behind the wall. A friend asks the headman if everything is okay with him. The guy replies that everything is fine with him. He comes out from behind the wall, leaving his friends. The headman demands that his subordinates take cover while he helps his girlfriend defend herself. The guy dodges multiple beams. He curses and says that there are also snipers in the middle building. The freshman runs to the door to the building. He shouts that he needs to deal with the central shooter first. Friends peek out from behind the wall, scouting out the situation. The guys say that the couple is worth each other because they rush to attack, and it is not clear what they should do now and whether they should help. The friend replies that in the gravity room under triple amplification, my brother could easily evade lasers, but they don't have such abilities, so going out would simply be suicide. The students look at the girl in bewilderment. They ask who attacked them in the first place. She replies that not only university students who gain experience go to the ruins, but also a variety of people, including those who specially fly in to kill and rob. Students in blue suits are hiding in the bushes. The girl turns around, opening her mouth wide. She asks who they are. The guys raise their hands in fear. They say that they are from the 10th group of the Northern Institute. The student, smiling, holds his hand on his face. He chuckles, saying that they are the 10th group from the Southern University, and it was not easy for them to be brought together as fellow sufferers. The girl turns to the acquaintances sitting behind her. She asks how they ended up there. Frightened student raises his finger. He says his group arrived just recently and they saw someone start shooting lasers and then ran for cover after seeing two people break into the building. The Southern 10th group smiles widely. The student replies that it was their headman, and his beloved went to explain what happens to those who attack them from an ambush. Parallel's eyes open in horror. The guy shouts that the two of them ran against a whole group with lasers, which means that everyone in the Southern 10th group is crazy. A man flies out of a building window. The sniper flies inexorably towards the ground. The groups shout in surprise that this is a mercenary. The headman's classmates, smiling, watch what is happening. They answer that they really are crazy. The mercenary shoots, gritting his teeth. The girl dodges his rays. The man grins with anger. He shouts that he didn't make a single hit. The student swings her katana. The man flies away from her blow. The guy watches the sniper fall from the roof. He shouts that they were able to defeat another one. The guy dodges the beam. He shouts that they are on their own again. The main character makes multiple dodges. He thinks that he didn't realize their number and, under the concentration of shelling, he couldn't do anything. Mercenaries shoot at the guy from above. He thinks that they are trained and have excellent weapons, which suggests that they are bounty hunters and have come for his soul. The main character smiles maliciously. He realizes that he has found a way to defeat them. The guy hits the structure using the ripping thunder fist method. An iron building allows an electric charge to pass through. The mercenaries are electrocuted and are immobilized. They scream in pain and do not understand what is happening. The guy swings his spear, making a grin. He shouts that his title of the King of Thunder was not taken out of nowhere. The student hits the mercenaries with his fire attack. He uses the method of Phoenix greatness. The arrows fly off, falling from the roof. They crash to the ground, falling from a high-rise building. The parallel students open their mouths in horror. They shout that he has too much strength for a 10th grade student. The mercenary remaining on the roof extends his hand. He asks him not to kill him and shouts that he will give him all the anomalous crystal. The guy swings his spear at his face. The defeated shooter falls to the roof floor. The first-year student says that he will take it anyway, having finished off the mercenary, because he is still a fool if he decided to exchange his life for something that is already rightfully his. Broken phone with open website. The guy says that he initially understood that the hunt was supposed to be on him since the hunter's website was open. The headman rummages through things with a smile. He says that the mercenary turned out to have 2 crystals of the 5th rank, 3 crystals of the 4th rank, and more than 10 crystals of the 3rd rank. And this is quite good, because it was worth the risk. A freshman carries a backpack as he leaves the building. He asks if his girlfriend dealt with everyone. She replies that it is. A classmate hands the guy a backpack. She says that people had a bag inside the building and there were 2 crystals of the 5th rank, as well as several of the 4th and 3rd. The headman replies that they are very rich guys and, chuckling, continues to say that they now have a total of 8 rank 5 anomalous crystals and definitely have a strong foundation in the test. A friend approaches the couple. She asks if everything is okay with her brother and classmate. The headman smiles widely, looking at her. He replies that everything is in order and they settled the matter, and also obtained a lot of anomalous crystal and even several of the 5th rank. The freshman makes a surprised expression on his face. He asks who is behind his group. The guy from the parallel scratches the back of his head. He replies that he and his guys are from the 10th group of the Northern Institute. The headman makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that they are like his friends from the 10th group. The student looks at the freshman in fear. He calls Lin Xiu brother when addressing him. The guy approaches the head of the parallel. He invites them to make a deal. The main character frowns. He asks what deal the stranger is going to make. The student extends his hand in a friendly manner. He says that he wants to provide important information in exchange for the anomalous crystal. The main character says that he is ready to listen to important information, the value of which is comparable to an anomalous crystal. The stranger scratches the back of his head. He says that he knows about the location of the spatial rift and is willing to tell them in exchange for 2 rank 5 crystals. The group of guys open their eyes in surprise. He replies that the information is really worthwhile and it is possible that they will be able to meet creatures from the new world there or find valuable things. The freshman frowns. He says that although this is valuable information, he cannot trust his words alone. The stranger holds out his card. He says that he is ready to give it as collateral, and as soon as they find the rift and make sure that the information is reliable, he will return it. Because they are all from the 10th groups and although the parallel has greater power, they also do not want to remain in the test behind the rest of the so-called best students. The headman was taken aback, looking at the stranger. He continues to say that it seems to him that with their strength they may well test themselves in a spatial rift, and if they are given the opportunity to become stronger, then they, like the same students of the 10th group, will only be happy for them. The main character pats the guy on the shoulder. He says that this is well said, and he knows this feeling because they are both prefects of the 10th group. The freshman smiles widely. He says that the elder may not give the card, and moreover, he will give them 3 crystals. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. He says it was sudden and is surprised by the second prefect's trust. The guy hands him the bag with a smile. He says that the stranger understood everything correctly, and this is all because they are also from the 10th group, because everyone else sees them as mediocre weaklings. And since he is the headman, he must make his classmates in the 10th stronger and trample into the dirt everyone who despises them. Smiling, the guys examine the bag. The headman shouts that he is grateful to him for his trust, and he must be sure that he, as the headman, will follow his example and make sure that the 10th group of the Northern Institute becomes stronger. And after that the freshman must tell him his ID so that the guy sent him the coordinates of the location of the spatial rift. The group leaves, waving to the headman. The friend looks at his smile with disbelief. She asks if he is sure that Server 10 can be trusted. He replies that they are, and he believes them. The Northern guys smile widely, hugging each other. The main character says that it's in the look and in it one can see the determination not to give up, showing with all his might to those who do not believe in them that they are becoming stronger, because such people would not lie to them. The guy's group is walking in the opposite direction. He says that they should go ahead and find out what treasures are hidden in the spatial rift. An ivy-covered building. The group is walking near him. The main character says that, judging by the map, a spatial rift should be nearby. The guy smiles sarcastically. His girlfriend says that there are no animals in the area, so a possible reason is that they are in a shopping center. The guy replies that this is indeed so, because opportunities and dangers go hand in hand. Students approach the building. The guy says that in the center there is a saturated energy of the origins, and only thanks to the existence of a rift, the energy in the area could reach such saturation, and this finally proves that they have come to the right place. The student looks at the map. He says that the rift itself is located on the central platform, and therefore everyone should keep their eyes open, because dangerous animals are bound to be present among the dense energy. The freshman looks up, seeing the web. Students walk through a destroyed building. The friend holds her chin. She says the cobwebs and slime are hints that they're caught in an insect nest. The zombie grabs the student's leg. Her boyfriend hits it with a hammer. He shouts that the beast came out of nowhere. The couple looks at the body in bewilderment. The guy says that in front of them is just a corpse. His girlfriend confirms the words, saying that there was no need to scream because of the dead man. The girl watches the movement of the corpse. She screams that it's not like that and he moves. The zombie's body is moving. A friend screams that there is something inside him. A scarab emerges from the zombie's body. The system notifies that the insect is a blue-winged scarab of the 2nd rank, which is a baby. Its features are considered to be high reproductive rate, as well as parasitism within living beings with the absorption of their blood and flesh. The student looks at the bodies. She says that she wouldn't want insects in all the corpses. The main character hits an insect with a spear. The system notifies that a beast of the 2nd rank has been destroyed, and 10,000 experience points have been received for it. The freshman says that scarabs are a parasitic life form, so you should avoid contact with corpses. He thinks that they have lost little experience. The group walks past a pile of bodies. The main character, thinking, frowns. He thinks that if there are cubs, then there must be an adult, and perhaps that is what forces the evolved animals to stay away from the shopping center. Ceiling with a spatial fault. The girls stare at him without stopping. They say they have never seen anything like this, and it is a very impressive sight. The freshman tenses his face, looking at the ceiling. He thinks that there is something in front of him. A translucent insect crawls along the ceiling. The system notifies that this is a blue-winged scarab of the 6th rank, which is an adult specimen, the peculiarity of which is that it is a creature from another space and has an extraordinary bite force that allows it to easily tear to shreds. The guy thinks that the beast is a dangerous enemy, but he is hibernating, so he did not detect their presence. The guy turns to his girlfriend. He says that everything is calm for now and they should be quiet while searching the building. The girl points her finger at the stones. She says that they are strange and perhaps they were brought from another space. She hits the stone with her weapon. The girl says that it looks like some kind of metal with high hardness. The student hits him with a fire spear. He says its heat resistance is impressive and would probably make a good weapon. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. She says that she cannot believe that only stones fell there from a spatial rift. The main character points his finger at the collapse. He says that he would like to search there because thanks to the energy of the fire-type source in his body, he felt the source of the heat. The group approaches the edge of the cliff. The girls say they feel hot. A fire flower grows below. The friend smiles widely. She says the red lotus flame appeared in the building. The group looks at a strange flower. The student explains that this is a rare concentration of energy, and from the outside it looks like a fire lotus flower, but the energy contained in it is far beyond the parameters that an anomalous crystal possesses. The guy scratches his chin. He asks if he can be absorbed. The student thinks that he senses a powerful force contained in the flower, and if he can absorb it, then with the help of cultivation techniques he will be able to improve his skills. The girl makes a gloomy expression on her face. She replies that it is impossible, since it is very dangerous, because, being the owner of the fire attribute, it can bring him great benefit, but one wrong step in power will turn the guy into ashes. A couple looks at a glowing flower. The headman asks if they can pluck it and then figure out a way to slowly absorb it. The girl replies that it is possible, but this requires special equipment and a special container. The student opens his mouth wide in rage. He shouts that they came there in vain and such a treasure cannot be left, otherwise someone else will take it. The headman glances at those walking behind. Students in blue uniforms say that someone beat them to it. The group looks at the strangers with contempt. The girl tells her friend that the guys are the second group of the Northern Institute. The headman raises his hand, smiling widely. He shouts to his people to get the equipment and extract the flower. The prefect watches the students holding the equipment. He thinks about what they have prepared. The student frowns, looking at the strangers. He says that they found it first, and therefore will take it for themselves. The bully smiles maliciously, looking at the guy. He says that his words are funny since they prepared, but their group still won't be able to extract it and move it. The headman of the parallel throws up his hands. He laughs and says that they are fools from the 10th Southern Group, because in order for them not to end up in last place in the trials, he is willing to give them a couple of pieces of rank 4 crystal. The guy, holding a spear, lowers his head down. He replies that the group is engaged in outright robbery. The headman comes closer to the main character. He replies that even if this is true, he still cannot do anything. A girl attacks a guy from behind. She shouts that she will slaughter their entire group. Gritting his teeth, the stranger defends himself. He shouts that the girl is crazy and cruel. The headman extends his hand forward. He demands his group to launch an attack. The girl reaches for the weapon. She shouts that she will cut them all into pieces. The girl runs up, swinging her katana. The guy thinks that she is strong and, moreover, beautiful and ruthless, and decides she is excellent with a sword. He frowns in confusion. The stranger asks what she is doing in the 10th group with the fools if she should be in the 1st. The girl hits the guy with a katana and he flies away. He watches the battle between his comrades and the elder. The stranger thinks that the guy is very strong, and he did not foresee this, therefore, even if they win, they will suffer serious losses. He turns to his group. The guy demands that some of them take care of the enemy, and the rest begin to extract the red lotus fire. The student runs to the cliff. He is trying to pick a flower. The main character looks at what is happening. He shouts that if he were him, he would not touch the fire of the red lotus. The guy thinks that the scarab is protecting the flower, and if it is picked, it will certainly attack. The enemy smiles maliciously. He says that they are not fools and also came for the flower. The student closes the box with the flower. He shouts that he has done everything. A guy with a crazy look is holding it. The headman, gritting his teeth, looks up. He thinks that the beast has really woken up. The freshman, smiling broadly, waves his hand. He shouts that he did it. The beast flies up behind him. With one bite he decapitates the guy. Strangers watch the death in horror. They shout that this is a monster that came to them from a spatial rift, and since he managed to instantly kill a warrior who had reached the 4th rank with one blow, it means that he has the 6th. Many insects descend to the floor. Frightened students shout that there are a lot of them. The headman of the 2nd group, gritting his teeth, thinks that even with their combined forces they cannot cope with the huge number of animals from another space, so all that remains is to abandon the fire of the red lotus and run away since life is more important. He runs, glancing at his friends. The bully shouts for them to run away quickly since the beast is too tough for them and still at the Red Lotus. The second group runs away towards the exit. The main character watches what is happening. He shouts to his friends that it is too dangerous there, so they should run away too. The passage is blocked with stones. The leader of the second group smiles widely. He shouts that the fools from the 10th group will not be able to kill them, and now they will go to feed the beetles. Friends clench their teeth in rage. They shout that the fools have collapsed the exit, and now all they can do is die. The headman frowns thoughtfully. He runs forward, glancing at his friends. The guy shouts that he will distract the monsters, and they must immediately look for a way out. The main character dodges the attack of beetles. He runs forward through the complex building. The guy doesn't stop, holding the chest. He thinks that the armored ones are guarding the Red Lotus, and therefore it is the best bait. The student accelerates using the energy of the sources. He activates the silent walking method. A scarab appears in front of his face. The guy swears, realizing that there is an animal nearby. He dodges the grabbing mandibles. The flower falls out of the chest. It lands on the guy's body. The lotus burns through his equipment. The main character's body is filled with fire. The group runs towards him. They shout the name of their headman. The guy, gritting his teeth, hears the system notify him that the absorption ability has been activated and started. He thinks that the system has begun to absorb the fire energy of the Red Lotus, but this is happening too slowly, and if he does not manage to absorb it in time, his body will explode. The headman's clothes were burned by the fire. A friend cuts off the beast's limbs. The girl opens her mouth wide. She asks if her friend is okay. A freshman on fire covers his face with his hands. He screams that he is very hot and he can't take it anymore. The girl runs up, hugging him. She looks up with icy eyelashes. The girl says that her source energy is of the ice type and therefore she will help him cope. The fire of the lotus comes into contact with the icy source. The girl holds the guy in her arms. She screams for him to quickly absorb the fire lotus energy while she helps him. The elder clenches his teeth in pain. The system notifies that absorption is accelerated. The guy thinks that everything is working out for him, and thanks to his girlfriend, the absorption rate has increased. The girl glances at the couple on fire. She thinks that, despite the flames around her brother, her friend still rushed to his aid. A student runs towards the beetles. She thinks that she is also ready to sacrifice her life for the sake of the headman. The girl strikes the beetles with her sword. She is sure that her fate has long been in the hands of her brother since he saved her life many times. The student strikes the beetles with her sword. She decides that even if she has to risk her life, she will still buy him time. The girl runs forward, distracting the danger. She screams for them to run after her. The guys make surprised expressions on their faces. They realize that she is going to take over all the scarabs to try to buy time for the headman. The friend runs, glancing back. He asks his classmate to hurry up to help his friend since she cannot cope alone, and therefore they need to be detained, otherwise they will all die. The guy's body is pierced by swollen veins. The system notifies that most of the energy has been absorbed. The guy thinks that it's almost over, but the fire continues to destroy his flesh and organs, while the system regenerates at an insane pace. And if you add icy energy to this, it's like a weapon that is tempered over and over again until his physical strength will not gradually improve. The system notification states that the energy has been absorbed, and for it 310 million experience points have been received, as well as level 21 and 21 experience points. The main character smiles widely. He thinks that he received a lot of experience points, and for them he would have to kill many evolved beasts. The guy looks at the characteristics table. Carrier, Linzu, level 21, strength 400, upgradable to 21, endurance 178 plus 50, speed 101. Total combat capability 4520, upgradable to 4650, is a warrior 4th rank with a bonus to stamina plus 50 points. The student mentally asks the system to put all stat points into effect. The girlfriend falls into his arms. He asks if she is okay. The girl replies that it's okay, she just overused the energy of the sources a little. The main character hands her a bottle. He asks to take a nutrient solution to restore physical strength, and then absorb the energy of the origins from the 5th rank anomalous crystal as soon as possible while he helps his friends. The girl replies that he cannot cope alone since there are a lot of 6th rank spatial beasts there. The guy is watching the fight. He furrows his brow furiously. The main character says that although he managed to absorb the fire energy of the Red Lotus, he has not yet achieved full mastery, and therefore he feels as if his body could explode at any moment, so he needs to engage in battle to use up the excess energy. The girl falls to the ground in front of the beetle. Monsters are approaching her. The headman runs up and throws the beetles aside. Standing shirtless, the guy holds a spear. He asks if all his friends are safe. The girl looks at him in surprise. She asks if her brother is okay. He replies that he is fine and they can retreat. The freshman looks at his body in surprise. He thinks that the incandescent energy is monstrous, uncompromising, and barely contained. Insects approach the main character. Friends shout to him about the danger. The guy spins his spear around himself. He thinks that his fire can burn the stars, and that's why he came up with a name for it. The guy jumps up using fire attacks. He uses his method of heating the starry sky. Monsters are hit by fiery energy. They explode one by one. The system notifies that the 6th rank blue scarabs have been destroyed, and 20 million experience has been received for them. The main character smiles widely. He thinks that compared to a rank 6 beast, they give more than 1 million more experience. Friends open their mouths in shock. They shout that he changed his fighting skill from Firebird and was able to kill 2 rank 6 beasts with 1 attack, so he definitely has super talent. The guy dodges the mandibles. He frowns thoughtfully. The headman is thinking about taking advantage of the Red Lotus fire energy that is raging within him, which will ultimately lead to the creation of the technique of burning the starry sky. And this technique is similar to the in-depth knowledge of martial skills, so it is quite difficult to use it twice in a short time, and he must have imperfect. The elder swings his spear. He thinks that he can only rely on the greatness of the phoenix. The beetles fall into the inferno. They explode one by one. The freshman runs at them with a spear. He uses the method of phoenix greatness. The guy thinks that even after increasing the energy in his body, the greatness of the phoenix is still not capable of burning them, but he can injure their wings, depriving them of the advantage. The freshman hits the beetles with a spear one by one. He thinks that after using the hot starry sky and continuously using the greatness of the phoenix, the guy feels that the energy tearing his body has weakened, and only by continuously releasing this insane energy of origins, it is possible to speed up its development. The spear makes multiple strikes to the wings. The guy shouts that they have a very strong shell, and although the fire causes inevitable damage to them, the black ray is capable of leaving only small holes on their surface. The guy, smiling sarcastically, points his finger forward. He shouts that since he cannot kill them right away, he will ensure death from 1,000 wounds since the energy of the sources is now unlimited in him. He attacks each bug with Phoenix Majesty and a pear-colored barrage. Friends open their mouths in bewilderment. They don't understand how he can fight alone with a bunch of 6th rank spatial beasts, despite the fact that he himself is a 4th rank warrior. The friend frowns. She replies that there is something wrong with her brother's condition. Smiling maliciously, the guy strikes the beetles. The girl says that he does not pay attention to defense at all and, completely focused on the attack, fell into exultation. Moreover, the fiery aura around him does not come from his own energy of origin. The friend approaches the others. She says that the guy has the fire energy of the Red Lotus, and since he has not completed absorbing it, he must fight and release the clots out, otherwise his body will burst. The girl, horrified, asks what they should do then. The friend takes out a loaded sword. She replies that she should think about it later, but first she needs to deal with the insects. The girl swings her katana. She freezes the beetle in front. The guy swings a spear at him. He makes a blow, breaking through the shell. The system notifies that the 6th rank speedster has been destroyed and 10 million experience points have been received for it. The guy smiles widely. He shouts that he has finally pierced the beast. The beetle dies in front of the main character. The couple opens their eyes wide in surprise. The girl says that first he scorched the shell with fire, then she bound him in ice, and therefore he lost his strength. The couple stands with their backs to each other. He shouts that then they can use the combined efforts of the married couple to kill them all. The girl hits him with her hand. She says that if the guy says something like that again, she will kill him. The friend smiles widely. He says that the headman is so cool that in difficult moments he manages to arrange love fights. The guy runs with a spear towards the beast. He uses the method of Phoenix Greatness. The beetle flies off to the side. The girl swings her katana. A beetle with its mouth open is frozen. The guy punches his body. He uses the pear squall method. The system notifies that the 6th rank sorrow has been destroyed and 10 million points have been received for it. Many babies crawl out of their bodies. The system notifies that this is a blue-winged scarab of the 2nd rank, the peculiarity of which is high reproduction and parasitism within living beings with the absorption of their blood and flesh. Insects fly towards the warriors. The guy shouts that they killed their queen and they should keep their eyes open since there are a lot of them. The headman turns to his friends. They shout that they will sort out the little things. The guy replies that at this moment they will beat the big ones. A swarm of insects flies towards the students. The main character dodges a scarab. He sneaks up behind his friend. His friends shout at him to be careful. The guy turns around in horror. The main character makes a spear strike. The beast catches his spear in its mouth. His friend shouts at him to release his spear faster. The headman opens his mouth wide. He shouts that no warrior will give up his weapon, and therefore the beast will burn its mouth with it. The main character charges the spear with fire. He uses the method of Phoenix Greatness. The animal flies away. He burns alive. The guy laughs and says that it is easier to deal with them from the inside since they are strong on the outside. The headman smiles widely. He shouts that there are only 3 large individuals left and therefore they will cope. Killed beetles are lying on the ground. The friend exhales calmly. She chuckles and says that finally there is no one left. The guys are sitting on a huge beetle. They say that they were able to survive the encounter with a huge number of rank 6 beasts only thanks to the headman and sister. Friends stand a few meters from the headman. He asks why they all moved away from him since he doesn't bite. The freshman looks at them with resentment. A friend shouts that he resembles a huge oven, and when they stand next to each other, it feels like they are being burned alive. Holding the bottle, the guy frowns. He replies that when he saved their lives, they didn't complain. The freshman breathes fire out of his mouth. The girlfriend turns to him. She tells the guy not to waste the restoration solution as she will continue to use the icy energy of the drains to suppress the red lotus fire in his body. The guy gets up while his body is burning. He says that they should go to the city center since now he needs battles with powerful opponents. Tired friends are surprised by his words. Fog over the destroyed city. The guy asks where he came from there. He turns to his friends. The headman says that they should stay alert as evolved beasts may be hiding in the fog. A huge tentacle of darkness. It grabs the girl by the leg. The tentacles pull her into the fog. The guy grabs the girl by the hand. With a spear he cuts off the tentacle. She falls to the ground. The guy, wary, frowns. There is a crowd of zombies ahead of the students. He shouts that they should be more careful. Monsters open their mouths with tentacles. The system notifies that these are zombies of the 4th rank, the peculiarities of which are the possession of tentacles of various lengths and thicknesses, ideal for tying up and playing with their prey. The animals point their tentacles at the students. The guy swings his spear. He uses the method of Phoenix greatness. The freshman kills those in front. The headman looks around. He shouts that there is no end to them, and there are a lot of them. The guy turns back. He shouts to his friends how things are going. The student realizes that there is no one behind him. He asks where everyone went. The guy turns his head in different directions. He shouts his friends' names. Zombies attack from all sides. The student says that there is something wrong with the fog, since because of it they unknowingly separated, and if everyone is far away from each other, then each of them is in serious danger. The main character swings his spear. He shouts that he is using the Phoenix's greatness. Zombie corpses lie on the ground. The guy says he dealt with the rest. He looks at his phone in surprise. The headman says that he can't pick up a signal, and even though he kept the map for himself, he won't be able to find out his location. Holding a spear in his hand, the guy walks. He says that he will somehow get out himself. The freshman notices a source of energy ahead. He, being wary, uses a spear. The second northern group approaches him. The headman says that they again met the fool from the 10th southern group, and he could not even think that they would escape from the clutches of the spatial beasts. The main character smiles widely. He says that he was just planning to find them and pay for everything, but they themselves came into his hands. The leader of the opposite group smiles widely. He asks where his friends are and if they died, then this is very annoying, because among them there were 3 pretty girls. The main character smiles maliciously. He says that he doesn't want to disappoint him, but they are all fine, they just scattered due to the fog, and they killed the spatial beasts and cooked up a bunch of rank 6 crystal. The headman smiles widely, pointing his finger at him. He says that they could not kill so many animals, and he lies to him. The guy's aura becomes fiery. Toughnut realizes that he has absorbed the red lotus. The student opens his mouth wide in surprise. He shouts that the guy absorbed the red lotus, but somehow remained alive, although his body should have been torn apart, and this is beyond the scope of science. The guy smiles widely. He says he shouldn't be put in the same category as fools like his group, and they made a lot of fuss about some fire. The headman clenches his teeth in rage. Students surround him. Toughnut says that he felt that the guy did not master the fire energy of the Red Lotus, and this is just great, because if they kill him now, they will be able to absorb all the energy that the body did not absorb. The main character smiles maliciously. He says that he can handle a 6th rank spatial beast, and even more so a bunch of 4th rank warriors. The headman runs towards the main character. He says there are more than enough to kill him. The freshman dodges the blow. The guy shouts that he is like a loach. The student jumps on the main character. He uses a blade method that crushes mountains. The guy uses a spear against him. He applies a flurry of pear color. The warrior is attacked with a spear. He screams that he has terrifying energy. The guy frowns in rage. He asks him not to rush, as now it will be even more fun. The guy swings his spear. He uses the method of Phoenix greatness. The enemy opens his eyes wide in horror. He flies back from the fiery blow. The students watch their friend in horror. They shout that the temperature of the student's flame is so high that it turned their friend into a kebab. The headman clenches his teeth in rage. He thinks that the Red Lotus's power is to blame and it has absorbed a lot of his energy. The guy looks in different directions. He shouts to his friend and asks for help. Silhouettes of people appear from the fog. A male voice says that this is a very pathetic sight and they cannot deal with one person in large numbers because the current freshmen are all mediocrities. The guy opens his eyes wide in surprise. He realizes that in front of him is a 5th rank warrior and a 4th year student. The warrior picks his teeth with a stick. The system notifies that this is a 5th rank warrior. The student makes a furious expression on his face. He chuckles and says that he is also participating, but their job is to hunt undergrads. The guy looks at the group of 4th year students. He says that it was mentioned on the student forum that during the annual tests, some of the freshmen did not die at the hands of zombies or evolved beasts. He thought that these casualties were the result of battles among the first years or encounters with adventurers, but he could not even think that the older students were behind it and decided to profit at their expense. The student, smiling broadly, raises his hand. He replies that every year there is a great opportunity to hunt there because the tests are extremely dangerous and no one will know if they kill a couple of freshmen, and in fact they help the university weed out the weak. Fog over the city. The guy asks if it was their doing. The 4th year student makes a gesture with his finger. He replies that no, since it comes from a high-ranking beast that is in deep hibernation, and therefore this location is ideal for hunting. The guy's body is filled with energy. He says that the second group of the Northern Institute is in cahoots with them, and therefore he will help clear the conscience of the university and remove unnecessary garbage. The student frowns with rage. He shouts to the elder that he can take everything he finds on the guy's corpse only to ensure him the most painful death. The student, smiling widely, picks his teeth. He chuckles and says that since the guy is generous, he will fulfill his request. The main character runs towards the elders. The bully screams at his subordinates to chop the guy into pieces. Destroyed city buildings. A classmate tenses up, standing in the fog. He thinks about what he hears behind him, perhaps more zombies. The guy swings his weapon. His mace touches his sword. A friend runs up to a classmate. She shouts that he has problems with his eyes. The girl frowns furiously. She says he is trying to kill her. The guy wipes sweat from his face. He replies that they really scared him and he thought he was facing zombies because his friends have no idea how much he had to chop them up. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. She asks if he has seen the headman. The group stands in the fog. The girl says that there is no signal and therefore they can only look for it at random and they should stay close to each other and not separate. The guy forcefully throws away 2 students. He uses the method of Phoenix Greatness. The main character grabs the enemy by the head. He uses the flame hand method. The senior student looks at the junior student. He yells that they shouldn't have let him touch their friends, and the guy is clearly at least a 5th grade warrior. The student looks intensely at the elder. He says that the guy is the 4th, he just absorbed the fire of the Red Lotus, and therefore his fighting skills became more powerful. However, the lotus contains a colossal amount of energy, and therefore it would never be able to absorb it completely. The student smiles widely, looking at the younger one. He accepts what the guy is saying and adds that then, by killing the kid, you can absorb what he didn't have time to do. A second group student is on fire. He asks for help and says that he does not want to die. The senior student looks at him in surprise. He turns to his group. The guy shouts for everyone to stop because during the fight he uses up the lotus energy, and they help him with this. The guy's body is on fire. The senior student says that the guy can barely stand on his feet, and in his current state, he won't last long as a suppressor. The guy hits his opponents. The elder tells his men to surround the guy, but avoid direct confrontation so that his body will be torn apart. He smiles widely. The elder says that the fire energy of the Red Lotus, which he has not mastered, will become theirs. Students surround the main character. He clenches his teeth in rage. The guy thinks that they have seen his condition, and he will not last long, so it is necessary to end the battle as quickly as possible and then find a friend so that she can help with the suppression. A rival appears behind the headman. He shouts that he launched the attack and did not just decide to lull his vigilance. A hand touches the elder with cold energy. He flies away from the headman. The girlfriend covers the guy's body. Cold energy surrounds him. The student says that it's awkward because the beauty saves the hero and not the other way around. The girl stands next to him. She replies that he is not a hero, but a green chicken. The friend folds her arms across her chest in displeasure. The guy says that she is constantly drawn to squeeze him at every opportunity because he is not green at all. The elder approaches the couple. He says that a classmate joined the guy and she's also very beautiful. The bully furrows his eyebrows in surprise. He says things are bad as she is using the source energy to suppress the Red Lotus energy. The elder, picking his teeth, smiles widely. He replies that he has his own eyes and he would never have thought that she would be the possessor of an ice-type origin power. The badass extends his sword forward. He laughs and says that he is hot like fire, so they would be an ideal couple. Opponents attack the headman and his girlfriend. The katana stops the sword strike. The bully clenches his teeth in rage. He thinks that dealing with a girl turned out to be more difficult than dealing with a guy. The student makes a blow with a katana. She kills a freshman. The bully opens his mouth furiously. He shouts that the warriors are at the peak of the 4th rank and should not underestimate the girl, otherwise they will all die. The students run towards the headman's friend. She dodges an axe blow. The spear makes multiple strikes. The guy uses the pear-colored flurry method. The girl watches the flying enemy in surprise. The girlfriend turns her back to the main character. He glances at her with a smile. The bully furrows his eyebrows, clenching his teeth. He thinks that the girl opened up on purpose to lead the guy under attack, and he didn't expect that they would work so well together. The main character jumps using technology. He shouts that he recently learned the technique and will let them evaluate its power. The headman extends his spear towards the opponents. It uses the Milky Way fall method. The freshmen explode from the impact. The bullies watch in horror. They say that the power of the golden skill is too enormous. The guy swings his spear. He thinks that the force of the Milky Way's fall under the enhancement of the fiery red lotus was greater than anyone could have expected. The headman shouts that now it's their turn to play. He holds out the spear to the senior student. He uses the method of striking the accumulated power and majesty of the phoenix. The bully, clenching his teeth, repels the attack with his sword. He thinks that the power of the technique has increased significantly. The older one runs up, leaving the younger one under attack. He says he can't die. The energy hits the younger one in the stomach. A senior student watches a girl kill warriors. In horror, he points his finger at her. Toughnut thinks that it's all over and their entire squad was destroyed by 2 people, but he's not going to die. He turns to the attacking protagonist. The headman says that no one let the bully go. He uses the fire hand method. The main character grabs the enemy's hand. He says that since he wanted the energy of the red lotus, he should get it. The thief opens his mouth wide in horror. He shouts that he is a member of the Moonwing Legion, and the guy has no right to kill him. The freshman smiles sarcastically. He says that he has never heard of such a legion. The thief holds a sword in his hand. He cuts her off. The bully quickly runs away. The main character opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. He says that he ran away very quickly and was tough in words, but acted like a coward, although not really, since he was able to sacrifice his hand. The guy approaches his girlfriend, throwing out his hand. He says that he would like to find out from her about the Moonwing Legion. The girl replies that this is one of the strongest mercenary groups in the world, which takes on all possible work and even attacks small countries. The headman opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. He asks how strong they are, since the Legion is able to take the country in battle. The girl holds her katana with her hand. She replies that the point is not in their number, but in the fact that she is led by a warrior of the 9th rank, and they do not forgive even a sideways glance and will not calm down until they bring the culprit to justice. Destroyed and burning city. The girl continues to say that, according to rumors, the king of a small African country killed a member of the Moonwing Legion, and ultimately the entire country was razed to the ground within a week. The guy clutches his head in horror. He shouts that he has incurred the wrath of a 9th rank warrior and is surprised that the girl listens to his words with a calm expression. The girlfriend turns to the guy. She says that he is a weakling and should just kill everyone who comes to him. Holding his head, he gives a thumbs up. The student replies that he doesn't understand where she got the courage to challenge a 9th rank warrior. He looks at his burnt hands. The girl says that in his condition he won't have to wait for the Legion, since he will die earlier, because the power of the Red Lotus energy turned out to be much higher, and its drainage energy can no longer help him. The guy falls to the ground in tears. He asks what he should do and says that he does not want to die from a rupture of the body. She replies that you can find an evolved beast of the water or ice type and absorb its anomalous crystal, and then the energy in its body will calm down. Fog over the destroyed city. The guy says that this is the work of a high-ranking evolved beast, and since it can create fog, it must be a water or ice type. The girl replies that in this case they should go to the center of the fog and see shadows of paws in the fog. The main character, being wary, takes a spear. He says that the girl should be careful as something is coming. A pack of wolves with red eyes goes together. The system notifies that this is a red-eyed dog of the 5th rank. The headman frowns in surprise. He asks the girl to be alert since the dogs are of the 5th rank. The couple runs towards a pack of animals. The bully sits near the plane. He says he didn't know about the boy's strength. The elder drinks elixir from a jar. He says that from now on he will need a cybernetic arm. He throws the can aside in anger. The bully screams that they can't kill him. He reaches his hand onto the roof of the plane. The guy says that he will send the freshman one last gift as soon as the beast wakes up. He smiles evilly. The bully laughs and says that they will all die. The plane flies through the forest. The headman is wary. He turns towards the sound of an airplane. The girl asks what is flying there. The guy replies that it is a small aircraft. The plane strikes buildings. A series of explosions occurs. The plane is gaining altitude. A huge blue bird stretches its wings. She picks up her beak from the ground. The beast spreads its wings to the sides, opening its mouth. The system notifies that this is a rank 8 ice bird. The bird flaps its wings, creating wind. In defense, the couple covers their faces with their hands. The main character frowns, clenching his teeth. He says that in front of them is a rank 8 ice bird and did not expect to see such a powerful beast. The girl opens her mouth in surprise. She says the fog has cleared and it appears the plane spooked the bird, causing it to wake up. The beast flies into the sky. The girl says that this is great since he needed her anomalous crystal. The village chief replies that they will not be able to kill a rank 8 beast. A student is standing on the edge of a building. The first group watches the bird. The students ask the prefect what rank she belongs to. He replies that by the 8th and is an ice bird. The group opens their mouths wide in horror. They say that they should get out since they will not be able to defeat such an opponent. The headman, watching them, smiles widely. He replies that he has already sent information to the Hunters Guild, and therefore in the near future there will be people there who want to get the prey, and when this moment comes, they will be waiting to benefit. A bird chases a herd of animals and zombies. The frightened elder looks at his friend. He shouts to her that the ice bird has driven out all the animals and zombies that were in the center. The girl replies that they are not ready for such a number, and therefore it is worth avoiding a collision. The couple runs into a destroyed building. The guy shouts that they should climb up to survive the wave on higher ground. He bends over, holding his knees with his hand. A freshman stands on the edge of a building, watching the animals. View of the destroyed buildings of the city. The guy says that not a single person in the center of the fog survived, and they don't know if his friends managed to get out in time. The guy looks up at the flying planes. He says that someone has already arrived, and this is very prompt. The girl replies that these are hunters who have come for the ice bird. The plane lands next to the couple. Several military men emerge from it. An elderly man stands next to the group. The warrior says that he is surprised by the student and the condition of the guy standing next to him. The man replies that combat practice is taking place there, and information about the bird's awakening was leaked online by one of the students. The man frowns. He replies that the guy looks like he's obsessed with something. The headman points his finger at the old man in surprise. He says that this man is a 7th rank warrior. The freshman thinks that his eye of analysis is not working, which means he is at least 7th rank. The old man, holding his hands behind his back, approaches the couple. He says that they have no need to be wary of him, because his target is the bird, not the students, and therefore he would like to know how long ago it showed up and whether they had time to fight it. The freshman makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He replies that before that she was hibernating all the time, but just recently someone woke her up by attacking her with a small aircraft. An old man watches a flying bird. He doesn't understand why it became necessary to deliberately wake her up. His warriors use flying equipment. They fly up to the bird. The main character thinks that there are a lot of them. The beast opens its eyes warily. He uses his scream to create energy waves. Sharp ice flows fly towards the warriors. The man extends his hand forward. He demands to open fire with laser weapons. The weapon collects charges. The beam from the weapon hits the bird. The freshman opens his eyes and mouth in surprise. He is surprised that they have military laser weapons. An explosion occurs. The man frowns seriously. He says that the bird received serious damage, and therefore he needs to finish it off. The student opens his mouth wide in horror. He says that they dealt with the 8th rank beast very quickly. A couple looks at the explosions. The girl replies that if they are armed, then they are soldiers of the Alliance Army who are entirely dependent on high technology. A living bird opens its eyes. She opens her beak wide, creating waves. The warriors fly away in horror. The leader flies over the explosions. He shouts that the bird deliberately knows how to pretend to be weak. Energy weapon is charged. It creates a field clot. The bird flaps its wings, creating whirlwinds. They are flying into service. All weapons explode. The main character looks at the girl. She says that the weapons have been destroyed and now the performance will begin. A warrior runs down the street. He extends his hand forward, holding the weapon. The warriors jump on the beast. They watch the bird fly. A man jumps on her from behind. He shouts that they shouldn't relax, because as soon as they deal with her, they will heal because her feathers are worth a fortune. The man hits the bird on the back. She flaps her wings in rage. A whirlwind is created and the mercenary gets caught in it. He hits him against the wall. The main character opens his eyes wide. He says that this is to be expected from a rank 8 beast, and he could easily display such power with a single attack. The girl sits on the roof, absorbing crystal. She says that this will take a long time, since if he manages to encircle her, defeating a large-sized beast at the peak of the 8th rank will take 3 days. Multiple explosions. The main character shouts that this is taking a very long time. The girl remembers watching the fight. She replies that when she was 10, her family went to defeat a rank 9 beast, taking her with them, and the fight lasted a whole week. The guy points at the girl in horror. He shouts that she went to fight a 9th rank beast at the age of 10. While meditating, she replies that she was too young for such a thing, so her family fought, and she gained experience on the sidelines. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that several hundred warriors are fighting a beast of the 8th rank, and her family is able to cope with a beast of the 9th rank, and also with a young child at hand, so her family is probably gods. A bunch of anomalous stones. The guy yawns on the roof. The couple meditates while watching the fight. The student says that they really fight all day long. The bird flaps its wings. The warrior shouts to advance as the bird is practically exhausted. The main character scratches the back of his head. He replies that even a fool can understand that the ice bird still has plenty of strength. The charges enter the bird's body. The freshman looks up, seeing many planes. He says that the Alliance troops brought more powerful equipment. Many rays strike the bird. The guy glances at his girlfriend. He asks if an army with high-tech weapons and high-ranking warriors can join forces and destroy the ice bird faster. The girl is calmly meditating. She replies that the guy shouldn't get into trouble as he will take all the trouble on his own head. View of a huge multi-story building. The girl says that they should wait until those who are hiding in the shadows begin to act. The bird falls to the ground. A huge explosion occurs. The warriors rejoice at what is happening. They shout that the bird is dead and they have finally won. A hunter from another group is watching the bird. He turns his head to his friends. The mercenary says that, according to the agreement, they will take only the anomalous crystal and everything else from the bird will go to others. He makes a blow with his weapon at the beast, an anomalous crystal in the shape of a star. The men shout that they have never seen crystal of such a high rank in their entire lives. They smile and raise their hands to the stone. Men are sure that, having got it, they will be able to live happily for 10 years. The warrior runs towards his opponent. He shouts that his friends died in battle, and he has no right to take him away. The man smiles widely. The laser hits the warrior's body. The opponent opens his eyes wide in horror. The weapons are aimed at him. There is a warning from the drones that all warriors who encroach on the property of the Alliance will be shot on the spot, but if they leave the anomalous crystal, then their actions will be forgotten. The man clenches his weapon in rage. The military loads the guns. They shout that men are ungrateful creatures. The laser hits the warriors. The mercenary fights him off with his axes. Mercenaries attack soldiers. The chief demands his warriors to start killing drones. The couple watches the fight. The hero says that they really started a fight. The couple watches the explosions from the roof. There is a group behind them. The guy says he's glad to see them. The girl smiles widely next to her friends. A classmate says that they were looking for him in the middle of the fog, but ended up in the domain of a huge bird and almost died, but their friend has keen eyesight and noticed their friends on top of a high-rise building. Turning around, the elder smiles widely. He replies that the main thing is that they are okay, and therefore it is time for them to leave the area. The girl opens her mouth in surprise. She asks why the couple is staying. The headman smiles widely. He replies that they will be a little late. The couple approaches the edge of the building. The girl asks why they want to get the 8th rank crystal, because there are masters of the 6th and 7th. The girl turns to her friend. She replies that they need it, since the brother will not last until he returns to the university, because the anomalous crystal is of the ice type and therefore will be able to synthesize the fire energy of the red lotus. Girlfriends make upset facial expressions. They say that they were sure that he managed to master the energy of the lotus fire, but it turned out that he absorbed it for their sake, and they could not even help him. Raising his hand, the guy smiles. He replies that they should finish and return quickly since the couple has to steal a treasure from the tiger's mouth and the presence of the others is of no use. The group turns to the exit. The friend says that they are leaving so as not to disturb, but they must be careful. Dead warriors and broken drones. Broken axe above the ground. The remaining embittered warrior. The second group watches from the roof. Their elder says that they must soon go out to fight. He smiles sarcastically, looking at the grenade. She says that she will be their trump card. The student looks at the grenade in surprise. Weapons with a purple indicator. The headman says that it is the last word of science, which in a 3-second period releases smoke in an amount sufficient to cover the area. In addition, the smoke itself has a paralyzing effect, but against high-ranking warriors it will have a negligible effect, but even immobilizing them for a second will be more than enough. The elder jumps from the roof. He shouts to his people that they can return, and he will take the crystal. The warrior, wary, turns around. An explosion occurs above him. The man opens his mouth in paralysis. He screams that he can't move. The guy looks at his girlfriend. She tells him it's time to attack. A couple runs from the roof. The headman asks how they will determine the exact location of the anomalous crystal in the darkness. She says his pet can help as he has exceptional insight when it comes to finding crystal. The freshman smiles widely. He says it's just a great idea. The guy glances at the monster behind him. He says he has hope for him. The couple arrived at the bird. The headman frowns. He realizes that the stone has been found. The student, smiling maliciously, looks at the stone. He thinks that the anomalous crystal is his, and he took the stone from a crowd of high-ranking warriors, and therefore it is even more pleasant. The leader of the second group approaches the body. There is no crystal in the beast. The guy realizes that he has disappeared. He makes a surprised expression on his face. The headman does not understand who managed to get ahead of him. The warrior clenches his teeth in rage. He uses the hurricane speed method. The man twists the weapon around himself. He heads towards the guy. The man shouts that the brat dared to pocket his crystal. He furrows his brows in fury. The warrior demands that the guy vomit on him. The headman again throws a grenade at him. He thinks that he was not only ahead of him, but also set up. There is an explosion and the guy runs away. He thinks that the one who took it will not hide from him. Sewer pipes. The guy says that men don't follow them. Smiling widely, he holds his head. The headman says that the loser not only provided them with conditions, but also fell under the distribution. Humming, the guy reaches into his bag. He says that obtaining a rank 8 anomalous crystal was much easier than he thought. In horror, he opens his eyes wide. The headman looks at the egg in bewilderment. He shouts that he doesn't understand where his crystal is. The girl, exhaling doomedly, looks at her classmate. She says that he has problems with his eyesight since he managed to pocket the egg. He turns his head in surprise. The headman replies that he saw an anomalous crystal in his hands and does not understand whether the egg has any use other than an omelet. The girl folds her arms over her chest. She says that the egg can be incubated and, after taming the beast, can be used as your mount. The guy imagines himself standing on a bird. He says it sounds good and is quite an attractive prospect. A friend gives a guy a crystal. She says he should start taking over. He looks at him with enthusiasm. The headman asks when she managed to replace him. She replies that he should get busy. Ruins of the city. The student asks the headman if he took the crystal. He clenches his fists in rage. The bully replies that someone stole the stone from under his nose. He takes the device out of his bag. The headman says that he will find him without difficulty. A classmate asks what kind of device this is. The guy replies that the device is the latest, an anomalous crystal detector that can calculate its location, even if it is in the body of evolved animals. The headman smiles happily. He opens his mouth wide. The student says that his crystal, it turns out, was taken not so far away. He runs forward with the group. The guy's body is burning on one side, and on the other it is covered in cold. The body emits heat, and the crystal is cold. The headman thinks that he feels great, but, nevertheless, the energy of the red lotus and the anomalous crystal gradually neutralize each other, helping to accelerate the rate of absorption. The system notifies that his level has been increased to 22. The freshman smiles widely. He thinks about how he got promoted again a short time later. The girl turned around, alarmed. Lots of zombies are coming out of the sewers. She shouts that after the death of the ice bird, the zombies have returned again. A friend runs with a katana towards the monsters. She tells the guy to calmly continue the absorption while she deals with them. Zombie bodies in the sewer. The girl can barely stand, leaning on her katana. She says she didn't expect so many monsters. The girlfriend turns to the guy. She thinks that she doesn't know how long he needs, but nevertheless, the red lotus energy in his body has already stabilized. The girl opens her eyes wide in surprise. A man's voice says that he understands who took his crystal. The friend turns around to see her former classmates walking. Extending his hand, the guy smiles widely. He says that out of respect for their old friendship, he is willing to let them go if he gets the crystal back. The student points his finger forward in surprise. He shouts to the elder that the guy is absorbing his crystal. The bully watches the student meditate. He extends his hand to the side. The freshman demands to take the crystal while he detains the protagonist's girlfriend. Students run to the meditating guy. The girl tries to stop them. She shouts that if the guys touch him, they will die immediately. The headman attacks his friend. He repels his classmates' attacks. Students run to the guy. They shout that he shouldn't even dream of absorbing a rank 8 crystal. The guy grabs one student with a fiery hand and a second one with a cold hand. He furrows his brows, holding them in front of him. The freshman shouts that they shouldn't climb. The boys open their mouths wide in pain. The main character throws them aside. With a fiery hand he raises a spear. The student makes several swings around himself. He uses the method of Phoenix greatness. The elder holds out his spear forward. The bullies dodge the fiery attack. They shout that he has a very powerful fire skill. The guy hits the ceiling with his spear using the pear-colored frost squall method. The pipe splits from his blow. The headman grabs his friend, jumping up. He shouts at her to leave immediately. Hole and sewer pipe. Students rise from the ground. They say they accidentally let him escape. The headman looks at the device. He says that the bright dot marking the crystal has disappeared. It turns out that the kid managed to absorb his energy. The headman clenches his teeth furiously. A classmate asks what they should do now. The guy throws the device and it breaks. He approaches the hole, raising his head. The headman says he will get to them. Cabin in the forest. The student sits on the floor, absorbing the crystal. The system notifies him that he has received 3 levels, 4 rotations, and 94 stat points. The guy thinks that he could not even imagine that by mastering the lotus and crystal he would gain a lot of experience, gaining 3 levels overnight. He mentally asks the system to add 42 points to strength, 30 to endurance, and 22 to speed. Carrier, Lin Zhu, level 25, strength 421, increasing to 463, endurance 178 plus 50, increasing to 208 plus 50, speed 101, increasing to 123. Total combat effectiveness 4,550 with the possibility of increasing to 5,124. Is a 5th rank warrior with a bonus to stamina plus 50 points, abilities, Eye of Analysis, Camouflage, and Absorption. The system window says that the guy becomes a warrior of the 5th rank, and for his rank he gets the opportunity to reduce the chance of damage by 50% with each attack. He also receives a new ability. When activated, he creates a shadow clone, and his combat effectiveness is 30% of the owner's strength, and the duration life 30 seconds. The student, smiling, looks at his hands. He thinks that his combat effectiveness has exceeded 5,000, and now he has become a 5th rank warrior. In addition, he has gained access to 2nd degree genetic locks and discovered a new ability. The guy looks at the system window in front of him. He thinks that the system should change the rank to a warrior of the 5th rank, and, although he changes, he will lose 50 points of endurance, but he will receive a 30% chance of reducing damage by 50%, and at a key moment this will help save his life. The girl runs into the room. She is surprised that he absorbed the crystal, because it would have taken any other person 3 days. The student smiles broadly and shows his thumb. He says it's all because of his incomparable talent. The girl turns to the exit. She says that since he is done with the absorption, it is time to leave because the last day of the competition has already arrived. The student pulls the backpack over his shoulders. He asks why she doesn't want to praise him because the guy tried very hard. The couple looks at the building. The beaten 10th group stands with strangers. The headman points his finger at them in surprise. He asks what's going on. The girl turns around at the sound. She smiles with relief. A friend points her finger at a stranger. She shouts that the students from the first group took their anomalous crystal. The guys look at each other. The stranger, smiling, folds his arms over his chest. He realizes that in front of him is a person who took first place in the competition tower among freshmen. Looking at his friend, the student smiles. He introduces himself and her, saying that they are students of the first group of the Northern Institute. Holding his chin, the guy introduces the leaders of the tower. He says they were 2nd and 3rd in the competition tower rankings. The stranger clenches his teeth in rage. The headman says that they are all under him. The guy points his finger at him. He shouts that his getting to first place is pure luck, and they must find out who really is first place, because if the guy wins, then the stranger will return all the anomalous crystal that he took from his classmates. The guy in the second group swings his spear. He shouts that if the main character loses, he will take all the crystal for himself. The main character smiles maliciously. He says that in any case they have nothing to lose, so they will act differently, and if the group loses, then they give up all their crystal. The couple swings their weapons. The headman shouts that if he refuses, he will take it from the corpses. The enemy clenches his teeth furiously. He shouts that with the guy's powers it won't be possible to kill him. Charged spears touch. The main character chuckles and says that the stranger managed to increase his interest. The girls approach each other. The stranger says that she heard that the girl joined the 10th group despite being in the first, and this is probably because she likes to be among the worms. The friend jumps on the defending opponent. She screams that by trying to anger her, she is digging her own grave. A student fights off cold attacks. He shouts that the main character was at the 4th rank during the speech in the tower, but somehow ended up at the 5th. The main character smiles maliciously. He says his growth rate doesn't compare to their paltry ones. The enemy repels attacks. He shouts that the guy is in trouble. The students point a spear at him. He uses the golden skill of the global shaking method. The forces of their spears touch. The student flies to the side, breaking the wall. A column of smoke rises. The guy gets up from the ground, walking towards the enemy. He says that they are both 5th rank warriors, but the difference in their strength is great, and therefore he gave him a chance, but the stranger disappointed him. The elder swings his spear. He uses the pear squall method. The guy opens his eyes wide in horror. He creates energy protection in front of himself. The student says that in 1 second he is capable of delivering multiple blows. The spear hits the enemy's shoulder. His eyes turn red in rage. The opponent shouts how they dared to touch him. He swings his spear multiple times. The student shouts that he will send the main character to hell. They run at each other. The opponent uses the global concussion method, while the protagonist uses a pear-colored squall. The opponent defends himself from multiple blows. He shouts that the guy should not hope to get him with the same fighting skills. The headman smiles sarcastically. He shouts that he will use another one then. The guy holds out a spear with freezing. He uses the pear-colored frost squall method. The student clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks about how the guy had always used only the fire attribute before. The student's leg freezes. He looks at her, gritting his teeth. The guy thinks the power of the ice energy is impressive, and his right leg is frozen. The elder jumps up, swinging his spear. He asks his opponent to experience the combination of ice and fire. The guy uses the Phoenix method of greatness. The enemy clenches his teeth in rage. He thinks that he cannot move his right leg and dodge. The opponent swings his spear. He talks about how he'll have to come out with his best move. The guy uses the gravel wall method. Energy protection appears around him. The student, smiling maliciously, points at him. He will laugh, saying that the opponent will not be able to escape his flames and must prepare to become a chicken cooked in a clay ball. The student dodges the blow. His body is steaming and his face is frowning. He says he will tear the guy to pieces. Having unfrozen his leg, the enemy runs towards the headman. He shouts that he was going to use this technique later, but now he will try it on the main character. The student holds out a spear at the guy. He uses advanced knowledge of the absolute extermination strike method. The freshman clenches his teeth in rage. He thinks that the enemy has used the method of in-depth cognition, and even his verdict will not be able to repel such an attack. The main character takes off from the ground. He thinks that he has only one option left. The guy combines cold and hot energy. He thinks this is a great opportunity to test how powerful his technique of absorbing the flower and crystal has achieved. The guy uses the Milky Way fall method. The power of fire and the combined elders touch. The enemy spits blood and flies away. The headman of the 10th also sheds blood. Classmates run up to the opponent. Covered in blood, he rises from the ground. The opponent turns to fight his girlfriend. He thinks that she is not an opponent for the girl, because she and the main character are a persistent couple. The guy points his finger at them. He demands that he help his classmate. The girl is wary of the running students. Her body is covered by her classmates. The friend shouts that they won't be able to take it in quantity. 3 students swing at a group of friends. They scream for them to die. The group responds that bullies dream big. The enemy charges the body with fire. He says that the others don't care because the fight is not over, and he will let him know that even without a weapon, the main character is no match for him. The student swings a stone fist. It uses the sand gravel fist method. The main character smiles maliciously. He says that the enemy is not the only one who has mastered fist techniques. He uses the tearing thunder fist method. Energy is concentrated around them. The opponent's hands touch. The bully's fingers turn into a shapeless thing. He is thrown aside. The main character looks at the defeated enemy. A friend holds a katana in her opponent's face. The enemy begs her for mercy. The guy turns around and smiles sarcastically. He says they lost. The elder rises from the ground. He admits his loss. The headman, with a smile, points his finger at them. He says it's time for them to pay their bills and lay out all the crystal they collected. The guy, furious, clenches his teeth. He replies that they can only give away a third of the spoils. The headman, frowning, looks at him. He says that if so, he will have to finish them all off. The group, grinning angrily, their leader says that they will not give up more, and if they are not satisfied, then they will fight to the last, even at the cost of their own lives, and perhaps nothing will happen to him, but the others will definitely suffer. The guy extends his hand. He replies that they persuaded him and can give him a third. The student looks at them. He thinks that the group is not weak, and if it comes to a fight to the death, the others will definitely suffer. The girl throws him a briefcase. She shouts that a third of their loot is there and now they are even. Friends take the bag. The main character watches them leave. The headman falls to his knees, spitting out blood. He thinks that it is not for nothing that the enemy bears the title of 5th rank war. The girls run up to each other. They ask if the headman is okay. He replies that he only has a couple of scratches. The headman goes ahead of the group. He says they should return quickly. The liner hovers over the city. The program notifies that the first group of the Northern Institute has obtained 208 units of 5th rank crystal and 10 units of 6th rank crystal, and the total number of points is 258. The girl waves to her classmates. She gives them the order to take the headman to the medical bay. The head of the Southern group enters the office. He says that the girl's classmate suffered seriously and, apparently, he faced a serious opponent. The guy throws bags onto the device. He says that 258 points is a bad result. The teacher takes out the crystals. The system says that the first group of the Southern Institute obtained 220 units of 5th rank crystal and 12 6th rank crystal for a total of 280. The headman looks at the girl with arrogance. He says that he doesn't want to upset her, but the southern group took first place in the competition. The girl thinks that if they had not given up a third of the spoils, they would have taken the first one. The student is wary. Behind her is the 10th group. She turns to them with a grin. The student replies that he should not rejoice ahead of time, since it is not a fact that they took first place. The bully makes a slight smile. He replies that the losers from the 10th could not collect more crystal than them. He thinks about how they managed to get rank 8 crystal, but no one would give it to the university. The main character pours out stones. The teacher is surprised by the number on the scoreboard. He doesn't understand how the guys from the 10th group were able to collect so much because they are the weakest in strength. The information on the scoreboard says that the first southern group and the second took first place, the third was given to the first northern. The program notifies that the 10th group of the Southern Institute obtained 205 units of 5th rank crystal and 15 units of 6th rank crystal, and the total number of points was 280. The leader of the first group opened his mouth in surprise. He says that they could not kill so many evolving beasts, and, without a doubt, blind chance played a role, so the result cannot be counted. The bully turns to the teacher. He asks the teacher how the awards will be distributed if there are 2 winners. The guy thinks that there is an exceptionally generous reward for first place in the competition, and therefore he lost it due to a group of useless worms. The man, thoughtfully, holds his chin. He says that in such a situation he needs to get instructions from the director. The guy, furious, frowns. He thinks that even without presenting a rank 8 crystal, they were equal to them. His eyes turn red as he looks at the 10th. The bully thinks that he will definitely return the crystal to himself. The main character holds his head with his hand. He thinks that he was not ready to bring the situation to the first 2 places, and if he had known, he would not have swallowed all the crystal. The airliner flies up to the walls of the university. In just a week, out of more than 100 students, about 60 survive, and the mortality threshold reached 40%. The 10th group leaves the liner. The teacher joyfully points his finger at them. He shouts that everyone returned only thanks to the good elder. The group approaches the teacher. He says that the ruins are one of the most dangerous areas, and hunting for rank 5 anomalous beasts is a very difficult task, so it doesn't matter what success they achieve. And the main thing is that they returned alive, but their classmates also showed themselves well, and they managed to take 16th place, for which they will receive a reward of 10,000 points. The main character looks upset at the teacher. He says that the teacher considers them mediocre because he does not ask about the result. The teacher, clenching his fists, smiles widely. He asks if they ranked at least from 10th. The guy replies that no, and he should think more broadly. The teacher, blushing, exhales through his nose. He says they were probably in the top 10 back then. Smiling widely, the guy raises his index finger. He says that they have first place with a total score of 280 points. The group opens their mouths in horror. The teacher hugs the headman. He shouts that this result will go down in the history of the university. The guy wipes away an impromptu tear. He says that they had to share first place with the first group. The teacher holds the guy, smiling widely. He laughs and says that first place is first place. The director is standing in the arena. He says that first place in the Emerald Grove was taken by the first group of the Northern Institute, second by the first group of the Southern Institute, and 16th by the 10th group of the Southern Institute with a reward of 10,000 points each. The students open their mouths wide in surprise. They say that it is surprising how the 10th group escaped last place because they are the weakest of all. The director holds a tablet in front of him. He says that he is going to announce the results of the test in the ruins, and they have many outstanding talents, since the first place is taken by the 1st and 10th group of the Southern Institute with a score of 280 points. The 10th group raises their hands, smiling. They shout that they wish long life to the headman and are number 1. The parallel group looks at what is happening with displeasure. They say that they could not take 10th place because with their strength it was impossible to kill many 5th rank beasts, and they are not that worthless. The director turns to the deputy. He says that initially one set of rewards was prepared and where to get the second one will be a headache for them. The head of the first group approaches the director. He asks him to allow him to fight with the head of the 10th group so that the battle will determine the true winner. The students raise their hands in dissatisfaction. They shout that they agree with the headman because they are not sure whether the points were earned fairly, because the result for the 10th group is too dubious. The main character looks at them in surprise. He replies that if the headman wants the fight first, then he will get it. The supporting group shouts at him to show the arrogant ones in the first group where they belong. The guys look at each other. The director thinks that there has never been a fight between the 1st and 10th groups. He glances at the teachers below. The director asks if they mind. The teacher of the first group replies that he does not mind. He turns to the 10th teacher. The man asks if he is afraid of losing, but will inspect his student anyway to make sure he restrains himself and doesn't hurt his student. The 10th teacher smiles slightly. He replies that if the student does not mind, then he will not object. The teacher, smiling broadly, points his finger at his colleague. He explains that he will instruct the student to give it his all and trample the nuggets of the first group into the ground. The director is standing in the arena. He says that if the parties agree, he sees no point in delaying and therefore provides them with an arena. The elder draws her sword first. He asks his opponent to come over. The guy turns to the girl with a grin. He asks if she thinks she will win. The girl replies that if she loses after absorbing a rank 8 anomalous crystal, she can go back to Starlight. The main character goes up on stage. He says that he hasn't heard at least one kind word from his friend. The northern elder and her friend look at the arena. The girl says that he is crazy for deciding to fight with the head of the first group. The guy replies that he doubts the winner's predictions. The guys are suitable for each other. The bully says that the kid stole his crystal and twisted it around his finger, so he is going to put it in its place in front of all the students. The main character looks away. He replies that there were a lot of applicants for him, and therefore he is not his. The headman smiles sarcastically. He says that even otherwise he noticed it, so he would still have appropriated it for himself. A student of the first group swings his sword. He shouts that the guy is a smug insolent. The main character parries a blow with a spear. The bully says that he only recently became a 5th rank warrior with mediocre strength, and therefore it is too early for him to dream of victory. The guy swings a spear. He uses the method of Phoenix greatness. Energy covers the enemy. He says that the protagonist's flame turned out to be very scorching. The freshman opens his eyes wide in surprise. He says that during the fight in the competition tower, the temperature of his flame was not that high. Fiery force envelops the enemy. He says that if he gets under the energy of a freshman, he will undoubtedly get burns. His body burns with the fire of a headman. Smoke comes from the bully's hair. The main character says that he smells like pork. The enraged freshman swings his sword. He replies that the boy does not dare joke with him. The guy opens his eyes wide in surprise. He thinks that the enemy has high speed and will not be able to evade. The guy makes a defensive swing with his spear. It uses the verdict method. Sella hits his defense, and, returning, throws the enemy back. He makes a surprised expression on his face. The opponent says that he does not understand which guy used the skill since he managed to redirect his blow back. The bully moves from side to side. He says that the headman managed to win only because he was able to keep up with his rhythm, but as soon as he uses a different technique, the trick will be useless. The director is watching the fight. He says that the bully was born into a famous family and had a lot of resources, but the main character's biography is too ordinary and, moreover, he was the worst student. The man watches the students thoughtfully. He says that the guy became a 5th rank warrior in just a year and rose thanks to his abilities. The main character defends himself from blows. The director says that he has extraordinary inclinations, and his talent is unparalleled, so he can fully ignite his potential. The man is surprised to see the student's spear. He shouts that this is a black ray, which means that he is in some kind of relationship with Bully Haoling since she gave it to him. The guy holds out a spear at his jumping opponent. He uses the pear squall method. The guy shouts that his technique is too slow. Jumping, he points his sword at his opponent. The bully shouts that he can't keep up with him. He uses the sparkling brilliance divine strike method. The guy looks at him in bewilderment. He thinks that the bully is too fast, and therefore the only thing he can do is slow him down. The headman extends the spear with cold energy using the pear-colored frost flurry method. The director opens his mouth in surprise. He shouts that the guy is a genius since he can also use an ice attack. The enemy flies away from the blow. He shouts that he didn't expect the frost attribute. Toughnut looks at the cold attack in surprise. The guy says that the main character's attacks were only fire. The guy swings his spear. He directs his energy towards the enemy. The headman uses the Phoenix Majesty method. The opponent jumps to dodge. The guy's strength knocks him off his feet. The bully can barely keep his balance. He clenches his teeth in rage. The main character sarcastically wipes his nose. He says that the enemy probably realized that he had absorbed the crystal. The bully clenches his teeth furiously. He says the takeover was wasteful. The guy changes his face. He shouts that he will destroy them. The badass uses the hidden source technique method. The headman opens his eyes in surprise. He doesn't understand why the opponent's strength has increased, and this can only mean that he is practicing skills like bursting into anger. The guy imagines the technique. He says that a person who practices this technique compresses the powerful energy of the drains and stores it in his body, and healing it during a fight is tantamount to an instantaneous eruption of energy. The bully's eyes turn red. The main character continues to say that the greater the amount of source energy, the stronger the eruption of forces at the moment of radiation, and such an exceptionally harsh cultivation method cannot be mastered by an ordinary person. The guy runs at the enemy with a sword. He shouts that the freshman's death is inevitable. He uses the soul-cutting method. Juo Kixing hits the protagonist in the neck. Lin Ziu falls to the floor. The guys with alarm on their faces shout that the headman has really died. Luo Yu folds his arms over his chest and asks why they are screaming like that. He's alive. The girl with the purple bob asks he couldn't die so easily, to which the brown-haired man frowns and asks why suddenly. Doesn't she really feel it and says that his aura is still felt and he's a problematic guy. Juo Kixing towers over the lying guy. He is surprised when the protagonist turns into smoke. The pupils of his eyes shrink and he asks if it disappeared. Was it really a clone? Lin Zhu appears behind the guy and thinks that mirror reflection is indeed a useful thing and uses the pair color flurry skill. Juo Kixing swings his sword. The spear pierces his shoulder. The guy looks at the wound site with caution. Lin Zhu holds the spear and smiles. The crowd looks at the fight with alarm and shouts that he pierced Juo Kixing's left shoulder, and this time Lin Zhu confidently guarantees his victory, asking that who would have thought that the head of the ignoramuses from the 10th group would suddenly defeat the genius from the first, and it is too early to draw conclusions, because it only touched his shoulder and the winner has not yet been determined. The white-haired guy grabs a spear. The protagonist watches in surprise as he imbues the weapon with magic. Juo Kixing angrily lowers his head and tells him not to think that defeating him will be so easy. Lin Zhu's mouth opens in surprise. Concern appears on his face and he asks if he used poison. The white-haired guy swings his katana, laughs and says that the main thing is that he can defeat him and it doesn't matter how. He knocks the spear out of the protagonist's hands. The sword sticks into the floor. Juo Kixing holds the spear with both hands. He rips it from his shoulder. The guy throws the spear aside and shouts that since Lin Zhu was left without a weapon, he would not put him in a disadvantageous position. Juo Kixing swings his fists and shouts that he will now crush all his bones with his own hands and use the Black Dragon Doom Fist skill. The protagonist receives several magical blows. Lin Zhu covers his head with his hands and thinks that although the properties of the poison are not life-threatening, it has led to weakness and now he cannot evade its attacks in any way. Juo Kixing launches him into the air with a magical blow. He jumps over the protagonist and shouts that this blow will be his last and uses the Black Dragon's Fist of Doom skill. The arena floor cracks from the impact. People look at the battlefield with alarm and shout, "Is it really over? What kind of fist technique was it? It has simply terrifying power." And they only knew that Juo Kixing has a cool fencing technique and did not think that he had such a powerful technique in his arsenal. Lin Zhu lies in the hole while the white-haired guy says that even if he survived this blow, it will not pass without a trace for him and believes that he will be chained to a bed for 6 months. The protagonist frowns. He remembers the faces of his comrades and thinks that he cannot lose. He is the face of the entire 10th Southern Group, and if he fails, they will continue to ridicule them and consider them losers. He lies spread out in the hole and thinks that the system will unlock the second stage genetic lock. A blue system notification appears asking if he wants to unlock stage 2 of the genetic lock. Lin Zhu's eyes turn red with tension, and he thinks that in the process of unlocking, although there is a possibility of death, but now he can only put everything on the line. He throws his head back and screams when the system notification says the genetic lock has been unlocked. The guy clenches his teeth and thinks that it was not for nothing that the system said that when opening genetic locks there is a certain probability of death. Such pain can really easily kill. Juo Kixing looks at him in surprise and asks what's going on. Is he having a seizure? He looks like he's about to go crazy with pain, and his poison wasn't that deadly at all. A guy with his hair in a pigtail, with a worried expression on his face, asks the director if he should do first aid as soon as possible. A man with a beard puts his hand in front of him and says that this is not necessary and everything is fine. Thinking that such pain is similar to the one that happens when certain limits are broken, calls him a strange boy and what kind of technique is he still improving. He raises his eyebrows and thinks that it is not surprising that the girl even gave him a black ray. A blue system notification appears saying that they congratulate the host on successfully opening the second stage genetic lock. The stones fly away from Lin Zhu's aura. With a big smile on his face, he asks if it was fun beating him up and says it's his turn now. He lunges forward. The protagonist swings his fist using the Thunder Fist rending skill. Juo Kixing clenches his teeth angrily. He swings at Lin Zhu and shouts that he should not act like he knows what and saw his fist of the death of the Black Dragon. The impact sends out currents of wind. Juo Kixing falls backwards. The protagonist steps aside. A white-haired guy rolls on the ground. He raises his head and says that this is impossible and this cannot happen. He sits down on his knee and shouts that there is no way he can lose to him, and they will continue because the fight is not over yet. Lin Zhu appears in front of him and says that yes, until he turns him into mush, the fight will definitely not end. He kicks Juo Kixing using the Wind God's Kick skill. The protagonist grabs his hand using a fiery hand. With his other hand, he punches the guy in the torso using a fast fist. Energy flows through Juo Kixing's body as Lin Zhu hits him using the Thunder Fist tearing skill. The white-haired guy hits his back against the wall. The protagonist extends his hand and says that victory is his. His comrades look at him in shock. Joy appears on their faces. They shout that this victory and brother Lin Zhu won, their headman won, and their group took first place, and they wish the headman many years to come. The guy with his hair tied up clenches his hand into a fist and says that the protagonist has now become the best freshman in Shengwu and the 10th Southern Group is proud of him. The director comes down to Lin Zhu and says that this is wonderful and it was a brilliant battle. He comes closer to the guy and says that girl really is, that is, he really is an outstanding talent. The guy with brown hair clenches his teeth angrily. He waves his hand and says that he suspects that Lin Zhu used an illegal drug and this fight cannot be counted. There is anger on his face and the guys behind are shouting that this is true and in any case he used doping, because otherwise how could he beat Zhuo Kixing? It was obvious that he would lose. So why did the guy suddenly become so strong? And the first Southern Group does not agree with these results and requiring verification. They should check Lin Zhu. The protagonist folds his arms over his chest and says that they are just a bunch of nobodies who are incapable of losing, and although he doesn't care, let them test him as much as they want. The man folds his hands behind his back and asks that the guy, by his logic, then thinks that Zhuo Kixing also achieved enhancement with the help of a prohibited drug and not through the hidden source technique. The guy with blonde hair waves his hands in different directions and shouts that Zhuo Kixing used the hidden source technique and they all know about it. But what method Lin Zhu used to increase his strength, he could not understand, and he is almost sure that the growth of his strength was not caused by combat skill, but due to the use of a prohibited drug. The man is surrounded by an aura and his dark silhouette appears, and he says that the fighting skills of the warriors are deep and multifaceted. In this area there is a lot that is still unknown to them, and what he could not understand speaks only of his lack of knowledge. People from the 10th group shout with dissatisfaction to the guy that the proud first group is really so rotten that they are unable to admit defeat. And if they lost, then they lost, and let them not disgrace themselves anymore, let them dry their tears and leave. The guys help the white-haired guy get up and the fair-haired guy tells them to calm down and let his comrades take Zhuo Kixing to the first aid station. A man with a beard raises his hand up and announces that the winner of the tests in the G17 region is the 10th group of the Southern Institute, and each of its representatives will receive an additional reward in the amount of 50,000 points, and 7 students who directly participated in the G17 region tests will receive 1 gold card from the Hall Combat Skills. Joy appears on the faces of the guys and they shout joyfully that they have been awarded another 50,000 points and golden combat skill cards. The guys from the first Southern Group look at them with anger. The sun's rays illuminate the inscription plaque, the Combat Skills Hall. The guys look around the room and say that there are so many cards here and they need to quickly inspect everything here. There are even battle cards of the diamond category, and there are so many of them. Lin Zhu turns to his comrade with dissatisfaction when he asks that they really lay out so many gold and diamond cards and not be afraid that they might be stolen, to which the protagonist answers him that who would dare to do this? Did he really not notice the level of the teacher, who supervised the hall with combat skills? And besides, alarms and video surveillance were installed everywhere, with strict security measures here. Luo Yu lowers his head and closes his eyes, saying that they should stop wasting time and looking at diamond cards is too early for them, so let them quickly start choosing the most suitable gold cards. Lin Zhu turns his gaze to the side. In surprise, he points to one of the cards and shouts that this golden card has already become covered with cobwebs. How many people have already abandoned it? The guy takes it in his hands and shakes it off. The card shows a dragon hovering over the city, and the protagonist says that it is the rise of the sky dragon, a spear technique skill card. He turns to the blonde when she says that this is a rather unusual map and, as far as she knows, in the entire history of Shengyu University, only about 20 people have tried to study it, but no one has succeeded. Lin Zhu looks at the map in alarm and asks if this skill is really that difficult to learn. Luo Yu, with the golden card in his hands, turns to the guy and says that in order to perfect the onslaught of the heavenly dragon, it must be mastered in combination with another combat skill, and only in this way can it be possible to manifest its full power. The protagonist looks at the outstretched golden card and asks if this is the tyrant's spear technique. A voice comes from the hall that the girl is a knowledgeable person. The guys turn to the man. The old man with long hair says that she correctly noted that a couple of years ago, several students also tried to study this combat skill card, but they could not even read the information from this card. Lin Zhu furrows his brows and shouts that if he is exaggerating, they couldn't even unload the information. The old man closes his eyes and says that if he can extract and study the information about the celestial dragon's onslaught, the combination of these 2 cards will truly allow him to display his greatest power, and yet today he can only choose 1 card. The protagonist's gaze becomes intense, and he reflects that in the past, when his choice fell on the tearing fist, he was also told that it was impossible to study, but he still did it, and the fact that others cannot does not mean that he cannot, and he's a cheater after all. Lin Zhu raises the card above himself and shouts to the teacher that he has thought everything through and will take the onslaught of the heavenly dragon. The sun shines over the two-story house where Lin Zhu and Luo Yu live. The protagonist sits on the floor and looks at the map, asking that he can certainly master it. A golden card flies towards him from behind. He catches her with his hand. He looks at a card with a picture of a man with a spear and asks if this is the tyrant's spear technique. The guy turns back in surprise. The girl folds her arms over her chest and says that this is for him. She turns her back to Lin Zhu when he asks what about her then. Luo Yu waves her hand and says that the battle cards in that establishment are not suitable for her and none of them caught her attention. The protagonist looks at her in shock and wonders where this girl comes from to neglect the precious cards of the Martial Skills Hall of Shangyu University. He rises to his feet and says that it's good, and in that case, thank her very much. To which she replies that he should try not to make too much of an assumption about this, and she simply thought that his excessive weakness would affect her reputation. Lin Zhu looks at the girl with concern and thinks that this tsundere will really die without attacks in his direction. The protagonist puts the map to his forehead and says it's time to study. He closes his eyes. Images of his spear skills appear in his head. Lin Zhu opens his eyes. He turns his head to the side and shouts that this is a very uncompromising spear technique and all the spear techniques he learned before combined attacks and blocks. The guy grabs the spear. He waves it in front of him and shouts that the defense in the tyrant spear technique is to attack, there are no defensive movements in it, and everything is based solely on attacks, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the essence of this technique is kill or die. He turns his gaze to the dragon card and says that the girl said that the tyrant spear technique is suitable for the onslaught of the heavenly dragon. The protagonist takes it into his hands and says that he has just learned the technique, Tyrant Spears, and now it is time to take on the Celestial Dragon Onslaught and he will see if it is as incomprehensible as the teacher from the Martial Skills Hall claimed. He puts the card to his forehead and shouts, Golden Skill Heavenly Dragon Charge, Activation. He stands silently in the middle of the room. 1 minute later, the guy stands in the same position and asks if nothing happened. 10 minutes later, Lin Zhu smiles evilly and says that there is still no reaction and curses. He grabs his head and looks at the card, asking that it didn't react at all, maybe there's a problem with his way of activating it. He stands on one hand and puts the card on his head and asks, and so? The guy does the splits and asks if it could be like this. He bows, resting his forehead on the card, and asks if he can at least say that, just let her look at his pious pose. The guy is silent while in this position. Lin Zhu furiously throws the card on the table and curses, shouting that he shed blood and barely survived to take first place, and this is what he gets as a reward. To which the card asks that wasn't it his own choice. A system notification appears that tells you that an unknown energy source has been detected and whether the guy wants to activate the absorption. The protagonist looks at the map in surprise and wonders about the unknown source of energy. Is it really contained in this map? He is surrounded by magical fire when he uses absorption. The system alert says that the ability is activated and the absorption is triggered at 1%, 10%, and 45%. Lin Zhu opens his eyes wide. He stands in the middle of a burnt village and asks what is happening here. A rider on a horse is running towards him. He swings his spear at the protagonist. The rider cuts him in half. Sweat runs down the protagonist's frightened face. He breathes heavily and looks at the card, asking that he is now in an illusion and says that this card has turned gray, which proves that he has successfully absorbed the information about the combat skill. With a wide smile, he grabs his spear and asks, a combat skill card containing mystical energy, perhaps even diamond cards are incapable of this, and the recent illusion demonstrated the quintessence of a combat skill. The guy is waving a spear in front of him. He furrows his eyebrows. He pierces using the Sky Dragon Rush skill. The spear hits the protagonist with energy. Lin Zhu protects his face with his hand and asks if this skill really has such a high return and says that he has not yet managed to fully form the red dragon, and the feeling is that he almost died. A look of surprise appears on his face when he hears the doorbell. He turns around holding his chest and asks who was drawn to visit at such a late time. He opens the door with his hand and asks who it is. A guy with a strong build stands in front of him, with his arms crossed over his chest, and asks if he is Lin Zhu. The pupils of his eyes shrink. He points his finger at the protagonist and asks if he is injured. He puts his hand to his chin thoughtfully and asks if he is a victim of domestic violence, and he heard from the first Southern that, despite the beauty of Luo Yu, she can give a thrashing for one wrong word, and they live together with her and believes that he gets it often. The protagonist looks at him with bewilderment and asks why he knocked on his door in the middle of the night, because he somehow doubts that he cares about their differences. The moon illuminates the dark sky. The brown-haired man points his thumb at himself and says that he is Ma Beihyo from the second year, and also the master of the 25th floor of the competition tower. And he heard that he is the best among the first years, so he wanted to know if he would dare to break into the competition tower and compete with him one-on-one. Lin Zhu twirls his finger in front of him and asks if he is delusional, why would he do this, and that he is the master of the 25th floor, or maybe 250. Ma Baehyeo towers over him and says that being a warrior and also being the best among the freshmen, one should not refuse people who challenge him to fight, and only a weakling runs away from battle. The protagonist waves his hand at him and says, "Fine, as you say," and he is a weakling from the 10th Southern Group and thinks that such base provocations will not work against his wise man. The brown-haired man bares his teeth in a smile and says that he has no reason to refuse him, because if he wins. He holds the blue card in his hand and says that this diamond technique card will become his. Lin Zhu looks at the card with delight and shouts that every warrior should constantly hone his skills in battles, and he accepts his challenge, and of course, his decision has nothing to do with this diamond card of movement technique, which Ma Baehyeo thinks he tried if only he could behave a little bit accordingly. The brown-haired man puts the card in his pocket and says okay, and then on Monday he will be waiting for him on the 25th floor. He points his index finger up and says that he forgot to tell him that the results of the competition tower are updated every week, and so tomorrow he will have to start again from the first floor. If he cannot break through, he will not be able to see even his shadow, and laughs. Lin Zhu looks after the guy and wonders what it means that such mechanisms exist. He yawns, covering his mouth with his hand, and says that it doesn't matter, and for the sake of the diamond card you can strain yourself a little. Ma Baehyeo passes near the fence. The brunette stands in a dark alley and asks the elder how everything went. This guy agreed. He frowns when he tells him that he agreed like a little boy, having seen the diamond map of the movement technique, and he almost started drooling. Fury appears on the brunette's face and he says that he is a damn hillbilly, and when the time comes, he asks the guy not to hold back, and by daring to go against him, Aoyong-han, he dug his own grave. Lamps illuminate the spacious hall. Lin Zhu sits in front of the magic wheel, on which there are 5 spins left, and thinks that first he received 2 golden cards of combat skills, and now the diamond card of movement technique itself came into his hands, and lately he has been quite lucky, so and it doesn't hurt to try your luck with roulette. He clenches his hand into a fist and shouts stop. The wheel arrow stops at the image of the golden combat skill card, and the system window notifies that it congratulates you on receiving the golden combat skill card. Joy appears on his face and he shouts that she is golden and his luck really is great. In his hand is a golden card with a picture of a man with a cane. This is a cane technique card. He puts it next to him and asks the cane technician why he needs it, and says that at least it can be sold. The system window says that there are 4 rotations left. The wheel begins to spin in front of the guy as he shouts to the system that he is continuing. The system alert says there are 3 spins left. The protagonist looks at the card with the image of a man with claws and says that this is again a golden card and again useless to him. The system window says that there are 2 rotations left. Lin Zhu's hands tremble with anger when he sees the blue card. He grits his teeth in anger when he thinks that one is worse than the other, and now it's also silver. The magic wheel turns. The protagonist waves his arms and shouts that this is too much, and the system gives him 1 garbage, and with the last spin he needs the jackpot, when the system alert says that he receives 1 million alliance currency and he has 1 spin left. He clenches his hand into a fist when the system notification says that it congratulates him for receiving a mystery gift, and if he wants to open it, to which he shouts that it is a mystery gift, he has finally waited and will open it right now. There is a yellow flash above the box and a system notification says the gift is being opened, and they congratulate him on receiving a healing type gift. The guy's face shows disappointment as he holds a bottle of pills. He stomps his feet and screams, swearing, asks the system what it hopes for, that he will be injured, because there is not even a description, and what kind of dubious products this is. He opens a jar of pills and says that the smell is pretty good and asks why not try it, because now there are wounds on his body. The protagonist throws a pill into his mouth and thinks that the system can and sometimes likes to steam him, but it will not decide to kill his carrier. A blue aura surrounds him, and he says that this effect is not bad and all the injuries he received while studying the celestial dragon onslaught have completely healed. With a smile, he stretches out his hand to the spear and shouts something. Suddenly he felt that he was now back in the ranks and would continue to improve the onslaught of the heavenly dragon. Lin Zhu thrusts his spear upward using the celestial dragon rush skill. A magical wave from the spear throws it back. The guy looks at his wounded body and says that he still can't do it, and shouts that he will never believe that with so many healing pills he won't be able to master this skill by the evening. Luo Yu turns his head in interest at the guy's screams as he uses the celestial dragon rush. She holds her hand to her chest and asks if this fool really didn't cope. In a towel, she walks down the corridor and says that, although it is worth paying tribute to his efforts. She looks at the notifications on the laptop with interest. The girl puts her hand on the mouse. She points the mouse cursor at the green button. An image appears on the laptop screen with a brown-haired woman and the inscription that the person she was looking for has turned up, and she should hurry into the dark forest. The corners of Luo Yu's lips rise and she says finally. A shadow falls on her face and she says that she found it. Clouds fly across the morning sky. Lin Zhu opens his eye. He He lies on the floor and says with surprise that he ended up falling asleep right there. He sits up and pulls himself up, saying that he spent the whole night training and ate all the pills, vomited several kilograms of blood, and finally mastered the onslaught of the heavenly dragon. Water pours from the tap. The guy clenches his hand into a fist and says that today he will have a fight with Ma Baehyuo in the competition tower. There is fresh food on the table, and the guy says that she even prepared breakfast and how good it is to have a wife. He looks around in fear and thinks it just broke out, and if the tsundere hears, he will give him a thrashing again. He looks around and thinks that, apparently, she, as usual, went to the university in advance. The sun illuminates multi-story buildings. Near the open door hangs a sign indicating that this is a Southern Institute, Group 10. Someone greets the headman. The guys wave their hands to the protagonist, welcoming him. He scratches his cheek and asks if they have seen Luo Yu and says that she is not in the audience either. One of the guys thoughtfully puts his hand to his chin and asks that, as soon as he was separated from her for a short time, how he already missed her. But life is good for the newlyweds. Lin Zhu punches him in the head and yells at him to shut up. Girls with dissatisfied faces stand behind, and one says that if the blonde hears him, he can immediately write a will, and the other adds that if he wanted to die, it's his business and only for himself, let him not drag it down. The sun's rays illuminate the academy in the afternoon. The protagonist thoughtfully looks away and asks where she ran off to, and he hasn't seen her all morning and thinks that he is already used to the fact that his training takes place together with Luo Yu, and he is a little uneasy that he and her didn't see it. The guy puts his hand on his shoulder and says that the poor headman is probably upset that his wife left him. The protagonist pushes him away and tells him to leave him alone. He points his thumb at himself and says that he is now planning to go fight in the competition towers and asks if they will go with him. Joy appears on the faces of the guys, and the girl asks if the headman has really decided to beat up the senior students again, and, of course, they are with him, to which the guy replies that they will root for him. Behind the crowd of people, there is Shengyu University and the competition towers. When someone says that let them look, it's that Lin Zhu from the 10th Southern Group. The protagonist is walking ahead of his comrades when someone says that he heard that in the freshman trials he beat Zhuo Kixing and became the best among the first years. And someone asks since when did the 10th group become so cool, and they say that today he came here to challenge Mo Baehyuo, who is on the 25th floor. A girl from the crowd covers her mouth with her hand and says that he may be the best among the first years, but is he really good enough to challenge the seniors? This guy is too driven. Lin Zhu turns his gaze to the guys and asks that so many people have gathered in the competition tower today, to which one of the guys tells the headman that he recently looked at the university forum and it turned out that the entire university now knows that he is going to challenge Mo Baehyuo, and another says someone leaked the information on purpose to blow the case out of proportion. A wide smile appears on his face and he asks what it means that someone wanted as many people as possible to see him become a laughingstock, to which the dark-skinned girl shouts that they will see who will laugh at whom and Lin Zhu's brother will definitely win. The guy is standing in the arena and in front of the crowd in the competition tower on the first floor when they shout that Lin Zhu has come, and he actually dared to come. The guy shows his index finger and asks which floor he can get to, and the girl replies that she thinks he will fly out before he even has time to meet Ma Baehyuo. The protagonist takes his fist in his hand and says that last time he made it to the 20th floor, it took a little over 2 hours. He takes a couple steps forward and asks, I wonder how long it will take to reach the 25th floor this time, while his comrades support him. With one blow of his fist, he throws the man away from him. On the first floor they announce that Lin Zhu has won. With a kick of his own he wins on the second floor. A man lies unconscious in front of him when he wins on floors 3, 4 and 5. The protagonist stands in front of the door to the 15th floor when a dark-skinned girl says that his speed is hardly even planes fly that fast. He turns his head at her and says that all the owners of floors below 15 were warriors of rank 4, and now he is at 5. Of course, it was easy. He goes up the stairs with his comrades and says that starting from the 15th floor, all students will be rank 5. The guy with the scar on his face holds his hand on his belt and asks what it means that he was the one who challenged the competition tower today, and says that in his opinion, he was too arrogant. He waves his katana in front of Lin Zhu and says that people like him piss him off. The protagonist swings his fist using a ripping thunder fist. He hits forward, and the guy falls back from the wave. A leg appears in front of the guy with the scar. The protagonist turns to him and tells him to excuse him, but he is running out of time. His comrades look in surprise and ask if he has already lost, and is this really all that the 5th rank senior student could show? The crowd looks at Lin Zhu's image angrily and shouts that no one could stop him, and how did they let a freshman climb up the floors like on a rocket? This is such a shame, and let them stop him. We must definitely stop him. There is a sign in the stands indicating the 20th floor. A guy with a massive chin puts out a sword and says that they have met again. This is Becker, rank 5 warrior. Lin Zhu looks at him with a smile and says that, yes, they met again, and calls him a beaten general. Fury appears on Becker's face, and he shouts that he should not even think that having defeated Juo Kixing, he can now do anything, and he also defeated him. The white-haired guy sneezes into a rag and tells them to fight among themselves and not drag him in. The protagonist swings his spear and says that there is a difference between them. He only beat Juo Kixing, and he beat Juo Kixing and him. He defends himself from a blow from a warrior who shouts that this kid has gone too far. Becker smiles with all his teeth and thinks that last time his ice ability gave him a lot of problems, so he will give him another taste of glaciation. He points his sword at the guy and uses the golden skill 3 feet of ice. Lin Zhu frowns and asks again for the frosty attribute technique and says that he can do that too. He swings his spear forward using the pear-colored frost flurry skill. Ice shards collide in the air. Becker, with a puzzled look on his face, asks if this is really an ice attribute. He points his index finger at the guy and asks if that can't be true. Isn't his fighting skill a fire type? Lin Zhu smiles with all his teeth and asks what he said about them just now. With a swing of his spear, he summons fire using the Phoenix Majesty skill. Fire magic throws the guy aside. He falls on his back. He holds his chest and trembles, saying that he used both ice and fire attributes at the same time, and last time their battle was equal, and now he lost to him so quickly. The protagonist stands with a spear in his hands in the arena when he is declared the winner. The guy with glasses looks at Becker with contempt and says that it was not fast, but instantaneous, and he shouts at him to shut up. The guy thoughtfully puts his hand to his chin and says that he is just a ball on the 20th floor, and if he wants to get to the 25th floor, he will have to defeat 4 more people. He looks after Lin Zhu and says that starting from the 20th floor, all the floor owners are masters and it is unlikely that it will be so easy. The pupils of Becker's eyes shrink and he shouts that this guy has really already reached the 25th floor. With alarm, he looks at the scoreboard and says that the owners from the 21st to 24th floors are really weaklings. How could he get there so quickly? The guys look at him with contempt and ask if he is ashamed to call others names after he himself instantly flew away. Ma Beahuo, with a hammer in his hand, looks anxiously at Lin Zhu and reflects that only one evening has passed, but it feels like the guy has become stronger. He turns his head to his friend and says that he is leaving him the card for safekeeping. The blue card flies, cutting the air, and someone shouts that this is really a real diamond card. The guy with glasses holds the card above him while the crowd shouts that this is a sweep. Did he really use the diamond card as a bet in sports? And it's no wonder that Lin Zhu decided to challenge him, because hardly anyone could resist such a temptation. Ma Beahuo swings his hammer and says the game begins. The protagonist dodges his blow. He jumps up over the guy and reflects that for a tall guy he has impressive speed. He shifts his gaze and thinks that his techniques are also uncompromising and cover a large area. Ma Beahuo smiles widely and swings his arms, shouting that he can't even hope that the movement techniques will help him evade his attacks. Lin Zhu furrows his eyebrows and asks what who said he would shy away. He thrusts and uses the Tyrant Spear skill. Magic spears crash into the hammer. Ma Beahuo grits his teeth and reflects that he has seen recordings of his battles, and before his spear technique was not so daring, and such an approach does not take his own life into account at all. The spear scratches him on the cheek when he shouts that the protagonist really decided to measure his audacity with him. Ma Beahuo swings his hammer and shouts that it is time for him to learn true uncompromisingness and uses the golden skill, the power of the fearsome tiger. Lin Zhu dodges the blow. The pupils of his eyes shrink. The guys exchange blows and skills. Ma Beahuo uses his hammer to defend himself against magical spears. There is an explosion and air currents come from him and someone shouts that this is too abnormal. Lin Zhu is only a 5th rank warrior, but the power of his attacks is so great. The protagonist makes a dash back. A guy from the crowd points his finger at him and shouts that he managed to repel a rank 6 warrior in a combat clash, and it's not for nothing that he is called the best first year. Lin Zhu wipes the blood from his cheek. He smiles widely and his eyes glow red and he shouts that this is a pleasure and they should continue the fight. The guy throws his spear forward using the majesty of the phoenix. An alarm appears on Ma Beahuo's face and he shouts that it's incredible that the temperature of this fire is really that high. He reaches forward and uses the activation skill. The guys look at it in surprise and shout that this is a dome, a protective ability available only to rank 6 warriors. Ma Beahuo is surrounded by a magic dome and the guys shout that with its help he completely fenced off the firebird Lin Zhu. The protagonist points a finger at him and says that his turtle shell turned out to be very strong. Ma Beahuo, with a wide smile on his face, says that it has finally dawned on him, because this is the difference between rank 5 and 6, and if he turns out to be powerless to break through his dome, then how is he going to defeat him? He clenches his hand into a fist and says that he will also be able to squeeze it so that it is adjacent to his body and thus its activation will not affect his combat effectiveness in any way and his defeat is a foregone conclusion. Lin Zhu swings his spear behind his back and says that the turtle shell requires a huge expenditure of source energy, especially when attacks are raining down on you without interruption, and he will not be able to maintain it for a long time, unlike his spear techniques, which are precisely grounded in continuous attacks. He swings his spear forward using the Tyrant's Spear and a pear-colored blast of frost. Ma Beihuo holds the hammer close to himself, defending himself from attacks. A crust of ice covers his leg, and he shouts that the guy is crazy. The temperature of his fire is high, but his ice attacks are also extremely strong. Ice covers his body in some areas, and he says that despite the protective barrier, his speed has clearly slowed down. Lin Zhu swings his spear and uses the accumulated power strike skill. He stabs the guy using the pear-colored flurry skill. Ma Beihuo turns his gaze to his hand and asks that he really managed to make a hole in his dome. The protagonist grasps the spear in his hands, using the skills of deep knowledge and a flurry of pear color. He directs blue magic at the guy and screams at him to fall. Ma Beihuo raises his head in shock and shouts, "Is this a special version of the pear-colored flurry?" He presses his hands to himself, protecting himself from the attack. Without feeling, he falls back. The protagonist looks at the explosion. Ma Beihuo lies holding his chest while the guys shout that Lin Zhu really broke through his protective dome. A crowd of people look at the hammer in front of them and shout that Ma Beihuo's weapon was also outside the arena, and how will he fight now? And this time he suffered a crushing defeat and even lost the diamond card. The girl with the purple bob folds her arms over her chest and says that they are a bunch of idiots. Aoyang Han frowns and says with a smile that the weapon that Ma Beihuo wields perfectly is not a war hammer at all. The protagonist holds his hand on his belt and says that he was left without a weapon and therefore lost. Ma Beihuo bares his teeth in a wide smile and giggles. He stands with his back to the surprised guy and says that the warhammer was not originally his main weapon. He holds combat gloves in his hands and says that compared to a hammer, he much prefers to knead until they bleed with his own fists. He puts them on his hands and says that their game has just begun. A yellow aura surrounds him when he uses the Rage of the Wild Monkey skill. The girl with the purple bob points her finger at him and shouts that he has rapidly increased his strength without relying on drugs, and this is the first time she has seen such a fighting skill. Aoyang Han folds his arms and says that this is because they are extremely rare and you can get them by chance, but in the Ma family, on the contrary, this skill is passed down from generation to generation. Lin Zhu clutches the spear in his hands and thinks that this guy's skill is very similar to his outburst of anger. Ma Beihuo swings his fist at him while he thinks that, however, he doesn't know if he has any limitations or side effects. The protagonist takes a fighting stance. The blade of the spear meets the guy's fist. Surprise appears on Lin Zhu's face and he asks that he was really able to meet his black beam with only his fist. Ma Beihuo hits him and throws him away. He jumps into the air. He swings his fist at the protagonist. He slams his fist down. Ma Beihuo raises his fist over the lying guy using the Bloody Mess skill. Several projections of his hand appear. Fear appears on the faces of the protagonist's comrades, and they call him. Ma Beihuo throws Lin Zhu away from him with a blow. Cuts appear on the guy's body. The brown-haired man clenches his teeth furiously and swings, using the Iron Fist of Rage skill. A hole appears in the protagonist's body. His comrades stand with worry on their faces, and the guy says that he pierced his ribs, to which the dark-skinned girl says that this is impossible and brother Lin Zhu will not die so easily. The girl frowns and asks if he forgot that he has another extremely unusual skill. The protagonist's body becomes transparent. The pupils of Ma Beihuo's eyes shrink and he asks if he has really disappeared. Surprised, he turns around and asks what he is behind and if it was just a clone. He defends himself from the blows of the spear and shouts that he has never seen such a strange skill. The protagonist clutches the spear in his hands and muses that with his current strength, he has no way to handle it at the peak of his powers, and it seems that the only thing left to do is use an explosion of anger and lead a lightning-fast battle. He has a red aura around him when he uses his anger burst. A crowd of guys look at him in surprise. The girl with the purple bob folds her arms over her chest and asks, "Didn't he say that skills that allow you to instantly increase strength are extremely rare?" Aoyang Han scratches his cheek and asks since when did this type of skill become common everywhere. The protagonist is surrounded by a magical glow when he uses the Milky Way Fall skill. He smiles with all his teeth. Ma Beihuo goes down from the onslaught of blows. He raises his head and says that it was good and now it's really interesting. He is surrounded by a yellow aura as he uses the Bloodlust skill and shouts that now they will be beaten to their heart's content. Lin Zhu furrows his brows and wonders what kind of skill this is. He was injured, but his strength only increased, and his explosion of rage has a time limit, and if he does not meet the deadline and weakens, his defeat will be a foregone conclusion. Sweat rolls down his face as he says he's left with only one option. A magical silhouette of a horseman appears behind him. He swings his spear forward using the Sky Dragon Rush skill. Ma Beahuo swings his fist forward using the Heavenly Chaos skill. The force from his blow dispels the red magic. He turns back in alarm and shouts that it's a clone again. The guy opens his eyes wide. He is surrounded by fire and corpses and asks what is happening. The horse's hooves hit the ground. A rider on a horse swings at Ma Beahuo. Blood spatters from the impact of the Sky Dragon Rush skill. The guy holds his hand and asks that he really fell into an illusory region, and the attack of this bloody general looked exactly like the one carried out by Lin Zhu. The horseman directs a blow at him while he screams, which means that the attack that Lin Zhu carried out, as in the case of the clone, was false. And this is already a real move at full power, and what kind of combat skill is capable of plunging an opponent into an illusory region? Ma Beahuo's face becomes furious as he shouts that no matter what he is, he will not sit back and wait to die. He has a yellow aura around him when he uses the golden skill Celestial Chaos. He punches, stopping the spear. The two forces face each other in the arena. There is a big, stunning explosion. The guys cover their faces with their hands and shout that this is terrifying power, and even the arena has split. Ma Beahuo holds his hand and approaches the protagonist, saying that to think that he possessed such a powerful fighting skill. He falls face first, saying that he has lost. He lands at Lin Zhu's feet as he is declared the winner. His comrades joyfully look at the arena and shout that this is a victory and brother Lin Zhu has won, wish him long life, and are surprised that he beat the 6th rank war. Aoyang Han punches the wall and calls Ma Beahuo a loser. A dark-skinned girl approaches the protagonist from behind and asks if he is safe, to which he replies that he is fine and is only shaking a little. A man's hand holds out a blue card and tells him to take it. Lin Zhu looks at the card in surprise when the blue-haired guy tells him that it is his, and he shouts that it is one of the 30 best movement techniques in the entire Shunpo world. The protagonist holds in his hands a card with the image of a blue man and laughs, saying that he received it well and did not think that Ma Beahuo would be such a rich man and decide to give him such a card. He turns his head to the side when they shout at him so that he does not rejoice ahead of time. Aoyang Han points his finger at him and shouts that sooner or later he will settle all scores with him, and he asks him why he is so nervous. He fought with Ma Beahuo, not with him. The pupils of the protagonist's eyes become smaller. He smiles and puts his hand on his belt, telling him not to talk about the fact that he provided him with this card, and he knew that Ma Beahuo could not afford to act on such a scale. He points his finger at the brown-haired man and asks that he use this card as bait to force him to go against Ma Beahuo and hope to train him with someone else's hands. But who would have thought that victory would be his? He waves his hand and laughs, saying that next time if he wants to give him a combat skill card, just let him say so and there is no need to take such a detour. The brown-haired man turns his back to him and says that they will still see who will laugh last. Lin Zhu, with his hands in his pockets, walks along the side path of Shengyu University at night. The girl with the purple bob stops in front of him and addresses him, and he asks her what she wanted. The protagonist waves his hand with a smile and tells her not to tell him that Aoyang Han plans to give him the card again and send her to challenge him. The girl smiles widely with all her teeth and asks that she believes that he hasn't seen Luo Yu all day and if he wants to know where she went. The guy points his finger at her and asks if she really knows something, to which she replies that this morning she visited the academic supervisor's training building and overheard Luo Yu asking teacher Nan Zhengquan to give her a day off. The girl remembers how she noticed the blonde and says that Luo Yu asked for a leave of absence for half a month and said that she was going to go into the dark forest to save someone. Shock appears on Lin Zhu's face and he asks about the dark forest and is it really necessary to save someone. The girl with purple hair lowers her eyebrows and asks what he knows about the dark forest and says that it is a dangerous area of S level and only warriors of rank 6 and above can dare to enter it, and asks if she remembers correctly that Luo Yu has not yet reached rank 6 and how does he think she will die. The protagonist clenches his fists in anger and says that she is telling him about this because she hopes that he will not return from there either, and the best scenario for her will be if they both do not return alive. The girl holds her chin with her hand and asks he won't leave his beloved in trouble. The guy points his thumb at himself and says that, of course, he will go and he will return alive along with Luo Yu. The rays of the sun illuminate the multi-story building of the educational building. When the protagonist thinks that last night he looked at information about the dark forest on the Alliance website, Lin Zhu thoughtfully holds his hand to his chin and thinks that in the last century, a huge spatial gap arose in the dark forest, through which a large number of plants and creatures from another dimension leaked, and several tasks in the dark forest were published on the Alliance website, but they were already everything was taken apart. His comrades stand in front of the main entrance to the training building and ask the crowd why they needed their Linzu. The guy with green hair waves his hand when one of the protagonist's friends asks if they are going to cause trouble here because their prefect beat up their sophomore in the arena yesterday, to which he says that they misunderstood. The boys turn their heads when a voice asks who was looking for him. The protagonist moves closer to the crowd as his comrades cheerfully greet him and others ask if this is Linzu. The girl in heels takes a few steps towards him. The blonde with glasses waves her hand and addresses the guy, calling him Big Lin. The protagonist points his finger at her and asks if this is Zio Ryushui. The girl runs at him and shouts that she misses him very much. The guy presses his face into her chest. A blush appears on his friend's face and he asks what kind of situation this is, and the dark-skinned girl asks who this shameless lady is. Zio Ryushui holds the protagonist with his hands while a guy from the crowd says that they don't understand that this is the situation here and they should know for themselves. The guy with green hair scratches his cheek and says that the blonde only told them that she knows Linzu, but to that extent, the other guy adds that, judging by the appearance, they have a rather unusual relationship. The dark-skinned girl clenches her hand into a fist and screams for them to be silent, and she sees everything herself. Linzu, with a blush on her cheeks, turns her head away and asks what she is doing here, and in the uniform of Shengyu's sophomores. The blonde shakes her head and asks why she shouldn't be here, since she was originally Shengyu's sophomore, his eldest. The protagonist furrows his eyebrows, remembering her past image, and asks if she didn't work as a doctor at Starlight Academy. Zio Ryushui waves his hand and says that the doctor at Starlight Academy is her elder brother, and because something happened in the family, he was forced to leave for a certain time, and she replaced him at the workplace. Linzu opens her eyes wide and asks, having replaced her at the workplace as a doctor, does she really know medicine? The girl points her finger up and says that this is not important, and in modern times, no matter how serious the illness is, the patient is placed in the medical compartment and the problem is solved. Disappointment appears on the guy's face, and he asks whether there really was such an irresponsible doctor at his former academy and says that it can be considered a miracle that there were no deaths. Zio Ryushui puts his hand on his shoulder and says that her brother is too slow and had to wait quite a long time for his return. And as soon as he returned to the academy, she returned here like a bullet and asks, so what, did he miss his sister because they haven't seen each other for so long? The protagonist looks at her with an uneasy look on his face as she says that he heard that Big Lin achieved brilliant success, won the first-year competition in the G17 region and defeated Juo Kixing to become the best freshman, and also visited the competition tower twice and stood out, defeating several sophomores, and it was not for nothing that she had her eye on him. An angry look appears on Zio Ryushui's face when she says that, however, she also heard that a certain girl from the 1st Southern Group voluntarily transferred to the 10th Southern Group for his sake and also lives with him. She clenches her teeth in anger and says that she took advantage of her absence and screwed her boyfriend, to which the protagonist says that everything is not like that at all. Linzu puts her hand to her head and says she's just renting a cottage, and living in it alone was a little expensive, so she offered to move in with her and share the costs, that's all. To which the blonde replies that it's not a problem, and she would move out of the dorm into a cottage today and then let him move in with her and share the cost of rent with her. One of the protagonist's comrades puts his hand to his face and says that he is so jealous. Two beauties are fighting for the right to live with the headman. Fury appears on the dark-skinned girl's face and she says that she does too. The bald guy thoughtfully puts his hand to his chin and says that he invites Sister Zio to talk about a pressing matter. This is Guo Tansen. The blonde turns to him menacingly and asks if her desire to catch up with Big Lin is irrelevant, to which he puts his hands in front of him and says that they should communicate. Linzu points his index finger at himself when Zio Ryushui says, okay, they will remember the past later when you get the opportunity. Today she came to him on business and they want to invite him to go with them on a mission published by the university, to which he replies that they are second-year students and their level is higher than his and asks, but they needed him for the assignment. The blonde furrows her eyebrows and remembers the image of a blue spider and says that the mission they accepted is an S tier and it is to go into the dark forest and find a living specimen of a mutated black spider, and despite the fact that evolved beasts dark forest are quite strong, they have one common weakness, fear of fire, so his fire-type fighting skills will come in handy. The protagonist smiles broadly with all his teeth and says that he does not work for free and asks what reward they will give him. The girl awkwardly looks away and asks if he has the opportunity to help out his big sister, but he still has the audacity to stutter about the reward and says that he won't be at a loss. She shows two of her fingers and says that the reward for completing the task is 500,000 points, and besides him, 4 more people are participating in the hike with her, and his share will be 200,000 points, and she asks if he agrees, to which he thinks that in his current situation, It's not that much. Lin Zhu raises one eyebrow and thinks, but he was going to go into the dark forest anyway, so why not help Xiao Ruishui out? After all, she was helping him too. He folds his arms over his chest and says he agrees and asks when they are leaving. The blonde hugs him tightly and, laughing, says that she knew that Big Lin would not refuse her sister's request and tomorrow at noon they will have a gathering at the main gate of the university. She turns around and approaches her comrades, saying that they have decided on this. Xiao Ruishui blows a kiss to the protagonist and says that they will go get ready and meet tomorrow at noon. Alarm appears on the face of Lin Zhu's comrades and the dark-skinned girl shouts that he is really seriously planning to go into the dark forest. This is an S-level area and it is too dangerous there, to which he replies that yes, and he has reasons for that. Another girl behind the guy smiles sarcastically and asks if that senior student really hooked him and says that she will definitely tell Luo Yu everything. The protagonist turns menacingly at his comrades and says that he will leave the keys to the training rooms to Jiang Yan and let them train properly and not try to cheat, because upon their return he will check what they have achieved and let each of them rise to rank 4. To which the guy, with a trembling voice, asks up to rank 4 and asks the headman to kill him right now. Clouds fly near the multi-story teaching building. Someone shouts in it, asking if the S-level task is in the dark forest. The pupils of the man's eyes shrink and he shouts that this task is too dangerous and he will not give his consent. Lin Zhu waves his hand and tells teacher Nan not to worry and everything will be fine. He will go with a group of second-year students who have reached rank 6. The man frowns and shouts that this still won't work and whether he knows what the dark forest is like, even he won't dare to guarantee that he can return from there alive. The protagonist looks at him angrily and asks if Luo Yu didn't go to the dark forest. Silk appears on the man's face. He looks away and says that she has special circumstances and she made this request directly to the rector and he had no authority to stop her. Lin Zhu lowers his head and says that he heard that Luo Yu went to the dark forest to save someone and she might get into trouble, so he should go and let him believe in him. They will both return alive. Teacher Ning exhales and lowers his eyebrows in agreement. The protagonist turns his back to him when he tells him to be careful and he thanks him for his concern. The guys are standing near the gate of Shengwu University, the main entrance. Xiao Ruishui waves his hand and tells Big Lin to come here. Ma Beihuo raises his hand and greets Lin Zhu and says that they have met again, to which he asks him what he forgot. The blonde pulls his ear and says that this fool is under her care, and she couldn't think that for the sake of a diamond map of movement techniques, he would take it into his head to create problems for him and let him not worry, because she properly taught him a lesson about what he screams for the girl to stop, and he has already admitted that he was wrong. Ma Beihuo extends his hand to the protagonist and says that he was not aware that he was an old friend of the Xiao sisters, and if he had known about this, he would not have caused him trouble, and let them consider this incident a friendly fight. Lin Zhu shakes his hand and says that it was that, and he should thank him for the gift of diamond cards. The brown-haired man scratches his cheek and says that card belonged to Aoyang Hin. An aircraft landed next to the guys. Xiao Ruishui turns his head at the guys and says that it's time to go and first they need to fly to Xinglan, and from there get to the dark forest. A flying car flies over the multi-story buildings of the city of Xinglan. The blonde walks next to the protagonist and waves her hand, saying that since Shengyu students often carry out tasks in the dark forest, the university has allocated an aircraft exclusively for the route to Xinglan, and also provided a place for students to live and an administrative center for processing various procedures. The buildings rise above the green forest and the girl says that Xinglan is a city adjacent to the edge of a dark forest and there is a very unusual terrain here. From dark blue it gradually turns into a thick black color. Xiao Ruishui puts his hand on his belt and says that it is time to perform and from now on they should be 120% attentive so that everyone returns alive. A man with turquoise hair stands in front of people in dark robes and talks about Shengyu University. People in dark clothes turn their gaze to the protagonist's group. They fold their hands in front of the man with turquoise hair and tell the young master that they have just spotted them getting off a small aircraft. He remembers how Luo Yu wounded him and says that Cold Girl was also from Shengyu and this time he will take revenge for the murder of his guild members. He points his finger at the people and tells them to contact Kai Tian and let them organize an ambush on them at a small village adjacent to the dark forest and further. Let them call their comrades staying in the city and together let them support Kai Tian, to which they answer that they obey the young master. A blush appears on the man's face and he says that they should take the girls prisoner because it would be a pity to kill such beauties. The group passes through the middle of a dark forest and Xiao Ruishui says that ahead there is a small village located on the very outskirts of the dark forest, and they will spend the night there and set out the next day. A blue beam shoots out from the firearm. Lin Zhu puts his spear in front of him and tells everyone to be careful. The group is surrounded by a magical dome. Many shots crash into the magical protection and someone shouts that they have really been ambushed. Ma Baehyuo holds the dome with his hands and asks who they are. Zio Ryushui waves his fan and says that under the continuous fire from laser guns, Ma Baehyuo's dome will not stand for long, and let everyone choose a direction and hit them with long-range attacks. The group is protected and shouts that they have understood. The blonde is surrounded by a red aura as she shouts that it is time to act, and she uses the butterfly dance skill. Fans fly, cutting the air. The protagonist puts his spear in front of him and uses the Phoenix Majesty skill. The blue-haired girl raises her hand and uses the Flame Blade skill. The guy swings his blade and uses the Cutting Saber skill. The bald guy puts his sword in front of him and uses the Great Land Sword Shine skill. Fans knock weapons out of a person's hands. Fiery blades fly towards the enemy. Opponents dodge attacks from swordsmen. Men in dark clothes land in front of the guys, who say that all the rats have come out of their holes. The golden fan crashes into the blonde's hand. Zio Ryushui puts her fans in front of her and with a smile on her face tells her comrades to kill. The protagonist dashes away from his group and shouts for them to kill. The enemy fires his weapon and shouts that they really dare to burn him. Lin Zhu dodges laser beams with the Silent Step skill and says that compared to laser training in a gravity room under 6-fold amplification, their laser attacks suck. The laser rifle falls at his feet. The man grabs the swords behind his back and shouts that he dodged it, and this weakling has an unusual technique of movements. He swings them towards the guy and uses the crosscut skill. Lin Zhu points his spear forward and uses the Tyrant Spear. His enemy blocks his blow. The wave throws him back. He opens his eyes wide. He is surrounded by the protagonist's spears as he uses the Pear Flurry skill. The opponent falls to the floor, his eyes turning red. Zio Ryushui attacks the enemies with his fans and says that this blow was fierce from Big Lin and Big Sister likes it. Lin Zhu turns to look at her and wonders if she should have refrained from making strange remarks during the fight. Ma Baehyuo punches his opponent into the air. Other enemies begin to tremble and one asks whether these weaklings are really so severe, to which the other replies that they don't have to rush at them, it's enough to hold them back until the young master arrives with reinforcements. Zio Ryushui turns to them and says that reinforcements are also expected. She takes a few steps towards them and says that, however, she believes that they will not receive reinforcements. Their opponents begin to tremble and tell them to stop coming. A guy with turquoise hair runs in the middle of the crowd. He turns to look at one of them when he tells the young master that Kaian Tian and 10 men under his command have already engaged Sheng Yu's students, and he replies that this is great and he believes that they won't even have to interfere. And Kaian Tian, he will decide everything himself. The guy with the microphone, with a worried expression on his face, tells the young master that Qin Tian is conveying that they won't last long. The guy with turquoise hair turns on him with an angry expression on his face and shouts that they are really losers. They can't handle a normal group of students and don't care what's going on with them, and let them hold out for another 3 minutes because they're almost there. The guy looks at him with fear and says that Qin Tian says that they won't be able to stand it for even a minute. Their master extends his hand forward and shouts for them to stop hesitating and move forward. The subordinate holds a device with a screen in his hands and asks the young gentleman what to tell the deputy head, who is nearby, about everything that is happening, to which he asks whether to tell his aunt. The young master scratches his cheek and says that she will definitely yell at him and call him mediocrity. He closes his eyes and says that he should call her here to be on the safe side, just in case. He lunges forward and says that they need to hurry, they will detain these youngsters and ideally, of course, they need to be killed. But if this does not work out, then after the arrival of the aunt they will regret that they were born. A guy with turquoise hair stands over the corpses of men. The pupils of his eyes shrink and he says that everyone is really dead. The guys look in his direction. The young master points his finger at them and shouts that they really dare to kill the members of the Haikyuan team. Is life really not sweet for them? Ma Baehyuo points his thumb behind his back and asks that they are really one with them then. Lin Zhu holds the spear behind him and says that if they are at the same time, then they will go after them. The legs of the guy with turquoise hair begin to tremble and he asks that all Sheng Yu students are really so self-confident that they dare to challenge the Haikyuan guild. He grits his teeth and says that first that ice girl, and now them, first he will finish them off, and then he will do the same to that girl. The protagonist pays attention to his words and asks if he is an ice girl. He points his finger at him and asks what is he really talking about, a white-haired girl with a sword behind her back. The young gentleman thoughtfully puts his hand to his chin and asks if they really know each other and says that yes, he is talking about that ungrateful girl. She was a beauty, but she was cold as a block of ice. Lin Zhu takes a fighting stance and tells him to tell him everything he knows and he will spare his life. A man with a huge belly comes forward and asks that a worthless loser of rank 5 dared to behave like this with his young master and tells the young master that there are only 5 warriors who recently reached rank 6 and 1 loser of rank 5 and this is their territory, so they have the right to finish them off on the spot. The young master raises his finger to the sky and tells his comrades to make them face the wrath of the Haikyuan guild. Lin Zhu dodges the man's blow as he uses the volcanic hammer. He clenches his teeth and says that he is in trouble. The guy swings his spear into the sky using the pear-colored flurry skill. He brings the weapon closer to himself and uses deep cognition. He strikes the man using the pear-colored flurry skill. It pierces the man's forehead. He falls on his back unconscious. Ma Beihua punches one of their opponents. Xiao Ruishui waves his fans. The young master frowns and asks where these abnormal people came from. Lin Zhu looks at him with a big smile and says that it's his turn now. He swings his spear forward and uses the pear flurry skill. The blonde throws her fans and uses the butterfly dance skill. The young master hides behind his subordinate and someone yells at them to stop. A dome of yellow appears above them when someone activates it. The guy's attacks crash into the magical defense. A woman with turquoise hair lands on the ground. A blush appears on the young gentleman's cheeks and he shouts that his aunt is finally here, and his subordinates shout that the deputy head has arrived in time. The woman standing and holding a sword behind her back is the deputy head of the Haikyuan Guild, Miko Yoshida. Ma Beihua opens his mouth wide and shouts that this is really the energy of the origins of the orange color and she is a warrior of the 7th rank, to which the protagonist asks, 7th. The woman frowns and asks that they really dared to kill the sleens of her guild and also targeted her nephew. She inserts the blade of her sword into the ground and shouts that they seem to be bored with life. Xiao Ruishui asks with a surprised expression that she is Miko Yoshida, a classic criminal wanted by the Federation. The woman smiles widely and says that she didn't expect that anyone in Chengdu knew about her, and in that case, she especially couldn't let them leave here alive. The blonde folds her hands on her chest and asks that it's not far from the village, and there is an alliance garrison there. Isn't she afraid to attract them here? And she says that she wouldn't have founded a headquarters here if she was afraid of them. Miko Ishida extends her hand and says that, moreover, killing them is like squashing a bunch of ants and it is unlikely to attract the attention of the alliance soldiers. She swings her sword. Xiao Ruishui looks at his comrades and tells them to be careful. The guys dodge the attack. The woman waves several times and says that their reaction is not bad, and she already thought that it would be completely uninteresting. The guys dodge her attacks. The blonde turns to her comrades and says that she and Lin Zhu with Ma Beihua will detain her, and let Guo Lin and the others deal with the rest. The girl with blue hair furrows her eyebrows and agrees. The guys surround Miko Ishida from all sides. A girl with blue hair runs towards the young master. The pink-haired guy takes the device out of his jacket and says that now that Auntie is here, he doesn't need to risk his life and can just wait for them all to be finished off. Magical blue waves emanate from the device. They comprehend the girl and her comrades. The guy raises his hand and says with a smile that they are a bunch of naive fools. Because this barrier is the latest technology, it does not consume the energy of the activating sources. He puts his hand to his chin and says that no matter how they try, it will be useless to get through it. The girl stands with her hands on her waist and says that since these guys decided to hide, then it's only good for them and then they will first help Sister Xiao with that huge woman, to which her comrades agree. Miko Ishida jumps and swings her weapon. The guys are trying to stay in place from the flow of energy. Lin Zhu holds her hand on her chest as she says that if they were at the peak of rank 6, they might be able to cause a bit of trouble. The woman holds the sword on her shoulder and says that this is not so, and moreover, a person with rank 5 has signed up with them. She waves her hand to the side and says that she had the opportunity to kill so many talented Chengdu students in one fell swoop. She furrows her brows and shouts that even the thought of it makes her ecstatic. The woman attacks Xiao Ruishui with her huge sword and says that she will start with her because she loves to break beautiful things. The blonde defends herself from a blow with her hands. She is thrown aside. Miko Ishida makes a few swings using the Tyrannosaurus Rex tail skill. Xiao Ruishui opens his eyes wide and shouts for the guys to be careful. She erects a magical barrier over herself and Lin Zhu. The attack breaks the barrier into pieces. The blonde clenches her teeth. The rest of the guys fall to the ground. The girl and the protagonist crash into a tree. Lin Zhu helps her up and asks if she is okay, to which she replies that she is fine. She wipes the blood from her face and says that just think, with one attack she destroyed their common dome and asks what the difference in strength really is. The protagonist puts his hand on his chest and thinks that an explosion of anger can increase his strength to rank 6, and if he adds a blow of accumulated power and uses the onslaught of a heavenly dragon against her, he may seriously injure her, although, however, an explosion of anger and a blow of accumulated power he can only be used once. He looks up and thinks that in order to use them most effectively, he needs to catch her by surprise. He turns his gaze to the young gentleman and thinks that guy must be a relative of this woman and he can take advantage of this. Xiao Ruishui turns his head at Guo Ling and tells her to stay back and make sure that bunch of hidden turtles don't interfere at the crucial moment. She puts her fans in front of her and says that everyone else needs to make every effort to defeat this monster, and she has already contacted the Alliance army and they need to hold out until they arrive, to which the guys agree. Ma Baehyuo comes forward, swinging his fist. He shouts, attack, and uses the bloody mess skill. Miko Ishida defends herself from blows with her blade. Lin Zhu strikes with his spear using deep cognition and a flurry of pear blossoms. The woman blocks his blow and asks if this is a combat skill of deep knowledge. It was not bad. She smiles widely with all her teeth and says that it's just a pity that he doesn't have enough strength. She cuts the protagonist in half and screams for him to die. Xiao Ruishui extends his hand and shouts to Lin Zhu. The guy's body falls into pieces. Miko Ishida opens her eyes wide. The blonde covers her mouth with her hand. The protagonist's silhouette appears behind the woman. The guy's attacks are directed at her and she screams that this is really an ice attribute and the guy is using a pear-colored frosty flurry. Ice covers Miko Ishida's legs and she screams that he slowed her down. Ma Baehyuo lunges towards her and shouts that this is his chance. He points his fist at her using the Iron Fist of Rage. Miko Ishida flies into the air. The brown-haired man smiles widely and points his fist upward, shouting that he was able to send a rank 7 warrior flying. The woman's eyes light up red and she says that the insects managed to hurt her and that's not bad, and as a reward she will cut them into small pieces. The guys direct their attacks at the woman. Miko Ishida makes a spinning attack using the Tyrannosaurus Rex tail skill. The guys are trying to stay on their feet. Lin Zhu clenches his teeth. He points his spear at her and uses the pear flurry skill. Miko Ishida furrows her brows and asks, this skill did nothing for her in deep cognition mode, let alone in normal mode. She turns her head behind her back. The protagonist is behind her and in front and she asks if there are really 2 of them. The woman swings her sword and shouts that this is the disgusting cloning ability again. She stops the guy's attack. The corners of her lips turn up and she thinks that since the one in front of her doesn't even think about shying away, it means it's definitely a fake. Miko Ishida looks towards Lin Zhu and shouts that this is the real him and let him see how she will now cut him in 2. 2 guys scatter from her blow and she screams that they were really fakes and how many clones can this loser create. She looks up in fear. Lin Zhu rises above her, surrounded by flames. He points his spear at her, using the skill of burning the starry sky. The woman points her finger at him and asks if he doesn't have the fire attribute, then where did he get fire-type fighting skills from? Several explosions occur near her while she shouts that how could a rank 5 warrior make such an attack. She closes one eye and says that she cannot dodge in time, and all that remains is to defend herself. She extends her hand with magic and uses the dome skill. Xiao Ruishui jerks towards her when he thinks about it, that she is creating a protective dome and needs to be stopped. She throws her fan at her using her butterfly dance skill. Miko Ishida hits the fans with her sword and curses. The stones fly apart from the explosion. The young master raises his frightened gaze and turns to his aunt. The woman's sword sticks into the ground. She frowns and says that she couldn't even think that one rank 5 kid would be able to create so many problems for her. Miko Ishida swings her sword and says that apparently she will have to take this matter seriously. The guy with turquoise hair puts his hand to his chest and says that it's very good that his aunt is okay and a 5th rank warrior couldn't hurt her. To which the henchmen also shout that the deputy has taken the matter seriously and these losers will soon be chopped up in mincemeat. Lin Zhu shifts his gaze. He points his finger at the woman and asks that since she is a wanted classic criminal, the reward for her should be high. The young master points his thumb at himself and says that, and as he thought, the reward for his aunt is as much as 100 million in Alliance currency. The protagonist holds his chin with his hand and says that 100 million is quite a large amount. He turns his head at his comrades and shouts to them that they need to push her and finish her off in order to fairly divide the 100 million, to which the blonde replies that she just liked a good weapon, but just didn't have enough money. Miko Ishida smiles widely and turns on them, shouting that with their powers, killing her is just their dream. The guys make a move in her direction and the guy says that if they don't try, they won't know. Lin Zhu swings his spear using the Phoenix Majesty skill. The woman looks towards the fiery bird and asks where he was aiming. She is not at all impressed by his speed and has he really reached his limit. The protagonist frowns and says that he was not aiming at her. She turns her head in fear. She reaches out and screams as a bird flies towards her nephew Taro. The guys surround Miko from all sides. Lin Zhu bounces over the people in the dome. He swings his spear and asks with a smile that their shell may not pierce, but it is unlikely to protect them from being cooked. The dome is surrounded by magical fire and Taro shouts that it is very hot and why the temperature of this fire is so high. His face turns red and he puts his hand up, shouting that he can't stand this heat anymore, and his henchmen say that they need to get out before they are boiled alive. Miko Ishida swings her sword around and yells for them to get away. Xiao Ruishui shields himself from the attack with a fan and shouts for the guys to hold on. Taro raises his head and shouts that they are leaving. Guo Ling turns his head and says that the turtles have finally come out of their shells. She and several comrades make a dash and shout kill. Taro raises his head at them and asks why weren't they fighting his aunt just now. The pupils of his eyes shrink and he asks why they suddenly switched to them. The blue-haired guy turns around with concern on his face and sees Golin attacking one of the enemies. She makes a leap towards the villain. The brown-haired and bald guys also jump. Taro looks scared. Miko clutches the sword tightly in her hands and yells at the three jumping students to leave. The main character, with a smile on his face, thought that she had lost her composure. The protagonist's eyes turn red and purple energy swirls around him. He shouts and asks Beaho what he is waiting for. At the level of his feet, golden energy swirls as he activated his Wrath Blast. Beaho, with a smile on his face, says that we can start. He bends his arms and a golden monkey spirit appears behind him. He used Wild Monkey's Wrath. Miko asks with a surprised expression if the strength of these two has increased significantly. She looks at the protagonist and Beaho and screams and asks if they both have the fighting skills of a short burst of power. The main character jumps, causing pink and blue energy to emanate from his spear as he uses the cumulative power strike skill. Many colorful spears fly towards Miko as the protagonist used Milky Way Fall. A woman with concern on her face asks if the attack of a rank 5 kid has reached the power of rank 6. She closes herself under a golden dome and shouts that this is not even rank 6, but rank 7. Then she asks how this is possible. The spears had almost reached the barrier. Miko exclaims that her defense will not hold up. A crack appeared in her barrier. The barrier breaks, after which the attacks hit the woman. Beaho concentrates golden energy in his hand and uses the Iron Fist of Fury skill. He hits Miko, after which she pushes away. The main character puts his hand on Beaho's shoulder and then invites him to finish off this 7-ranked one together. A brown-haired man with a smile on his face accepts the protagonist's offer and says that they will do it for easy money. A lot of red energy swirls around the protagonist and the sky turns red. Miko gets up from the floor. She turns around and asks if this is the illusory region. The main character uses the Heavenly Dragon Onslaught skill, after which a red image of a warrior in armor with a sword appears behind him. Beaho performs a punch that is shrouded in golden energy as he uses the Heavenly Chaos skill. Miko performs multiple punches in the air while a fist and a spear are aimed at her. She shouts to the guys attacking her that she will destroy them. She screams loudly and uses the Tyrannosaurus Roar skill. The protagonist's and Beaho's attacks are combined. A crack appears on the woman's sword. The sword is destroyed and the attack hits the woman. She pushes away and hits her back against the wall. She falls face down on the floor. There is pain on her face. Joshua looks around and asks if it's all over. The main character shows her an approving gesture and tells her not to worry. Go Lin, with a joyful expression on her face, clenches her hands into fists and says that she simply cannot believe that they defeated a rank 7 warrior. The brown-haired guy replies that they were just on hand, and the main work was done by these two crazy people, Zhu and Beaho. Joshua looks at the joyful protagonist with Beaho with a displeased expression on his face and says that the two got along very well after their fight together. She adds that she is even a little jealous. Aircraft are visible in the night sky. Joshua looks up and asks if this is the Alliance army. The aircraft landed on the ground. The blonde got worried and asked if they had arrived after finishing, and then added that this was a standard situation. People in camouflage clothes approach the students and a man with a scar asks them if they were called. He then asks if it was a false call since they said they had an encounter with that T-Rex woman, but they stand there unharmed. Joshua points at the protagonist with Beaho and asks with a smile on his face why don't they see for themselves. A man with a scar examines the defeated Miko, and the protagonist yawns. The shocked man with the scar asks if it really is her. He points his finger at the protagonist from Beaho and asks them if they eliminated her, and then asks them what organization they are from. Joshua and Golin smile. The blonde asks the military if they see anyone here other than them. The girl with dark blue hair says that there is no need for this skepticism because they did it. She adds that they are students of Shenghu University who came here for combat practice. Drops of sweat run down the face of a scarred soldier. He reports that he has always been told that Shenghu students are all geniuses, and today he was convinced of this personally. He adds that he can't wrap his head around the fact that they finished off the 7-rank one. He asks the guy with the laptop to take a photo of the body and send it to headquarters. He takes the laptop and tells the students that one of them should give him their card number so that he can transfer the reward. Joshua asks the protagonist to give them his number so that they can share the reward later. The protagonist unlocks the phone and calls his number. He sees that 100 million coins were transferred to him. With admiration on his face, he shouts that they have risen greatly. The main character approaches the blonde and says that they have sorted out the division of money. He turns around and with a smile on his face says that now they will perform. The military man with the scar points to the defeated enemies and asks what they will do with these bodies. The main character, with a smile on his face, tells him that he expects them to deal with him, and then informs him that they will not touch their weapons as well as the contents of their bags. He then asks if it seems right to him that the members of the Haikyuan Guild have a lot of money. The man with the scar props his chin up and laughs, then says these guys know how to do business. He tells his subordinates to leave the corpses here because soon the local evolved animals will gnaw them clean. He adds that they can take their weapons and valuables and then they should return. A man in gray clothes approaches the bodies of Miko and Taro, and then shouts to the head that they have found the bodies of the deputy and the young master. A shocked man with dark blue hair shouts Miko's name and calls her darling. Head of the Haikyuan Guild, Kubodeki. With an angry expression on his face, he shouts and asks how they dared to kill his wife. He commands his men to find them and then says that he will cut them into pieces. He turns his head to his subordinates and shouts that he doesn't care who is behind this. He adds that they just have to find him no matter what. His subordinates accept the order. A town on the border with a dark forest. Moonlight falls on numerous city houses. Joshua moves his hand to the side and tells Beaho and the rest of the students, excluding the protagonist, to go and find the hotel, while he go to the bar to gather information. Beaho agrees with her words. Bar. The protagonist and the blonde are sitting at a black table. The protagonist holds a glass of wine and asks the girl if it wasn't said that only warriors of rank 6 and above can afford to visit the dark forest, and why does he see so many 5 rankers. The girl with a serious expression tells him that not many warriors visit the dark forest, but this time there are many more of them than usual. Then she reports that out of the corner of her ear she heard them discussing some kind of ice lotus fire. With a joyful expression on her face, she says that she has found information and reports that fresh news related to the Dark Forest has already appeared on the Warriors Alliance forum. She imagines a flaming ice lotus and says that it says that at the bottom of the ice lake, in the depths of the Dark Forest, an unusually rare ice lotus fire arose. She then reports that the shape of this object resembles a flame, but consists of an extraordinary ultra-cold matter. The main character props up his chin, and the girl says that the formation of the ice lotus fire is associated with waves of energy from another space present in the dark forest. She then reports that given its extreme rarity, some warrior clans have announced their willingness to buy the ice lotus fire for 10 billion. The protagonist thought that he was sure that this thing would be of great benefit to Yu. He smiles and wonders if it's worth fighting for. He adds that one way or another, his path still lies deep into the dark forest. Joshua, with a displeased expression on her face, says that all these warriors rushed here because of him, so she is sure that all this will turn into a bloody massacre. She sighs and says that it looks like this visit to the dark forest will not go smoothly. One of the 3 masked fighters in gray clothes opens the double doors. Joshua notices them and asks the Haikyuan Guild members if it is. People in gray clothes walk through the room and inspect it. The main character tells the blonde that it looks like it, and then says that it seems that they are looking for someone. He raised his glass to his mouth and asked if they were being searched for by chance. The blonde also raised the glass to her mouth and replies that it's unlikely, because they didn't leave any witnesses and didn't take any things. She adds that it will be quite difficult for them to connect them with what happened. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, tells the girl that she was right. This visit to the dark forest will definitely not go smoothly. The next day, at the exit from the city there is a stone arch. The students approach the arch, which is the entrance to the dark forest. A brown-haired man with a crooked nose looks at the protagonist's group and asks if even the puppies rushed into the dark forest. Then he asks them if he also decided to find the ice lotus fire. He laughs with an arrogant expression on his face and says that something tells him that they will be finished off before they even leave the city. The protagonist stops and says that he does not know whether they will finish him off or not. He turns around and with an angry expression on his face tells the scoundrel that he is sure of one thing: if he dares to continue chatting, then he will definitely not leave here alive. The villain holds a sword in one hand and puts the other in his pocket. He asks how the green 5-rank kid dares to talk to him in such a tone. He pushes off the ground and makes a jump. With an angry expression on his face, he shouts to the protagonist that it seems that he is tired of living. The protagonist points a spear at him. The scoundrel stopped and trembled. With a shocked expression on his face, he asks where the 5-ranker has such speed. Behind the protagonist, his ghostly image appears, from which dark energy emanates. He tells the villain that one more move and he will break his head. The villain cries and exclaims that he was wrong. He drops his sword and asks the protagonist to spare his life. He closes his eyes and thought that he was scared from this look. He adds that it feels like if he looks at it, he will die in the next second. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, tells him to run away. The villain raises his sword and thanks the protagonist, and then announces that they are leaving now. The subordinates behind him flee the battlefield. Surprised, Beaho asks the protagonist why he is so nervous. The main character shifts his pupils in his direction and asks him if he really thinks so. Joshua turns around and exclaims that the protagonist did this on purpose. With a serious expression on his face, he says that there are a lot of narrow-minded people swarming around here, and in order to get rid of unnecessary problems, it was necessary to properly show his strength. Bayaho props up his chin and tells the blonde that she's right with a smile on her face. The girl moves her hand to the side and says that they shouldn't waste time, so they need to go. A town on the border with the dark forests. Someone in a two-story building tells the head of the guild that last night 3 groups of warriors arrived at the city on the border with the dark forest. He adds that they have already identified all the goals. The man in gray clothes hands Kubo a tablet and exclaims that considering the time of death of the deputy and the young master, these 3 groups are their main suspects. The guild leader looks at the tablet and commands his subordinates to send more people, perfect in stealth, to establish surveillance on them. He adds that communication does not work in the territory of the dark forest, so let them leave marks on their path. He props up his chin and says that he has already used his connections to find out if it will be possible to extract external signs of the culprits from the Alliance army. He adds that as soon as everything is cleared up, he will immediately join them. With an angry expression on his face, he grabs the katana's sheath and shouts that he will then cut it into small pieces. Territory of the dark forest. There are many twisted trees around. A group of students looks around. Bayaho rests his chin and says that these trees are wonderful. He knocks on one of the trees and asks what it is. Joshua yells at him not to touch them. A long and thick tree branch with thorns is heading towards Bayaho. He grabbed a branch and with concern on his face asked what it was. Many branches are heading towards him. He jumped back and shouted that it was alive. The blonde turns her head to the protagonist and tells him that they are afraid of fire, so he needs to incinerate them. The protagonist accepts her order. Flames appear around him as he used Phoenix Majesty. The fire is directed towards a tree that has red eyes and a mouth. The tree stands on its roots. All the trees around begin to run away. The protagonist and Bayaho press their hands to the backs of their heads with bewilderment on their faces. Ziu asks how a tree can run. Bayaho notices that it has just grown legs. The blonde shouts at him that he is a fool because 1/5 of the trees of the dark forest have long mutated, turning into monsters. The man apologizes to the girl and tells her that he was wrong. Joshua, with a stern look, asks the group to remember to keep their curiosity in check and not touch anything. The group members agree with her words. The blonde takes the fan and says that the view has become much worse, so you need to be on your guard. Behind him stands the protagonist with a spear. A black spider appears in front of the group. The spider jumps on Go. He's going to bite her neck. The protagonist's spear is enveloped in blue energy. He stabs a black spider with his weapon. The main character looks at the spider and asks if he is of the 5th rank and if they came here for them. A system window appears, according to which the rank 5 steel spider is destroyed and therefore 2 million experience points are received. The blonde got into a fighting stance and tells the protagonist that no, they need mutated black spiders that live in the depths of the dark forest. She adds that, be that as it may, you should not let your guard down because these creatures move in packs and their teeth contain a toxin. The group is surrounded by steel spiders. The blonde shouts that they are coming, so everyone needs to be careful. Joshua turns to the protagonist and tells him that he has fire-type skills, so the attack is up to him. She then commands the others to hold the line. The protagonist and Go get into fighting stances, after which the spiders ahead light up. The spiders die and the protagonist receives 2 notifications with the information that 2 steel spiders of rank 5 have been destroyed, and for each of them he receives 2 million experience points. The main character laughs with a smile on his face and tells the spiders not to stand between him and his prey. He receives another system notification due to the destruction of the spider. The protagonist thought that he gets 2 million experience for each. He adds that although this is not a lot, this amount more than makes up for it. Streams of wind swirl around the protagonist along with flames that hit the spiders. He thought that earlier they had finished off that woman, but since this was done through joint efforts, the system did not provide experience for her. All the efforts were in vain, so this time he must definitely earn money. 2 system windows appear with information about killing steel spiders. Joshua and Bayaho look at the protagonist with confusion on their faces. The second of them asks why the protagonist is so upset and has the blood really gotten to his head. The main character breathes heavily and asks if this is all. In front of him and Go lie many corpses of spiders. The main character raised his hand to his face and exclaims that he was unable to fully enjoy the massacre. He is indignant because he is just a little short of leveling up, so he wants to be given a couple dozen more spiders. Go, with concern on her face, thought that the protagonist was crazy and it couldn't be any other way. Joshua approaches the protagonist and with admiration on her face tells him that he is the coolest. Then she reports that there will also be many evolved animals ahead. She adds that they will certainly allow him to satisfy his appetites. The main character blushed because of her words. He turned around and said that then they need to go. The night sky looms above. Baeho looks at his smartphone and says that there is a problem, because these trees are almost the same from each other, so it is difficult to understand the direction. He adds that the phone doesn't have reception, so the compass doesn't work on it either. The group approaches the rock. Joshua puts his hand forward and says that it is already dark, so today they will spend the night here. Go, with a joyful expression on his face, takes off his backpack and says that finally they can rest. She sits down and sighs, and then says that she is tired. The main character is surprised because a system notification appears in front of him, where information is written about an evolved beast of the 6th rank, a stone monster. Features, large build, turtle appearance, with a shell hard as a rock, often disguised as rocks to carry out surprise attacks. The main character puts his hand forward and shouts to go that she cannot lean against this stone because it is a stone monster. The stone turtle near the girl rises to its feet. She opens her mouth. The girl screams loudly in fear. The main character runs towards the girl using the movement technique skill. The monster clenches its mouth. The protagonist used the silent walk skill and ran away with Go in his arms. He put her on the ground and asks her if Joshua told her that in the dark forest you can't touch anything mindlessly. The girl put her hand to her chest and thanks the main character. The monster screams loudly. Joshua commands everyone to be on alert. Baeho notices that this monster is huge. Blue energy is concentrated in the monster's mouth. A blue beam from his mouth is directed towards the students. The main character and Baeho dodge the enemy's attack. The beam destroyed several trees. The protagonist exclaims that this energy beam is creepy. The frightened Baeho tells the protagonist that if they had been caught, they would not have survived. The main character smiles and says that he likes it. He puts his hand forward and thought that he would kill him and immediately be able to rise to level 26. He tells the turtle to hurry into his cauldron. The bald guy jumped off the ground. He swings his sword at the enemy and uses the Great Earth Sword Shine skill. He hit the turtle. He opened his eyes wide and shouted that he couldn't be penetrated at all. The main character jumped on the enemy and shouts that now it's his turn. A lot of flames are directed at the enemy due to the fact that the main character used the Phoenix Magnitude skill. The monster opens its mouth wide. He absorbed the protagonist's attack. The main character is surprised and shouts asking if he could really absorb the fire. The monster opens its mouth and flames are directed at the protagonist. Zeus smiles and asks the monster if he really thought of defeating him with fire. The monster swings its hand at the protagonist. The main character jumped up at the moment of the attack. The main character, with a confident expression on his face, tells the monster that since he can absorb his fire with his mouth, then he will fry him from the back. He aims his spear at the enemy and then forms a flame using Phoenix Majesty. The monster caught fire and screams in pain. The stone on his back cracks. The protagonist laughs with a smile on his face and then exclaims that the turtle shell is cracked. The stones begin to float above the monster. The surprised main character screams and asks what kind of nonsense this is. Stones fly in different directions from the monster. The main character, who is hit by stones, shouts that this is his method of attack. The protagonist's body is distorted due to the fact that he used the mirror image skill. He jumped on the monster from behind and shouted at him that he would gouge out his eyes. The stone turtle becomes alert and shifts its pupils to the side. Many spears fly at the turtle as the protagonist used Pear Blossom Flurry. The surprised monster put his hand to the left side of his face and closed his left eye. Baeho clenches his hand into a fist and exclaims with a smile on his face that it was beautifully done. The monster concentrates blue energy in its mouth. A blue beam is aimed at the blonde and the brown-haired guy, but they dodge. Joshua commands everyone to stay alert as he has gone berserk. The rock turtle stands on its hind legs and lifts its front legs up, then screams loudly. The main character points his spear at the enemy while purple energy swirls around him. He exclaims that the eyes are the weak point and it's time to target the other eye. Sends multiple ghostly spears at the enemy as the protagonist used Milky Way Fall. The spear hits the stone turtle in the eye. The wounded monster moves its head. Joshua, with fans in his hands, tells Baeho that Zu wants to pierce his eye, reaching his brain. She then commands Baeho to help him. The guy agrees with her order, after which he makes the jump. A ghostly image of a fist emanates from his hand as he used the Heavenly Chaos skill. He hits the rock monster. The stone turtle falls to the ground. The protagonist takes the spear out of her eye. He sighs and says that it was an assisted killing again, so his plan to gain a lot of experience failed again. The upset main character thought that life was unfair. Joshua rests his chin and looks at the protagonist. He asks Baeho if the anomalous crystal should go to the protagonist, since he made the main contribution to killing the stone monster. Baeho puts his hand forward and answers that it's not a question, because he didn't even have time to tense up. The blonde asks the protagonist if he heard their dialogue and then tells him that the anomalous crystal is his. The main character turns around with a joyful expression on his face. He laughs and then thanks the elders. Joshua puts his backpack on the ground. She sits down next to him and says that the threat has been eliminated, so a halt can be arranged right here. She raises her index finger up and says that it is quite safe here, because this territory previously belonged to this monster, so there should not be other evolved animals here. The students approach the crevice. The surprised protagonist asks whether there really is such a huge crevice in the forest. The protagonist and Joshua look into the crevice. Zhu peers inside and says that there is nothing to see there at all. The blonde gives the main character a green lantern. The protagonist looks at the item given to him and asks if it is a lantern. The girl turns on her flashlight and says that black mutated spiders are attracted to light. She adds that when they discover the light, they flock to it like moths to a flame. Many green eyes are visible in the crevice. The blonde screams that they are advancing. Many spiders are heading towards a group of students. The girl takes the weapon and tells the team members to hurry up with their weapons. The protagonist holds a spear at the ready, and the others are armed with flamethrowers. Joshua says with a smile on his face that these are highly enriched portable flamethrowers. She adds that this is an indispensable thing while staying in the dark forest. Flames come from the angry protagonist's mouth and he screams and asks why the fire spray was on him since they had flamethrowers in the first place. The blonde blows the protagonist a kiss and then tells him that, of course, it was to save fuel. She adds that the protagonist can relax because they are just a backup option because they cannot compare with her dear Zhu. The blushing protagonist begs her not to say something like that after a normal answer. Beaho, with a nervous expression on his face, exclaims that the spiders are close and then tells the team to get ready. He commands to start shooting, after which flames come out of the flamethrowers. The main character raises his spear above himself and, with a smile on his face, shouts at the spiders to burn, after which the flames are directed at them. He used the Phoenix Majesty skill. The flame hits the spiders and the protagonist receives 5 million experience twice for killing rank 5 black spiders. The blonde screams at the team members not to stop. Many spiders are shrouded in flames. Beaho shouts that there are a lot of them and then commands to add more fire. A huge number of spiders are climbing up the wall. The main character turns his head to the blonde and asks her where the mutated spiders are that they need to catch. Joshua replies that on average, for every 100 regular black spiders, there is one mutated one. She adds that surely one of them will show up soon. A huge amount of flame falls on the spiders and the protagonist first receives 4,800,000 experience for the spider and then 5,100,000 experience. The brown-haired guy turns around and is surprised. He climbed the wall of spiders and exclaims that they are also approaching from the other side. The main character is holding a spear and flames appear around him. He exclaims that he will take them upon himself. He thought that, after all, they were all experience points and they burned them so mercilessly. He runs with lightning speed from enemy to enemy and hits them with his spear. He receives 2 notifications about killing spiders. He thought it was an amazing feeling and then added that the experience points just came at lightning speed. Joshua exclaims that the blood has rushed to his head again. Beaho, with a worried expression on his face, says that he doesn't understand him at all, and then asks what's so fun about killing black spiders. A large spider with many red eyes appears in front of the main character. In the background, a small snake bit a black-haired guy. The large snake grabbed the black-haired guy with its mouth. She opens her mouth wide. She pushes the main character aside. The protagonist flies straight into the lake. He fell into a pond, after which water splashed around. The guy with brown hair laughs loudly and then says that it would be weird if he didn't attack him after he got his kids on him. He adds that this guy dug his own grave. Joshua approaches the lake and shouts the protagonist's name twice. Huatian puts his hand on her shoulder and tells her to stay away and beware of that big snake. He then tells her that he wasn't dissolved after being bitten, which means that once in the lake, he should be fine too. The large snake attacks the villains and pushes away several people at once. The protagonist is underwater with his eyes closed. Blue energy envelops him. He opens his eyes and thought that although the snake bite had no effect on him, the immersion in the lake did not pass without a trace, because pain was felt all over his body as if from burns. He adds that, nevertheless, by surrounding himself with the energy of the origins, he will be able to hold out for some time. He begins to swim on the water and thought that since he was in the lake, he could at the same time look for the ice lotus fire. He took a closer look at the glow and wondered what kind of white glow it was in the depths of the lake and whether it was the fire of the ice lotus. Zhu sees a girl running in the distance. He wonders if it is Yu. Yu turns back. Moonlight falls on the lake. The surprised main character thought that it was really Yu. The girl notices the protagonist and wonders how he ended up here. The main character communicates with the girl using sign languages. He tells her that he came to look for her, but in the end one guy on the shore pushed him into the lake. He wonders if you will be able to understand his sign language. The girl, with a serious expression on her face, wonders what this fool is trying to convey with these waving hands. She takes the main character by the hand. The surprised protagonist wonders where she is taking him. He notices a glow far ahead. He opens his mouth and tries to understand what it is. He sees a blue flower and wonders if it is an ice lotus. Many bubbles rise up from the ground. The protagonist and you notice a lot of bubbles around. The main character wonders what is happening here, since even the earth shook. The blue flower opened a little. The protagonist thought that this flower had blossomed. The blue flower opens completely. Joshua and Huatian stand back to back and are surrounded by many scoundrels. A significant earthquake began suddenly. A man with a receding hairline screams and asks what is going on here and has there really been an earthquake. There are many bubbles visible on the water. One of the villains shouts that the tremors are coming from the depths of the lake. Someone shouts that the ice lotus fire has blossomed. The black-haired guy runs towards the water and laughs madly, and then exclaims that the ice lotus fire belongs to him. He dived into the water and shouted that if only someone would try to compete with him for it. More people are running to the water. One of them shouts that they need to pick him up quickly. Another person shouts that he is going to the ice lotus fire. Joshua says with worry on her face that so many people dived into the lake and Zhu is still there. She wonders if he will be okay. Huatian with a serious expression says that he is quite quirky, so nothing will happen to him. Many people in the lake are swimming down. The protagonist, with a wary look, thought that the warriors were jumping into the lake one after another. He adds that the battle for the ice lotus fire is about to break out in earnest. You placed her hand on the protagonist's shoulder. She points her thumb at the stone. The main character with a wide smile thought that right, he needed to hide and wait until they gnawed at each other's throats. The main character and the girl are hiding behind a stone. A black-haired guy with a sword reaches out to the ice lotus fire and exclaims that it will become his. A guy with brown hair tied in a ponytail behind him swings a sword. He hits the black-haired guy and then overtakes him. The guy who suffered the blow gritted his teeth in pain. He screams loudly as burns appear on his cheeks. His body completely disappears. People fight among themselves. The black-haired guy shouts that the flower belongs to him and he will finish him off. The guy responds by wishing him death. They both scream in pain before their bodies dissolve into the water. The bald guy with the sword laughs mockingly. He reaches out to the flower and exclaims that he is caught. He almost reached the flower. The protagonist and you watch what is happening with serious expressions on their faces. The main character thought that this was not good, because he would now run away with him. The bald man grabs a flower. His body is covered in burns and he screams in pain. He screams and asks how this can be, and then exclaims that he will not give up. A fighter with a sword attacks the protagonist from behind. The surprised protagonist thought that another one was dissolved, and then adds that it seems that he cannot be touched with bare hands. The swordsman points his sword forward with a crazy smile. There is a small ice monster with no eyes on the rock. The man with the sword asks what kind of rubbish this is. The monster jumped on the man with the sword. He pushes the swordsman back. The main character turns around and thinks that this scoundrel really dared to attack on the sly. He adds that it's good that Gungung responded in time. The fighting people notice the main character. The protagonist, with a nervous smile on his face, thought about being noticed. A guy with an eye patch and long ears calls the protagonist a cocky brat, and then asks if he really isn't dead. The black-haired guy next to him asks who the girl next to him is. People are heading towards the protagonist. The green-haired guy shouts that he's sure he was hiding here, waiting for them to kill each other. The guy with brown hair shouts that we need to eliminate this kid first. The green-haired guy shouts that he didn't like the protagonist yet when they were on the shore. A guy with an eye patch attacks the main character, but he dodges the attack. The main character shouts at the scoundrel to fight for what they fought for, and then asks why he didn't please them. He swings his fist and concentrates purple crackling energy around it using the rending thunder fist skill. He thought that fire skills should not be used underwater, but this technique should be very appropriate. He hits the guy with the eye patch. The guy with the bandage is pushed towards the rest of the enemies. The electricity from it spreads to other people. The main character smiles and thought that he never thought that the tearing thunder fist would be so effective in the water. He adds that here it has become a divine AoE skill. The main character was surrounded by many enemies. One of them calls the main character a scoundrel. Another asks him that he really decided to attack them first. Another guy wishes the main character death. The protagonist, with a mocking expression on his face, points at himself with his index finger and asks the enemies why they surrounded him in a crowd because he had not yet planned to attack them. He adds that the fact that water conducts electricity well is not his fault. He noticed something. The protagonist wonders if Yu is going to steal the ice lotus fire. The girl holds a map in her hand and swims. The brown-haired guy gets worried and shouts that she is going to take the ice lotus fire. He points his halberd forward and swims towards the girl. The protagonist kicked him in the head. He thought that it looked like you saw that his rending thunder fist would be able to hold them off for a while. The guy flew into other enemies and pushes them away with a shockwave. You approach the flower. A flower stem seeps through her card. The main character looks at the girl. She communicates through sign language that she is returning to shore. Zhu smiles in agreement. One of the enemies was surprised that you had taken the Ice Lotus Fire. The brown-haired guy asks what kind of card she has in her hands. The men attack the girl in order to take the flower from her. The protagonist is happy with what you has done. He tells the scoundrels that they will not go anywhere with him. The protagonist performs Rending Thunder Fist twice against a crowd of enemies. Men with pain on their faces swear at the protagonist. The guy with brown hair is shaking and threatening Zhu. The protagonist and the girl float up. They jump out of the water. Joshua runs towards the protagonist. She screams his name. She hugs him, glad that he is safe. She turns her attention to the white-haired girl. You ask Zhu who this girl is. Joshua asks the same thing at the same time. The protagonist was alarmed by the situation. He introduces the girls to each other. Joshua brings his face closer to his rival and asks her if she is the same fox that appropriated Zhu. Yu, with a stern look, asks her rival if she wanted to die, and then says that in that case she will fulfill her wish. The main character puts his palms forward and exclaims that everyone here is his own. Huatian waves to his sister. He greets her and asks if she is surprised to see her older brother. Both girls got angry. Yu tells her brother that she is not talking to him. Joshua tells him to mind his own business. People nearby notice the flower in Yu's hand. One of them tells everyone that she has him. The muscular man exclaims that this girl managed to take him and therefore he needs to kill them. The green-haired guy smiles maliciously and exclaims that this Ice Lotus Fire belongs to them. The main character is dumbfounded by what is happening. He tells the two girls that they need to get out of trouble first. Huatian smiled maliciously after the protagonist's words. He agrees with the words of the protagonist and reports that there are too many greedy people in the area. The green-haired guy got angry and then asked the protagonist's group if they wanted to destroy them with such a small group. The muscular guy informs them that in their four there is only one person with rank 7. Black smoke appears around Huatian. He tells the scoundrels to take off their eyes and look again. The enemies became worried about the guy with white hair. The green-haired guy asks how this can be. Huatian's hair moves erratically and his ears have become pointed. With a menacing smile, he tells his enemies to attack him. A guy with curly hair and scars on his face takes out his sword. He says that there is no need to be afraid, because he is only one and among them there are many rank 7 warriors. He points his sword forward and commands them to use the human wave tactic. Huatian smiles gloatingly and tells the enemies that they should try to attack. After this, he reports that it has been a long time since he participated in a major bloodshed. The flower in Yu's hand dissipates. The main character is surprised and exclaims that the Ice Lotus Fire is dissipating. Huatian's gaze became stern. He reports that it will soon disappear since it has left the lake, so it should be swallowed right now. The main character sees a crowd of enemies in front of him and asks whether he needs to do this under so many hungry gazes. Huatian informs the protagonist that he dealt the main blow, and then asks him if he will deal with the fish that manages to slip through. Zhu replies that he will do this. He remembers how Yu fought for the protagonist and thought that now it was his turn to protect her. He tells the girl that she should focus on the takeover and he and her brother will cover her. Yu thought about it after the protagonist's words. Joshua shouts that she does not agree because there are too many of them. The protagonist, with a serene expression on his face, asks her to help him. He informs her that she must stand with Yu and protect her. Yu sits on the floor and says that she is starting now. She closes her eyes and streams of energy are directed to her head. Enemies attack the protagonist's group. The guy with green hair shouts that she is going to absorb the flower, so she needs to kill them. The guy with brown hair shouts that he can't wait any longer. Huatian quickly approaches the guy with green hair. He laughs and asks him where he was staring. He hits it with his fist. The villain is pushed towards the forest. It hits, followed by smoke. The enemies were afraid because of what happened. The guy with brown hair asks if he really defeated a rank 7 warrior with one blow. A man with black hair exclaims that this is too much. Huatian jumped towards them. He asks them if they have only just now learned fear. A man with a spear jumped towards Yu from behind. He thought that the Ice Lotus Fire would belong to him. The main character pointed a spear at him. He makes several blows and asks the enemy that he really dared to attack himself, being a 5 ranker. With a menacing look, he tells the enemy to watch what is happening. He makes numerous strikes with a spear shrouded in blue energy. He used the Pear Blossom Flurry skill. The enemy spearman becomes covered in ice. He exclaims that this scoundrel had fire-type abilities and then asks how he also has the ice attribute. Another blow is sent towards him. He shouts that he doesn't care about such frost. The ice serpent curls around the spear. It bites the spearman's nose. Blue energy envelops him. He screams in pain. The main character puts his spear to his shoulder and asks the enemies if they are interested in knowing why he switched to Frost's skills. He explains that this is because the guys he brought from the icy lake don't like fire. Enemies run towards the protagonist and insult him. Zhu, with a mocking smile, asks them how they can stutter about honor attacking in such a crowd. He throws snakes to his enemies. He shouts that fortunately he took a lot of snakes with him. There is a lot of smoke on the battlefield and the enemies are jumping back in fear. Blue energy swirls around Yu. The red-haired guy shouts to Yu that she may not even be able to absorb him and she should give him the flower. Joshua creates many butterflies around him using the butterfly dance skill. The red-haired guy strikes the butterflies with his sword. He yells at Joshua to move aside. A silhouette appears behind him. Huation hit him on the spine. The blonde looks at him silently. The main character asks Brother Yu why he came running back and that he really had time to deal with everyone. Huation exclaims with a menacing smile. Many bodies of the attackers lie on the ground. Joshua looks at the bodies in shock. The main character felt uncomfortable. He admires Brother Yu's speed. Black energy scatters in the wind. Huation's appearance returned to normal. He smiles joyfully and asks the protagonist if he wants to learn his technique because he can teach it. A light appears behind him. He tells the protagonist that, however, he must recognize him as his mentor and go to the dark world. The protagonist looks at him in surprise and wonders if he is from the dark world and is not Yu's brother. He imagines a dragon and people with pointed ears. Yu yells at the protagonist not to listen to him. The main character looks at her in bewilderment. The angry girl exclaims that Zhu will not go anywhere and will not follow the same path. Her brother says that it is better to focus on absorbing the Ice Lotus fire because she does not have time to worry about her lover. The girl screams at him to close his mouth. She immediately became wary. After this, the girl coughs up blood. A large amount of energy envelops the girl. Zhu shouts her name. Huation humbly lowered his gaze and told his sister that if she was distracted during the absorption, she would turn into an ice statue. The main character looks at him worriedly and tells Usma that he cannot just watch and do nothing. He asks what should they do. Huation answers and asks what he can do because he does not have the abilities of the fire attribute. The main character notices that he has fire-type abilities. He imagines a fiery flower and exclaims that in his body there is the fire of the Red Lotus. Flames engulf Zhu's body. He directed his hand towards the girl. As a result, blue energy is directed towards him. With a tense look, he notices that the energy consumption of the Origins turned out to be so huge, but this does not matter because he has an anomalous crystal that can be absorbed. Huation, with a satisfied expression on his face, was surprised that Zhu had absorbed the rank 7 anomalous crystal for the sake of Yu. He concluded that apparently he really loves Yu. There are black crystals on the ground. Yu is tired due to the takeover. The main character breathes heavily and says that it's finally over. Yu thanks the main character with a smile on his face. Zhu asks her why she should thank him for such a trifle. He then asks her if she is done with consuming the flower. The girl replies that she is finished. She concentrates blue flames in her hand. The main character exclaims that he can do this too. After that, he forms a flame in his hand and tells the girl that now she will see his fire. She directed his hand towards the girl. She did the same in response. Their flames combine. The main character shouts and asks what is happening now. Huation gets angry and calls them a couple of fools. He tells them that they must quickly dispel the flames because water and fire do not mix. Zhu squeezed his hand to make the flame disappear. Worried, Huation says that the Ice and Red Lotus lights are mutually exclusive origins. He adds that even an 8th rank warrior cannot cope with the surge of energy when they collide. The delighted protagonist asks him if this means that they can cope with 8th rank warriors by joining forces. Huation put his hands to his belt and tells him that in the future this will be their trump card. His cheeks turned red. He explains that this will be their joint skill. Joshua and Yu swear at him. They hit him at the same time. Huation says with a smile on his face that since Yu has absorbed the Ice Lotus fire, his task is completed. After this he says goodbye. A crescent moon rises in the sky. The protagonist, with a bewildered face, tells him that if he is not mistaken, he came here without things. Huation, with a huge backpack on his back, laughs and then says that he collected these things from the warriors he recently cut to pieces. The main character points his finger at the weapon in his backpack and asks what's going on with this pile of weapons, which is trash for a rank 8 warrior. Huation answers him that he does not understand anything, because this is called frugality and wastefulness. His sister asks him if he came here specifically to help her get the Ice Lotus fire. The brother replies that she is right, because she is his sister. He waves to them and says goodbye. The main character tells Yu that her brother seems pretty good, and then asks her why she is so harsh with him. The girl imagines her little brother surrounded by monsters. She says that when he was 7 years old, his family sent him to the dark world, leaving him to his fate, but he survived and became an 8th rank warrior. However, in order to survive, he had to sacrifice his soul to the darkness so it will one day consume him. Joshua exclaims that doing this to a 7-year-old is cruel. Yu says that this is the reason why their clan has always been powerful. She adds that weakness for them is a sin. The main character tells Yu that they should not linger here because the warriors who came here for the Ice Lotus fire could show up here at any time. He adds that he should leave as soon as possible. The corpses of enemies lie on the ground. Zhu reports that everyone who saw them is dead, so no one will know in whose hands the Ice Lotus fire is. Yu tells the protagonist that she cannot leave now. The protagonist looks at her in surprise. He asks why this is, because she came here to save someone. The girl replies that it was a lie. She looks into the distance and says that she is here to save and then kill. The main character is dumbfounded by her words. She remembers lying on the ground among the corpses. She says that 3 years ago, she, as part of a group of 6 comrades, went to the ruins of death to hunt down an evolved rank 8 beast. Someone is holding a green crystal in their hand. Yu reports that one of the group members named Heihaji suddenly attacked them in order to single-handedly take over the rank 8 anomalous crystal. The brown-haired girl smiles maliciously. Yu gets up from the ground. She says that she was lucky to survive, but the others died. She remembers how angry she was about what happened. She says that standing in front of the corpses of her comrades, she swore that she would kill Heihaji. She remembers how the brown-haired girl ordered an attack on her and says that she received information that she was spotted in the dark forest. To her surprise, she managed to become the head of an organization of warriors. Heihaji pushed the white-haired girl into the water. Yu says that the numerical superiority was too significant, so she deliberately led them to the lake, but the villain's blow sent her into the water. Then she reports that a warrior who owns the ice attribute is capable of staying underwater for a long time without risking his life, without even using the energy of the sources. She looks at the group members with a stern look and says that apparently Heihaji thought that she was dead, but she is sure that this villain will definitely return here. The protagonist asks her if she plans to wait for them, and the girl agrees. Joshua asks the two of them if they are crazy, because it is not a fact that if they linger here, they will wait for Heihaji. She adds that it is possible that rank 8 warriors will appear here. Yu reports that she has absorbed the Ice Lotus fire and reached Raga 7. The main character says that defeating those who are a cut above is their specialty. Joshua gets nervous and calls them a couple of crazy people. One day later, Heihaji is accompanied by fighters. The protagonist's group hid behind the bushes. The main character asks if it is them, and Yu answers yes. The main character says that they should set up an ambush near the lake. The main character hides behind the corpses and says that hiding behind them is just a delight. The girls look at the protagonist in bewilderment. Joshua says this guy has strange tastes. Yu says that she is not going to hide under the corpses. Both girls hid behind the bushes. Heihaji appeared with his warriors. She looks at the corpses in surprise. Many corpses lie on the ground. One of the warriors looks at the corpse with blue hair and exclaims that he knows him because he was an 8th rank warrior. The brown-haired girl approaches him and says that judging by the position of the corpses and the wounds, it does not look like they fought each other. With a stern look, she commands her people to go down into the lake and see if the Ice Lotus fire is still there. Her people want to object, but she tells them that they will hold out. Her subordinates became nervous. They jump into the lake. Yu thought this was a great opportunity to get rid of those who dived into the lake. Heihaji commands the others to disperse and inspect the corpses for anomalous crystal and other clues. The bald guy looked closely at the mountain of corpses. He covered his nose and said that these corpses had already begun to stink. The spear is aimed at the bald guy. He is pierced with a spear. A bald guy falls into a mountain of corpses. The man with the scars near his eye noticed the guy's fall. He approaches him and asks what's wrong with him. A spear is aimed at him from a mountain of corpses. The protagonist pierces his head. At the same time, the bottom of the lake. Several people with neon sticks swim underwater. The black-haired guy looks around and thought that there was nothing here. Two of his comrades point a finger at someone. The black-haired guy is attacked by Yu with a spear. With a lightning strike she pierced him. She turned to the other two guys. She brought the sword closer to her head and thought that she would not let them retreat. The girl hits the guy in the cap while the second one runs away. He made a desperate expression on his face. Yu swims towards him. The enemy has risen to the surface and is asking for help. However, Yu stabs him in the back with a sword. The victim screams loudly. A muscular man shouts to the commander that someone ambushed them in the lake. The main character looks out from behind a mountain of corpses and thought that Yu let herself be discovered too quickly, and he was hoping to secretly finish off a few more. He jumps and spins a flaming spear using the Starry Sky Incandescent skill. The villains are shocked by the protagonist's actions. Zhu sends multiple fiery bolts of energy at his enemies. The brown-haired guy shouts to everyone to be ready because they are under attack. Clots of fire provoke explosions. Joshua dashes forward and swings his fan using the butterfly dance skill. Energy butterflies hit two warriors. Yu jumps out of the water. Heihachi closes himself behind a barrier and calls his people fools. She then commands them to stop panicking, move everyone back and create a defensive formation. Joshua, the protagonist, and you stand next to each other. Heihachi looks at you with joy on his face and then asks her that she really hoped that by finding a 5 ranker and a 6 ranker, she could win. Yu exclaims that this is enough for her. Heihachi makes a dash towards them and shouts that he will deal with the girl in the center. Her subordinates run towards the protagonist's group. Yu dodges the brown-haired girl's punch. Heihachi's sword hits the ground, creating a lot of smoke. The main character hits 2 enemies. He became suddenly alert. He watches the 2 girls fight and thought that Yu had just risen to rank 7, but it would still be difficult for her to withstand against rank 8. He adds that he should throw off the others as soon as possible and help her. He then got into a fighting stance and used Heavenly Dragon Rush. Golden images of a warrior and a dragon appear behind him. He attacked several enemies with them at once. A shocked man with a receding hairline asks if this guy's strength is really that great. Joshua tells the protagonist to go to use aid, and she asks the rest to be left to her. The main character asks her if she can handle it alone. Joshua asks the protagonist not to worry about her and then sends butterflies at her enemies. The main character makes multiple spear attacks using the Pear Blossom Flurry skill. The Heihachi barrier blocks the protagonist's attacks. She asks what kind of insect attacked from behind. Heihachi makes a wide swing with his sword using cleave. It hits the main character. She notes that he could not have gotten caught so easily. She notices that it was a clone and the protagonist appears behind her. He stabs her. She gets angry and screams, calling the protagonist a petty scoundrel. She then forms a barrier that pushes the protagonist and you away. She throws a spiked disc at them. Crackling energy circulates around the disc. The main character blocks a spiked disc with a spear. Heihachi laughs smugly. Her disc bounced off the protagonist's spear. The disc flies towards the protagonist from above. He asks if he really knows how to change direction. Heihachi throws 2 more spiked discs. The main character, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks if she is really on her own again. Discs spin around the main character. He exclaims that he will not evade. Heihachi tells the protagonist to have fun with a smile on his face. She moves towards Yu and exclaims that it's her turn now. Girls with weapons at the ready head towards each other. Heihachi makes several strikes with his sword. Yu blocks her opponent's attacks. Their battle produces a lot of smoke. The main character maneuvers between the spiked discs. He got angry and thought that he could not predict the trajectory of the attacks of these discs. He looks at the girls fighting and thought that Yu alone could not win. The main character wonders if she really has special mental abilities and controls these 3 discs with the power of thought. He takes a closer look at the lead on her hand. He thought that this was not mind control. 3 discs fly at the protagonist. His expression became joyful. He thought that since the device was electronic, it must surely be susceptible to high temperatures. The main character forms a flame using the Phoenix Majesty skill. Heihachi watches the protagonist. She asks how high a temperature a rank 5 non-entity's fire skill can develop. She was surprised by what was happening. She sees her scorched discs and asks if this kid's fire is really that strong. She adds that this is really the Red Lotus fire from another dimension. The protagonist laughs and tells Heihachi that she seems to know a lot. He then reveals that the Red Lotus fire actually burns within him. Yu performs an ice flame kick at her opponent from behind. Heihachi defends itself with the dome. She gets angry and asks Yu if she was the one who absorbed the Ice Lotus fire. Then she thought that 2 flowers at once was too much luck. Blue energy swirls around Yu. She shouts to her rival that she should thank her for this because she would not have been able to get him if she had not thrown her into the lake. The protagonist, shrouded in flames, laughs. He asks Heihachi if she was scared because their married couple are the chosen ones of heaven. Yu, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks the protagonist to close his mouth. Zhu, with a stupid expression on his face, replies that they will discuss everything when they get rid of the 3rd wheel. The protagonist sends a fiery phoenix at the enemy. Heihachi stands in a fighting stance and shouts to the protagonist that no matter how strong the fire is, it still remains 5 rank. She adds that rank 5 fire cannot kill her. Joshua performs an ice flame piercing strike. Heihachi's dome is cracked. She tells Yu that she hasn't fully mastered her abilities yet. She doesn't see the white-haired girl and asks if she missed. Yu, with a smile on her face, asks her who told her that she was aiming at her. The main character runs away and shouts that the situation is dangerous, so it's time to run away. A man with a receding hairline asks what they are doing. The bald man next to him admires because of his power. Joshua made a menacing look and calls her partners 2 psychopaths. Heihachi, with bewilderment on his face, asks what they were up to, why they immediately took off running as soon as they attacked. Blue energy flies through the air. Fiery energy is directed towards her. 2 types of energy clashed. Shocked, Heihachi screams and asks why this energy is so powerful. The explosion produces a very bright light. The smoke on the battlefield clears. There was a crater left on the floor. A joyful Zhu exclaims that their joint skill is simply awesome, because even an 8th rank warrior would have a hard time avoiding death. Zhu slaps the protagonist in the face and asks him to be quiet. Joshua, whose clothes are torn, calls the two of them crazy. She shouts to them that the next time they decide to do something like this, they need to be warned in advance. Morning has come, clouds are now flying across the sky. Yu's cheeks turn red and the protagonist laughs. Shinglan City. People go to the scanner, near which there are armed people. The main character with a spear on his shoulder asks what happened here since martial law was introduced. It goes through the scanner. The guy with the machine gun stared at Yu. He waves at her and tells her to stay a while because the equipment has malfunctioned. A guy with glasses with a cigar exclaims that the captain is at his best again. The dark guy calls Yu poor. The captain approaches the girl and bends his fingers. He tells her that he will have to conduct the search personally. Yu wrinkles her face and tells the scoundrel that one more move and he will die. She points her sword at him. The dark-skinned guy shouts that she is crazy. A guy with glasses aims at a girl with a machine gun and asks her what she's up to. The main character tightly grips the spear and exclaims that they have already passed the scan. He asks them if they are looking for trouble. The frightened captain says that these people refuse to be examined, so they need to be grabbed. Another soldier approaches them and asks why there is so much noise here. A man with a bowl haircut asks what's going on here. The black-haired soldier bows to him, calls him a colonel, and then informs him that these people refuse to undergo inspection. He asks the soldier what young guys like them were hoping for when trying to capture a rank 7 warrior. Then he asks him to honestly say what is going on here. Yu calls the colonel by name No. The black-haired soldier got angry and asks the girl who she thinks she is in order to be familiar with the colonel. No looked at Yu and recognized her. He slaps the black-haired soldier on the cheek and tells him to shut up. He approaches the girl. She asks No how he ended up in Shinglan. The colonel, with a nervous smile on his face, replies that he made a mess in the heavenly city and that's why he was sent here, demoted. Then he asks the girl what kind of situation she has. She looks at the captain and says that this man tried to harass her and she was going to kill him. No shouts to the captain that he seems to think he is immortal. He points his finger at him and commands him to be detained. Yu asks what happened in Shinglan. No, with a satisfied expression on his face, says that last night there was a robbery at the residence of the head of the city and something extremely valuable was stolen, so the whole city is now on its feet. He adds that in the last few days a ban has been introduced to leave the city, but if the lady has not yet decided on her place of residence, he can arrange everything. Yu leaves with his group and tells the colonel that there is no need, because they will find housing themselves. No wishes them a safe journey. The black-haired soldier points his finger at those leaving. He asks the colonel who it was. No sighs and says that she is a member of the Luo family from Heavenly City. He reports that she is from a family that dominates the Heavenly City, a representative of which can commit murder in the middle of the day and no one will dare to say a word to him. The main character looks at Yu and asks her how great the influence of her family is, that even the commander of the garrison caved in under her. She turns away from him and tells the protagonist that it is none of his business. A large building rises above the city, Shenghu University branch of Shinglan. The protagonist's group is standing at the reception desk. Zhu asks where everyone is, because last time it was quite crowded and could be compared to a market. An old man with an indifferent look asks the protagonist how the Shenghu branch can be compared to a grocery store. He adds that since martial law was introduced in the city, he sent the students on vacation. Joyful Joshua asks the old man if there is an Oriental Express to Shenghu today. The old man closes his eyes and replies that the last flight left a long time ago and now martial law has been introduced, so all flights have been cancelled. He opens his eyes and with a stern look informs them that they will have to stay and wait until the situation normalizes. The old man laughs and tells them that he can provide luxurious names. He caused a pause with his words. The protagonist gets angry and shouts that these rooms are probably very expensive. He shouts and asks the old man if he really decided to deceive them for points. Someone throws a card on the counter. Unperturbed, Yu tells the old man that they are taking luxury rooms. The protagonist is shocked because of this. The old man swipes his card across the terminal and tells the girl that everything will be as she says and says that their floor is the 18th. Then he reports that the most luxurious rooms are located in that wing, and the price per night is 10,000 points. The main character screams and asks the smug old man why he didn't become a scammer and asks him if he even knows how hard it is for students to earn points. The old man made a stern look and tells the protagonist's group to have a good rest and not to forget that they shouldn't go outside because the streets are now restless and, moreover, a ban on night movements has been introduced. The main character lies on the bed and says that he can now understand why the price per night is 10,000 points, because it turns out that the entire 18th floor is one luxury room, where there is a hot spring, a sauna, a training room, and a gravity room. He lifts his torso off the bed due to the noise and wonders if it could be Yu training. He made a stern look and thought that she was possessed. He sees you with Joshua at the window and asks them why they are not sleeping and what is interesting outside the window. They look out the window without paying attention to the protagonist. The protagonist also looked out the window. There is an aircraft in the air near the building. A blue laser hits him. All three are immediately surprised. The main character shouts that he is moving towards them. The aircraft flies towards the window. The protagonist runs to the window and shouts to the girls to step aside. The aircraft crashed into a building. Glass shattered across the room. Joshua pushes away and screams. The main character and you crashed into a wall. The aircraft caught fire. His door opens. A man with his hair tied in a bun shouts that the garrison will arrive in 5 minutes, so we need to hurry. Behind him, 2 people are dragging a safe. The red-haired guy sees the protagonist lying on the ground and says that there was someone in the room. The main character grabs his head and exclaims that his head is splitting. The leader of the men in black informs his subordinates that the protagonist is only a 5 ranker, and then commands them to deal with him and go to the bottom floor. Most of the people in black leave. The red-haired guy points a sword at the protagonist and says that he is unlucky. The main character leans on his hand. Joshua sends pink butterflies at enemies and shouts the protagonist's name. The red-haired guy fights off her butterflies with a sword and asks if the protagonist is really not alone here. The angry main character takes out his spear and shouts that these scoundrels broke into someone else's home and decided to kill them. His spear is engulfed in flames. He sends a fiery phoenix at his enemies and shouts at them to go to the next world. The bald fighter activates the dome and asks the protagonist what he expected. Yu makes a dash towards him. She concentrates the blue flames into the sword. She hits the dome. The bald guy shouts and asks if this is a rank 7 warrior. The main character makes multiple blows to the enemy with a spear and asks him where he is looking. Joshua uses butterfly dance at the same time as the protagonist's attack. Both attacks hit the bald guy. The red-haired guy sees his defeated comrade. He wonders if there really was a rank 7 warrior among them. He runs away because he thought that alone against 3 he would have no chance. Yu, holding a sword in her hand, tells him to stop. She swings her sword, performing a frost flame strike. It hits the enemy's back. The red-haired guy sees his body burning. He asks what kind of fire is this, burning with cold, and is it really the fire of the ice lotus? He shouts that he is not ready to die and cuts off his hand. The protagonist sees him run through the doorway. He says that this guy is good because for the sake of salvation he cut off his hand. The main character, with concern on his face, says that there are probably battles going on the lower floors and then asks what is going on there. Joshua reports that apart from them, now in the entire building there is only that vulgar old man, and he is not simple because he is in charge of the branch. They start running to the bottom floor. Yu exclaims that they will go to help. The main character laughs and then says that he personally is not going to help, but to see how the old man fights. The academy branch building is on fire. The man with the sword behind his back flies back. He falls to the ground. The commander of the men in black became worried and said that he killed a peer with 1 attack. He screams and asks the old man who he is. The old man concentrates pink energy in his hand and says that he is just a poor old man watching over the entrance. He holds one hand with energy behind his back. He asks the people in black if they robbed the residence of the head of the city. The leader of the bandits clenches his hands into fists and shouts to the old man to mind his own business. The old man points his finger at the container and tells the bandits to leave the container in exchange for freedom. The leader of the bandits shouts to the old man that he is dreaming because they risk their lives for this. The old man rubs his beard and says that in this case he will have to kill them and then take the container. A red-haired guy runs down the corridor. He shouts to his boss that the bald man was killed. The leader turns around and asks the guy how they couldn't even cope with 3 students. The guy, with a pained expression on his face, replies that among them was a rank 7 warrior and, moreover, she owns the ice lotus fire from the dark forest. The leader asks him if the owner of the ice lotus fire was among them. The red-haired guy replies that his hand was injured precisely because of him. The old man thought that it was these 3 who managed to get the ice lotus fire. He notes that it's not for nothing that they are Shengyu students. The protagonist appears and asks the old man if he is safe. The old man standing in front of them asks what could happen to him, and then says that he just decided to stretch his bones. The bandit leader commands 2 subordinates to attack the trio while he and the others fight the old man. The bandits run towards the protagonist. The old man says in a stern voice that while he is here, no one dares to touch the students of their university. A golden glow emanates from his eyes. White energy swirls on a black background. He instantly defeats 2 enemies thanks to the skill change Kayan and Kun. The 2 fighters fall to the ground. The old man jumped towards the leader and said that now it was their turn. The boss was scared looking at the old man. The old man defeats 3 enemies at once with a lightning strike. The main character is alarmed and asks the old man what kind of deity he is. The old man touches the safe and tells the protagonist that he is just an old man watching over the entrance. Immediately after, he tells the others to come up to him to see what's inside. There was a gray stone inside. The protagonist, looking at him, asks if it is a meteorite. The old man picks up the meteorite and says that it is really him, and then praises the protagonist for his erudition. He reports that this is the rarest raw material for smelting. With a smile on his face, he asks the students if they want to pick him up. The protagonist, with a serious look, replies that the garrison will soon arrive here, so there is no way for them to escape with this thing. The old man says that he does this only out of respect for the fact that they decided not to leave him in trouble, and he will have authority to guard him. The old man took a closer look at Yu and asks if she is from the Luo clan, and then says that he is in debt to her family. The protagonist tells the old man that he paid off his debt with someone else's goods. The old man broke the meteorite and a blue crystal fell out of it. The main character shouts and asks the old man if he was going to give it to them. The old man says that when he spoke about the rarest raw material for smelting, he meant a crystal from a meteorite. He adds that the meteorite itself is good for this, but its value is 10 times less than the crystal. He hands it to the protagonist and tells him to hide it quickly because the soldiers are about to come here. He closes the safe and says that the residents of the head of the city does not know that there is a crystal inside the meteorite. An explosion occurs in the wall. A soldier with a machine gun shouts at no one to move and to raise their hands, and then commands his subordinates to cordon off the perimeter. The old man turns to No and asks him why he just burst into the Shengyu branch building with his men. The colonel is surprised looking at the old man and calls him Mr. Zia. He apologizes and then tells him that he didn't know he was here. Yu drew attention to the old man's last name, and the protagonist asks her if she knows who he is. The girl shouts that he is really Zia Shin, deputy head of the Warriors Alliance, one of the founders of Shengyu. No scratches his head and apologizes to the old man. He tells him that they were pursuing an airship on which robbers had settled and did not intend to insult him. The old man points his finger at the defeated bandits and says that he has dealt with everyone, and on the top floor they can find another one. He reports that he believes that the container contains stolen property from the residents, and then advises the soldiers to immediately check everything. The safe with the meteorite is closed. No rejoices and thanks Shin for his assistance, and then commands his men to identify the dead as well as check the contents of the container. The black-haired soldier checks the bandit's pulse and then reports that the victims have been identified as robbers from the residence. The brown-haired guy at the safe reports that everything is in order with the meteorite, but there is one thing. The colonel approaches the soldier and asks what's the matter. The fighter shows the meteorite and reports that it split. The colonel waves his hand and says that it's okay because the most important thing is that nothing was missing. Yu and Joshua look at each other. The protagonist sighs and thought that they really don't know what was in the meteorite. No puts his hands together and thanks the old man for his assistance on behalf of the head of the city, and then says that tomorrow a repair team will come to fix everything. The old man closes his eyes and tells the colonel that this is very kind of him, so let him convey his gratitude. The soldiers leave with the safe. Shin turns around and tells the students that the 18th floor is now uninhabitable, so he will send them to another place. He then asks them if they prefer to stay in one room or if they want to switch to separate rooms. The protagonist looks at him with displeasure. He reports that they paid a huge amount for the 18th floor, but did not even spend a night there. He then asks if they are entitled to a refund. The old man turns around and says that their branch is not responsible for force majeure, so he recommends going to bed as soon as possible because tomorrow's flight should go right to Shengyu. The branch building is undergoing renovation work. The sleepy protagonist stretches and yawns. He goes accompanied by Yu with Joshua and says that he wants to sleep. He then asks who starts construction work at 3 in the morning anyway. The main character sees many people in the hall and is surprised by this. Joshua, with a smile on his face, reports that the incident is over, so things have returned to normal. The green-haired girl bows and says the names of the protagonist and the girls, and then asks if it is them. She holds out the envelopes and tells Shin that he has instructed him to give this to them, then says that the aircraft is leaving at 9 o'clock in the morning, but for now they can rest on board. The main character takes the envelope and asks where Shin himself is. The girl replies that he has a lot to do because he is busy. The envelope contains a letter on which it is written that it is related to the exam of star-level warriors. The joyful protagonist asks if this is an invitation letter. He looks at Yu from Joshua and says that he is completely incomparable to ordinary certifications. He adds that Shin is of course a little perverted, but still a good person. The satisfied protagonist thought that there was still 6 months left before the exam, and apparently before that time he would have to work harder. The aircraft moves through the air. It rises high above the city. Someone greets Joshua. The protagonist and the girls pay attention to him. The joyful green-haired guy tells the blonde that he didn't think that she would be doing the task here. The girl, with indignation on her face, calls the guy Young-soo and then asks him if he has ever carried out tasks outside with his fear of damaging his reputation. The guy replies that this time he went on behalf of the head teacher because he was entrusted with an important mission in a deserted city south of the Dark Forest. He approaches the seated protagonist. He tells him to find another place and he will sit on this one. The main character crosses his arms and asks him who he thinks he is. The angry green-haired guy asks the protagonist how he dares to talk to him like that in that tone. He thought that he hated the protagonist because he was sitting with two beauties, so he needed to humiliate him. He raises his fist and says that he wanted to solve everything amicably. The main character concentrates energy around his hand and tells the guy that in life he will not follow the lead of people like him. Young-soo punches. The main character also performs a blow, but using the rending thunder fist. Their fists clashed. Young-soo screams because of the pain in his arm. He holds his wounded hand and asks the protagonist how he dared to hurt him. The protagonist looks at him smugly. He tells him that he should thank his luck for not being left without an arm. Young-soo kicks the protagonist and shouts that he will kill him. The main character swings his fist at him and tells him that he is too self-confident. A man with glasses and long brown hair yells at them to stop. He pushes Young-soo away and tells the two guys that they are completely insolent for starting a fight on board, not caring about the rules. He shouts that when they return to the university, he will report everything to the head teacher and each will receive a 3-day sentence. Young-soo tells the teacher that it's unfair because the protagonist started the fight and hurt his hand. The main character laughs and then says that they have a talented actor here. The teacher leaves them and says that he doesn't care who started it first, so they will both receive punishment. The protagonist and the scoundrel glance at the departing teacher. Young-soo rejoices and tells the protagonist to enjoy the arrest. The main character looks at him in bewilderment and thinks that he obviously doesn't have everything at home. He turns his head to Yu and asks her why she didn't tell the teacher and instead let this guy put on an act. A girl with a stern look tells the protagonist that imprisonment will be good for him. The dissatisfied protagonist asks what use it could have. The girl tells him that in due time he will understand. The aircraft flies into the distance. There are many aircraft located around the building. The protagonist exclaims that they have finally arrived. He goes outside stretching and the girls go with him. He says that he will go to report to teacher Nan. A smiling Joshua tells the protagonist that she has to go too and that she will give him his share of the task. The main character shows her his thumb and says that there are no extra points. He looks at Yu walking ahead and asks her if she will go report to Nan. The girl turns around and replies that she doesn't need to because she took a day off, turning to the rector. The protagonist is surprised and says that having connections is good. The protagonist enters a tall building and tells teacher Nan that he has returned. The teacher points his finger at the protagonist. He asks him with a cry that he really can't give him at least a minute of peace. He informs him that for a 5 ranker, going into the forest is a colossal risk, and after it he also started a fight. The protagonist is indignant and asks the teacher how he knows this because he has just returned. The teacher throws the tablet at the protagonist and shouts that the notice has already been published and that he received a call from the vice rector. The main character asks whether people from the office always work so efficiently when questions concern students. He reads the notification on the tablet and says that it usually takes half a month when you ask them to solve something. Nan looks at the protagonist with a stern look. He tells him that he is focusing on the wrong thing now and perhaps he should pay attention to the place of detention. The main character asks the teacher where it will be, after which she pauses. He leaves the protagonist and says that the place where students are imprisoned is the Thunder Zone, located in the area of the Northern Institute. He imagines a large bird and says that in that zone the rector annually raises a fair number of thunderbirds capable of causing electrical discharges around them. He adds that their place of stay is always densely covered with clouds and lightning flashes there all the time, which leads to serious injuries. He imagines how lightning struck a person and says that if timely assistance is provided, death can be avoided, but not everyone can withstand this pain. He informs the pensive protagonist that, moreover, he is now only at rank 5 and activating the protective dome is not available to him. Siu thought he understood why he was told that imprisonment would be good for him. He imagines electricity hitting him and thought that his current training was not bringing him any benefit, and perhaps staying in the Thunder Zone would help him develop resistance to electricity and strengthen his skills. The teacher says that the protagonist is not at all aware of the seriousness, but tomorrow he will go to the depths of the horror behind his imprisonment. He adds that as far as he knows, this time Young-soo completed the rear, which was of great importance for the university, so he only received a written warning as punishment. The shocked protagonist exclaims that this is unfair. He adds that he also doesn't understand why tomorrow, because he just returned from a dangerous hike. The teacher tells the protagonist not to blame others for this incident and to go rest, and then he tells him that he will come for him in the morning. A federal trucking aircraft flew over the building. The main character goes to Yu and asks when she started online shopping. He sees her using the keyboard of a large terminal and asks what it is. The girl turns her head to him and asks him to give her the black ray in that crystal. The perplexed main character approaches her and asks why she needs the crystal and its spear. The girl replies that this is to help him with reforging. Zhu imagines Yu as a blacksmith in a t-shirt and asks if she is really trained in blacksmithing. He hopes that she will look beautiful. The girl looked at the protagonist with condemnation and tells him that he is inventing something for himself, and then reports that this device is an autonomous forging machine. Zhu cries and asks the girl how she can throw his favorite weapon and priceless crystal with an expression like it's trash. There is a loud noise coming from the forging machine. Yu says that the reforging will be completed in 3 days. The main character watches the girl use the machine and tells her that she apparently knows how to use it, and then asks if she has one at home. The girl replies that she has 10 with much better characteristics. The surprised main character asks her if this device is expensive. Yu replies that it is inexpensive and costs only 100 million. The protagonist screams because of the amount he heard. He points his finger at the car and asks the girl if he really managed to spend 100 million while he was reporting. Yu asks, is it really that much? The main character walked away from her and sat down on the floor and said that he didn't want to talk to rich people. Northern Chenghu Institute, Thunder Zone. Nan and the protagonist are standing at the door. The teacher reports that they are there. Lightning struck in the sky. The protagonist got scared and exclaims that the lightning here is huge. Chenghu University, Thunder Zone, registration entrance. The protagonist goes after Nan. A man with a triple chin looks at the document and says the name of the protagonist and says that the term of imprisonment is 3 days. Zhu felt indignant about this. He notices 2 people carrying a student on a stretcher. One of them shouts that Sandin from the 3rd year and 5th group needs emergency help. He asks to be sent to the 4th compartment for treatment. There are many burns on the man's body. The protagonist is perplexed looking at him. He asks what this guy did. The man with 3 chins replies that he stole the battle skill card and was caught red-handed. He adds that the term of imprisonment is 5 days, and on his 4th day he had already been returned 8 times. Zhu became worried and asked if the prisoners were being shocked half to death by lightning. They were rescued and then sent back to receive shocks. The 3-chin man looks at the document and tells the protagonist that the main thing is not to death, but to half death, and so on until the term of imprisonment comes to an end. The protagonist looked at Nan and asked him if this was too cruel. The teacher tells the protagonist that he should have thought earlier. The man with 3 chins turns around and tells the protagonist to undress at the lockers and then follow him. The protagonist is scared and covers himself with his hands. He asks why he needs to undress. A man with 3 chins tells him that no one is asking him to strip naked, and he can keep his underwear. He adds that this measure is being taken to prevent offenders from deliberately using clothing that can insulate electricity. He waves his hand to his subordinates and asks them to help the boy undress. Lightning flashes outside the gate. The protagonist was scared because of them and exclaims that he will do everything himself. The protagonist, dressed only in shorts, follows a man with 3 chins, who tells him that he needs to stay here for 3 days. The dark-skinned guy laughs and exclaims that there is another lucky one. The blue-haired guy shouts that he is also a 5 ranker, so he is out of luck. The 2 guys laugh maliciously. One of them shouts that in less than an hour he will be sent to the medical bay. The second one shouts that he is sure that he is even sadder than Neji. The protagonist notices many thunderbirds in the sky. He was worried about them since there are a lot of them and they are rank 8. A short-haired man sits on the ground. He tells the protagonist to stop looking around and then sit down and prepare to take electrical attacks. The protagonist sits down on one leg and thanks the man. The main character closes his eyes. Blue energy envelops him. He wonders if there is really such a high concentration of energy here. Then he thought that, however, it was not surprising, because without it the lightning would have been fatal. Birds descend towards the students. One of the students shouts that the birds are starting to concentrate lightning. Crackling electrical charges are visible in the clouds. One of the bird's charges hits the ground. The main character and the short-haired guy dodge the discharge. The birds send another discharge. The bald man defends himself with the dome skill. Many students repeat after him, defending themselves against a new category. The main character is alarmed and exclaims that they are all capable of creating a protective dome, and among them there are even warriors above rank 6. A bolt of electricity hits Zhu. He screams loudly in pain. One of the guys under the dome says that this guy is finished. The tense short-haired guy says that he didn't even last a quarter of an hour. The protagonist is already badly burned. The system detects electrical energy. The surprised protagonist sees the system activate the absorption skill. He looks at his hand and sees that it is shrouded in a golden aura. The system notifies about the launch of the takeover. The protagonist's golden aura intensifies. He thought that the growth of experience had begun at a rapid pace. He thought about what would happen if he activated the cultivation technique. He began to meditate under the dome and wondered if the energy of the discharges could really harden him. The tired main character gets up from the floor. The brown-haired man commands his subordinate to hurry and carry the stretcher. Zhu breathes heavily and exclaims that he is fine and does not need treatment. The brown-haired guy, worried about the protagonist, asks him if he saw himself. He tells him that there is no need to persist, because otherwise he may die. Then the protagonist waves his hand at him and says that if he says so, then everything is in order, and tells him not to interfere with him receiving discharges. The brown-haired guy wonders if the protagonist was struck in the head by lightning. A short-haired guy approaches the protagonist and calls him cool because he is so lively. The main character gets inspired and asks him when the next wave of attacks will be. The guy who came up was perplexed and wondered if lightning had really struck him in the head. The main character raises his index finger and exclaims that an hour is a long time.